Take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Orchard agents are local experts. They're some of the most experienced around town. Plus, they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. This is what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes without the stress. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, but still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. After their 6th loss in a row, the Arizona Cardinals will get ready for their last home game against the Atlanta Falcons on Sunday, and head coach Jonathan Gannon is focused on the present.
You got to focus in on what's the job at hand and put your best foot forward. So honestly, it's really not hard for me. It's not, because I'm going to control my controllables, and that's to do the job that I can.
As for ASU and Kenny Dillingham, they continue to navigate bowl season. ASU safety Miles Ghost Bowser will declare for the NFL draft, while other standout defensive back Keith Abney continues to weigh his options. The Sun Devils will play Duke in the Sun Bowl on December 31st. Tonight, the number 1 ranked team in the country, the Arizona Wildcats, will be back in the McHale Center for Abilene Christian. Tip-off will be at 7 tonight. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Win big at Talking Stick Resort. Earn entries all December for a chance at $10,000 or a 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Details at TalkingStickResort.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley. When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sabolka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince.
Okay. Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Time to go to work. Welcome to the Tuesday edition of Bickley and Marotta Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Dan Bickley on vacation. I'm Vince Marotta. I'm here. Jared Carlin's here. Sammy Sabolka's here. And the ringer, Tim Ring, is here. Tim, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You're into day two. I always, look, we talk some, we don't try to talk about it too much, about the perils and the rigors and the demands of an early morning schedule. When you're doing it every day, it becomes second nature. When you do it periodically,
it sucks.
There, you answered my question.
No, I love this show. I love doing this show. It's tough when you're not on this schedule. It's kind of tough to force yourself to go to sleep. And sometimes you can't go to sleep because there's a game on that you're going to have to talk about the next day, so you don't have a choice. But even at, like last night, there wasn't a game on that was local of great importance, certainly past 9 o'clock. But it's hard for me to go to sleep because I just haven't flipped my body clock to do that like you guys do every day.
And the real pain of it is, by Friday, you'll be, I'm kind of in a groove now.
Yeah, I'm in a groove.
And then
I'm
over.
done. Okay, you're done. No. And I don't know how you guys handle it, but like, it's the hours that you're on the air is fine. It's like the 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, you're kind of like, okay.
Absolutely.
This day's ruined.
This is, people always ask, do you get used to the schedule? The answer is, for me, absolutely not. Every single morning, when the alarm goes off, it is the worst thing ever. Every single morning, I go, oh, no. Sometimes I wish I look at my phone again and hope that there was a power outage and the clock got broken and it's somehow only 2 a.m. and I have another hour.
My wife.
But
go ahead.
I will say once I get up and take a shower and drive to work and stuff, it feels just like any other morning. Like right now, I feel whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're exactly right. It hits you in the middle of the day.
It hits you in the day.
Yeah.
It hits you in the day. My wife for years did the morning show at Channel 12, and I think they were on the air at 4 or 4:30.
And they got to get camera ready.
And she had to get camera ready. So she was up at 2 every day.
That's just brutal.
She was in a bad mood for 5 years. You would imagine living with that?
Whoops.
She's not listening right now, is she?
Well, this
Definitely not, because now she works nights again.
This show, under a former 2 hosts when it first started was on from 5 to 9, and I was on that show.
5. I filled in for that show a couple times. 5 o'clock is brutal too. 5:30 is early enough. 6 o'clock is the sweet spot. 6 to 9 would be great. 7 to 10 would be better.
6 to 8 would actually be great.
We get off at 10 o'clock, but
let's have 8 different 2-hour shows here on the radio
Arizona's morning
station.
news, right a couple doors down at KTAR. Their morning show, they get off at 8 o'clock.
Well,
they never leave at 8 o'clock.
But that doesn't. The public wants 4 hours of us. We're here to give it to them. We don't want to give them less. They probably want more, especially considering the show after us and one of those co-hosts.
Oh, he hasn't been here in a while.
I know he hasn't. Does he still work here?
Jared's starting rumors about Luke Lipinski. Jared, start the show.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Scheduled day off for the Cardinals today. They'll be back on the practice field tomorrow to start prepping for their visit from the Atlanta Falcons for the 2025 home finale on Sunday. Jonathan Gannon said yesterday in dealing with the media, there's, quote, no pitch to ownership when it comes to his job status for next season, that he's focused on Atlanta, and later added, quote, I believe in myself and I believe in our team. We're at a dip right now, and we're going through some adversity, but I do believe in us, and we'll get out of the dip. Did you just double dip that ship? Take one dip and end it.
Well, Timmy.
Cardinals are 3-11. They've lost 6 straight games heading into the Atlanta contest.
That's a little bit more than a dip.
Yeah.
3-11 is not a dip.
That's a dip.
Yeah, it's not. It's like putting your whole mouth
right
in the dip.
I'm sorry, Timmy. I don't dip that way.
Well, Timmy.
According to various reports, Cardinals.
See, Sammy, there was a show called Seinfeld back in the 90s.
I love Seinfeld.
Okay.
That's something I'm good at.
According to various reports, Cardinals defensive line coach Winston De La Boudaire leaving Jonathan Gannon's staff to take the same position on Pat Fitzgerald's new coaching staff at Michigan State University. Pro Football Focus has the Cardinals defensive line ranked 25th in the league. That was heading into the Houston game on Sunday. We'll probably have some reaction to that particular story. Jonathan Gannon didn't seem to want to talk about it yesterday. Week 15 wrapped up in Pittsburgh on Monday Night Football. Steelers beat the Dolphins 28-15. Aaron Rodgers had 2 third-quarter touchdown passes. One to Marquez Valdez-Scantling, one to DK Metcalf in the Steelers win, which also eliminated the Dolphins from playoff contention. There's something to that cold weather thing, huh? They were awful for 3 quarters last night.
They cannot win.
No.
In the cold
Green
weather.
Bay Packers confirmed that edge rusher Micah, or some call him Michael Parsons, suffered a torn ACL in Sunday's loss to the Denver Broncos. He's out for the rest of the year. Parsons registered 12.5 sacks on the season before the injury, cementing his place as the first player in NFL history to have at least 12 sacks in each of his first 5 seasons. But rehab awaits him, as it does for Kansas City quarterback Patrick Mahomes. He had surgery for a torn ACL and LCL. Surgery performed by Dr. Dan Cooper of the Dallas Cowboys medical staff. Mahomes injured with less than 2 minutes remaining on in the Chiefs' 16-13 loss to the Chargers on Sunday that knocked them out of playoff contention. Here's my devious mind at work. This happens in sports. Patrick Mahomes, star quarterback of the Kansas City Chiefs, has his surgery done by the Dallas Cowboys medical staff. How do they trust him?
He may have thrown a junior mint in there.
Another Seinfeld reference.
There we go.
Let's see how many we can sprinkle in today.
How about him having, we'll
there's
talk
our
about
challenge.
this later, but how about Mahomes having surgery the next day?
Yes.
I'm not sure I ever heard of that.
No, he wants to get back.
I guess he does.
He wants to get back on the field as soon as possible. Commanders are shutting down quarterback Jaden Daniels for the rest of the season. Daniels has been plagued by numerous injuries this year. A knee sprain, a hamstring strain, and an elbow injury suffered in Week 9. And then he aggravated it in Week 14. The Jets fired defensive coordinator and former Cardinals head coach Steve Wilks on Monday, ending his tenure with the team after just 14 games. The Jets defense ranked in the top 4 in yards allowed from 2022 to 2024, 3 straight seasons. This year, 20th in yards allowed, 30th in scoring, and 28th in EPA, expected points added. Listen to this stat. This is almost unbelievable. This year, the Jets defense has 2 takeaways and hasn't intercepted a pass all season long.
And they traded Gardner, right?
Incredible.
I don't know if Steve Wilks has spoken yet, but if he did, he'd say something like this. Players just didn't execute.
I would say both. But you know, it's funny that all these terrible teams, pretty much all the teams at the bottom of the league, have all fired their head coach or coordinators throughout this season, except for one.
Except there's one team showing the belief. College football, ASU wide receiver Jordan Tyson, Arizona cornerback Traden Stukes, both named to the AP third-team All-American squad on Monday. Fernando Mendoza, the Heisman winner, highlighted the first-team offense. Texas Tech linebacker Jacob Rodriguez and edge rusher David Bailey landed on the first-team team. Somebody whistling?
I was whistling the song Fernando by ABBA.
ASU safety Miles Ghost Rouser has declared for the NFL draft. Offensive lineman Max Hanachor has accepted an invitation to play in the Senior Bowl in Mobile, Alabama. Arch Manning headed back to Texas for 2026. Ended up with pretty good numbers. People didn't talk about it. Almost 3,000 yards passing, 24 touchdowns, 7 interceptions.
His start to the season, I think people said, okay, he's not good. He's not ready.
Suns off until Thursday night when they host Golden State. There was action in the NBA on Monday. Denver went overtime to beat Houston 128-125 in a clash of Western Conference Titans. Nikola Jokic 39-15 and 10 for the Nuggets. Jazz got a win over the Mavericks in overtime 140-133. Cooper Flagg 42 points in the loss, becomes the youngest player in NBA history to top the 40-point mark. And tonight it's the championship game of the Emirates NBA Cup. Spurs taking on the Knicks at T-Mobile Arena in Vegas. That game tips off at 6:30 on Prime Video. College hoops, Arizona, again, the number 1 team in the AP Top 25 college basketball rankings. Wildcats stay on top after their decisive win over Alabama on Saturday. Michigan tops the coaches poll. They're number 2. Duke, Iowa State, UConn round out the top 5. Catel Marte.
Did they not hear my thing yesterday where the Arizona has literally done something no one has ever done? They beat 5 ranked teams in the first 9 games. How are they not number 1, you stupid coaches?
You pay attention to the coaches poll?
No, it doesn't matter. But
Catel Marte is still a member of the Arizona Diamondbacks as trade rumors swirl around him. On Monday, Ken Rosenthal of The Athletic reported Marte has a limited 5-team no-trade clause, and the teams on that list: the Yankees, Cardinals, Giants, Pirates, and A's. Seems like a mishmash. And shortstop Hassan Kim returning to the Atlanta Braves. He gets a 1-year, $20 million contract. Seems like $20 million is like the going rate for free agents now.
Right, just give him 20.
Yeah,
20
Sounds
million.
good. It's nothing.
Sounds good. Hey, Merrill, how about 2 years, $20 million each? 40.
Sounds great.
Great. Perfect.
There you go. There's your splash for this Tuesday, December 16th. Coming up next, still a lot of fallout from the Cardinals' latest loss. We'll get into some of that fallout next. Tim Ring in for Bick. It's Bickley and Murata mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
When LeBron James pushed the referee, not once, but twice, pushed him, physically put his hands on him and pushed him, jacked him. Now listen, he didn't get full extension with the jack. He didn't wind up and push the ref, but at the same time, he definitely moved him. Not once, but twice. You're not going to tee him up on that? You're not going to eject him from the game on that?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name. but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000.
Across the painted desert to where the mountains touch the sky.
The year-end sales event is on at Sanderson Ford. Now, get invoice-only pricing, plus 0% financing for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days on new 2025 Escapes, Explorers, Transits, F-150s, and select Super Duties. Choose from 40 new Escapes, 70 new Explorers, 54 Transits, 150 F-150 trucks, and 370 Super Duty trucks on the lot and readily available. Get invoice-only pricing, 0% financing, and no payments for 90 days with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. From your Operation Santa Claus dealership, Sanderson Ford. 0% for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days OEC from Ford Credit. Offers plus tax, title, license, and $4.99 dock fee. Offers apply to select regular and Super Cab Super Duties. Offers expire December 31st.
Where Arizona's pride, Sanderson Ford.
Ho, 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 Basinonians. The elves at Brooklyn Betting have been hard at work making dreams come true. And it's that time of year, and Brooklyn Betting is giving the gift of sleep this holiday season through December 19th with 25% off everything in-store and online. To make your dreams come true, head on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 11 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for 25% off the gift of sleep. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Gatos, it's really coming down right now at Casa Calvisi. Did you see that tree over there? Just fell over. I saw it. It's crazy. But man, I got to tell you, your roof looks good. Didn't America Roofing just repair it for you? Replace the entire roof. It was time, and that meant it was time to call Jake, Josh, Tracy, and the entire team. They came over, and man, am I so glad they did. You know, they're the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year in the state of Arizona. That's why we love telling folks about America Roofing. Everyone else is realizing what we already knew, why they're the 2025 Arizona Roofing Contractor of the Year. They give back to the community, they run their business the right way. So you're telling me they're going to do a great job and save everyone money? No wonder they're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. You can get a free estimate at americaroofingco.com. You want to win? Go with Arizona's 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. 602-960-ROOF. AmericaRoofingCo.com. America Roofing. We've got you covered.
This holiday season, when you get them Steel, batteries are included. Buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for gift ideas and seasonal savings. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Hey, it's Wolf. What should the top priority be for the Arizona Cardinals this offseason? We'll ask Cardinals legend Patrick Peterson at 11:15. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Tuesday here on Bickley and Murata Mornings with a good morning, a thank you, a shout out to our audience in Maricopa. We appreciate the support and the listenership in Maricopa.
You said a few weeks ago that you've been kind of able to avoid the external talk about hot seat and all that stuff. You block that out. Have you still been able to block that out?
Absolutely, Teo.
How do you do that?
Concentrate on your job.
Blocking out the hot seat noise, Teo Mackey of AZ Central asking the question yesterday in Jonathan Gannon's press availability. Look, we joke around about license to maybe not tell the truth all the time.
Sure.
And NFL coaches, they've got that leeway. They can pretty much say whatever, and people will accept it or not accept it and sift through it and move on with their day. I mean, how do you avoid the hot seat talk at this point? You don't have any wins to speak of. You haven't won in 7 weeks.
NFL coaches cannot be convicted of perjury when they meet the media. As Bruce Arians once famously said, "Oh, I lie my ass off up there." Right?
Well, what do you? I always think about this. Like, do you prefer total honesty from the coaches? If they say like, "Yeah, we suck right now," or I do because I just think it makes for better content. But I understand and respect why they don't do that. Yeah, the days of Jim Mora and Mike Ditka are long gone. Well, it's the same thing even like with Bruce Arians. Used to be more honest, but used to throw players under the bus sometimes if they screwed up, and most coaches don't do that. We've sort of not complained, but said that Gannon every week takes the blame for everything.
He does, and that's what most coaches will do because it just deflects. It deflects a lot of complications. You don't have to call out players. Now, you will. Those players are getting called out individually, behind closed doors, in film review and all that. The public-facing nature of sports now is everything's hunky-dory all the time. I'm like you, Tim. I mean, I would like a little bit more reflection. I find it refreshing when these are human beings after all. And Joe Burrow had a very human moment last week leading up to his game, and then wasn't very good in his game, and he fell on the sword. And his quote was, "There was not an NFL team that could have won a game with me at quarterback today. That's how bad I was." I appreciate that.
I do as well. And I think fans do. I understand. Let's just keep everything in-house. Let's just kind of do the song and the dance with the media, and then we'll address everything we need to address behind closed doors. But at the same time, this is sports and entertainment, and there was nothing quite like when I was younger and very young in the business. I mentioned Mike Ditka, he was the king of telling you exactly how he felt. They had a cornerback named Donnell Wolford out of Clemson. He was a first-round pick, and he had a bad game as a rookie. And Ditka famously, after a game, said, "Evidently, Wolford can't cover anybody." That would never happen today.
No.
That would never happen today.
Go back. I mean, you don't have to go back that far to Bruce Arians.
Yeah.
What he said about DJ Humphries as a rookie.
Yeah, knee deep.
Yeah. And that made an impression. I mean, that stuck with DJ Humphries. That was that stuck in his craw.
The best ever was one. I forget what the situation was, but after the game, he took the blame. He said, I really shouldn't have called that play. That was all on me. Then he used to do it weekly with us. The next day, he goes, I went back and watched the tape. That was a great play call. They should have. That was all their fault for not executing it.
Because I take back all that crap I said yesterday.
That wasn't my fault at all.
We got to block better. And Jim Moore was great. John McKay, I'm going way back now, did it with humor. He's one that famously said, we couldn't tackle today, but we made up for it by not blocking.
Yes.
Coach, how was your team's execution? I'm in favor of it.
Well, here's the other thing. Those are two good lines. The other thing, though, is if you take the blame every week for every loss, it's hard to then make the case that you deserve to still be the coach.
And let's circle back to Gannon, which is the whole point of this conversation, is that, and I've noticed this on the call-in show after the game, fans are getting very, very tired with the same old rhetoric of got to coach better, got to play better, I got to do a better job, starts with me. Well, I mean, you're year 3 now. You've heard that an awful lot. When you keep telling people it's on me, it starts with me, they start to believe you.
Yes.
So I don't know where Jonathan Gannon sits with Mike Bidwell. I don't. I know where he sits with the fan base. They're finished. They're done. There's no belief in this coaching staff from this fan base anymore.
Yep. Here was another question that was asked to Jonathan Gannon along those lines.
What would be kind of your pitch to ownership to return next year?
There's no pitch. I'm concentrating on Atlanta.
And then a longer answer to a question about, because the messaging has been very consistent. I think part of Jonathan Gannon's approach as a head coach or an assistant coach even before he got to Arizona is consistency of routine. But he was asked about, hey, this point of the year, things are not working. Do you think about changing the process? This is a little bit lengthy, but it's interesting.
Daily. Seriously, Greg. That's your pitch, Teo, is I believe in myself and I believe in our team. And we are at a dip right now, and we're going through some adversity. But I do believe in us, and we'll get out of the dip. with what you just asked, Greg, it's my job to evaluate everything and see what's working and see what's not. We're very process oriented, and just to change because we've had a bunch of injuries change how we do things. There's a lot of layers to everything involved, but there's no doubt. I think we've done things throughout the year that we haven't done in the first 2 years. You know what I mean? And then you got to take into account other variables and factors that go into that. So we always laugh, like if you talk to different coaches or different buddies, like how do you set up the week of practice, how do you set up training camp, all these things, they're all different. Everybody's different. So there's no one way to do it, a lot of different ways to do it, but it is, again, I'm concentrating on Atlanta, but I do have to have a little bit of foresight with, as I'm taking notes how this year's gone. What do we have to take a look at with a critical eye and change? Because if we keep doing the same thing, you keep getting the same result. That's not good by anybody in my seat. So we'll look at that when the time comes.
Yeah, and I'm not pinning this all on Jonathan Gannon, but I think if you go back to the Tennessee loss, which is basically the loss that imploded the whole season, and it was such a painful, inexplicable loss that they never recovered, that was the time for drastic change in operation. This is not acceptable. And look, Jonathan Gannon did have some of that, unfortunately, in a physical confrontation almost with Amari DiMercato on the sideline that he later apologized for. But that was the inflection point of the season for the Cardinals, and they just went back to work, which is kind of their battle cry, and it didn't work. They never recovered from that game.
No, I mean, and now you're 6 straight losses, 11 out of 12. I mean, you're 3-11 on the year. You're 1-6 at home. You're 0-5 in the division. It's not working. It hasn't worked. I don't like. AQ Shipley on this show yesterday says I hate using injuries as an excuse. I look at it kind of two ways. One, the injury excuse, if you will, reason, very valid right now. I don't think they have the horses capable of beating a good team in this league. But you go back to earlier in the season when the injuries had not piled up yet, and they were very capable of winning these games.
And they weren't.
For a variety of reasons, they could not finish a game. Mm-hmm. They could not win a game. And now we sit here, and I'll say it again, you lose 14 out of 15 to end the season and then 3-14. I don't know how you run it back. Yep. I just don't.
Starting tomorrow, we're giving you the chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl on January 8th. Listen for the code word during our show, during Wolf and Luke, during Burns and Gambo. When you hear the code word, text it to 620-620. Don't miss your chance to see a college football playoff semifinal game right in your backyard. Coming up next, how can the Suns get back on track after a recent tough stretch? We'll explore those possibilities next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ring in for Bick on this Tuesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
So Pure Talk just had their best year ever and asked me if I'd like to thank their customers on their behalf for being so awesome. I said sure. It's important to say thanks, especially this time of year, which is why, as one of their many satisfied customers, I should probably thank Pure Talk first for keeping their customer service in this country and for providing hundreds of American jobs. I appreciate that. I also appreciate their Roundup program, which makes it easy to support America's Warrior Partnership and join the fight against veteran suicide. And I love that Pure Talk donated 1,000 hand-sewn Made in America flags to veterans around Independence Day. And of course, I really appreciate their generous support of my own foundation, MicroWorks, and their commitment to help us train the next generation of skilled workers. Having said all that, it's now my pleasure, on behalf of everyone at Pure Talk, to thank you sincerely for choosing to do business with an American wireless company that actually stands for something. And one more thing. Merry Christmas.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
An ice cold Coca-Cola is perfect, but a free Coca-Cola from Sonic with endless flavors and add-ins like cherry, jalapeno, or lime, perfect just got perfecter. Whether you're into cherry vanilla with sweet cream, strawberry jalapeno, or green apple and bourbon caramel, Sonic has the perfect Coca-Cola for you. Create a Coke your way, any size, any flavor. Free for a limited time, only in the Sonic app. Live free, eat Sonic.
Limited time offer, see app for details.
If you want to live free, yeah.
And it's Testimonial Tuesday from Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Matt from Ready Services came to my house first thing on Saturday morning to take care of a floor drain that was blocked and was on the verge of flooding. He was friendly and provided excellent service.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning appreciates all of our customers. Always ready since 1957. Saving you money and doing business the right way. Your home of the no-fee emergency. ReadyServices.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. As NFL Week 15 is in the books after a cold and frigid Monday night win for Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers, the Cardinals are still looking for their 4th win and some answers, and head coach Jonathan Gannon was asked about discussions on his future.
Have you had any discussions about your future with Michael yet?
Yeah, every day.
What are those discussions?
What are we going to do to get this team rolling?
The Arizona Cardinals will be home for the Atlanta Falcons on Sunday. Phoenix Suns rookies Rasheer Fleming and Kaman Malawach continue to shine in the G League for the Valley Suns. ASU and Kenny Dillingham continue to get ready for the Sun Bowl against Duke, despite rumors about his future and players entering the transfer portal. And how does the Merrill Kelly signing affect what the Diamondbacks might do about Catel Marte? You can find all that and more at ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Win big at Talking Stick Resort. Earn entries all December for a chance at $10,000 or a 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Details are at TalkingStickResort.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. How will the Phoenix Suns handle their upcoming tough stretch? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Tremendous response. Don't expect anything else from this group that we have to fight our way back when everything was against us. To fight our way back with all the emotions going the other way. I thought even at the end of the second quarter, I felt that we weren't ourselves. We talk about possession game. We didn't win it. That's the thing that we're going to take away from this is that's who we are every night. We weren't tonight. We lost the possession game, and they outworked us to get some of those loose balls. We got to find a way to clean that up.
That is Jordan Ott. Sunday night after the Suns' 2-point defeat at the hands of the Los Angeles Lakers, a game that featured a big comeback, a game that featured about, 7 million fouls and whistles and
8 million reviews.
58 reviews. And the fact of the matter is that was a roller coaster ride. The Suns were up in the third quarter. They went through a stretch of offensive inefficiency that you don't normally see from NBA teams. And we're able to fight back from that. The door was opened by the Lakers, and they walk through the door. They actually take the lead, and they lose. It was a frustrating night overall. But, in teasing this discussion, can the Suns get back on track after a rough stretch? And you heard Jordan Ott's comments there. They are 3-6 in their last 9 games. But what Jordan Ott said there, I wouldn't expect anything different from this group. And I think you could take that from him talking about it in a specific game like he was on Sunday night, and you can cut and paste it because this team I don't think has got the lollygagging gene in it at all. And that will benefit them moving forward. That's how you get out of these stretches.
I didn't love the way they played for 3 quarters. You can talk about the offensive inefficiency, and that was very valid. I mean, This thing went from 77-71 to 97-77. But I didn't like the way they, the hallmark of this team has been effort. Mm-hmm. As J.J. Redick famously said when the Suns beat the Lakers on December 1st, he said this.
If you don't play hard against that team, you're going to get exposed.
Thank you. Right on cue. The Suns, though, I don't think answered the bell in that regard. Even though they had a lead in the first half and they looked like they had some game control, I think the Lakers were outworking them. Mm-hmm. So I think the Suns got to get back to that, right? That's imperative because this team probably doesn't have the talent just to roll the basketball out and win a basketball game. But I will say this, Vinny. Yes, they've lost 6 of their last 9. But 2 of those wins on the road at L.A. and on the road at Minnesota. Those are 2 really good wins.
Very sturdy wins.
They are really good wins. This stretch could look a whole lot worse. You look at the schedule ahead now, you figure it's really good to probably split with the Warriors. Then you get another date with L.A. here.
Yeah.
And then it lightens up a little bit. So you got a chance to maybe going from dropping 6 of 9 to maybe winning 6 of 9 and get that record looking a little better right now.
About that stretch, too, when you look at the 4 of the losses, 2 against Houston, 2 against Oklahoma City. Look, it doesn't bother me to say I don't think the Suns are in the class of those teams right now. Houston is a good team and a really bad matchup for the Suns, and they handled the Suns twice. The 2 losses to Oklahoma City, are the Suns only 4 points different from Oklahoma City? No. Are they 49 points different from Oklahoma City? No. The truth is somewhere in the middle. Oklahoma City is the cream of the crop of this league right now. They're the best team. They're the defending champions, and they're chasing history. So that's 4 of the 6 losses right there.
The truth is somewhere in the middle. Unfortunately, the middle is still like 25 points, which is not so good either.
That is true.
But we know that going in. I mean, listen, through 26 games, Vinny, we don't know about the health situation, so it's tough to really put a number. But from a talent standpoint, a continuity, chemistry, coaching standpoint, where would you put the Suns' ceiling for wins? 45?
Yeah, before the season started, I thought last year's number was a benchmark that could be reached. I feel way more confident.
Absolutely.
They're going to win more than 36 games.
I've always said
the way that they conduct themselves, I feel that way.
Exactly. You could win a lot of regular season NBA games just by playing hard.
Yes.
Because a lot of teams are sort of coasting to the playoffs.
But if there was one thing that was, I'm not going to use the word alarming again because I'm not all that worried about the way this team, puts forth their effort. It was weird to see the Lakers come in at 2 weeks after the Suns just ran circles around them in L.A. It was weird to see the Lakers outwork the Suns. Credit to them.
Yeah, they got their head coach's message.
Yes.
And I think once they realized the Suns were vulnerable on the defensive glass, talking about the Suns trying to defensive rebounding, I think once the Lakers realized that, it was blood in the water. Mm-hmm. I mean, those guys were crashing. And it just kind of snowballed from there a little bit. I mean, 24 offensive rebounds, 9 in the third quarter. I mean, the Suns shot 5 for 22 in the third quarter. And then on the other end, they gave up 9 offensive rebounds. They were 0 for 10 from 3. So that can't happen. We understand that. But going back to the ceiling of wins, if this is a 45-win team, at best, you're still going to have stretches where it's just going to be tough to beat some of the better teams in the league.
Yeah, and this will probably even out. You mentioned the stretch that's upcoming. Golden State at home on Thursday, in San Francisco against the Warriors on Saturday. Then they come home for the Lakers. Then they got back-to-back games against New Orleans, in New Orleans, at Washington, at Cleveland, followed by Sacramento before they play Oklahoma City on January 4th. So there's some winnable games in there. Golden State can be formidable. I don't think they know who they are because I was reading a stat. They've already used 15 starting lineups this year. They can't keep guys in the lineup, so I think they're scrambling a little bit. The Lakers, that game is marked. That game is starred on the calendar for both teams.
And let me add this element, and we haven't even talked about this a lot, and we probably should. There's a pretty good player over there with a bad hamstring that's played one game and 7 minutes.
Yeah.
So when we talk about ceilings and how the Suns can compete, look, they're not going to compete with Oklahoma City. Let's be real. But in terms of trying to beat some of the better teams in the Western Conference, we don't know what this looks like for an extended period with Jalen Green out there on the floor. I mean, as good as the Suns have looked at times, getting wins at Minnesota, getting some nice beating San Antonio, who's beaten Oklahoma City. We don't really know what this looks like with Jalen Green and Devin Booker with all systems go.
Right.
I mean, this could be the ceiling could be even higher than what we're thinking right now.
The season starts in October. The unofficial season starts on Christmas. For the Suns with Jalen Green getting back in the new year, let's say the season starts on January 1st.
Just like when we were waiting
for very long exhibition.
Exactly.
Just like we were waiting for Bradley Beal to get back a couple of years ago.
Right,
Now we're going to really take
bad
off.
comparison.
Yeah, you shut your mouth.
Shut your mouth.
We've talked about.
Don't you put that evil on me.
the ceiling being maybe the Suns can avoid the play-in and get to the 6th seed, and the only way I think they're going to be able to do that is if Jalen Green can take them up that little notch.
And maybe he can. And if they do that, Jordan Nodd should win NBA Coach of the Year.
Wow. All right, so if you look at the standings, and again, we're 26 games in, so we're a mile and a half away from the midway point. The Suns are in the 7th spot right now in the Western Conference. They're ahead of Golden State. Of the teams that are behind them, who do you think can put it together? Memphis? You have faith in Memphis? No. I don't.
No.
Utah?
Good story, but no.
Portland?
No.
Dallas is a team to watch. They got Kyrie coming back, and if Cooper Flagg's going to continue to get better, but they've already had some massive injuries. Derek Lively's out for the year.
What's their record? How many games behind them?
The Suns are
4.5 ahead of
4.5 ahead of the Mavericks right now.
See, that's a number where by the time Kyrie comes back, it may be too large for them to get the 6th seed, but they'll be frisky when Kyrie comes back for sure.
But then again, Anthony Davis is out again.
Yep. See.
No.
And then the three teams at the bottom of the West right now, Sacramento, the Clippers, and the Pelicans, are all dumpster fire. So those are 3 teams you can eliminate right now. They're not coming back from these deficits. I think early on it's shaping up really well for the Suns.
Certainly to make the play-in.
Yeah.
And actually, you can almost look at it right now, Vinny. You're right. There's so many dumpster fires at the bottom of the West. Now it's almost like, well, it's kind of going to be a disappointment if the Suns don't make the play-in. Who would have thought that 8 weeks ago?
Coming up next, if you've suffered from Chiefs fatigue, well, you've been cured. They will not make the playoffs. We'll get into that story and other big takeaways from Week 15 in the NFL next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring, sitting in for Dan Bickley here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If we're talking truly about, 8 digits, right, per year, I think it's going to have to be the last 8-digit annual value contract they give up. I don't think there's a willingness to spend beyond that. And what bothers me about that a little bit is who's your closer? Who's it going to be? Because it feels like this just shoved them right out of the Pete Fairbanks conversation. I certainly don't think they're getting one in a Jake McCarthy or Alec Thomas trade, because I don't think those guys are going to warrant bringing a closer back. If I'm right, and they're done dipping into the 8-figure contract range on an annual value, beyond a Catel trade, who is their closer next year?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Upgrading your windows and doors isn't just about comfort. It's about lowering energy costs all year long. That's why Valley homeowners trust the Window and Door Store and our exclusive Seal and Shield installation. We don't just replace windows, we seal, secure, and protect your home from heat, dust, and water leaks for life. Precision craftsmanship, a lifetime labor warranty, and over 1,200 5-star reviews say it all. Call 480-562-3902 now for your free in-home consultation or book anytime at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Vince Murata back to tell you about some amazing holiday deals going on right now at the best place in the Valley to get into a new Ford vehicle. Of course, Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. During Ford's year-end sales event, General Manager John Nissen and his entire team have announced 000. What does that mean? Well, for a limited time, it means you can take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months, plus 0 down payments, plus 0 payments for 90 days, and just announced $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. And that is on nearly every 2025 model, including America's favorite F-150 trucks and 3-row Explorer SUVs. Just a sample of the outstanding holiday deals going on at Earnhardt Ford, your locally owned Ford dealer. All offers do require approved credit. See dealer for full details. These offers end January 5th, 2026. You can pay the team a visit in person in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or shop online anytime at EarnhardtFord.com, and that ain't no bull.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange, but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Hey, the end of the year, it's here, and it's time to go there. Our Desert Ford dealers for the final days of the Ford year-end sales event. Yep, Paul Calvisi here a few years ago. We bought during the Ford year-end sales event because we're talking the best time to celebrate. And when we can lease, you can lease right now a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $299 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. That's right, lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $299 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. Or lease a Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for $249 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back. That's right, lease a Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $249 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get that $1,000 cash back. It's the final days of the Ford year-end sales event, so get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com. That's buyfordnow.com.
Mike Rowe here with a name everyone should know, Groundworks. The foundation and crawl space repair experts are coming soon to Phoenix. So if you've got a musty crawl space or cracks in your walls, these are the guys to call. And right now, Groundworks is hiring for all positions. If you're looking for a career, Groundworks is the place to do it. You can go from installer to foreman in under a year and become an owner of the company you work for. Apply now at groundworks.com/careers.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
The day when the Kansas City Chiefs were eliminated, when it couldn't be any darker, it gets darker because they lose their quarterback, their franchise, the face of the National Football League, to a torn ACL. And the question really is how much damage there is to other ligaments and if and when it'll affect his availability for next season. He's gone for this season, unfortunately. He will not play again this season. But there is a question now about whether he will be able to make it back for the start of next season. Everybody's rooting for him. He's built differently than most. You hope he can do it. But I think whether he's available for the start of next year now is up in the air.
That's Adam Schefter, ESPN, talking about the injury to Patrick Mahomes, suffered in the late stages of a game. Man, you want to talk about ending a run with a thud. They lose to the Chargers. They lose Patrick Mahomes to a severe knee injury in the last 2 minutes of that game. And that is what ends their postseason run at 10 straight years. I'm not saying this is over by any stretch, but for the streak to come to an end like that, wow, that's almost cruel.
It's like the lights were just shut out.
Yes.
All over the house.
Yes.
Actually, you know what? The electricity was shut out.
I don't know if they're
okay, I guess we're done.
I think they've canceled Christmas in Kansas City.
You know what?
That'll give Andy Reid a lot more free time, not having to go down those chimneys every.
I read somebody insinuated, like, would they be thinking about making a coaching change there? I'm like, what?
Well,
and the guy's gone to like 4 of the last 5 Super Bowls. You don't make the playoffs one year, you're done.
But okay,
get out, hit the road. You've lost
in
it.
that context, no. But Andy Reid is an older coach. Could there be a coaching change in that he says, like, okay, we're done this season. I'll ride off into the sunset because we might have to start next season without Patrick Mahomes. This might be a good time to get out.
This is the universe's way of telling me that it's time to take a.
This is what is he, 68,
shut it
something
down.
like that.
I mean, I see what Jared is saying. Do you want, as long as you're continuing making the postseason and continuing to go to AFC championship games and competing for Super Bowls, you're not going to make a change. But how much is still burning inside Andy Reid? Do you want to go out on a note like this? I mean, there's no guarantees they pick this up. You have to have faith in their organization. They know what they're doing. I would bet on, hey, they're going to be back in the playoffs sooner rather than later when Mahomes gets back to full health. But there's no guarantee of that. I just don't know. I'm a coach as accomplished as Andy Reid. Does he want to go out on a season like this?
I would say no. And I think you look at Patrick Mahomes. I just looked it up. His cap hit next year is $78 million.
Is that all?
The Chiefs have not done a great job. It's almost like they took everything for granted. Like, we got Mahomes, we got Kelsey, we'll be fine. We'll just kind of throw this thing together.
Yeah.
Tom Brady injured his knee same season, ACL, as Patrick Mahomes in terms of their time in the league, right?
Yeah, that was the 2008 season.
2008 season.
That was the year the Cardinals went to the Super Bowl.
Oh, right. Yeah. And so Brady missed 2000. How much time did he miss in 2009? Did he miss the?
He came back in 2009.
That's right. Okay,
because that was very early that he suffered that injury.
It was early.
He missed the whole year, I think.
Yeah, I think it was the first
game of the season.
So he missed the year he hurt the ACL, whereas Mahomes is going to miss most of the year. Well, we'll see when he comes back.
I mean, they're saying a 9-month recovery for this, and he's already started. I mean, he had surgery, and he wants to start rehab as soon as he can.
He's rehabbing today. The difference is, I look in terms of a second act, right, with the Chiefs. It would likely be without Travis Kelce. And that's why I brought up the cap hit. Brady famously took less money because of his, familial situation in terms of income, right? Took less money so the Patriots could still build around him. Mahomes hasn't done that. And now you're looking at Brady won 4 Super Bowls, 1 with Tampa, but 4 after that knee surgery. There was a second act. Is there a second act coming in Kansas City? I mean, it depends on obviously what they can put around him.
I think you hit on an interesting point, and I think this is a good word of advice for NFL general managers all over the league, including Monty Ossenfort. Find more players to stock your roster with who happen to be married to some really rich supermodels. It really helps out your salary cap situation.
This would be a key. This would help.
It's a good advice, really, in life.
Yeah. Even if you're not a quarterback.
Marry a rich supermodel.
Patrick Mahomes, not the only star player tearing an ACL in Week 15. Micah Parsons.
Well, the MRI confirmed what everybody knew yesterday, that it is a torn ACL from Micah Parsons. And as we mentioned with Patrick Mahomes, it's about a 9-month recovery period for most players dealing with a torn ACL, which obviously lends some questions as to when he'll be back. But Micah Parsons posted a short time ago, September, with the eye of a tiger. And so he's planning to be back, I think, for the start of the season, whether or not he can make it back.
Now, the ramifications in real time are a lot different on the Parsons one than the Mahomes one. Patrick Mahomes, if he avoids that injury, the Chiefs are out of the playoffs still. Micah Parsons not being available for the Green Bay Packers greatly affects their Super Bowl chances. There are people that believed that they are good enough to win a Super Bowl with Micah Parsons. Without him, I don't think they have any chance in Green Bay.
I don't think they do at all. In fact, they're hanging on to the last playoff spot right now. They got that game coming up in Chicago on Saturday. They just beat the Bears at Lambeau. You look at that game and say, who do you think is going to win it? Yeah, I would say the Bears are going to win that football game. Mm-hmm. How much do you believe in Jordan Love? That's the question going forward to them. But when is Micah Parsons going to be back?
Yeah.
I mean, they gave him, $188 million? Mm-hmm. He could miss a good chunk of 2026. You give up 2 first-round draft picks. So, the time to win with Micah Parsons is now. That window is wide open. And now he's not going to be there not only for this year, but a big part of next year.
Yep.
So that's, if you're the Green Bay, he was the guy to put you over the top, Now he's not there.
It's not like their defense is great. He was what made them good.
Yeah, and you mentioned the belief in Jordan Love. Micah Parsons' absence causes you to have more belief in Jordan. I'm not a Jordan Love believer. I don't believe in love.
What about after love, after love, after love?
So yeah, that's the major blow. Patrick Mahomes is the face of the league. I totally, I'm on board with that. Micah Parsons' injury is way more. What's the word I'm looking for? Well, impactful to this year's playoff proceedings.
Whether or not Mahomes hurt the knee or not, they were losing that game and getting eliminated. The Packers, you would think, would be in a small pool of teams that could win the championship. I don't think they were the favorite. I don't think they probably would have. But you put them in that pool, and now they're no longer in that pool.
The Packers lose that game to the Broncos 34-26. Huge game for Bo Nix. They're 12-2. They're rolling along. They just keep winning games. Are you convinced the Denver Broncos are the team to beat in the AFC? I'm still not.
But then again, who is your team to beat?
Well, I mean, New England didn't bolster their case by blowing a 3-touchdown lead at home.
I would still be a Josh Allen guy in that regard.
I would too. I would
definitely not be surprised in a Bills-Broncos AFC championship game if it plays out the seeding can work that way. I think those two teams are the best teams in the AFC right now.
And by the way, last night, Monday Night Football, yeah. I'm not a gambler, but my goodness, is there an easier,
more of a sure thing on the money line?
More of a sure thing than Tua in cold weather? Good Lord, they were just dreadful for three quarters.
The entire history of the organization.
Yeah.
I mean, Bob Greasy couldn't win in cold weather. David Woodley.
Dan Marino.
Speaking of Marino.
Don Strock.
The Dolphins were eliminated last night, too. It's remarkable. They have not won a playoff game since Dan Marino retired.
That is
unbelievable. Back in 2000s, the last time, I was in Miami covering the Dolphins when they last won a playoff game. And that's a long time ago. I was young, vibrant.
I think I had that fact in the back of my head, but to hear it presented as fact in 2025, that's unreal. Especially for people of our age that grew up and the Dolphins were in the postseason every year, winning games under Don Shula. 25 years. Goodness gracious. Coming up next, we will ask the question, is there a case for the Cardinals to keep Jonathan Gannon? That is straight ahead on the Tuesday edition of Bickley and Marotta Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Tim Ring in for Bick today here on Arizona Sports.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader.
Including Cardinals play-by-play. Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you should have high standards when buying a new car. You should want a great brand, a great experience, a great price, and a car you cannot wait to drive. My friends at Chapman BMW will check every one of those boxes for you. Chapman BMW, the premier destination for luxury and performance. This family-run business for 58 years. Chapman BMW, different in the very best of ways. They've got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years, which is unheard of in the industry, and proof that the Chapman family cares as much about their people as they do their clients. And at Chapman BMW, you have a friend in the business. His name is Shane O'Hanrahan. He's the GM of both locations. He's a great dude. He ensures that every one of our listeners will get the best price possible. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore, and every Viking voyage is all-inclusive with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com. CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Why Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Why Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at whyrefi.com/careers. That's whyrefi.com/careers.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shane Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We know you can get your holiday gifts anywhere these days, but knowing your loved one's gift was crafted by master jewelers? It's a difference everyone can see and feel, no matter the price. All of our fine jewelry begins with a vision by our in-house designers. Then, we ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. It's why our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive, free lifetime warranty that covers everything and doesn't cost a dime. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry to be nothing short of perfect. Come see for yourself. Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, it's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. After their 6th loss in a row, the Arizona Cardinals will get ready for their last home game against the Atlanta Falcons on Sunday, and head coach Jonathan Gannon is focused on the present.
You got to focus in on what's the job at hand and put your best foot forward. So honestly, it's really not hard for me. It's not, because I'm going to control my controllables, and that's to do the job that I can.
As ASU and Kenny Dillingham continue to navigate bowl season, ASU safety Miles Ghost Rouser will declare for the NFL draft, while other standout defensive back Keith Abney continues to weigh his options. The Sun Devils will play Duke in the Sun Bowl on December 31st. Tonight, the #1 ranked Arizona Wildcats will be back in action at the McHale Center for Abilene Christian. Tip-off tonight will be at 7, and that's what's trending now.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. What is the next move for the Diamondbacks in this pivotal offseason? It's the Bernsey and Gambo Show. We start at 2 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Yeah, it's you lean on the people that have been through it before, and then you lean on your past experiences. I think I was telling somebody that, like, you learn quickly, like, you know, you're a DB coach and you give up 400 yards passing in a game, and if you're worrying about,
what's to come next, you're not doing the job that you need to do for that day. So I think you got to be mature about it, but you got to block it out. You know what I mean? Because we're humans. I get it. You know what I mean? But that's the business that we're in, and we know we're the talk of the town. But you got to focus in on what's the job at hand and put your best foot forward. So honestly, it's really not hard for me. It's not, because I'm going to control my controllables, and that's to do the job that I can.
It's Jonathan Gannon on with Burns and Gambo yesterday for his weekly visit. Kellen Olson sitting in for Gambo yesterday, talking about how he stays present, doesn't concern himself with the future. We've talked about it ad nauseum. The consistency of Jonathan Gannon's approach and his words is part commendable, part mind-numbingly frustrating. We get it, but he deals with it how he deals with it. He was asked a lot of questions in his media availability yesterday, Tim, about his future. What's your pitch to Michael Bidwell? No pitch. I'm concerned with the Atlanta Falcons. That'll keep you sane as a head coach, and I'm sure there's thoughts behind closed doors about his future, but what is the big picture outlook for the Arizona Cardinals? This has gone absolutely 180 degrees different from what is supposed to happen in year 3 of a rebuild, and it's completely 180 degrees opposite of the trajectory we saw in the first 2 years of Jonathan Gannon and his staff's regime here in Arizona. So what do you do? How armed is Michael Bidwell with belief? How much does he consider the injuries? I will say this. Since 2023, when Jonathan Gannon took over the Arizona Cardinals, their record is 15-33. That's 2 games worse than the Cleveland Browns in that span. That's the same record as the New York Jets in that span. That's 1 game better than the Las Vegas Raiders in that span. This is not where this team is supposed to be.
And well, you look at what Sean Payton's done in the same time frame in Denver. They were a dumpster fire before Payton came in and took over.
They're 30-18 in this stretch.
What's DeMeco Ryans and Houston? I mean, they're not as great as Denver this year from a record standpoint, but they're building something there with a 9-5 record right now. And
how about New England?
#1 defense. New England turns it around rather quickly. How about the Bears? Turn it around in 1 year.
Yep.
You don't need 3 years in Chicago, apparently.
No.
The Panthers, as big a dumpster fire as a franchise as there could be, are turning it around this year.
Yeah, so since DeMeco Ryans took over, the Texans are 29-19. And 2 division titles and working on a 3rd straight playoff appearance.
Jonathan Gannon's 3-14 in the division. Probably going to be 3-15 when it's all said and done through 3 years. Mm-hmm. He's got 6 road wins so far. He'll probably end his 3-year stint right now with 6 road wins. Will he get a 4th year? I mean, but this is also a Monty Ossenfort thing. I mean, too, like in terms of the roster that was put together. All right. I think Monty be the first person to tell you that. Like, it's has Jonathan Gannon been handed a roster that could compete to win playoff games? When you talk about the talent, the ability, the
depth, not the depth. The depth is not there.
No, the depth is not there. And I think you came across something earlier in the show, Tim, that you brought up. Injuries. Is it an excuse? Is it not an excuse? Is it reality? It's the reality for the Arizona Cardinals. But I think how teams talk about injuries and deal with injuries is all based on their belief in their depth. And the depth for the Cardinals was not to be believed in this year. That's been proven. Because when you believe in your depth, it's very easy to come out and say, all right, so-and-so's injured, next man up, let's go win some games. We saw that in the Bruce Arians regime. Next man up became a battle cry for his teams early in his tenure.
They ended up on the cover of Sports Illustrated, next man up.
Because they had belief in their depth. That was the biggest failure this year. Injuries are going to happen, but if you don't have NFL players ready to plug in and play on a week-to-week basis, this is the result you get. So, yeah, you're exactly right. This doesn't fall all on Jonathan Gannon. This is a Monty Ossenfort production as well.
It is interesting, though. We brought this up earlier when we were talking about Steve Wilkes getting fired by the Jets. Look at the teams that are grouped around at the bottom of the NFL this season with the Cardinals. The New York Giants fired their head coach. The Tennessee Titans fired their head coach. The Las Vegas Raiders fired their coordinators. The New York Jets fired their coordinators. The Arizona Cardinals haven't done anything.
Look, and it is not the Bidwell family's normal mode of operation to fire coaches in the middle of the year. They've been here since 1988. It's only happened twice in the middle of a season. Gene Stallings got let go, and Vince Tobin got let go. Didn't lead to much success on an interim basis, even though Dave McGinnis became the head coach from an interim basis to the full-time. They didn't win many games under Dave McGinnis either. So I see what you're saying, Jared. Is it symbolic of, hey, we're not going to stand for this? It does appease some fans that are frustrated with what has happened to this point, but it really doesn't improve the situation.
Yeah, well, all those teams made those moves, and all those teams are still sucking. They're still at the bottom.
I know, but sometimes you want to show your fan base that this is not acceptable. Maybe you shake up your locker room, shake up the coach's office by making an assistant coaching change. A lot of people have had a lot of problems with the offensive coordinator this year. Jonathan Gannon stood by him the entire time.
And that's really flipped, it feels like, in the last, 4 or 5 games?
I think the hotter, the more intense heat
is on Nick Rallis. Is now on Nick Rallis. So I get it. I mean, I understand where Cardinal fans are coming from. The question always will ultimately rest in the hands of Michael Bidwill and what he wants to tolerate and Mike Bidwill gave Steve Wilks 1 year. I remember just listening to Mike Bidwell's comments. Mike Bidwill was questioning whether or not they had the right guy after the second game of the season. And it turned out they did not.
They gave Cliff Kingsbury an extension and then fired him the next season, right?
So he's not going to be afraid to make a move if he feels this is not fixable.
It's going to come down.
We don't have the right guy.
It's going to come down to essentially, can you blame this season on injuries?
No, because I would hope not.
What I'm saying is, otherwise, it's hard to make the argument. But if you could say, we had so many injuries, nobody could have won with this roster.
No, but it doesn't excuse the first 7 games of the year.
No. And again, let's go back to what I called the inflection point of the season, the Tennessee loss. When they're up, they inexplicably lose to a bad football team. That was their 3rd loss in a row. And, yeah, the schedule was tough because you ran into Indianapolis the next week, and they were hot at the time, and then you came home to play Green Bay going into your bye week. They actually played pretty well in those 2 games. But the inability to pull this team out of the tailspin that they were in after that Tennessee loss might be what ends the Jonathan Gannon era.
You look back, it's tough to say now because it sounds like you're just making excuses and, if my grandma had wheels, she'd be a bicycle. But you look at
That's not how that saying goes.
Something like that. It is.
That's the way I say it.
My grandma had wheels, she'd be my uncle. What?
2 different sayings there.
I know. Go ahead, Tim. I'm sorry.
No, Zay Jones makes a catch in San Francisco. They win the football game. DeMercado's fumble against the Titans obviously is the poster child for this season.
Don't those things come down to coaching?
Well, and again,
to a degree.
And that's what we're talking about right now. There was
not kicking the ball into the kickoff zone.
Yes.
Not kicking the ball into the kickoff zone. How about a 3rd and 8 with the game on the line against the Titans and you run the football? Okay, how about not calling a crucial timeout after a Michael Carter first down when you're driving against Micah Parsons and the Packers? And you have a hurried next play that ends up in a sack, simple coaching decisions like that.
15 different things versus the Jaguars, it felt like.
Right, and that's, and they were down driving against the Colts, and maybe Trey McBride was held in the end zone. That could have been a win. But again, the inability to get some of these winnable games over the finish line with W's, I think that's where you look at the coaching, Vinny. I think you're exactly right. And those are the questions that Mike Bidwill has to answer for himself and make a decision ultimately in January.
Coming up next, Houston Rockets head coach Ime Udoka did not watch the Suns versus Lakers game on Sunday night. We have absolute proof, and we'll share it with you next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring sitting in for Bick today here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Dylan Brooks' inability to kind of manage himself last night was the first time where you can really say, oh, yeah, it was a big detriment last night. It was the first time he'd been ejected as a Phoenix Sun. Because it's the first time, it's just a reminder of, oh, yeah, this is going to happen every now and then. And hopefully it's not in the big moments, and hopefully it's not in the crucial moments, and hopefully it doesn't cost them anything more than a game every now and then. But you're right. This is like asking a bird not to fly.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6. 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Winter is the perfect time to upgrade your yard with Turf Monsters, Arizona's trusted, top-rated installer of artificial turf. Their turf is engineered for our climate, built to stay cool, vibrant, and durable year-round, and is backed by industry-leading warranties. Holiday gatherings coming up? A clean, green, low-maintenance lawn makes entertaining easy, and their artificial turf is pet-friendly, kid-safe, drains fast, and never gets muddy, so everyone can enjoy the yard without the mess. It's also an eco-friendly option that can save thousands of gallons of water a year, and Turf Monsters can also create dog runs, poolside turf, and outdoor spaces perfect for grilling and game days. You'll get a free in-home consultation, clear pricing, and fast professional installation, often done in just one day. Get your yard ready before spring hits. Visit turfmonstersaz.com or call 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You've got brothers.
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills just like you.
Hey, what's up?
What? We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Progressive presents a testimonial of sorts.
Hey, slow down!
Oh, yeah? Well, you drive like my grandma. She's a very attentive and courteous driver who wears a seatbelt and always uses her turn signals. She's also a talented painter and has very low cholesterol. Not that that has anything to do with her driving, just thought a more complete picture of who she is might be interesting. Anyway, have a nice day.
Safe driver? Get Snapshot from Progressive and get a personalized rate based on how you drive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Freeway Chevrolet. The year is almost over, but you can still unwrap huge savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, get up to $11,000 off new 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cabs. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Up to $11,000 off select new 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab models from dealer inventory. Excludes Trailbox. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Restrictions apply. Take new retail delivery by January 2nd, 2026.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Hey, good morning and a shout out to our audience in Levine. Not named after Zach Levine, by the way, spelled differently, but we appreciate the support in Levine this morning and every morning.
Yes, I mean, just in general, I think it's poorly officiated game I've seen in a long time. Two have no business being out there, and the crew chief is acting starstruck, so you're seeing all kind of inconsistent calls, and I'm sure we should have got a few more texts.
That was Ime Udoka. Last night, the head coach of the Houston Rockets, his team falls in overtime to Denver 128-104. 125, just ragging on the officials to the point where that's going to be a very sizable fine for the head coach of the Rockets.
Oh, yeah, he'll pay for that.
2 of them have no business being out there, and the crew chief was acting starstruck. So the crew chief was Zach Zarba, who is generally considered by people around the league the best, if not the best, one of the top officials in the game. Acting starstruck, I'm not sure what that means.
Yeah, I don't really know what that means.
Houston's got stars on its team, too. The other, J.D. Rawls, I don't know a lot about. I think he's only in his second year as a staff official. The third, Natalie Sago, who I think was the real target of the ire of Ime Udoka, because at the end of regulation, she was the one that whistled an away from the play foul on a trip where a very crucial inbounds play before the ball was inbounded, and Thompson's foot got caught up with Tim Hardaway Jr.'s foot. He goes down. They get the call. Murray hits a free throw. They miss a shot. Goes to overtime. They win it in overtime. But this is going to be a massive fine. But it also proves if you're claiming, and I didn't watch that game last night, if you're claiming that was the worst officiated game in a long time, you didn't watch Suns Lakers on Sunday night.
You didn't see the game on Sunday night. Listen, he's going to pay for that. He knows that, but he felt compelled to say it. Let me just say this. Talking to people around the NBA, traveling with the Suns for a great deal of last season, talking to people over the years, what he feels about Natalie Sago is pretty much universal around the league.
Oh, yeah.
And a lot of fans that really pay attention to the officials would agree with that as well.
Yes.
And look, and go ahead.
I know what people will. Oh, you're just saying that because she's a female official.
No, there's bad male officials too.
There's a lot of. We talk about a lot of them on this show.
Are. Okay, one of them was working the Suns Lakers game.
Yes,
on Sunday.
Do you think in general that officiating is as bad as it's ever been?
It's hard
in the NBA.
It's hard to say.
There's a heightened attention on it now. I mean, the whole. Does the NBA want games to finish a certain way in the playoffs deal, as you guys know, has been around for 40 years. Okay, players have talked about it. Fans have noticed it. Fans believe it. Right? So
it goes back even further. There's a lot of longtime Suns fans that will cringe when you say the name Richie Powers.
Right.
Going back to the '76 finals.
But there's almost like two discussions, right? Does the NBA, when Scott Foster comes in and they call him the extender because they want to force another game in the series, there's that concern when it comes to officiating. And then there's just the simple, they don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're calling. The game has gotten away from them. Players are too big and too fast. And
well, that's it. Do you think it's harder to officiate now than it's ever been in the NBA because of the style of play, because of the athletes, all that stuff?
I agree with that, but I think you have to adapt or die. And one of the things that frustrates me, and I'm glad we can have this conversation. Bick doesn't like to talk about officiating. The thing that frustrates me, yes, on one hand, the NBA is a very, very difficult sport to officiate. I have a front row seat and I don't see a lot of stuff. So yeah, I admit it's very, very difficult. But on the other hand, I also hate the way that it's officiated. Jarrett used a term yesterday that is always in my head when it comes to NBA officiating. And the word is anticipatory. They think a foul's going to be called. And I think that's what cost the Suns ultimately in that game. I think there was an anticipation that Devin Booker reached, so he must have fouled him. And that's the anticipatory part really bugs me. The other part that bugs me is you got a player that is fouled, and there's no whistle blown, and they wait to see if the ball goes in. And if it doesn't go in, they'll call the foul. A foul is a foul. A foul is a foul in the first quarter. It should be a foul in the fourth quarter. There should be consistency there. There's not. There's no way to wipe away the consciousness of the officials on who they're blowing the whistle against either, because the star treatment is obvious, and we saw an extreme example of that on Sunday night at Mortgage Matchup Center.
Just look at the consistencies of, and by the way, the last 2-minute report, LeBron didn't foul Dylan Brooks on that three. I mean,
we'll get into that a little later.
Come on, we can get into that later. But again, you talk about that all that contact and him smashing into Brooks, whether Brooks had his leg out or not. But then 30 seconds later, Devin Booker grazes a hand that's part of the ball. And I understand the rule is interpreted different now. But still, though, like that contact gives the Lakers the win, essentially. But the contact on Brooks, it's just But
stars have been officiated differently in all sports forever.
There's a famous in the book, The Jordan Rules. The Bulls are getting ready to play a Game 7. I forget who it was against. And Phil Jackson comes into the locker room and he looks at Michael Jordan. He smiles and he goes, "It's Jake," meaning Jake O'Donnell got the game. Mm-hmm. And as soon as Michael Jordan heard that Jake O'Donnell was calling the game, pumps his fist and says, "We win." And of course, they went out and did. So this has been going on for a long, long time. And I find it funny is anybody that doubts that and says, "Oh, that's just you have conspiracy theories." Tim Donaghy literally came out and said, "Yeah, it's true. That's what we do." It's not always on the up and up. And the NBA obviously painted him as a rogue official. Mm-hmm. But all the suspicions that people had watching this league in the David Stern era were proven by Tim Donaghy. You said, it's true.
It's one of the big reasons why, look, the popularity of basketball is not in jeopardy. But there are people that stop watching it out of frustration. And that's one of the big reasons why, is the perceived officiating problem. And when you have a head coach coming out and saying what he said last night, and again, I didn't watch that whole game, and I'm sure it was just a conglomeration of frustration over the calls, which I think both teams, by the end of the game Sunday night between the Lakers and Suns, I think both teams were probably a little bit miffed about the officiating. I think the Suns probably more so than the Lakers because they were on the short end of the free throw differential by a lot, but It gets talked about way too much in high-profile games, and that can't be good for the league.
On the last desperation shot by Grayson Allen, the whistle blew. I honestly, for a brief second, thought, "Oh my gosh, they're gonna do the makeup call and give Grayson Allen a couple of free throws here to try to let the Suns win the game."
There was a lack.
that's how chaotic and ridiculous it was.
From my perspective, there was such a lack of clarity of what actually happened there. There was obviously the horn went off. There was no reaction from the officials immediately.
They was looking at each other.
There was kind of the end of the game. I actually announced the final score. Then they came over for one more review. They had to get one more review in to add another point to the total so Marcus Smart could hit a free throw to make it a 2-point game as opposed to a 1-point game.
And a side note.
I announced the final score twice, and it was two different scores, Tim.
And a side note, they literally almost had 3 foul calls in the final second of the first half.
Yes.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
No, it was a mess.
And by the way, in that Nuggets-Rockets game, 59 free throws, and Udoka was on the short end of the stick, but Jokic and Valanciunas fouled out for the Nuggets.
Yeah.
So it was both sides.
You know a stat that jumped out at me? Kevin Durant had 5 block shots in that game. 5.
Wow.
That's like elite territory. But a big win for the Nuggets there. Coming up next, we will hit the big stories on this Tuesday morning. Sammy's going to take us through the Rush Hour reboot. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Tim Ring in for Bick today.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
When you think of Merrill Kelly, what do you think of, Basin Onions? So much of the time, the very first thing I think of is Merrill Kelly, a leader inside the clubhouse. A guy that has the attention of his peers. A guy that I think, for the most part, is understated and very, very strong. And I think that plays really well inside a locker room, inside a clubhouse. I love this. His talent is still there. Very, very consistent. Still there.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and now is a great time on the sporting calendar. Basketball heating up, football crowning championships left and right, which means it's a great time to visit Walt's TV and Appliance, where they can take your fandom to the very next level. When you step into Walt's, you'll immediately see the difference. All the big screen televisions you could ever imagine, all the way up to 115 inches, all the major name brands you are looking for, plus an extremely knowledgeable staff that will give you all the insight you'll never get from a big box store. At Waltz, you'll hear the difference. Great selection of audio components, and when you put the right audio component together with the right television built for live action sports, you will have magic. You will feel the difference. That's what you'll get from Waltz. And while you're there, drop my name. You get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Waltz off the I-10 and Warner right behind the IKEA. You can find them online at waltz.com.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. It's your last chance to get exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 35% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Across a painted desert to where the mountains touch the sky.
The year-end sales event is on at Sanderson Ford. Now, get invoice-only pricing, plus 0% financing for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days on new 2025 Escapes, Explorers, Transits, F-150s, and select Super Duties. Choose from 40 new Escapes, 70 new Explorers, 54 Transits, 150 F-150 trucks, and 370 Super Duty trucks on the lot and readily available. Get invoice-only pricing, 0% financing, and no payments for 90 days with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. From your Operation Santa Claus dealership, Sanderson Ford. 0% for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days OEC from Ford Credit. Offers plus tax, title, license, and $4.99 dock fee. Offers apply to select regular and Super Cab Super Duties. Offers expire December 31st.
Where Arizona's pride, Sanderson Ford.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns here, and I'm with V's founder, Jimmy V. Tell me, what is it about V's that makes it feel like almost a sanctuary for people who want to go and just get away from it all?
I think it's a place where you can go and it conjures up memories, Dave, of a time gone by. A place to take your kid, to give them a piece of what you had culturally as a kid growing up. As a place where you feel like I can go in and feel my best when I walk out of here. As a place that's happy, as a place that talks about sports, as a place that asks you about your dad, asks you about your family, your kids. That's what V's is. It's just not 4 walls and barber chairs. It's a culture. And that's what we try to do, and try to make it timeless without any type of pretense, without any type of judgment or prejudices, but to make it a barbershop that you look forward to going in, because every single time it's V's.
So book your next great cut and get away from it all by going to V's. Visit vbarbershop.com. That's vbarbershop.com for your next great haircut at V's.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. As NFL Week 15 is in the books after a cold and frigid Monday night win for Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers, the Arizona Cardinals are still looking for their 4th win and some answers. And head coach Jonathan Gannon was asked about discussions on his future.
Have you had any discussions about your future with Michael yet?
Yeah, every day.
What are those discussions?
What are we going to do to get this team rolling?
Gannon and the Cardinals will be home for the Atlanta Falcons on Sunday. Phoenix Suns rookies Rasheer Fleming and Kaman Malawach continue to shine in the G League for the Valley Suns. ASU and Kenny Dillingham continue to get ready for the Sun Bowl against Duke, despite rumors about his future and players entering the transfer portal. And how does the Merrill Kelly signing affect what the Diamondbacks might do about Catel Marte? You can find all that and more at arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Arizona sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Oh, the big story is presented by Sammy Cebulka and the Reboot, and it's here right now.
Oh, giddy up.
Was that a Seinfeld reference?
So the Seinfeld references.
Giddy up, Jerry.
Giddy up.
They've been flying off the shelves today, so I kind of put together a Seinfeld edition of the Rush Hour Reboot.
Oh, I like it.
So we're going to start with, so sports are supposed to provide us with serenity now, but that has not been the case in many instances here in the Valley. So what would give Valley sports fans more serenity right now? Would it be Kenny Dillingham sticking around knowing that he's going to be here? Or would it be the Suns reeling off a win streak of 5 or 6 in a row, kind of putting themselves into the, not the play-in mix, but more the actual playoff
All
mix?
respect to the Suns, there's not a question here. It's Kenny Dillingham and his future. And,
Yeah, that's got to be the one.
Yeah.
Okay.
We want closure, as Vinny put it yesterday,
There.
pretty much. I need to have Michigan's coach announced and his name not be Kenny Dillingham.
Yeah, this doesn't feel right with this music, honestly.
Oh, with like, Newman. Newman's a guy where you kind of forget about until he's here on the show. You know he's in the show, but whenever Jerry mentions it, you're like, oh, he's back. So who is that guy in the NFL? A guy we forget about, maybe one of the more underrated players in the NFL as we come to the end of the season.
Who's that guy in the NFL?
Just kind of jumps up on you.
That's a big thinker of a question. The Newman of the NFL. I don't have a long loop of this, Jared. Get ready for that music again. Most underrated player in the NFL. Do you have an answer?
I mean, underrated?
No, it can't be a quarterback because if the quarterbacks play well, they're going to get praise maybe even earlier than it's expected.
It's interesting though that Matthew Stafford has reminded us this year that he's not that he's still around. He's still here and he's still really, really good.
And you walk around just saying,
Stafford. My guy was Bo Nix because the Broncos are the number 1 team in the AFC, and you want to talk a lot about the Broncos defense, Sean Payton. Bo Nix has been really good.
He's been great, but my problem with that, and I thought about that name, but my problem with that is that when a player like Bo Nix has success and the Broncos win games, the overreaction department that is today's sports media will say, oh, he's on his way to the Hall of Fame. And if he has a bad game, then he sucks again. So that's why I don't think it can be a quarterback.
You mentioned Matthew Stafford. Is Puka Nacua underrated?
Probably, yes.
Because every year his stats are unbelievable.
Is it Trey McBride?
Oh, see?
Except for the winning.
That one's hard to say because around here he's not underrated, but nationally,
zooming out, I think he's totally underrated.
Okay, so let's talk about master of their domain.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
I'm out. I'm out of the contest.
I'm out of the contest.
Nikola Jokic last night, 39, 15, and 10, leads the NBA in assists and rebounds, and he's 0.2 percentage away from averaging a 30-point triple-double. Do we continue to not really appreciate Jokic's greatness or his master of domain?
I saw a stat that popped up on an Instagram reel, and I believe it's true. I haven't gone back and verified it, but for the decade, starting in the 2020s, Nikola Jokic leads the NBA in points, rebounds, and assists.
And steals, I saw.
And steals. That's right. 4 categories. And there's debate on whether or not he's the best player because he doesn't jump high. Yes, he's continuing to be overlooked, even though he's got an unbelievable resume.
And I think 1 or 2 more rings will put him
the greatest center of all time.
The greatest center of all time.
I think he's.
But will he get those rings?
Probably not.
You got to play the games. You got to play the games. Speaking of games,
he may sign with the Thunder. Could you imagine?
Speaking of games, no soup for you will be the reality of one of the Spurs or the Knicks tonight in a NBA Cup final game. that includes phenom Victor Wembanyama against the mecca that is the New York Knicks. Are you interested at all? Or is it just another NBA game?
I think I'd be interested in watching that game even if it wasn't the NBA Cup. I mean,
it'd be easier to watch because it wouldn't be on streaming.
Would have a different court.
Yeah, I mean, there's some interest. It's like Tim said, it's a good matchup.
Okay.
If they went full Vanderbilt and those two teams played in a parking lot.
Did you say Vanderlei? Art Vanderlei?
Say Vanderlei Industries. Say Vanderlei Industries.
And you want to be my latex salesman.
All right, couple other things real quick. The can't stand you Dodgers. They just crossed the $1 billion of deferred payment mark through the year 2047.
Congratulations to the Dodgers.
How dumb is that?
Very dumb. Like I said, they shouldn't get their World Series bonuses or championship rings until 2047 either. If you're still alive, you get them.
I don't understand how this is allowed.
Like they're paying guys.
Like forget about putting a salary cap. That's the number one thing they need to fix. Make that illegal. You have to pay what people their contract when they play.
Other teams are doing it. The Diamondbacks are doing it. Other teams are not in the financial.
They're not doing $700 million of it.
Yeah, but the Dodgers are in the stratosphere of the great economic realities of Major League Baseball, and they still do it, and they're allowed to do it.
Mark Walters is going to make that money in interest over the next 10 years and just pay the bill with the interest he makes.
Yeah.
I saw that today.
That's a good system.
I saw it cross the $1 billion range. There's no room for that in sports. It makes no sense. All right, lastly, not that there's anything wrong with the transfer portal, but does DJ Lagway, Dylan Raiola, or Brendan Sorsby do anything for you as an ASU fan that doesn't have a quarterback currently?
Lagway is intriguing. Hasn't lived up to the hype.
Let me just jump in. They can't afford those guys. If they could afford those guys, they'd pay Sam Levitt.
Well, do you think that's all that it was not paying Sam Levitt?
Right.
We've been led to believe that Sam Levitt's not leaving for finances.
Yeah, I'm not sure I totally buy that. I mean, these guys. I mean, the money that LSU and Miami will throw around for some of these guys, is astronomical.
Well, DJ Lagway's news came out yesterday, and one of the first person to retweet the post was Lane Kiffin. So, do the math. Dylan Raiola. His obsession with Patrick Mahomes concerns me to the point where I think, in tribute, he might tear his own ACL.
On purpose?
Yeah, on purpose. And Brendan Sorsby.
He could, because he's not.
I don't think he's in the same echelon as those two financially. Maybe I'm wrong, but I do like him as a quarterback.
Not as much as those guys, but he will get paid as well.
Yeah.
And lastly, I want to congratulate Jarrett Carlin. He did
take you
me down in fantasy last night. So Jarrett remains the lone wolf, the Bickley and Murata show that can win the belt. So honestly, I hope you do it.
Once again, my fantasy football participation, I'm out. Yep. I'm out of the contest.
The king of the castle, the lord of the manor.
And for the first time this year, guys, none of us on the spreadsheet went under 500. So I went 2-2, Dan went 2-2, Jarrett went 2-2, Vinny went 3-1.
3-1.
Nobody with a losing record. And I'm looking at our season-long records, and they're starting to actually not be terrible.
I said we're all going to finish
right around
500. That's just how it's going to be, because every week you're essentially doing a 50-50 choice between each game.
Yeah. And with stacking wins, I got my Steelers win last night. It's getting close.
So
58 wins for me.
Yes.
Right? That's what you have?
I have 58 for Vinny.
56 for you, Sammy.
Okay.
54 each for Jarrett and Bick.
Okay, yada, yada, yada.
Is that what you got?
Last.
We have different numbers.
Uh-oh.
I'll
What's
double
the difference?
check.
Not the first time that we.
No, it's not.
What do you have?
They're off. Let me just look again.
All right, we'll do that. We'll do that during the commercial break.
Yeah.
We're all rebooted. I'm impressed with Sammy's Seinfeld knowledge.
Thank you.
Very well done, Sammy.
Thanks.
Coming up next.
This reboot is making me thirsty.
I tried to get that one in. I didn't know where to.
We will get the latest on the future of Kenny Dillingham in Tempe and everything going on with ASU football. Chris Cartman, publisher of SunDevilSource.com, joins us next here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Tim Ring in for Bick all week long here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and pain has a way of stealing the moments that matter the most, especially during the holidays. And it's not just your knees, back, or shoulders, it's the time with family and friends. But that can change in 2026. QC Kinetics here in Phoenix believes relief doesn't have to come from surgery or pain pills. They use your body's own natural healing abilities to repair and restore what's been lost, helping you move, live, and feel like yourself again. It's your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. QC Kinetics delivers long-term relief, so make the new year your turning point where pain stops defining you. Schedule your free consultation today, and now is a great time to use your HSA and FSA funds for treatment. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
This holiday season, when you get them Steel, batteries are included. Buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for gift ideas and seasonal savings. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Why Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Why Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at whyrefi.com/careers. That's whyrefi.com/careers.
Hey, just like the holiday season, you know what's going to end soon? The Ford year-end sales event at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvey's here. We're talking time to get on down to our Desert Ford dealers for the final days of the Ford year-end sales event, where we can celebrate with a 2025 Ford F-150 when we can get 0% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 in bonus cash with zero down and no payments for 90 days. Let's say that again. Get 0% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 in bonus cash with zero down and no payments for 90 days when you buy a new 2025 Ford F-150 or get into an adventure-ready Ford Explorer. We bought a brand new Explorer last year with 0% financing right now for 60 months plus $8,000 in bonus cash with zero down and no payments for 90 days on a new 2025 Ford Explorer. But hurry, the Ford year-end sales event ends soon at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Hey, it's Wolf. What should the top priority be for the Arizona Cardinals this offseason? We'll ask Cardinals legend Patrick Peterson at 11:15. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We continue here on the Bickley and Murata Morning Show on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Tim Ring in for Bick today. Vince Murata here, Jared Carlin, Sammy Sabolka. Taking you up until 10 o'clock, then it's Wolf and Luke, or some combination thereof. It's hard to keep track of the attendance sheet during this week. We're having a little difficulty hooking up with Chris Cartman via video, so I think he's going to join us on the phone, and I think that is happening right about now. We good to go with Chris? All right. Joining us now, the publisher, SunDevilSource.com, the one and only Chris Cartman. He joins us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Chris, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well. Nothing going on in ASU land.
Yeah,
Never.
You used the phrase last time you were on the show, always something university. Here we go again.
Always something's up.
On a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the most tense, what is the walking on eggshells feel around the program right now, as long as Michigan doesn't have a head coach as it pertains to Kenny Dillingham?
I think we're probably around a 6. Trending towards 7. Didn't mean to do that intentionally for the Gen Z people out there. This could ratchet up to an 8 or a 9 over the next couple of days. My understanding is that the conversations are ongoing between Kenny Dillingham's agent and ASU regarding the contract amendments that are being discussed. Michigan, my understanding is still interested in Kenny Dillingham. I can't say whether there's been any dialogue directly between Dillingham and Michigan at this point, but I wouldn't be surprised if that ultimately ended up happening if they can't come to an agreement on a new amended contract here within the next several days or something. So it's definitely something that everyone's going to have to still pay attention to.
Chris, I wonder if you kind of just put this to bed real simply. The ASU fans or anyone who took Kenny's emotional response Saturday as the definitive sign that he was staying, was that an incorrect takeaway from that press conference on Saturday?
I think that he's just a very emotional person as it relates to ASU. Like, people don't realize this, but he also cried at the team banquet, according to several people who were there on Sunday, and he had cried at prior team banquets, and of course he somewhat famously cried at his introductory press conference. Mm-hmm. The ASU means something to him, right? This is a coach who for sure could have aggressively courted and been given opportunities to coach in the SEC or the Big Ten already. And he could have made several $1 million a year more at those jobs. I don't know, maybe $4 million, $5 million, maybe at the high end more than what he's making at ASU. I don't think this is about money for him. I think that he just cares a lot about ASU. He wants to stay here. It means a lot to him. But I also think that he wants to feel like the university is as committed to him as he is loyal to the university. And if he felt like that were the case, then I don't think he is going to end up leaving. But that was not a determination, his emotion, that he was either leaving. And by the way, I've also heard the opposite. You got a lot of Michigan fans who are like, well, that means he's leaving. He's emotional because he's going to leave. Mm-hmm. So I don't think either one of those things is the case.
Chris Cartman, publisher of SunDevilSource.com, our guest. In terms of this amended contract, and you hit on it, and you talked about the loyalty and what ASU means, but we know this about Kenny Dillingham. He's an honest guy. He's very open with his feelings, and he has constantly, since he's been here, been beating the drum, Chris, as you know, about taking care of everybody else. When he gets a raise, it's he wants the pool for his assistants to be bigger. He's constantly, drumming up support for the NIL. What I mean, is there specifics on what he could be looking for in this amended contract, or what this amended contract says right now that they're still working on?
Yeah, I'm trying to do more reporting on that, but my sense is that he doesn't have a general manager. He doesn't have the same amount of staffing resources or compensation pool for his staff that other places have. And remember, Dillingham was on Todd Graham's staff in 2014 when they won 10 games, 2015, following which Mike Norvell took the head coaching job at Memphis, and Dillingham went with him, and they lost half their staff, and that contributed to the cratering of Todd Graham's tenure at ASU. So if you're Kenny Dillingham, you want to make sure, I believe, that Brian Ward is not going to go anywhere, your defensive coordinator, and your other staffing is going to remain intact. A lot of these people are from the Valley. They probably would prefer to not go elsewhere unless it was just some job that they couldn't turn down. And so I think my guess is this isn't really about money for him, because if that were the case, he would go to where he can make a lot more money. So it has to, in my sense, reading the tea leaves here, more than a reporting standpoint at this point, is he wants more resources that will allow him to feel good about the situation into years from now.
And Chris, when it comes to that, how much is at the feet of Graham Rossini? How much of it is at the feet of Michael Crow? I'm going to assume it's Crow. Graham Rossini wants to win, obviously. Where do you think Michael Crow is with all this in terms of Kenny Dillingham wanting more for his program?
It's a good question. ASU creatively structured the agreement that Kenny Dillingham signed that was codified by the Board of Regents in January that gave him a one-year automatic rollover to sort of circumvent the state law 5-year maximum contract. In any season in which he had 6 or more wins, he was going to get a one-year rollover through the 5 years, which effectively, as long as he wins 6 or more games, would make it a 10-year contract. So there has been, to ASU's credit, some ability to make things creative in a way that could work to give more longevity. Dr. Crow has talked a lot about ASU being the most innovative university, and I think that his fingerprints are kind of on all of these things. Graham Rossini is the AD, and I'm sure that he's the one who's having all these conversations with Dillingham's agent, but I'm sure that he's also having dialogue that's ongoing with Dr. Crow about what he is or is not willing or comfortable doing in the construct of this contract negotiations with Kenny Dillingham. It's hard to really say exactly what percentage of this is going to be determined by Crow or by Rossini.
We're kind of up against it, but I didn't want to let you go without bringing up the Sam Levitt situation. Real quick, what did you make of Kenny Dillingham's kind of, his comments and the wry smile he had when he said, I guarantee we'll have a good quarterback next year? And a lot has changed since then, but what did you make of all that, Chris?
A lot of people took that to mean that he already knew who ASU's replacement would be for Sam Levitt at quarterback. I didn't take it that way at all. I'm reasonably confident he doesn't know. I think that was a projection of confidence about ASU's position being strong, given the recent success and his track record with quarterbacks over the years at various jobs.
And I'll add another real quick one. Graham Rossini on these airwaves with Burns and Gambo said he believed that Sam Levitt's, pending entrance into the transfer portal was not based on finances, as far as he knew, that it was something else, and then declined to comment any further. Your reaction to that?
Well, indirectly, it's about finances, because Sam Levitt wants to have the most confidence that he'll be successful enough to become a first-round draft pick and then reap the benefits of being a first-round draft pick. And what does that look like? That really is about how much is spent on the roster around him to be able to, sit behind a great offensive line and have amazing protection and also have all these weapons that you can throw the ball to. I mean, that's ultimately what this is about. It's about trying to make sure that that he is as well positioned as possible from the people around him who are advising him, his brother, who's his agent, and other people, that they feel confident in whatever that situation is. I think that at ASU, there isn't as much resources that you could just, focus only on your offense to the demise or the detriment of what you've done on defense, which has been so great under Brian Ward.
Chris, great stuff as always. Thank you so much
Awesome,
for breaking down what's going on at Always Something University. We appreciate it.
My pleasure, guys.
Thanks.
Thanks, Chris.
Chris Cartman, publisher, SunDevilSource.com, joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up, the Suns still recovering from a frustrating, controversial loss to the Lakers. But don't pin that loss on the refs. They were perfect. We'll explain next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Jonathan Gannon's pitch to remain the Cardinals head coach centers around one thing. NBA says refs made correct calls and non-calls in final minute of Suns-Lakers. And Rasheer Fleming and Kaman Maluach shine in a Valley Suns loss. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan, the last piece of financing you will ever need. You can do your banking inside your mortgage and pay off your home in just a few short years. You keep access to your equity, which gives you great liquidity and allows you to buy new properties without additional mortgages. If you have home improvement needs, not a problem. Just borrow from yourself. Need a new car? No need to finance. Just borrow from yourself. Stressed out by college tuition? No worries, just borrow from yourself. Bottom line, if you have great credit and are good with money, there is no need to let the bank control your finances or your future, not when the future of banking and mortgage is here. And if you think it sounds too good to be true, they hear that all the time at Life Changer Loan. And like they say, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more at 480-504-0844 or online at lifechangerloan.com.
From holiday hosting to unforgettable gifts, Omaha Steaks delivers the world's best steak experience. And now, during their Sizzle All the Way sale, you can get 50% off site-wide at omahasteaks.com. Plus, our listeners get an extra $35 off with promo code SKY at checkout. I was lucky enough to receive Omaha Steaks as a gift, and it was everything I had hoped for. Items were individually packaged so I could cook for the entire family. Or if I was the only one home, I would treat myself with a delicious steak, sides, and even dessert. I loved those nights by myself. Right now is the perfect time to save on delicious gifts and holiday hosting favorites. Every steak is perfectly aged to maximize tenderness and hand-cut by master butchers in America's heartland. It's holiday magic made easy. Save big on gourmet gifts and more holiday favorites with Omaha Steaks. Visit omahasteaks.com for 50% off site-wide during their Sizzle All the Way sale. And for an extra $35 off, use promo code SKY at checkout. Terms apply. See site for details. That's omahasteaks.com, code SKY.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, the holidays are here, and so are the year-end savings at Liberty GMC.
Absolutely, Dave. It's our year-end savings event. You can lease an all-new 2026 Train for just $249 a month or purchase with $47.50 in savings. Plus, the popular 2026 Yukon and Yukon XL models are arriving daily with lease options at $899 a month. So it's a great time to get into a new SUV before the new year.
Visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey Arizona, Tom Chambers here. I've learned that great teams are built by hard work, ethics, and perseverance. That's exactly what you get with Right Way Roofing. Right Way Roofing is a third-generation roofing company that has built trust in our community through their commitment to excellence. They use the toughest, most durable materials to handle Arizona's extreme weather. Take it from me, Tom Chambers. When it comes to your roof, choose the team that delivers excellence, because there's only one way, the right way.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hi folks, Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
There's nothing quite like the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. For locals, it's been a point of pride for 50-plus years. For players, it's where legends emerge. For fans, it's the trip of a lifetime. But this year is even bigger. It's the College Football Playoff semifinal on January the 8th. Viva Fiesta. Tickets on sale now at fiestabowl.org. That's fiestabowl.org.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cibulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. After their 6th loss in a row, the Arizona Cardinals will get ready for their last home game against the Atlanta Falcons on Sunday, and head coach Jonathan Gannon is focused on the present.
You got to focus in on what's the job at hand and put your best foot forward. So honestly, it's really not hard for me. It's not, because I'm going to control my controllables, and that's to do the job that I can.
As ASU and Kenny Dillingham continue to navigate bowl season, ASU safety Miles Ghost Rouser will declare for the NFL draft, while other standout defensive back Keith Abney continues to weigh his options. The Sun Devils will play Duke in the Sun Bowl on December 31st. And tonight, the number 1 ranked Arizona Wildcats will be back in action at the McHale Center for Abilene Christian. Tonight, tip-off will be at 7, and that's What's Trending Now.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. What more have we learned about the Suns as they prepare to play the Warriors? We'll discuss on today's Bernsey and Gambo show 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Look, we see the same camera angles that everyone else does. They said part of the wrist is with the explanation that Book got specifically from the officials. I'm not sure I saw it on the wrist, so I saw it very briefly there when we went back and looked, but I'm sure you'll have it posted. I'm sure we'll continue to take a look. But again, putting ourselves in that situation was the second half. End of the second quarter, into the third quarter just wasn't good enough to even pull us into that situation. But that's what happens. A lot of these games come down to split-second decisions by everyone on the court and in the building.
Suns coach Jordan Ott Sunday night talking about the foul at the end of the ball game called on Devin Booker that sent LeBron James to the line for 3. Hit 2. The Lakers come away with the win. And yesterday, since it was a close game, we got the NBA official last 2-minute report. To me, one of the big middle fingers of the sports world in the year 2025. Hey, you're upset your team lost? Maybe we'll agree with the reason you're upset, or maybe we'll tell you we're crazy. That's the way people react to it. That's the way they should react to the last 2-minute report. But apparently the refs were just without blame.
Chef's kiss.
Chef's kiss.
Just a
perfect.
masterful job.
Everything was dead letter perfect.
On the decision not to call a foul on James despite him making contact with Brooks. Now, Dylan Brooks hit the 3 after the block shot by Ryan Dunn. The replays show LeBron James absolutely runs by, makes contact with the chest, and it was kind of a sneak attack. It was hidden well, but there was a camera angle. He hits Dylan Brooks in the chest. There's no whistle. There was an immediate dead ball, and that's when Dylan Brooks made, and look, it was an ill-fated decision to get into the face of LeBron James because it changed the end of the ball game. He missed the technical free throw. But they said James contests to the side of Brooks and would avoid making contact if not for Brooks extending his left knee towards James. That doesn't even address the hand of LeBron James that makes contact with the chest in Dylan Brooks' shooting motion. How do you go back? You review it in real time. The day after, you have a whole team of officials looking over this footage, and that's the determination you come up with? You might as well crumple up the last 2-minute report, add apply to it, and wipe your butt with it, because that then it would at least have use. What is that?
Even more funny, and again, I think, let me just say this before we continue. We're beyond the sour grapes portion of, that was yesterday, complaining about what happened. I think today is more just kind of laughing at the situation and how ridiculous it's become. And the Suns lost a basketball game. Jordan said it. They didn't play well enough to win. But it's funny, you get 3 questions for the officials, and Dwayne Rankin submitted the questions. It's not a face-to-face Q&A with the crew chief.
It's not.
You submit 3, and he submits his answer
So
back.
you don't submit 1, wait for the answer, and then get to submit a follow-up. It's 3 questions.
Yes, and you can't follow up. But what's funny is it basically amounts to, why was that a foul called on whoever on this particular play? It was a foul call because we believed it was a foul. I mean, that's kind of stuff you get back from them. It's like, thanks a lot, But there was the question of why LeBron when he made contact with the ref, why wasn't that, deemed a technical or an ejection or any kind of disciplinary action during the game? And Ford says, the official crew chief, Tyler Ford. During instant replay review, we have the ability to review all unsportsmanlike acts. Yes, we know. There was no unsportsmanlike act observed for making contact with the referee.
Yeah, because they look the other way. Because it's LeBron James. There's an article in The Athletic, New York Times, Dan Woike, who's a L.A.-based writer who writes for the Lakers, but an article entitled, LeBron James, Dillon Brooks Trade Barbs and Buckets in Lakers-Suns Thriller. It's 3.5 pages. There's a lot of comments about the sloppiness of the game, some different calls, some officiating aspects. There's no mention of LeBron James earlier in the game making contact with an official, which is usually an automatic ejection. He reached out and he grabbed Scott Twardowski.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter intent. It doesn't matter that maybe LeBron was just trying to get around somebody. Put your hands on an official. You physically moved him.
Yep. More from the NBA last 2-minute report on assessing Brooks' technical foul after he bumped James, who fell back to see the contact. Quote, Brooks is assessed a technical foul for unsportsmanlike physical contact with James during a dead ball situation. And on Booker's foul in the closing seconds, replay review of the foul called on Booker pursuant to a coach's challenge was deemed unsuccessful. Booker initiates contact with James's right arm / wrist. So they're saying both. I would say both, as he's starting his upward shooting motion. Devin Booker did admit, I shouldn't be in the area to reach in that instance anyway. And we talked about that yesterday.
100%.
If LeBron James hits the 3, and it wasn't an easy 3, because I don't think he expected to get the ball back either, and it wasn't a normal shooting motion from LeBron. If he hits it, you live with it. It would have been easier for Suns fans to live with that than
that foul
LeBron, quote-unquote, earning the win at the free throw line.
Right, and Dillon Brooks can't, even though LeBron probably flopped a little bit like he's prone to do, but Dillon Brooks can't get up in his face and make contact. You're asking for a technical. By the letter of the law, that's a technical. I also just think that by the letter of the law, LeBron James ran through Dillon Brooks with a little gift to the midsection.
Oh, yeah.
That's a foul, too.
Yeah.
They both should have been called, the technical and the foul on LeBron.
Yeah. And this is, look, people say, oh, shut up, Suns fans whining. You lost. You said it right. They didn't play well enough to win. I pointed out yesterday, you can't go 8 minutes without scoring a point in an NBA game and expect to win. Yet the Suns were in position to still win that game. It's not all on the refs. The refs added to the frustration of that game. But it's not all Suns fans that are saying this. There was an audience for that game on Sunday night. Chris Vernon, who's based out of Memphis and is a very astute observer of the NBA. I've seen refs favor the Lakers, but this is an all-timer. Holy crap. What they have done to the Suns after their incredible comeback is insane. That's from a guy who's a Grizzlies fan, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it was fairly obvious to everybody but the people who call themselves Lakers fans. I heard enough of them on my timeline yesterday. I got called more names in one day than I have in the last 2 years combined.
That's what you think.
At least in front of my face.
History is about to be made in the desert. For the first time ever, New Mexico and Minnesota collide in the 2025 Rate Bowl. It's happening Friday, December 26th at Chase Field. You can be a part of the action. Just text the word bowl to 620-620 right now. That's bowl, B-O-W-L, to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets and field passes. Coming up next, are the Arizona Cardinals in one of the worst spots in the league going forward? We'll do a little compare and contrast on the Cardinals' future next. Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring in for Beck here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
He just gets open. I think that is the best asset about McBride, and that is where he's taken the biggest stride this year, is his ability to just get open.
You know, I think you look at a guy like Trey McBride, and yeah, I've got compassion for him because this guy offensively is lights out. He is, in my opinion, right now, can't believe I'm going to say this, the best tight end in the game right now.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Getting more as a MyLowe's Pro Rewards member is easier than ever with the Lowe's app. Download it today and earn 500 points the first time you log in. Plus, your digital wallet helps you scan, save, earn, and access what you need to manage it all in one place. Download the Lowe's app and take advantage of your Pro benefits today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid 12/1/25 through 1/7/26. Offer valid for first login per organization only. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Additional restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
We are back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how's your new Honda?
Man, I love it. It's so smooth, reliable, and perfect for my busy life. Whether I'm heading to practice or a game, my Honda from Arrowhead Honda gets me there in style.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 at Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. What should the top priority be for the Arizona Cardinals this offseason? We'll ask Cardinals legend Patrick Peterson at 11:15. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, good morning, and thank you. I'm going to tip of the cap to our listeners and audience in Chandler. We appreciate the support in Chandler today.
I expect right now Tua to be the starting quarterback for the Miami Dolphins in Game 1 next year. Miami, they are in the worst spot of any team in the NFL, and they do it to themselves every damn year because of the fake run midway through the season that lands you absolutely nowhere.
That was Evan Cohen this morning on ESPN Radio following the Miami Dolphins' loss on Monday Night Football to the Pittsburgh Steelers. They did make a run. How fake it was remains to be seen. They're not in the playoffs. They were eliminated with that loss. But there's all this question about Miami specifically and what are they going to do with their head coach? What are they going to do with their quarterback? But it leads people like Evan Cohen to believe that the Miami Dolphins, because of mediocrity and not bottoming out, are in the worst spot possible in the NFL draft or in the NFL moving forward. How do you apply that to the Arizona Cardinals, who have bottomed out? Let's not make any mistake about it.
Well, we talked about it in the NBA for years, right? The worst place to be is 500, like middle of the road.
Yes.
And the inability to compete for a championship and the inability to get a difference maker in the draft. I mean, it's kind of it's a little different in the NFL because I think there are more great players, obviously, and you can get a Hall of Fame player in the third round, right, in the NFL draft. You know, for the Cardinals, I guess we don't have to worry about it. They have bottomed out.
Yeah.
I mean, they're looking at worst probably the 6th pick. They're currently picking 6th. You know, for the Dolphins, that's a whole it's not a whole different situation because I just think, once they get their new GM in there, I do think there's going to be a coaching change. I do think Mike McDaniel's probably not going to be back next year.
Yeah, but
under a new regime.
Also, I mean, when you consider, and I think there's so much stock put in draft position, just on its own, individually, draft position is very important. Okay, I'm not going to sit here and argue and say that it's not important, but evaluation is more important.
Yes.
And the Arizona Cardinals in the Monty Ossenfort, Jonathan Gannon era have had 2 top 4 picks in the NFL draft. Now, the first time they basically were bequeathed that because they were bad in Cliff Kingsbury's last year, they traded the number 3 pick. They passed on Will Anderson Jr., who's turned out to be a wrecking ball in Houston. They maneuvered, got back up to, number 6 to get Paris Johnson Jr. Worked out pretty well for them. Paris Johnson Jr. should be their bookend left tackle for the next decade.
But the trade takes a hit when the Texans become way better than they thought they were going to be.
Yes.
So the first-round pick drops, which is fine. You should get a great to good player in the first round.
Do you remember the time we thought the Cardinals might have the top 2 picks in the draft?
Right.
Right?
And
they got Darius Robinson.
But then, the Darius Robinson's inability to be a playmaker. I mean, I'm not saying he's not good, but has he been injured and / underwhelming in 2 years? Yeah,
Would you trade Paris Johnson and Darius Robinson right now for Will Anderson?
No.
Okay.
So
then it was worth it.
I think some people would.
Some people would, but
I would.
Oh.
If you're not watching live on YouTube right now on the Arizona Sports, Tim Ring just raised his hand.
I
on
raised
the
my
radio.
hand. I would.
And with their second top 5 pick, it was a popular pick. I think it was the right pick at the time. They picked Marvin Harrison Jr. And a lot of the things that you can say about Darius Robinson as a pick at number 26 about being unavailable or underwhelming or inconsistent at this point, I think a lot of those adjectives apply to Marvin Harrison Jr. Not so much the availability. Up until recently, he's been healthy. But the production and the consistency have waned, certainly. Could they have done better at number 4? Maybe. So, I mean, evaluation is the bigger part of that equation for me. The sheer number does mean something, but this particular regime / front office and scouting department hasn't really proven that, identification of NFL players is a strong suit right now.
Just look at the LA Rams, right? Puka Nacua.
Yes.
5th-round pick. Kyron Williams. 5th-round pick. Monty Ossenfort here in Arizona.
But not even that. Nailing their first-round picks, too.
Right.
Jared Verse.
Sure. But, I mean, you got guys picked in the 3rd round that don't play.
Seattle also done a great job. Let's do an exercise here. I'll give you the teams.
I'm allergic to exercise.
Oh, boy. Grouped around the Cardinals. You tell me who is in a better spot going forward.
right now, who would you rather be of these teams? Would you rather be the New York Giants or the Arizona Cardinals?
That's easy.
Probably the Giants.
The Giants have Scadaboo. They have Jackson Dart. They're going to have a new coach.
They're going to have a new coach, and they're going to be armed with a very high draft pick.
And their defense is already, they have guys on that side of the
They may have the number 1 draft pick.
Right. Would you rather be the Tennessee Titans or the Arizona Cardinals?
That's really hard.
Probably the Cardinals.
Probably the Cardinals, but just because of the lack of talent elsewhere for Tennessee.
Yeah. Well, also, you don't know if Cam Ward's going to be any
Right.
good at all.
They think they have their quarterback.
But they're not moving off Cam Ward this offseason.
No.
Right. And
they're
they
rolling
are
the dice.
I don't like these discussions because I don't want to be either team.
Sure.
All these comparisons.
Well, I'm
Like,
saying
I mean, I just
if
don't-
we're trying to put in context of where the Cardinals fit in being in the worst spot, would you rather be them or the Raiders?
Oh, the Cardinals.
Cardinals, right?
Yes. I think the Raiders are the worst situation in football.
The Giants and the Titans, you could make the case they have their quarterback of the future. Like that, so that should give them a leg up in any discussion here because the Cardinals certainly do not.
What
nor do
percentage?
the Jets and the Raiders.
What percentage convinced are you on both of those guys that Jackson Dart is the guy? I look
more on Dart than on Ward.
Yes,
to
but
me.
I mean Jackson Dart comes with a ton of red flags.
Yes,
he's Cam Scadaboo in a quarterback at the quarterback position. Is that sustainable? I don't think so.
There was a discussion bright and early this morning, 5 a.m. on ESPN Radio. What's the show? It's on
Sportsmanlike.
On Sportsmanlike.
Yeah.
That if the Giants have the number 1 pick, should they take Mendoza? Or as Chris Canty called him, Francisco Mendoza.
Francisco Mendoza.
Francisco, Fernando.
Yes. Would they or should they take, because of Jackson Dart's injury history early in his career? You know, they brought up the fact he's been evaluated for a concussion, I think, somewhere around 8 to 10 times this year. Doesn't mean he's
That leads the league in that category.
Let me give you just a few more real quick. Would you
By
rather?
the way, the Raiders are awful, but they're going to completely clean house this offseason, I think.
Yes.
Would you rather be? Well, I mean, we don't know what the Cardinals are going to do. Would you rather be the Cardinals or the Browns?
Man,
it's hard to say you'd rather be the Browns than anything. But
yeah. I mean,
at least they have Myles Garrett.
Yeah, but what has that led to?
Yeah, but that's like saying at least we have Trey McBride.
The thing is, their defense is very good. If they can somehow figure out the quarterback position.
Something they've been completely unable to do since they were reborn in the league.
Right.
I'd rather be the Cardinals.
Would you rather be the Cardinals or the Jets?
The Cardinals.
The Cardinals.
Yeah.
And would you rather be the Cardinals or the Saints?
The Saints have at least proven in the past that they have some direction. I don't know what's gone on in the last 5 years in New Orleans, but
at least they just won a game.
Since Drew Brees left, it's been pretty bleak.
I mean, they don't have their quarterback situation solidified either.
No,
and that's the issues with these teams.
And just to conclude the context of all of it, like we just went through the worst of the worst of the worst teams.
Yeah, that's who you're
and we were
comparing.
debating on almost every one of them.
Well, that's kind of my point. That's why I'm like I don't even like the exercise personally because they're all in bad shape. I mean, the glasses are all half empty or mostly empty.
But like we talked about at the beginning, like teams have been able to turn these situations around. Look at what Carolina's done. Look at what
Denver, New England.
Yes. Like it's possible these teams just aren't doing it right now. Like we could be talking this time next year at one of those teams we just mentioned, maybe being in the playoffs.
All those teams we mentioned, though, you need to have the right coach and the right quarterback.
And you need to have the right. Vinny brought up a great point. He's dead on right when you talk about your draft position is fine and that's great, but you better have the right people evaluating the college kids coming out. And this is not. It's also. It's not just at the feet of one man. He makes the ultimate decision. The general manager.
It's department wide.
It's department wide.
And look at the teams that are doing it well. It's not like they're hitting on one or two. They're finding guys that fit their mold and they contribute immediately.
So the tentacles of a scouting department run far and wide, nationwide.
Mm-hmm. Today's Arizona Sports Character Count Scholarship nominee is Veritas Prep Academy senior Anthony Sanfratello. Anthony is an elite athlete, starring as the captain on the school's top-ranked undefeated football team, as well as a member of the school's regional champion baseball team. But it's his work off the field that truly makes him special. Anthony is an all-state academic and was chosen by teachers and faculty to be a Veritas Prep House leader for the senior class. Anthony's also been captain for the Fellowship of Christian Athletes for 3 years, has worked with the Youth with a Mission program building houses in Tijuana, and was a summer counselor for grade school kids during his summers prior to his sophomore and junior years of high school. After high school, Anthony hopes to go to college and pursue his passion for education, football, entrepreneurship, and leadership. Congrats to Anthony Sanfrantello. And remember that Character Counts, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical, is looking for their next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today. Coming up next, we'll get the latest on the Diamondbacks' hot stove maneuverings. Bob Nightingale, USA Today baseball insider, joins us here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings with Tim Ring in for Bick. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and by now you know Parker & Sons is the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, and they're also fantastic at giving back to the community. Right now, Parker & Sons currently accepting nominations for their annual Character Counts $10,000 scholarship, and this happens to be the 10th year that Parker has generously sponsored and donated to the cause. Over $100,000 donated to students over the past 10 years. That is pretty impressive and proof that Parker cares about the community and putting their money where their mouth is, pouring it into students to help them change the world. Just text the word character to 620-620 or check the events page on arizonasports.com to nominate the next deserving high school student. And if you need Parker & Sons, call them at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, and REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Message and data rates may apply.
The holidays aren't just about giving gifts. They're about giving memories.
I'm Diamond Dave, and nothing creates a memory like a sparkle of a diamond.
My dad, Diamond Dave, has helped families find the kind of gift that takes her breath away.
And the truth is, this isn't about just one holiday. This is about every holiday, every anniversary, every moment she looks at that diamond and remembers how she felt the first time.
That's why now is the time to do it. Whether it's a custom piece designed just for her or something perfect and ready today, you'll find it here.
Don't wait until the last minute. Come in, call, or DM me, Diamond Dave at Desert Wholesale Diamond, and let's make this season unforgettable.
From our family to yours, happy holidays.
Call Diamond Dave at 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow him on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Arizona sports fans, you're served this holiday season. Give the gift that keeps everyone playing. Right now, Just Pickle Courts is offering a free court planning consultation plus 2 free upgrades when you sign up before year end. From cozy backyard retreats to resort quality builds, they handle it all. Designed to being done. Make memories last a lifetime. JustPickleCourts.com/radio.
JustPickleCourts.com. Design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
Upgrading your windows and doors isn't just about comfort. It's about lowering energy costs all year long. That's why Valley homeowners trust the Window and Door Store and our exclusive Seal and Shield installation. We don't just replace windows. We seal, secure, and protect your home from heat, dust, and water leaks for life. Precision craftsmanship, a lifetime labor warranty, and over 1,200 5-star reviews say it all. Call 480-562-3902 now for your free in-home consultation or book anytime at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta with some big news for you. If you missed the holiday kickoff, don't worry. Earnhardt Buick GMC is keeping their savings going. We're talking favorites like the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 for up to $13,000 off MSRP, and the all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickups. Get yours for up to $18,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing. And folks, that's just the start. Even the sleek 2025 Buick Enclave SUV is yours with a savings of up to $9,000 off MSRP. You want it? Earnhardt has it all, priced to move right now. Check them out in Mesa, right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard, or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 1/2/26.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. As NFL Week 15 is in the books after a cold and frigid Monday night win for Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers, the Arizona Cardinals are still looking for their fourth win and some answers, as the Cardinals will be home for the Atlanta Falcons on Sunday. Phoenix Suns rookies Rasheer Fleming and Kamon Malawach continue to shine in the G League for the Valley Suns. ASU and Kenny Dillingham continue to get ready for the Sun Bowl against Duke, despite rumors about his future and players entering the transfer portal. And how does the Merrill Kelly signing affect what the Diamondbacks might do about Catel Marte? You can find all that and more at arizonasports.com today, and that's What's Trending Now.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. What is the next move for the Diamondbacks in this pivotal offseason? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. We start at 2 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Yeah, a lot of people wondering what the Diamondbacks are going to do. With some eyes on Catel Marte. And here to talk about the Diamondbacks and their hot stove maneuverings and the rest of baseball, USA Today baseball insider Bob Nightingale joining us via video. Bob, good morning to you, sir.
Hey, Vince. Hey, Tim.
Hey, Bob. How you doing, buddy?
Great to have you on the show, Bob. We appreciate your time. Look, I think the thinking for the Diamondbacks was, okay, they'll listen on trades for Catel Marte. And if they do, and if they're blown away by a starting pitcher, maybe 2 quality starting pitchers, maybe they'd move him. But they've made some maneuvers in that rotation, getting Soroka, re-signing Merrill Kelly. How much, in your mind, does that change what the Diamondbacks could be looking for in return for Catel Marte?
I think the only difference would be they don't necessarily have to have a major league starter in return. They can go for the young guys and build that farm system, have guys ready. I mean, you're going to need, as the Dodgers approved, 8 or 9 starters.
Mm-hmm.
So, going to winter meetings, I think they were skeptical where they would deal Marte. When they left the winter meetings, they were more optimistic or encouraged, like, okay, we're having the package in place. We want to move them, we can, and get a decent return.
Bob, I was curious. One of your early reports, even before the meetings, I think it was just a tweet. You said, I think the word you used was motivated. The D-backs are motivated to move Marte or have conversations about moving Marte. Do you think the D-backs themselves are vacillating in terms of what they want to do going forward with their superstar, Catel Marte?
I still think they like to move him. I mean, if there wasn't an issue in the clubhouse, he'd be here the next 5 years. The problem is, there's some people that, he's rubbed the wrong way in the clubhouse, including players, coaches, front office staffers. So that's the only reason they're seen to be motivated moving him. Now, do they have to? No. Could it still work itself out? It could. But I think they see this as a perfect chance to really get that farm system going with pitching, because you need 8 or 9 starters. I think these guys, fill the gaps. Merrill Kelly made perfect sense to come back. Soroka's, a coin flip. Who knows, what he has left or what he can actually provide.
Bob Nightingale, USA Today baseball insider, our guest here on Bickley and Murata mornings. Merrill Kelly's back in the fold. We had Torey Lovello on last week before that signing was reported and announced, Bob, and he had mentioned both he and Zach Gallen saying maybe they're both too big to bring back. What is the latest you're hearing on the Zach Gallen market? Because I know there was some movement last week.
Yeah, well, Gallen was always going to be too expensive for what the Diamondbacks wanted to do. They certainly weren't going to bring both of them back. So it made sense to get Merrill Kelly. He's from here. He wants to come back. Zach Gallen, is from the Philadelphia area. I think a lot of people think, okay, he's definitely going, East Coast, Cubs, somewhere like that. Big market team. So I think Zach Gallen, could get around $100 million, about $22-23 million a year, where Kelly was always going to be a short-term contract. And even when they traded him, you got the sense he was coming back.
Yeah, but Bob, now that he is back, what do you make of the rotation as they await the return of Corbin Burns, no matter when that is?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a okay rotation, and obviously it's not good as the Dodgers, not as good as the Giants. With the Padres, kind of a mess right now. Probably better than the Padres, but they don't have that one star. I think Brandon Pfaadt has got a chance to be that guy. And when you're talking about Corbin Burns, it's gonna be a while. I mean, you got invested $210 million in this guy. I'd be surprised to see him back before September or so. I think be very, very cautious just because you have so much money invested in him. Why take a chance?
It's been several years where the Diamondbacks have carried Alec Thomas and Jake McCarthy both on the roster, and it's been an interesting dynamic because in a lot of ways they're similar players. It seems like they take turns on who's going to be productive one year and who's not going to be productive in that same year. And I know that their names have come up in trade rumors. Are you hearing anything about interest in either Alec Thomas and Jake McCarthy? And if so, what could the Diamondbacks expect to get for those guys?
Yeah, it's been kind of quiet on both fronts. To be honest, they held on McCarthy too long. They could have got a decent return for him a couple of years ago. Now teams that were interested have kind of backed off. The Phillies were very interested, a year ago, 2 years ago. Not anymore. That sort of thing. I would think, both are great athletic players. I would think Thomas would have more value just because his defensive skills in center field. You're not going to get a ton back, but I think you get a nice return if you do want to move one of those guys. But I think Thomas would have more value on the open market.
Bob, I know you've written about this before, but I'd love to just get your perspective now. I mean, Edwin Diaz is going to get $69 million, but he won't get it until 2047. The Dodgers are on the hook for over $1 billion, but they don't have to pay it off until 2047. I'm not sure the three of us will even be around in 2047 when the bill comes due. What do you make of what they're doing and what it means for the future of the league? Because now other teams are starting to do it as well. Is this sustainable?
Well, it certainly makes sense for the players that do it. If you're signing with the Dodgers, just because of California taxes. I thought that was a brilliant idea from Ohtani. He's only making $2 million a year. He's making over $100 million off the field, but that can be taxed by California. So by the time that contract's up, he'll be long gone from California. Maybe he's living back in Japan or a state where no taxes. So I think a lot of people are doing it that way. I mean, the teams still have to put that money away in that sort of thing. But I think if you win in a high tax state like California, New York, certainly you're seeing that in Canada, where the players that go to Toronto to do that. The Dodgers are making a ton of money. They wouldn't be paying this kind of money if not. I think that's what drives teams crazy is that they can spend $72 million for a closer like Tanner Scott, completely backfire, then turn around and flip another $69 million to get his replacement.
In terms of, and we're talking to Bob Nightingale from USA Today, baseball insider here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. In terms of what is pending with labor strife after this season around Major League Baseball, Bob, and look, we've heard for years and years and years the players' side say, salary cap is a non-starter. On the subject of the deferred money, and you mentioned, look, a lot of teams are doing it to different degrees. And when the Dodgers are over $1 billion on the hook, it kind of stands out. How big of an issue do you think that will be around baseball, if at all, in the upcoming CBA discussions?
I don't think that much. I really don't. Knowing the deferred dollars, it helps out the teams as far as competitive balance tax. For instance, Ohtani signed for $700 million, but the Dodgers are only being taxed on $460 million of that. Saving themselves, $240. So I think it'll come up a little bit. I think everybody's already geared up and entrenched in their thoughts. I do think they need a salary floor. The force teams like Pittsburgh and Miami to spend at least $100 million, if not more, a year. But with that, the unions are afraid a salary cap comes with it. So we'll see what happens. I think what they'll try to do is obviously the luxury tax isn't working to the way they hoped. The Dodgers, luxury tax is worth more than 12 teams, their entire payroll. I think they've got to start hitting people with the loss of draft picks, because draft picks, everybody loves those things. they got to throw that in the equation.
So should we prepare for the Dodgers to swing a trade for Tarek Skubal?
I don't know. I think it's nuts for the Tigers to do it. I mean, you just made the playoffs. Keep the guy. I mean, they all the momentum are going. I don't care what you get back for Tarek Skubal. It's not going to be Tarek Skubal. And no team really makes sense to get him except for the Dodgers or the Mets, because they're the only teams that fork out $450 million or so to sign him right now, because he's going to come with a record contract. The record right now is Garrett Cole, 9 years at $360. Scuba's going to blow right past that thing.
Yep. Bob, great stuff. Thanks so much for joining us and filling us in. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Dan. Thanks, Vince.
Thank you. Bob Nightingale, baseball insider for USA Today, our guest via video here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. They say Father Time is undefeated, but how about Grandfather Time? We'll talk about the Colts' new old quarterback next. He's going to start again. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring and for Bick on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If you were just going to re-sign Merrill Kelly all along, then what are you trading Catel for? Because aren't you trading Catel for a starter?
I don't think they are.
And if you're not...
I think they just want to get rid of it. Catel stands, and I'm a Catel stand with you. My line for months has been, wheel him out in a chariot if that's what he wants to second base. As long as his OPS is above 850, don't care what he's asking for days off and how he is to deal with. The reporting of all that I know is what rubs people the wrong way. I really don't think that it is as much about filling specific needs on the team as we think. And with this in particular, I think they're just trading him to trade him.
If that is the case, that is going to really, really, really bother me.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Across a painted desert to where the mountains touch the sky.
The year-end sales event is on at Sanderson Ford. Now, get invoice-only pricing, plus 0% financing for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days on new 2025 Escapes, Explorers, Transits, F-150s, and select Super Duties. Choose from 40 new Escapes, 70 new Explorers, 54 Transits, 150 F-150 trucks, and 370 Super Duty trucks on the lot and readily available. Get invoice-only pricing, 0% financing, and no payments for 90 days with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. From your Operation Santa Claus dealership, Sanderson Ford. 0% for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days OEC from Ford Credit. Offers plus tax, title, license, and $4.99 dock fee. Offers apply to select regular and Super Cab Super Duties. Offers expire December 31st.
Where Arizona's pride, Sanderson Ford.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shane Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We know you can get your holiday gifts anywhere these days, but knowing your loved one's gift was crafted by master jewelers? It's a difference everyone can see and feel, no matter the price. All of our fine jewelry begins with a vision by our in-house designers. Then, we ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. It's why our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty that covers everything and doesn't cost a dime. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry to be nothing short of perfect. Come see for yourself. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Why Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Why Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at whyrefi.com/careers. That's YREFY.com/careers.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
They were very happy with what they got from him. Obviously, the numbers aren't very good, but they just wanted somebody to be in there who could get them in and out of the right play at the line of scrimmage, who could make the adjustments to the protections, who could go through the progressions the way they need him to go. And they saw all of that from the veteran Phillip Rivers, as they expected to. He also took a couple of big hits and seemed to come through that fine. That was another concern at age 44, not having played in 5 years. So they'll keep going forward, and their formula, they hope, will be lean on the run game with Jonathan Taylor, play good defense, as they did yesterday, and hope that Phillip Rivers, who did all those good things for them yesterday against one of the toughest defenses in the league, can continue to do that going forward, and maybe they can get back into that playoff race.
Dan Graziano of ESPN on Phillip Rivers. Of course, he made the start for Indianapolis. One of the more amazing sports stories of 2025. We're getting it right at the tail end.
I mean, 5 years.
5 years on the couch.
It'd be great if it were like 1 year on the couch. 5 years on the couch. Get a better quarterback rating than Shedeur Sanders did last Sunday.
Why you got to pick on Shedeur?
Think about what that
because I had to find a starting quarterback with a worse quarterback rating.
Think about what that soundbite just said. He took a couple hits and was able to get off the ground. Like, what?
Yeah,
that's the expectation for your starting quarterback is to just get up.
Imagine being their actual backup quarterback and getting passed over for Phillip Rivers.
What does this say about Riley Leonard?
Yeah, the bar is so low, and Riley Leonard limboed under it.
Here's Phillip Rivers talking about what he took away from his return to the game.
You know, maybe it will, I don't know, inspire or teach, you know, to not to run or be scared of what may or may not happen, you know. Hopefully, you know, certainly I think of my sons and those ball players, you know, that I'm in charge of at the school, that they'll say, like, crap, coach wasn't scared. You know what I mean? It's like, shoot, sometimes there is doubt, and it's real. And again, the guaranteed safe bet is to go home or to not go for it. And the other one is, shoot, let's see what happens. You know, and so, I hope that in that sense that it can be a positive to some young boys, you know, or young people. It doesn't have to be boys, but again, that's not the motivation.
He's going to start again on Monday Night Football, so there's going to be a bigger audience to watch him take on the San Francisco 49ers on Monday night. It is interesting. Indianapolis, Anthony Richardson was just cleared for football activity again after he had a weird mishap with a workout band that broke his face, and I'm not even making that up. That's what happened to him. So I wonder how many sands are left in the hourglass for Phillip Rivers as a starting quarterback. I didn't. Obviously, I had to get to the arena, and it wasn't on in Phoenix unless you have the ticket. But I didn't watch the Seattle-Indianapolis game. I wanted to, but I saw the highlights, and my first thought was, is that Phillip Rivers or is that a young Jared Lorenzen? He's put on some pounds. There's no doubt about it.
I mean, I don't want to say he's just been sitting on the couch, because I'm sure he's
got that granddad bod.
He does.
But he's 44 years old.
He's 44 years old. And look, again, I'm not trying to take away from the amazing elements of this story. At the age of 44, Tom Brady, who wasn't on the couch for 5 years
and
at that point.
didn't have a dad bod.
Did not have a dad bod. Threw for 5,300 yards, 43 touchdowns, and went 13-4 as the starter for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who, oh, by the way, won the Super Bowl that season. Actually, no, that was the season before they won it.
But he's one of one, Tom Brady.
He's one of one, and he never stopped playing. I mean, for Rivers to do that.
At 44, though.
Oh, no, it's
those are all-time numbers.
He's the all-time best player. It's more like
that's why he's the GOAT.
Compare Phillip Rivers to like Vinny Testaverde at the end of his career.
And lest we forget, when Rivers retired, he was kind of washed, right? I mean, this wasn't like Phillip.
He threw for over 4,000 yards
But
as
he
a
wasn't-
39-year-old.
Did he?
Yeah, his last year he had
I just
decent
remember
numbers.
Maybe my memory is failing me. I remembered Phillip Rivers not playing fantastic football towards the end of his career, and then walking away.
Right. The tail. Sorry.
I was going to say at the age of 39 or 40.
Because the tail end of his career was with this same Colts team. That's the only reason why I think the Colts picked up the phone and that he knows.
Well,
and
and his
understands
relationship
his
with Shane Steichen,
right, exactly.
they're very close. It's a head scratcher. This is.
This is a team that's still like fighting for the playoffs too. This was one of the stories of the NFL, the Colts, the first half of the season.
Yeah, not now. What is it? They've lost 5 out of 6 now, I believe.
Mm-hmm. And they're still fighting
hanging
for a
around
playoff
there.
spot. I don't think it's going to happen. I think their ship was sunk before they resorted to Phillip Rivers. But in terms of historical examples, there's an even more extreme example, and this individual is an extreme example because he just defied everything. But in 1965, and the sport is baseball, a 58-year-old Satchel Paige, 12 years after he had last pitched in the major leagues, started a game for the Kansas City Athletics against the Boston Red Sox. 58 years old. The Red Sox had a lineup that featured Carl Yastrzemski hitting in the 3-hole, Tony Canigliaro hitting in the cleanup spot. Satchel Paige threw 3 innings, gave up 1 hit and a strikeout at age 58 in a Major League Baseball game. And a lot of the stuff is legendary, what Satchel Paige did and what he would have been able to do if his whole career was in the major leagues. That is mind-boggling.
That's similar.
4 years older than I am. I hurt my arm in a dream throwing my elbow is still sore. I told that story last week. I had a dream where I was pitching a baseball and I woke up with a sore elbow. It still hurts.
And similar.
I might need Tommy John surgery from a dream.
Similar but different, Gordie Howe.
There's another great example.
At 50 years old, scored 15 goals in the NHL. I think 6 years after he had not played there anymore.
And Chris Chelios played an ungodly long time, but not.
Jaromir Jagr. Jaromir Jagr, didn't he?
He's probably still playing professionally somewhere in Europe.
Somewhere, yeah.
And he is my age. He's 54.
Unreal.
Like he went to Russia, I think, came back and played in the NHL. So there's very, very few and far between, but there are other kind of examples like this.
George Blanda looked 68 years old when he
he was only
wrapped
28.
up.
Sammy's age.
Phillip Rivers giving the old guy something to cheer about. I don't think I've ever respected Phillip Rivers more than I do now. Like when he played, he bothered me.
Oh, see, I loved Phillip Rivers. He was he was in that camp of like Breeze, Manning, Brady, all those guys that like I grew up watching football, and those were the quarterbacks. And
he was the one that never won anything.
No, he wasn't. But he was in like that camp again, like kind of Ben Roethlisberger. But
yeah,
he was also the most fiery of the group, and I think
definitely.
And he was on the Chargers team that was San Diego at the time, and I liked that team. The color, I was young, and so I always really liked.
A lot of young people pick their teams based on colors. Did you notice that?
Of course, you grow up sometimes. Yeah, you don't know what's good for you.
Phillip Rivers hated Jay Cutler, so I bonded him spiritually through that.
He wasn't the only one that hated Jay Cutler. Coming up next, we roll into the 9 o'clock hour. Samuel's going to take us through some social studies. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios with Tim Ring in for Bick here on Arizona Sports.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
When LeBron James pushed the referee, not once, but twice, pushed him, physically put his hands on him and pushed him, jacked him. Now listen, he didn't get full extension with the jack. He didn't wind up and push the ref, but at the same time, he definitely moved him. Not once, but twice. You're not going to tee him up on that? You're not going to eject him from the game on that?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity to invest in your number one asset, improve the aesthetics of your home, and lower your energy bills all at the same time. And that is because my friends at Advanced Window Products, they are staging their end of the year sale where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. I took advantage of this offer and I cannot say enough good things about this company, my experience, and how beautiful my new windows look. Advanced Window Products is a window and door manufacturing company with 40 years of experience. They sell directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They've got their own factory in the valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. Also, that warranty is transferable, and there are great financing options available, which means now is a great time to invest in your home. Call 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
Quiet down, here she comes. Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey folks, Vince Marotta with some exciting news. The holidays just got even better. Unwrap exciting holiday deals all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And if you know Earnhardt, you know they always treat you right. They're locally owned and they will treat you like family. Now's your chance to save big on their huge lineup of award-winning Kia models across the lot. Looking for sedans or SUVs? They've got them. 2025 K4, 2026 Sportage, and even the family moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Need gas, hybrid, or all-electric options? They've got those too. Plus a sharp selection of Kia certified pre-owned vehicles ready to roll. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are incredible. Come check them out and discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue north of Bell Road or online at earnhardtpeoriakia.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm St. Jamie Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. After their 6th loss in a row, the Arizona Cardinals will get ready for their last home game of the season against the Atlanta Falcons on Sunday. And head coach Jonathan Gannon is focused on the present.
You got to focus in on what's the job at hand and put your best foot forward. So honestly, it's really not hard for me. It's not, because I'm going to control my controllables, and that's to do the job that I can.
As ASU and Kenny Dillingham continue to navigate bowl season, ASU safety Miles Ghost Rouser will declare for the NFL draft, while other standout defensive back Keith Abney continues to weigh his options. The Sun Devils will play Duke in the Sun Bowl on December 31st. Tonight, the number 1 ranked team in the country, the Arizona Wildcats, will be back at the McHale Center in Tucson for Abilene Christian tonight. Tip-off will be at 7. That's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Time for Sammy to take us through some social studies on this Tuesday. Sammy?
Yes, good morning. 9 o'clock does mean social studies. And if you're wondering where you can find us on social media, we are at Bickley_Marotta on X, where we post these questions daily. We're at Bickley and Marotta on Instagram and Facebook, and on YouTube at Arizona Sports. And if you're wondering who's sitting in that seat, you haven't seen that guy, that is Tim Ring filling in for Dan Bickley. If you watch us and you're seeing a new face, that's our man.
People know Tim.
Tim Ring.
Sammy, I've been on the air in Phoenix since you were a kid.
No, I know. I'm claiming
He still
to
is a kid.
our YouTube viewers that if they join and they watch and maybe they haven't seen you. That's our man Tim Ring. Okay.
Look at that. He even knew which camera to go to. It's almost like he's done TV
I was
before.
Gonna say, it's almost like he's a pro, right?
He's got TV right in his Twitter handle. That's how much he does it.
He does. Okay. So our social studies questions, we've got some very Jarrett Carlin influenced ones that we'll get to at the end. But the first one is, Cardinal fans, what is the best argument to bring back Jonathan Gannon, and what is the best argument not to?
The best argument, I'm not saying it's a good one.
Sure.
The best argument is, who are you going to get? Vic and I talked about this a couple weeks ago. If the Cardinals come to the determination it's time to tear this down, this experiment didn't work, are you going to hand the keys to another inexperienced head coach doing it for the first time?
Right.
If that is the tact or the plan moving forward, then I don't have a problem with Jonathan Gannon coming back. The problem is you'll never know if that was the plan. The best argument not to bring him back, he's 15 and 33
He doesn't win.
in 3 years.
No doubt.
He doesn't win. Google him.
Tim, what would be your reason if
He's the anti-Signetti.
If they were to bring back Jonathan Gannon, you would be like, okay.
Just the idea that just changing coaches every 2 or 3 years is a recipe for failure. I mean, to try to establish some continuity. If you really believe that he has the coaching chops to get this thing turned around, and the breaks were against him this year, the injuries were against him this year. It doesn't look like it, but this team is close. I mean, I don't feel that, but like if you're the decision maker,
yeah, in the building.
If you were to feel that in your heart of hearts that just another coaching change is going to set the clock back again.
Yeah,
I guess that would be a reason.
Okay, there are a couple really good responses. Chalk Riley says the best argument to bring him back is if you've got your eyes on an experienced, high-quality coach that is not yet available, maybe someone that could become available. Best argument to not, well, he really, really, really struggles every time he plays the NFC West. That is true. A couple other good ones. Tom Foss's is lengthy, but I think he puts it in to a good perspective. The argument to keep JG is if all you care about is your bottom line. All you care about is saving money. If you don't care about winning the fans or ever getting to a Super Bowl, then by all means, keep Gannon, extend him, sign him for another 5 years. To get rid of him, he said, and his staff he includes, so they make poor decisions throughout the game, especially in the last 2 minutes. The Cardinals will have 14 losses, maybe the most in their 100-year history, and bringing back a coach for a 4th year after 3 losing seasons has only worked 1 out of 18 times since 2000.
Oh, now I'm wondering who that is.
Oh, that's I can get on that.
Tom, let us know.
Yeah, Tom, if you do know who that is, let us know.
Save us the research.
Who had 3 losing seasons?
3 losing seasons, got brought back for a 4th year,
and it ultimately worked out.
Yeah,
that's.
I can't think of who that guy is.
That doesn't happen in today's NFL.
No.
I mean, back in the day, Chuck Noll from Pittsburgh is the perfect example. They didn't win hardly any games in his first 3 or 4 years, and then he won 4 Super Bowls.
Right, and then Tommy said, unfortunately, injuries are the only argument to bring him back. The reason not to. He's a defensive-minded coach. He brought with him his defensive coordinator, and the organization spent draft capital on defense, and it hasn't gotten better.
Not only draft capital, but free agent money, too.
Yeah, indeed. Okay, so the rest of the NFL, the Chiefs are going through it right now. Patrick Mahomes is out for the rest of this season, and who knows how long next season. So will Patrick Mahomes ever win another Super Bowl? Why or why not? Yes, you feather-brained fop, or no, you pencil-necked Ponce. Ponce? Ponce?
Ponce.
Ponce. I had it right the first time.
Pencil-neck Ponce.
Ponce de Leon. Come on.
Ponce de Leon. Exactly.
I say unequivocally, yes, Patrick Mahomes will win.
I believe that to be the case as well.
I do as well, and 62% of the vote agrees with us. 37.8% of the vote does not agree with us, and they're wildly different responses. Again, our man Tom, who had a good response to the first one, he said, I don't know about this one, absolutely not. He's in a downward trend. There's too many young quarterbacks to pass him up, and his affiliation with, quote, the Swifties is going to cost him. Respectfully, Tom, I think Patrick Mahomes is going to be all right.
Yeah, I think he'll win. He'll win again. This idea of him catching Tom Brady, seven Super Bowls, I think is completely impossible.
It definitely could be. And then Eddie V says, and again, this is funny because they both had catastrophic injuries, but if Patrick took better care of his dad bod, maybe he needs to shape up.
Jeez.
He needs to shape up and get fit, a la Tom Brady, if he wants some longevity in this league like Brady has. Pat's 30 now, and things are starting to catch up with him.
That's what they said about Brady when he went down and he won 4 more Super Bowls. This is Patrick, everybody. He does sports.
Maybe I was just thinking about that commercial because now Patrick might be able to use that knee brace that Meghan Trainor tries to hand him for his arm.
Oh my gosh.
People forget that the Patriots and Brady went 10 years between Super Bowls. Yeah. And then they won a bunch more.
And Darryl Lee.
That means it'll definitely happen again.
Exactly. Darryl Lee this is my favorite response.
If history is any guide.
He said, please join me in a moment of silence for our brain cells. In this hot take world, we've been reduced to thinking one of the greatest quarterbacks ever, who has never before done worse than going to the AFC Championship, can never win again because of one bad year. R.I.P. sweet intelligence. And our last...
he has never...
I'll counter that, though. I mean...
Okay.
He got hurt in the last 2 minutes of the last game where they were facing elimination anyway.
Right.
It's not a Patrick Mahomes issue. It's the issue of keeping the rest of the roster up to snuff to win Super Bowls, and that obviously wasn't the case this year.
And also, he had never before, and now he has.
Yes.
That's not a stat anymore.
It's 1 out of 9 now.
But it's the most recent one.
Okay. I'll like my chances with Mahomes moving forward. Okay.
I still think he's going to win one, but...
Yeah. So our last question is a two-parter because
It's a two-parter.
Jarrett could not fit all of the possible answers into the Twitter category.
2 subsections.
So our first question is,
this is because of Jonathan Gannon.
Yes.
We're in a dip.
Right, exactly.
We're in a dip. So what is the best?
I put my hand upon your hip. I dip, you dip, we dip.
Well said.
It's a good one. So what is the best, in parentheses, Mexican dip? Or tweet the answer if not listed. Salsa, queso, guacamole, or refried beans.
This might be the toughest poll question you've ever posted.
No way.
I gotta go guac.
I'm a guac guy too.
I love all of them in different moods, but the only one that delivers every single time is salsa.
No doubt.
Salsa. Chips and salsa is one of my favorite things.
You know why? Because people like to say salsa.
Salsa.
See, I
said salsa. I didn't say salsa. Pass the salsa, not the salsa.
Pass the salsa.
And so here's the second part. So you guys can think about that. and the vote is actually pretty close. What is the best overall dip? Or tweet us if not answered.
Like non-Mexican dip. So
sour cream and onion, spinach and artichoke, buffalo chicken, or the 7-layer bean dip.
Which is 7-layer
kind of, but
bean
it's
dip
all
is definitely
it's everything though.
Yeah.
It's not as simplified.
Ooh, of those 4,
or
this is tough too. Buffalo chicken's out.
Oh, really? Yeah.
See, I love sour cream and onion, but that goes next. It's between 7-layer and spinach and artichoke.
And the vote is really interesting.
7-layer, man.
Wow.
7 layers tough.
Yeah.
That's just something I'm not a big fan of, but I respect it. Spinach artichoke dip is not getting a lot of love.
Really?
I like that too, though.
It's delicious.
Only 14%. And the leader in the clubhouse at 34%, sour cream and onion dip.
Wow.
With Ruffles.
It's old school with Ruffles, yeah.
Yes. Oh, no doubt.
Why can't dip just be a dinner?
See,
this could go on and on and on.
It could. And one of the biggest comments is it completely depends on what you're dipping. A lot of people are saying when it comes to those 4 dips. Obviously,
yes.
You're doing the tortilla chip for
sour cream and onion. You got pretty great with a chip, but also pretty great with a veggie.
That
and spinach and artichoke good with kind of like a crusty bread or like a garlic bread.
Chip. And not even mentioned is, oh no, I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, queso with a pretzel dip.
See, if I'm going to go unhealthy dip, get the celery and the carrots out of here. Unless we're going all in. On the craptastic.
You got to counteract the effects of the dip.
You feel better about yourself if you have celery with your sour cream and onion dip?
So
Okay.
I hope you guys are hungry now.
We're definitely hungry.
By the way, Tom DM'd us or tweeted at us, X'd at us. Sean Payton, 3 losing seasons.
And ended up winning a Super Bowl.
And ended up
the Saints.
Saints.
Wow.
Or with,
back.
Yeah.
He's done all right.
Just another painful element to the Sean Payton being in Denver thing. Thank you, Sammy. That's Social Studies every day at 9 o'clock. Coming up next, the update on Kenny Dillingham's future. Is it in Tempe? Is it elsewhere? That and more next. Bickley and Murata mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
He's hit, he's sacked, it's Calais Campbell.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Southwest Gas fuels the moments that matter the most. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and Southwest Gas is committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. Southwest Gas supports the lifestyle of Arizonans as well, like cooking a meal. Natural gas is the fuel of choice for chefs, whether you enjoy dining, outdoor cooking at home, or in the backyard for barbecue with family and friends, or for nights getting cozy by the fire or roasting marshmallows for s'mores. Southwest Gas brings warmth to your holiday season through all the comforts and traditions we cherish around this time of the year. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. For more information about how Southwest Gas helps fuel life's important moments and supports a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
Ho, 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 Basinonians. The elves at Brooklyn Betting have been hard at work making dreams come true. And it's that time of year, and Brooklyn Betting is giving the gift of sleep this holiday season through December 19th with 25% off everything in-store and online. To make your dreams come true, head on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 11 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for 25% off the gift of sleep. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns here, and I'm with V's founder, Jimmy V. Tell me, what is it about V's that makes it feel like almost a sanctuary for people who want to go and just get away from it all?
I think it's a place where you can go and it conjures up memories, Dave, of a time gone by. A place to take your kid, to give him a piece of what you had culturally as a kid growing up. As a place where you feel like I can go in and feel my best when I walk out of here. As a place that's happy, as a place that talks about sports, as a place that asks you about your dad, asks you about your family, your kids. That's what V's is. It's just not 4 walls and barber chairs. It's a culture. And that's what we try to do, and try to make it timeless without any type of pretense, without any type of judgment or prejudices, but to make it a barbershop that you look forward to going in, because every single time it's V's.
So book your next great cut and get away from it all by going to V's. Visit vbarbershop.com. That's vbarbershop.com for your next great haircut at V's.
You know, in the game of life, a lot of people are in the red zone close to retirement, and they haven't thought about what happens after they're gone. It's not easy. Paul Calvisi here. That's why I went to Matt Dagas and his Bright Wealth Management team. Matt.
And that's a tough conversation, Paul, because the retirement red zone is one of the most important times of life. And estate planning isn't just about money. It's about making life easier for the people you love.
So what happens if someone doesn't have a proper plan?
Well, their family could be left with court battles, confusion, and a lot of stress during an already difficult time. And that's where we help people create a full strategy for that next phase of life.
Because it doesn't have to be that way, right?
Not at all. And a simple estate planning session can give you peace of mind. And we'll walk you through the next steps to make sure that your legacy ends with a win and not a turnover.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or click brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Alden Nation.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. What more have we learned about the Suns as they prepare to play the Warriors? We'll discuss on today's Bernsey and Gambo show 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube. Want to say a good morning, thank you, a shout out to our listeners in Sun City out in the West Valley. We appreciate the support out in Sun City today.
I think we're probably around a 6, trending towards 7. Didn't mean to do that intentionally for the Gen Z people out there. This could ratchet up to an 8 or a 9 over the next couple of days. My understanding is that the conversations are ongoing between Kenny Dillingham's agent and ASU regarding the contract amendments that are being discussed. Michigan, my understanding is still interested in Kenny Dillingham. I can't say whether there's been any dialogue directly between Dillingham and Michigan at this point. But I wouldn't be surprised if that ultimately ended up happening if they can't come to an agreement on a new amended contract here within the next several days or something.
Chris Cartman from Sun Devil Source joined us earlier today, kind of outlining at the beginning of our conversation, Tim, and Tim Ringen for Bick all week, outlining at the beginning of our conversation how tense the situation is around Arizona State with Kenny Dillingham. We know Kenny Dillingham wants to be here. That is unequivocal. Whether or not he believes he can get the support that he desires and requires to build this into what he sees it becoming, that is the question right now.
I think the Michael Crow University support question is something we'll get into here this segment, reflecting on what Chris told us, and we'll probably have more from Chris on that exact subject coming up in a couple of minutes. But when he says 6, 7, maybe growing 8 or 9.
Thank you for not doing the hand thing.
Well, but that was just if you missed the live interview, that was on a scale of 1 to 10, your concern about Kenny Dillingham leaving for Michigan. And when Chris Cartman says 6, maybe growing to 7, maybe 8 or 9, that means concern is rising that this is something that could happen. And I think the biggest takeaway outside of the broader scope of ASU football support, the biggest takeaway is that anybody who thought Kenny Dillingham's emotional response on Saturday signified an end to the Michigan pursuit and him staying in Tempe, that was the wrong takeaway from Saturday's emotional press conference. It's still very much alive.
Yeah, and the development yesterday, I think it's also fair to say that Michigan was sniffing around, very interested in luring Alabama head coach Kalen DeBoer to Ann Arbor. Kalen DeBoer came out in preparation for the college football playoffs and said, I'm not going to Michigan. That's significant. because now you get further down the list. And it goes from one KD maybe and Kalen DeBoer to another KD and Kenny Dillingham. You look at, odds makers that are really keeping an eye on all of this. Jed Fish, he seems to be very much in the mix, the Washington head coach. But if you want to hold the Dillingham situation up to DeBoer, you mentioned the emotional comments from Kenny Dillingham. He spoke about what ASU means to him. In this instance, specific to the Michigan opening, Kenny Dillingham has never said, I'm not going. I'm staying here. And people will point back, oh, he has said that. Kenny Dillingham said that weeks before the Michigan job opened up. When the West Virginia game was over, there was some talk about his future. There was some speculation that he was leaving, and he told a reporter after that game, I'm not leaving. I was never leaving. Well, things have changed since then.
I thought Chris had an interesting perspective, too, in that ASU fans took that press conference as a sign that he's staying or confirmation he's staying. This is Chris's words now. But Michigan fans had the exact opposite. They took the emotional response as, oh, he's definitely leaving.
Yeah, and it means something to him that he's leaving.
Right, this is his goodbye speech.
Yeah.
I mean, now let's get to the bigger question. When you talk about
Michigan fans also think Sharon Moore's a good guy, so they might not have the most clear picture of human behavior.
And Connor Stallions had nothing to do with us winning all those football games.
By the way, on a side note, did you watch the documentary on that that's on Netflix?
I did not, no.
I tried to. I thought it was incredibly boring.
And I think
for something that's so salacious, I thought it was boring.
And I think the reason why I didn't watch it is because you told me that.
Sorry, don't let me be your gauge, but I'm just telling you the way I took it.
You saved me an hour. But I think the bigger takeaway is, what does Kenny Dillingham want from the administration to get the proper support he feels he needs to compete in the Big 12 and ultimately win a national championship? And I think Chris talked about this. It's not just about more money for Kenny.
No.
In fact, it's really not about that at all.
No.
It's more money for the players.
Yes.
And for the assistant coaches and the program.
Well, he mentioned a general manager. He mentioned not having as big a support staff as other programs have. Those are the things that really help you compete. And look, we might scoff now, and it's one of the things that's changed about college football, and what hasn't changed, quite honestly. But you used to scoff at, general manager of a college program? Well, yeah. It takes a lot off the plate of the head coach.
It's far more important now in the NIL era.
Absolutely.
Even before the NIL era, who was ahead of the game in terms of the importance of a GM or a chief of staff? It was Todd Graham. He had one of those guys long before it was in vogue for other college coaches to do it.
It was Tim Cassidy, wasn't it?
Tim Cassidy was his guy.
Yeah.
You know who else was almost his guy?
Who?
The guy you're looking at right now.
Tim Ring?
That's right.
Wow.
Yeah, enough time has gone by. When Todd was going to get back into coaching, he called me into a meeting and said, if I go someplace that, where the salary's good enough, he's like, I want you to come be my chief of staff. It wasn't called a GM at that point. It was called chief of staff.
Look at you.
But he ended up going to Hawaii, and his salary wasn't enough to warrant my salary
and
being
Tim Ring
enough.
missed an opportunity to live in Hawaii. By the way, that didn't end well for Todd in
No,
Hawaii.
and everything happens for a reason.
Yeah.
Everything happens for a reason. But, had he gone to an Arkansas at the time or someplace like that, I may have gone with him. How about them apples?
Wow.
Breaking news here.
Hawaii or Arkansas?
Right?
Wow, that's
similar.
How many of us have had to make that decision? Sure.
Here was one more from Chris Cartman on why Kenny Dillingham might stay at ASU.
So if you're Kenny Dillingham, you want to make sure, I believe, that Brian Ward is not going to go anywhere, your defensive coordinator, and your other staffing is going to remain intact. A lot of these people are from the Valley. They probably would prefer to not go elsewhere unless it was just some job that they couldn't turn down. And so I think my guess is this isn't really about money for him, because if that were the case, he would go to where he could make a lot more money. So it has to, in my sense, reading the tea leaves here, more than a reporting standpoint at this point, is he wants more resources that will allow him to feel good about the situation into years from now.
And Chris, during the conversation, did say that's something he's working on in reporting about the details of this amended contract, what's being included in that amended contract, what Kenny Dillingham is countering with, what he's actually looking for, because those are the things that will solidify his position at ASU. I think we're all past the point of, it's just about money for Kenny Dillingham. He doesn't operate that way.
No.
He wants to build this the right way here. But if he feels like he can't, then we got some issues potentially.
And again, it's not also just the support of Michael Crow and the administration. It's the support, and Kenny's gone on record and pleaded, local businesses, please.
Yes.
Help support. Texas Tech, it'd be nice if they had a billionaire like Cody Campbell that just wants to win and is more than happy to spend $50 million on the roster.
That's true.
To be fair, not only does ASU have that, most schools don't have that.
Yeah.
But Kenny needs more help, not only from the administration, but from the outside entities as well that can contribute to NIL.
Christmas through New Year's Day is the lowest week of the year for blood donations, and January is the highest blood usage month of the year for patients. As we come out of the holiday season, please consider making a blood donation Sunday, January 4th at Vitalent's Saving Arizona Blood Drive. You can schedule your appointment right now at vitalent.org/saveaz. Tim, you ready to play some mustache?
Not a mustache.
Yeah, we'll do it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and when you imagine retirement, when you envision your golden years, what do you see? I bet all of us have different goals, and different goals require their own unique plan for the future, and that's where the fiduciaries at Trajan Wealth can help you get across the goal line. They understand there's more to retirement than simply calculating your expenses to maintain your lifestyle. They understand the importance of tactical investments and tailored insights that are in line with your risk tolerance. When I met with Trajan Wealth, I was super impressed at their approach. No pressure, no confusing jargon, just straight talk. And at Trajan Wealth, it all begins with relationships. I'm talking about customized strategies, personalized plans based on your needs and desires. At Trajan Wealth, your future is their priority. Call Trajan Wealth today, 480-360-7900. Find them online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
So Pure Talk just had their best year ever and asked me if I'd like to thank their customers on their behalf for being so awesome. I said sure. It's important to say thanks, especially this time of year, which is why, as one of their many satisfied customers, I should probably thank Pure Talk first for keeping their customer service in this country and for providing hundreds of American jobs. I appreciate that. I also appreciate their Roundup program, which makes it easy to support America's Warrior Partnership and join the fight against veteran suicide. And I love that Pure Talk donated 1,000 hand-sewn Made in America flags to veterans around Independence Day. And of course, I really appreciate their generous support of my own foundation, MicroWorks, and their commitment to help us train the next generation of skilled workers. Having said all that, it's now my pleasure, on behalf of everyone at Pure Talk, to thank you sincerely for choosing to do business with an American wireless company that actually stands for something. And one more thing. Merry Christmas.
We're calling professional wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, where are you?
I'm on my way to practice in my Arrowhead Honda. Man, I absolutely love it. The team at Arrowhead Honda takes great care of their customers, and they're really like family to me. The game isn't till Sunday, but I feel like I've already won with Arrowhead Honda.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Kick off game day with the mouth-watering taste of Redbird Farms chicken. Humanely raised and cage-free. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Whether you're tailgating or hosting a watch party, Redbird Farms will be the MVP of your game day menu. Tackle your hunger with Redbird Farms chicken. Available at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's'.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
This holiday season, Talking Stick Resort is giving you the chance to drive off in a 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Earn entries to the grand prize drawing all December long. Then on January 2nd, 2026, you have a chance to win up to $10,000 or the grand prize 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Don't miss your chance to drive away in style. Details at talkingstickresort.com. Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. As NFL Week 15 is in the books after a cold and frigid Monday night win for Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers, the Arizona Cardinals are still looking for their 4th win and some answers. And head coach Jonathan Gannon was asked about discussions on his future.
Have you had any discussions about your future with Michael yet?
Yeah, every day.
What are those discussions?
What are we going to do to get this team rolling?
Coach Gannon and the Cardinals will be home on Sunday for the Atlanta Falcons. Phoenix Suns rookies Rasheer Fleming and Kaman Malawach continue to shine in the G League for the Valley Suns. ASU and Kenny Dillingham continue to get ready for the Sun Bowl against Duke, despite rumors about his future and players entering the transfer portal. And how does the Merrill Kelly signing affect what the Diamondbacks might do about Catel Marte? You can find all that and more at arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by the Window and Door Store. Ready to replace your windows or doors? Schedule your free in-home consultation online at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is who will be ASU's quarterback to start the 2026 season? Is it Jake Fetty, Cameron Dyer, or other?
I'm not familiar with other's skill set.
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with your game. Other. Cam Dyer. That's my call.
We'll go with Cam Dyer.
Cam Dyer.
52% like that prospect other. So, they got the majority of the vote there. 28% to Jake Fetty, 20% Cameron Dyer.
If you like Dyer, you can spend that money elsewhere, like on your offensive line, instead of going out and paying big bucks for a portal guy.
Or they like a portal guy that may not break the bank.
That too.
Yeah. Who knows?
That is today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now at arizonasports.com.
Mustache. Not a mustache.
A mustache, a mustache, a mustache, big mustache, thick mustache, my mustache, your mustache. Say the word mustache. A mustache, a mustache. Now we both have said mustache. A mustache, a mustache. If you've only got a mustache.
Step aside and you won't have to feel the awesome wrath of our mustaches.
Ho, ho, ho! But enough about Vince, Tim, and Sammy. No, it is time for a special Christmas edition.
Oh, wow.
Of America's fastest growing facial hair related quiz sensation, Mustache.
Not a mustache.
While we're presenting an audio clue from a movie, TV show, interview, or song, Tim Ring and Vince Morado have to tell me whether the person that's talking or singing has a mustache or does not have a mustache. They get a bonus point if they correctly identify the person first when the 10 points wins. And like I said, because this will be the very last mustache, not a mustache, before the Christmas holiday, since I am off next week, and we also don't have shows on Christmas. It is Christmas themed, all Christmas themed. Tim Ring, you are the guest today. Would you like to go first or second?
I will. I'll defer.
You'll defer.
Wow. I'll go first.
Okay. Wow.
I can't believe. Is the lovely Bailey filling in for you next week?
Yes.
Okay. You don't think he's capable of putting together a mustache, not a mustache?
We've talked about
It's
it.
it's Sammy. If Sammy and Bailey want to put it together and run it, absolutely they could do it.
I put it together before. It's very hard.
Yeah, it's like.
Let me rephrase it then. This is the last one that I'm doing.
I'm just giving you a hard
before
time,
Christmas. So we'll start then with a classic. We'll start on a classic way here.
I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know.
That is Bing Crosby, Not a Mustache.
That is Bill Cosby? Is that what you said? No.
Yeah, I think you did.
That is Bing Crosby. Yes, you are correct. For a very, very, very long time, the top-selling single ever of all time until it was passed by. Trivia question?
Mariah Carey, All I Want for Christmas?
No, not a Christmas song.
Oh.
Just single in general. It was the top-selling.
Whitney Houston's national anthem from the Super Bowl.
Incorrect also. It was Candle in the Wind, the Princess Di version by Elton John. All right.
By the way, that song written just miles from where we are right now at the Arizona Biltmore.
That's
White
right.
Christmas,
That's
you know?
right. All right. Tim, I'll give you another classic, easy one as well.
Oh, thank you.
I'll have a blue Christmas without you.
That, of course, is Elvis Presley, Not a Mustache.
That is correct. Okay, good start for both of you here on the Christmas edition of Mustache, Not a Mustache. Vince Murata.
Yes.
Santa's coming to town.
Santa! Oh my God! Santa here? I know him. I know him. Oh, hi. Santa's coming.
That is Will Ferrell as Buddy the Elf, Not a Mustache.
That is correct. All right. Tim Ring, can you keep up?
Probably not.
No. Of course you can.
Murata's tough to beat.
No, you can get this one right here.
Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas, George! Merry Christmas, George! Merry Christmas, movie house! Merry Christmas, Emporium! Merry Christmas, you wonderful old building and loan!
Merry Christmas to you in jail. That is, of course,
Happy New Year to you in jail.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
That is Jimmy Stewart, Not a Mustache.
That is correct. A very good movie, but completely and totally overrated as a Christmas movie. It is 2 hours and 20 minutes of not a Christmas movie and like 8 minutes at the end when it's Christmas.
More a Christmas movie than Die Hard. There, I said it.
It's interesting. Okay. All right. Whose turn is it? Vince.
Vince, yes.
Tim's Ringata. Yeah, it's your turn. Your turn.
Okay.
Decorations hung by the fire. Everybody's singing. All the bells are ringing out, and it's Christmas all over again.
I think I need to hear more of that song. Can you play the rest?
I like that song.
That is Tom Petty. I'm going to say Not a Mustache.
That is correct. All right.
Tom did have some facial hair at different
Certain
times,
points.
right?
Yeah, had like a beard kind of thing. Tim.
Yes.
Who's got a big red cherry nose?
Santa's got a big red cherry nose.
Who laughs this way, ho, ho, ho?
Santa laughs this way, ho, ho, ho.
Ho, 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 cherry nose, cap on head, suit that's red, special night, here that's right. Must be Santa, must be Santa, must be Santa, Santa Claus.
Wow.
I have never heard that before in my entire life.
That would make two of us.
I have never heard that before.
You can't guess just from...
Who's got a big red cherry nose?
No.
Okay.
I mean, could you, Sammy?
Let me hear the first line again.
Maybe.
Who's got a big red cherry nose?
No.
That sounds just like who it is.
Is it Buster Poindexter?
Nope. No, I mean, Tim, do you have any guess?
I couldn't
Mustache,
even,
not a mustache.
I couldn't even venture a guess, but I'll just go Not a Mustache.
I'll give you that. It is Bob Dylan. It is one of the more insane recordings. It is Bob Dylan doing a polka version of Here Comes Santa. Must be Santa Claus. I don't know.
Wow. Never heard it.
but
I'm sure there are some people out there in their cars that knew exactly what that was, and
all right.
I am not
one of them. All right, Vince.
Yes.
Where I come from, we didn't celebrate Christmas because my dad was a worthless coward whose idea of a present was a daily punch to the back of the head. If I'd known I was going to have to put up with a bunch of screaming brats for 30 days out of the year, I would have killed myself a long time ago. Come to think of it, I still might.
Is it wrong that I think this is one of the best Christmas movies ever?
It is a good one.
That is Billy Bob Thornton from Bad Santa. He had a lot of. I'm going to say mustache. Yeah.
More than a 5 o'clock shadow, we count as a mustache on this game.
Okay.
All right, Tim Ring, you need this.
This is a full-blown 4-alarm holiday emergency here. We're going to press on, and we're going to have the happiest Christmas since Bing Crosby tap danced with Danny Kaye. And when Santa squeezes his fat white ass down that chimney tonight, he's going to find the jolliest bunch of ass this side of the nut house.
That's Clark Griswold, not a mustache.
The actor, do you know?
Chevy Chase?
You got it.
Oh,
All right.
Come on, man. I'm not that pathetic.
All right.
I'm not Kellen Olsen on this game for crying out loud.
All right, Vince, for the win.
For the win.
From his beard to his boots, he was covered with ammo, like a big fat drunk, disgruntled Yuletide Rambo. And he smiled as he said, with a twinkle in his eye, Merry Christmas to all, now you're all gonna die. The night Santa went crazy.
Jeez.
Another song I've never heard before, but I can figure who that is. Weird Al Yankovic, Mustache.
That is correct. It's a original classic by his, The Night Santa Went Crazy.
Well, that's it. Vince just won.
An original classic.
I can't win.
That we've never been able to.
You can't win, so we can't even hear this one.
Last Christmas, I gave you my heart.
That's Wham, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, Wham, not a mustache.
Unfortunately, it doesn't matter because Vince Marotta.
But it was 10-9. It was close.
A very competitive. Your best performance ever, Tim, I believe.
Well, look, I just got to get back to work tomorrow.
You do.
Control the controllables.
Both of you, though, well played on
mustache. Not a mustache.
Also want to remind you, starting tomorrow, we're giving you the chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl on January 8th. Listen for the code word during this show. Wolf and Luke and Burns and Gambo, when you hear the code word, text it to 620, 620. Don't miss your chance to see a college football playoff semifinal right in your backyard. Final thoughts next. Bickley Marotta Mornings.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you know I'm a big fan of Sonic and their all-star selection of burgers, and now they have just added an MVP to their lineup. Introducing the all-new Pretzel Bacon Sonic Smasher, 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, crispy bacon, pub sauce, plus a buttery soft pretzel bun. It is the ideal burger for armchair quarterbacks everywhere. And remember, at Sonic, you get a great experience you will not find anywhere else. You'll also get a diverse menu that will appeal to everyone in your crew. And I'm talking about iconic classics like tater tots, onion rings, cherry limeades, tons of new favorites like mozzarella sticks, groovy fries, soft pretzel twists, and their drink menu is legendary, featuring tens of thousands of different combinations. And here's a pro tip: order ahead with the Sonic app. You will score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes. Live free, eat Sonic.
Hi, everybody. It's Dave Burns, and Million Points Mania is back at Global Credit Union. With a Global Credit Card, you have a chance every week to win 50,000 points with a grand prize of 1 million points for one lucky winner. Sign up now and get an introductory APR of just 1.9%. Get your Global Credit Card today. Global Credit Union, your world of financial possibilities. Introductory APR on purchases for 6 months on new accounts open before January 9th, 2026. After the introductory period, a variable APR will apply.
If you got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. It's Gambo for Lund Mortgage. Rates have dropped and refinancing could save you serious money. Lund Mortgage tracks rates daily and will alert you when it's the right time. Just email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com. No gimmicks, no robocalls, just honest advice and full transparency on rates and costs. And if you refinance or buy now, you won't make a mortgage payment until 2026. Email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com. That's RateWatch@LundMortgage.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day.
What are you doing? What? Did you just double dip that chip? Excuse me? You double dipped the chip.
Double dipped? What are you talking about?
You dipped the chip, you took a bite, and you dipped again.
So?
That's like putting your whole mouth right in the dip. Look, from now on, when you take a chip, just take one dip and end it.
This goes out to all the women in the world, especially her. You know it don't even matter your age, don't even matter your color. Yo, fellas, I ain't forget about y'all. This is for everybody that like the things. Just listen when I'm
The Cardinals not the only ones in a dip. We're in a dip today, too. Lots of dip talk today. You remember the artist for this song?
I do not.
You know if he has a mustache or not?
Not a mustache.
Going back to 2006.
I would guess mustache.
I don't believe there's a mustache. Freak Nasty with the dip.
Freak Nasty.
The long way so I can play a Seinfeld sound.
Dippity doo. You remember Dippity Doo for the hair?
Oh, yeah.
Dippity Doo.
That is today's Song of the Day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
That was in response to, we had a lot of Seinfeld references early, so Sammy did a Seinfeld Rush Hour reboot.
How are you a fan of Seinfeld?
Go ahead.
Ended pretty much
Oh yeah, it ended before well before I was even born.
Right.
It ended well before he was born. Think about
So I'm a big fan of The Office, and then my sister made me watch Friends, and so at that point, both my parents were like, "All right, if you watch, you have to watch Seinfeld." And at first, I was, kind of turned off that it had no plot. Really, it's the show about nothing. But then as I started watching it, and like I loved the humor of it, and you could really feel like, not that it is that old, but you could get like the older sense of it, and I like it a lot.
One of the three shows, which was your favorite?
Well, The Office is I think one of the best shows of all time, but I'll put it right there, maybe above Friends.
All right.
One of the seasons does have a plot. The season where they're making the TV show.
It
Yes.
does, yeah. Which was one of the better seasons.
I think the best season,
actually.
season 4.
That show, because I'm currently rewatching it, and I think I'm in season 7, and that's when the downturn kind of started.
When Larry David leaves the show, the last 2 seasons are.
The first 2 seasons are like, wow, this thing survived, huh?
Yeah.
And then seasons 3, 4, 5.
As good, every episode
6,
a classic.
Yeah, pretty much.
the characters had not found themselves in those first couple of seasons.
No.
Like they were right. I mean, Michael Richards was doing Jim Ignatowski from Taxi.
Yeah.
Christopher Lloyd.
Basically.
George was doing Woody Allen.
Yep, definitely.
Kramer was kind of playing the doofus, and then he kind of had to Michael Richards figured out, no, Kramer's got to be this combination of a doofus, but yet also smarter than everybody else at times.
That's what he
Jerry
said.
Played Jerry.
He said he started off playing Kramer slower than everybody, and then he figured out he's actually faster thinking than everybody.
He's the only redeemable human being in the main cast.
By the end of the show, they made him much.
Yeah, but he's I'm watching it now. Like, I could only be friends with one of these people, and it's Kramer.
I have a George Costanza friend.
Do you?
Oh yeah. Like, no doubt about it.
What are you thinking, Jerry? Kids? Marriage? They're prisons. Man-made prisons. You're doing time. That's the friend you want, right?
I will say that the first 7 seasons are as good as TV is. I would say that the last 2 seasons are actively not good. Like, really, they make George like a rageaholic. Kramer has stupid, unrealistic plots anymore. It didn't become a show about nothing anymore. It became a sitcom.
Yeah, that's true. That's fair.
That's a long time for a sitcom to be on the air. My gosh, running out of
Is Seinfeld, Simpsons is about to do like the 40th season in a couple of years.
That's unbelievable. Cooper Flagg last night made NBA history. Youngest player ever to score 40 or more in a game. As we speak, Cooper Flagg is still 18 years of age. He did this feat 18 years, 359 days. He broke the record that was held by... Who was it held by?
LeBron.
Was it LeBron?
Yeah.
I believe so.
It was LeBron back in 2003.
19 years.
He had 37. That was 22 years ago.
Oh, at 18. Yes,
at 18, yes.
I'm looking at the chart that's got...
youngest 40.
Youngest to 40. The second youngest is actually, as far as I could tell, G.G. Jackson.
Oh, yeah.
44 points at 19 years and 119. So we spent some time talking about Phillip Rivers and some players that have excelled late in their careers. What's more impressive? Coming in as an 18-year-old, yes, with all kinds of expectation and hype, and doing this, or excelling for an extended period of time late in your career into your mid-40s?
I'd say early, because Rivers had done it before.
And I'm not even using Rivers as an example yet of excelling at an advanced age.
Figure anybody playing at that advanced age has probably had done it before at a very high level in the league that they're playing in.
All right, what's the basketball equivalent or the football equivalent of scoring 40 points? Throwing for 400 yards for a quarterback?
Yeah.
Let's say Rivers throws for 400 or more Monday night against the Niners.
If he throws for over 250 yards, but if he throws for 400 yards,
most 18-year-olds are in high school right now playing Xbox.
Yeah, I got to go young too, because when you look back at just your own personal lives of what you were doing and how incapable you were of excelling at anything at 18, yeah, Cooper Flagg's the winner.
I think too the football basketball difference is there.
I can't get my 18-year-olds to bring their plates from the table to the sink, and this guy's out there scoring 40 in an NBA game.
That's going to do it for us. Thanks again to Tim Ring for sitting in. He's in all week. Thanks also to Chris Cartman Bob Nightingale, and to you for listening. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. Wolf and Luke up next here on Arizona Sports. Have a great day, everybody.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hi, Jan from Toyota here to let you know that Toyotathon is on. And what better way to get in the spirit of the season than with a new Toyota, like RAV4, Grand Highlander, and Corolla Cross. But to really get in the spirit, let's sing about it. So without further ado, driving through the snow in a new RAV4, hooray! To the slopes we go in a Highlander for a ski day. A Camry to get hot cocoa, tubing with a Tundra makes the kids go loco. Oh, what fun it is to make holiday wishes come true. Toyotathon, Toyotathon, Toyotathon is on. Oh, what fun it is to drive a new Toyota today. Hey! Presto! A new holiday classic! Let's sing it again! Toyotathon, Toyotathon, Toyotathon is on.
Dealer inventory may vary. Toyotathon ends January 5th. See your participating dealer for details.
Have you guys tried these holiday cookies? They're so good.
Toyota. Let's go places.
There's nothing quite like the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. For locals, it's been a point of pride for 50-plus years. For players, it's where legends emerge. For fans, it's the trip of a lifetime. But this year is even bigger. It's the College Football Playoff semifinal on January the 8th. Viva Fiesta. Tickets on sale now at fiestabowl.org. That's fiestabowl.org.
Hey, it's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Denise, a recent Aria Dental patient.
Life before was crazy. I think I've had every other treatment option that you could have. I had the veneers, I did the bridges, the fillings, the crowns, the everything. Yeah, I put a lot of money into my teeth, and it never paid off. Since the surgery, my life has changed all for the better. Every day I'm smiling. Every day I'm laughing. They say laughter is the best medicine. New teeth for me was the best medicine.
Take it from Denise. Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. And tell them Wolf sent you.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. It's your last chance to get exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 35% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Christmas is just around the corner, and if you still have gifts to buy, the best place to do that is Macy's Great Gift Sale. Get amazing deals on last-minute gifts, like fine jewelry and fragrance sets, boxed and ready to give. And everything from designer bags to Nespresso coffee makers at 30 to 60% off. Plus, your Macy's is the most festive place this holiday, so come in and find everything left on your list all in one place. The Great Gift Sale is happening now at Macy's. Savings off select prices. Exclusions apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. After their 6th loss in a row, the Arizona Cardinals will get ready for their last home game of the season on Sunday against the Atlanta Falcons, and head coach Jonathan Gannon is focused on the present.
You got to focus in on what's the job at hand and put your best foot forward. So honestly, it's really not hard for me. It's not, because I'm going to control my controllables, and that's to do the job that I can.
As ASU and Kenny Dillingham continue to navigate bowl season, ASU safety Miles Ghost Rouser will declare for the NFL draft, while other standout defensive back Keith Abney continues to weigh his options. The Sun Devils will play Duke in the Sun Bowl on December 31st. And tonight, the number 1 ranked Arizona Wildcats will be back in action in the McHale Center for Abilene Christian tonight at 7. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the number 1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue, just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw! Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Happy Tuesday from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. This is the Wolf and Luke show, except Luke just needed one more day. He'll be back tomorrow. Mitch Vareld is in for Luke. Wolf is here, as you can already tell.
Yeah, what's going on, Mitch? How you doing?
Doing good.
All jacked up, ready to go. It's Tuesday, of course. Players' Day off in the NFL.
And yet you're here.
Yeah,
you're not taking a day off.
It's amazing. 63 Basinonians and Savage, of course. 63 and Savage. Yet at the same time, all I do is continue to think like a player. Even though, oh my goodness, if I went out onto a football field right now and I popped the mouth guard in, I think I'd be able to do it for one time. I honestly do believe that I'd be able to run and just blow up your face. Hit you right in the face, Mitch.
Look, if Phillip Rivers can do it, certainly you can.
I think I would also explode into a million pieces
there
at the
is
same
fear of
time.
that.
Isn't that weird? Yet, once a player, Basinonians, you always think like a player.
Even though some of the players like to call you out and say you're now a member of the media.
Yeah, that's right. Of course, I'm not a member of the media. As you know, being a member of the media is a mindset, is it not, Basinonians? Yes, it is a mindset. It is not my mindset. My mindset is as a player. And it's one of the reasons why so many people get upset with me. So many people on YouTube is, what up, YouTube? How you doing, YouTube? You doing all right? Do we have a town we want to throw out there? No, we don't. It's all right. We don't have to. YouTube.
We'll shout out.
Shaka, bro.
We'll shout out a town. Don't worry. I just don't want to do it right now. It's too early for me to try and pick a town off the fly and be like, yo.
Okay, and
what up?
Right now it's dangerous. It's interesting, Minch, that you're here and you're broadcasting with me, of course.
Why is that?
I'm glad you're here and you're broadcasting with me. You should know, and I should have warned you yesterday, that this is maybe the most dangerous time of the year you can actually broadcast with me. All right? Dangerous.
You pre-vacation? Is that why? Is that why
so
it's
wait
dangerous?
a minute. Who told you that? Did somebody tip you off on that? Just the fact of 72-hour window, Basinonians, to Christmas vacation, of course. Merry Christmas, as we like to say, Basinonians. You know what? The 72-hour window is open, indeed. And we're inside that 72-hour.
And we have to make sure we can
Lord
activate
willing,
you for
and
vacation
Mitch, I'm just
before
saying,
the window
Lord
closes.
willing, this is it, man. This is going to be it. I got less than 72 hours, and then all of a sudden Christmas vacation comes rolling along in the Wolfley compound, and you know what? I unplug in a big-time way, and sometimes that plug starts rattling within the 72-hour window. What do you want to talk about, Minch? That's what I want to know.
I was just going to say, the only reason that I know you're going on vacation is because I'm going to be back here on Friday in your seat.
Right.
So
That's
exactly. What is it, Minch, right now? What's on your mind when you think of the very first? You think sports. Hey, Rick.
There is actually a section
sports.
There is actually a section on the show sheet that just says sports.
When you think sports, where does your mind go in this first beautiful part of the program?
I'll tell you. It goes to what Jordan Knott had to say after the basketball game on Sunday.
No rhythm. There is no rhythm. They control the rhythm. That's what it is. Like, it's stoppage. So some of those we can clean up. Again, I think at the end of the second quarter, there's some of those that we can clean up. But there is no rhythm.
Wolf, are you familiar with a item that is released by the NBA's league officials called the Last 2-Minute Report?
As a matter of fact, I am, Minch. What is it that you would like to say, though?
Let me just suffice it for you. We could go through all of these plays within the final 2 minutes, some of them a little more hyper-focused from us than others, but I'll leave it at this. Apparently, the officials in that game on Sunday were very, very good at their job.
Really?
Based on this last 2-minute report.
Okay.
Everything aside from there was like one ticky-tack thing where they failed to call a foul on Dillon Brooks for some reason. Again, just it always seems to come back to Dillon Brooks. But anyway, it was mostly correct. So everything that we had witnessed in the final 2 minutes on Sunday was mostly correct.
Once again, what was the most obvious thing that happened? What was the most obvious thing that happened? What was the most obvious thing that happened, Basin audience? LeBron James put his hands on a referee and twice gave him a little shove, get off me. Okay, again, I'm not saying he jacked him. He did not do that. But twice he did that. They won't even let you do that in the NFL, okay, let alone the NBA. And for me, that still is the one thing I cannot believe they looked at it and suddenly said there was nothing wrong with that. Really? Unbelievable.
Well, I have bad news in regards to specifically LeBron's behavior with the officials. That didn't happen in the last 2 minutes. So we don't get a full-on report for that. Well, that only comes from the pool report and what Tyler Ford said
What
the
was
other
that?
night.
Just outside the last 2 minutes? Is that what you're telling me?
It's like third quarter. Something like that. So relatively outside the last 2 minutes.
So wait a minute. It literally, you're talking about the NBA report that actually focuses on the last 2 minutes.
Yes,
period.
The one that is specifically called the last 2 minutes.
I got you now.
Okay,
thank you very much.
I can already tell you've got vacation window as on the mind.
It just is. There's no doubt about that. Yet at the same time, I still can't believe that happened. That is my biggest gripe. It's not really what happened in the last 2 minutes, even though I get it. You could say, how are you calling that a foul? I could totally understand that. What is LeBron James? How really? You're going to call Book for a foul on that, but not LeBron James for the foul on Dillon Brooks, correct?
With 3 seconds left in the game, the shooting foul that was called against Devin Booker on LeBron James.
Yes.
The comment says the following. Replay review of the foul called on Booker, parentheses, PHX, parentheses, pursuant to a coach's challenge, was deemed unsuccessful. Booker initiates contact with James's right arm/wrist as he is starting his upward motion.
He did.
I could tell you on Sunday, Devin Booker did not agree.
I got to check the rule book. I've always been told hands part of the ball, but what is it? Do you know it?
Not really.
Yeah, it's over with now. I shouldn't even been in the area, to commit that foul. But the possession before, LeBron did run through Dillon on his 3 too. They reviewed it. They still looked at it. I'll still try to get the proper ruling on it. I've been told hands part of the ball. I don't know if that's still on a shot, but I know when you're dribbling, and part of the ball is good to go.
What did they tell you? I saw you talking to the refs.
Yeah, she said I hit his wrist, which is a lie. I rewatched it.
Yeah, he hit his hand, but it was on the way up as well, right?
It was.
At
least per the report and per the video that they have attached.
Yes. Okay. So, again, listen, that wasn't the most egregious thing that happened. It was LeBron running through Dillon Brooks as far as I was concerned.
Which, do you want to know how that was labeled?
Yes, I do want to know how that was labeled.
I'm trying to find it. Foul shooting with about 12 seconds to go in the game. It was the correct no call.
correct no call.
It's how they label it. They have 3 different labels, I believe it is, or 4 different labels. 4 different labels. They have CC, which stands for correct call. IC, which stands for incorrect call.
Yes.
CNC, which stands for correct non-call. And then INC, which is incorrect non-call. This was deemed a correct non-call. Their commentary is that James contests to the side of Brooks and would avoid making contact if not for Brooks extending his left leg / knee towards James. You mean as a result of him hitting him in the chest?
I honestly cannot even believe that happened. And they said it that way. That is, anybody who watched that, are you kidding me? That was a foul beyond compare to me. You would agree.
They say it's so snide-like, too, in the comments, right? Like, actually, if it wasn't for Dylan Brooks extending his leg, there would be no reason to consider whether or not this would be a foul.
Just ridiculous. Ran right through him. Actually shrugged the shoulder as he did.
It's like, how else is he supposed to make contact when he's falling over?
Unbelievable.
It's wild. We're not happy about it, but we've at least got a game to worry about on Thursday, and so do they. All right, coming up next, what does a certain Cardinals coach reportedly leaving for a college job say about the rest of this coaching staff? Talk about that next. Wolf and Luke Mitchell is in for Luke here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Progressive knows road trips without your pet can be tough.
Hi, this is Next Stop Dog Boarding.
Hi, it's Scott again. How's Squeaks doing? You can tell if he's stressed by his eyebrows. Oh, and his breathing should sound like this.
Scott, Squeaks is exactly the same as last time you called.
Okay, let's talk in 20 to see if anything's changed.
With Progressive, your pet is covered up to $1,000 in vet bills in case of a car accident. So next time, you can take your pet with you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
So Pure Talk just had their best year ever and asked me if I'd like to thank their customers on their behalf for being so awesome. I said sure. It's important to say thanks, especially this time of year, which is why, as one of their many satisfied customers, I should probably thank Pure Talk first for keeping their customer service in this country and for providing hundreds of American jobs. I appreciate that. I also appreciate their Roundup program, which makes it easy to support America's Warrior Partnership and join the fight against veteran suicide. And I love that Pure Talk donated 1,000 hand-sewn Made in America flags to veterans around Independence Day. And of course, I really appreciate their generous support of my own foundation, MicroWorks, and their commitment to help us train the next generation of skilled workers. Having said all that, it's now my pleasure, on behalf of everyone at Pure Talk, to thank you sincerely for choosing to do business with an American wireless company that actually stands for something. And one more thing. Merry Christmas.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marotta back again with some amazing holiday deals from our friends at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. During Ford's year-end sales event, General Manager John Nissen and his team have just announced 000. What does that mean? For a limited time, you can take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months. Plus 0 down payment, plus 0 payments for 90 days. And just announced, get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. That's on nearly every 2025 model, including America's favorite F-150 trucks and 3-row Explorer SUVs. This is just a sample of the outstanding holiday deals at Earnhardt Ford, your locally owned Ford dealer. Check them out in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select models, exclusions apply. APR is $1,667 per month per $1,000 financed. Interest accrues from date of signing for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end 1/5/26.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Jonathan Gannon's pitch to remain the Cardinals head coach centers around one thing. NBA says refs made correct calls and non-calls in final minute of Suns-Lakers. And Rasheer Fleming and Kaman Maluwat shine in a Valley Suns loss. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
Stop talking, Zim, if you don't mind. You're ruining the rejoin. Damn!
Zach De La Roca would like a word instead.
Oh, really?
Mr.
Okay, Zach. Yeah.
Lead singer of Rage Against the Machine, I believe, at this point in time.
You want to call him singer. He's more of like a yeller or rapper, I guess.
Kind of like a...
Are we really splitting hairs here? Come on.
Okay, you checked that, of course, Rick, right? That was the
that was the clean version.
He bailed out as quickly as he could, as you could say. I wonder if the folks in Casa Grande are big fans of Rage Against the Machine.
Oh, Casa Grande!
Yeah.
Man, every time you mention Casa Grande, Basinonians, I think of Kevin White, Judge Kevin White, who was not my high school, he was my freshman year roommate at West by God, Virginia.
Was that after they separated you and Rich Rod?
Yes, they did. They separated us and Rich Rod. Let's see. He plays strong safety. You play fullback. That's not good.
And then how does Curt Cignetti come into the picture again?
Curt Cignetti was just my teammate. He was my teammate.
What did he play?
Was a quarterback. He was a backup quarterback to Jeff Hostetler.
That makes sense.
And Oliver Luck, I might add.
He's produced the Heisman-winning quarterback this year, so now this seems to make sense.
Think about it. Oh, yeah. Curt Cignetti. Playing quarterback, too. Knew what he was doing.
A lot of cool people on that West Virginia team that you were on.
Wolf just happens to know a ton of cool people for some reason.
Interesting the way that is. I never thought about that.
You know what else I found interesting?
Yes.
I'm not even going to set these up because I included the questions when I cut these yesterday, so here we go.
The word came out today you might be losing your D-line coach to Michigan State. Does that change anything moving forward?
Yeah, nothing to add on that. No.
Reports that your D-line coach is leaving, Coach Gannon. Anything to add on that? No.
Yeah.
Are you concerned?
With Debo leaving, is that a concern to you that a coach would leave for the same job in college?
Yeah, like I said, Taylor, nothing to add on that.
So we learned yesterday via reports from 24/7 Sports. Justin Thind, I believe, is his name. He covers Michigan State athletics. 24/7 Sports is like the parent company of all of these great collegiate sites. Like Chris Cartman is with Sun Devil Source. That is a 24/7 Sports website. And Justin was one of the people that had the report yesterday that Winston DeLattiboudere, or Coach Debo, as he prefers.
So good. Well done by you, Mitch. I can't even say it. I tried, Basinonians.
Can you say Debo at least?
You know what I'll do at the end? The 145 Basinonians. Go ahead and listen. I'll try to pronounce his name. It's going to be entertaining, I think. Honestly, for some reason, I cannot say it. I cannot say.
Hold on, let me just write down on the show
sheet.
Let me just write down on the show sheet.
So I call him Coach Debo. That's what I call him.
Tries to say DeLattiboudere.
Yeah, right.
Did you know he was also on the game Password?
No, I did not know that.
At least
Thank
the new
you for
version
that,
of it.
Mitch.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that.
Fun facts aplenty.
What is it that you want to say about Coach Debo?
He's leaving the Cardinals for a defensive line coach job at Michigan State. As we learned yesterday, apparently the new defensive coordinator at Michigan State was also his defensive coach at Minnesota.
Yeah.
And coached him when Debo was playing at Minnesota. Minnesota also famously where Nick Rallis went to college.
Yes. You know, this is
just
something
weird, though.
It is kind of weird. What's weird to me about it is just how mute JG was on it. That to me is what was so
Literally
weird.
added nothing.
You
to
know,
the
could literally say, I don't know what's happened here. I don't know what has been said. This is why these are always dicey propositions, Basinonians, because you don't know what was said before. You don't know what Coach Debo and JG have been talking about before this. JG does know what they've been talking about before this, does know the particulars of all of this, and because of it, it's one of these deals where we're left to speculate as to why JG was so blunt and so short in regard to Coach Debo.
So the question that we like to do, we like to call it the producer question, right? Did Coach Debo see the writing on the wall? Is one way to approach this question. Or is it more so he just wanted the better opportunity and didn't want to be a part of this anymore?
Yeah.
Seeing the writing on the wall would imply that maybe he saw his tenure was going to be short-lived here anyway, or that everybody else's tenure in Arizona was going to be short-lived on this coaching staff.
You know, for me right now, I'm reading a report, Basinonians, that says that Coach Debo had multiple P4 suitors, multiple coaches that were trying to actually recruit or give Coach Debo the opportunity to join their school.
Trying to woo him
of course,
away from the Cardinals.
Power 4 conferences, yes, trying to bring him away. He chose Michigan State because he wanted to reunite with defensive coordinator Joe Rossi. Okay, now, to me, this is the report that I am reading right now. And can I just say, you know, again, we're going to find out a little bit more information on this, I would imagine, at some point in time today. But did he see the handwriting on the wall? I have no idea. I continue to believe, Basinonians, that JG is not going to be fired. I continue to believe that myself because of all the mess that was 2025 in regard to Kyler Murray and the quarterback situation and all the injuries, of course, that they have suffered so far. To me, I think he's a good coach, and I know I can already hear you, tough guy, screaming at me. I already can. That's okay. Scream. It's not going to be the first time. It won't be the last time, bro. Trust me on that. But you know what? Again, I think he is a good coach. He needs good players as well. And when you don't have your full assortment, shall we say, of football players, you know, you're going to suffer a lot of damage. And I understand there's a lot of teams out there that have suffered a lot, not like the Arizona Cardinals. They have suffered the most of any team in the NFL in terms of IR.
There's the other aspect of seeing the writing on the wall, and did Debo personally see that he wasn't going to be kept around? And maybe there aren't sweeping layoffs that happen this offseason for the entire coaching staff, but maybe he was...
You bring up a great point.
Maybe he was projected to be one of them, and maybe he just sought out a better opportunity, re-link up with his buddy. And quite frankly, you and I were talking about it in prep, the defensive line room, relative to the individuals that are in that room, has underperformed.
Yes,
quite a bit.
Underperformed.
And
yes.
I'm willing to give a little bit of credence to a coach in his first year to get that group ready.
Sure.
I thought Dallas was their best game, right? Walter Nolan comes back, and I thought they were wreaking havoc against that O-line, getting into the backfield, making things very difficult for Dak Prescott. But now you're looking at 6 games lost in a row.
Yeah.
4 of them where you lost or you gave up at least 40 points.
Yes.
There's a realistic argument to be made that a group that you spent so much capital on in the offseason should have been performing much better than they are. And usually the coach is the one that gets blamed for that.
Yes, you bring up a great point. Just talking about, did he see the handwriting on the wall in regard to, what I think this entire coaching staff is going to be blown out. Coach Debo may have saw that and said, you know what, I'm going to go and get a job right now that I know is going to be there for me. Or was it a situation where Coach Debo kind of looked at how the defensive line performed? To your point, once again, there's a lot of different angles you can actually look at this from and say, hey, listen, the defensive line really hasn't developed the way that the Cardinals were hoping this defensive line was going to develop. And what a mess it has been, literally all over again. The defensive line room, it was an issue last year, and it's an issue once again this year. Thank goodness for Calais Campbell. Can I just say that? Thank goodness for Calais Campbell and the stability that Calais Campbell brought. Thank goodness for Josh Sweat, the year that Josh Sweat actually had out on the edge. Thank goodness for those two guys specifically and how they have played. Walter Nolan does show flashes, but he's not there yet, Basinonians. He isn't. He's not there yet. Boy, does he look good. You watch him on tape, and there are some pass rushes. There are some plays he makes in the rundown situation that are impressive. There's no doubt about that. Yet at the same time, he's not where he needs to be. And you got to show that you can be healthy as well. So what is it with Coach Debo? Why is he leaving? I don't know. But just listening to JG be as mute as he is on it, and we're left to speculate about it, it sounds like maybe they were at odds. Let's put it that way.
Let's pivot to the college ranks. ASU may or may not be searching for a new quarterback this offseason, and there might be some enticing options available to them in the transfer portal. We'll discuss some of the quarterbacks available next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Varel, in for Luke here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If we're talking truly about, 8 digits, right, per year? I think it's going to have to be the last 8-digit annual value contract they give up. I don't think there's a willingness to spend beyond that. And what bothers me about that a little bit is who's your closer? Who's it going to be? Because it feels like this just shoved them right out of the Pete Fairbanks conversation. I certainly don't think they're getting one in a Jake McCarthy or Alec Thomas trade, because I don't think those guys are going to warrant bringing a closer back. If I'm right, and they're done dipping into the 8-figure contract range on an annual value, beyond a Catel trade, who is their closer next year?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? Yeah, New Year is almost here, Basinonians, and there is no better time to improve the way you sleep than right now at Brooklyn Bedding. Think about this. We spend a third of our lives sleeping in bed. Why not get the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding? Why not? Brooklyn Bedding designs and engineers all of their mattresses in their very own state-of-the-art factory, custom crafting the perfect sleep solution just for you, and at factory direct prices, I might add. And now through December 26th, the Brooklyn Bedding Winter Clearance Sale is offering you 25% off everything in store and online. When you go to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 11 Basin locations, you'll find friendly and knowledgeable sleep experts that will help you find the perfect bed. No pushy salesmen, no sketchy sales tactics. And remember, tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding. Go to brooklynbedding.com.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Progressive knows road trips without your pet can be tough.
Hi, this is Next Stop Dog Boarding.
Hi, it's Scott again. How's Squeaks doing? You can tell if he's stressed by his eyebrows. Oh, and his breathing should sound like this.
Scott, Squeaks is exactly the same as last time you called.
Okay, let's talk in 20 to see if anything's changed.
With Progressive, your pet is covered up to $1,000 in vet bills in case of a car accident. So next time, you can take your pet with you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. It's your last chance to get exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X914 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 35% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Picture it, your holiday table. The family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps. This season at Fry's, make the moments that matter possible with quality that's affordable in every aisle. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Right now, you can save big on USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Roast. Just $5.99 a pound with your card. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The NBA has released its last 2-minute report from Sunday's Suns-Lakers game, and the league determined the officials were correct with every call and non-call in the final minute of the game. For more on why the NBA came to this conclusion, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. Sticking with the association, the San Antonio Spurs will take on the New York Knicks tonight in the NBA Cup Final. Tip-off is at 6:30. And number 1 Arizona men's basketball hosts Abilene Christian tonight at McHale Center. Tip-off for that one is at 7. And that is what is trending now.
Green Sally up, green Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground.
Hey, this is Jared, and what does Kenny Dillingham have in common with Hugh Jackman? It may be hard for them both to resist taking a lot of money to become a Wolverine. We'll talk ASU tomorrow at 6 a.m. on Bickley Murata Mornings.
Of course, a U of A alum trying to force the better head coach out of the state. Typical. Just enjoy the number 1 basketball team. Big fan of this Moby song, by the way. Really like this. So am I. It's Bryce Harper's walk-up song. It is. Mitch Veraldez in for Luke today alongside Wolf. That was the that you heard there.
What do you enjoy about it?
I just like the beat. You know, it's not your traditional rock song where it builds to something. It's just kind of this the whole time.
Yeah.
You know?
Kind of this the whole time.
Yeah. Modern music. Moby.
Contrast is the spice of life.
You call like 1999 modern.
Contrast is what we seek in the compound.
Well, you're not going to get any contrast from Moby. I hate to break it to you. So we'll transition into a soundbite from Damon Benning. And if you don't know who that is, that's okay. He's the play-by-play voice of Nebraska football. He was on color analyst. Excuse me. Thank you, Rick. He was on a program called Heard at Sports, talking about Dylan Raiola entering the transfer portal.
He is developing. He is a good quarterback. He is the 5-star we got. But it wasn't popular when I said it. But I'm like, listen, man, it all happened too fast. The star rankings, the junior year, the senior year, like he had a lot of work to do. But he had the star-studded number and the star-studded last name. So you come with that. Like, that just is what it is. Like, you can't apologize for that. Everybody's happy. And Nebraska was better when Dylan was playing quarterback. You can't I don't even know if there's really an argument to be made there.
They had their 2 best years in a decade.
Dylan Raiola is just one of many quarterbacks who entered the transfer portal, or reportedly entered the transfer portal yesterday. Raiola is the one that's going to get a ton of attention, I would think, this offseason, given how much inherent stock he has, given who he was as a high school prospect. Played high school locally here at Chandler and then at Pinnacle. That's how we know him. That's how we connect with him here. But not the best season at Nebraska this past year, and he's looking for a better opportunity. Is Arizona State that opportunity? Is the question I posit to you?
Yeah, once again, based on Ian's, when we say of all the quarterbacks that have entered the portal, which one would you like to see Kenny go after? It'd be Dylan Raiola, of course, that I'd like to see him go after. Yet at the same time, can we have Sam Levitt, please? Can we just keep Sam Levitt? Can we just honestly keep Sam Levitt? Wouldn't that be great? And also, too, this is anyone who has listened to me, you know how I feel about college football and the mess that college football is. The NIL and the transfer portal and what it has done to college football is ruin college football. And I want to know when the adults, Kenny was talking about this yesterday or the other day, when the adults are actually going to take over college football once again. Because these kids, hey, listen, the way the system is right now, this is what you would do. Dylan Raiola is a classic example of this. Would you say that he had a nice year last year for Nebraska? I would say he had a really nice year with Nebraska. Over 2,000 yards passing, 18 touchdowns, only 6 interceptions. This guy had an excellent year, and Nebraska as well, because of it, was better. And now all of a sudden, what is he doing? He's cutting and running. He's going to put himself out there because this is what you do. When you have the advantage, when things go well for you, you go ahead and you jump into the portal. That's what you do. Find out what you can get out there on the free agent market. And, oh, by the way, too, when things go bad for you, maybe there's a quarterback that is better than you that is actually playing for Nebraska. Well, if that were the case, Dylan Raiola would also jump into the portal and cut and run and go somewhere else. This is what we're faced with college football, and it's ruining it, destroying it.
He's had quite a half decade, too. Yahoo Sports was kind enough to point out all the stops that he's made. So in 2021, he was playing at Burleson High School in Texas. And then the next year, he moves to Arizona, plays at Chandler. He was set to commit to Ohio State. And then within the same calendar year of 2022, he decommitted from the Buckeyes. Then in 2023, he switches from Chandler and plays at Pinnacle High School. Pinnacle has done well in producing high school quarterbacks. Sure. I think of Spencer Rattler in particular. That's the top of mind one for me. Then he commits to the University of Georgia in 23. Moves to the state of Georgia, play at Buford High School to get himself closer to his next destination, right? Well, no, he decommitted from Georgia in 2023. And then when he finally decides he knows where he wants to go, he signs with Nebraska late in 23.
Okay. Goes
to Nebraska, becomes Matt Rule's guy, right? Because he's been working with Matt Rule the last 2 seasons. Now he's entering the transfer portal. This, just on the surface, I don't know him personally, but this seems like somebody who is just searching for every opportunity to give himself the leg up on the competition, and doesn't seem like a guy that just wants to sit through it and wait things out and see how good you can get with the situation you have. Just based on that half decade alone, I'm not sure that I want to dip my toes into this.
Yes.
At all.
Because why, Minch? Why would you say that?
Because he'll just be gone next year.
He's just going to be gone. He's just going to jump into the portal again and go somewhere else. You know, again, I understand Dylan Raiola. This is one of our own, so to speak, Basinonians. But to me, that is the guy. That is the guy that I would love to see other than Sam Levitt. Sam Levitt is first, but we all know that ship, it appears, has sailed.
There's some pretty good quarterbacks still out there in the portal. So there's Raiola. Brennan Sorsby is leaving Cincinnati. We know him to be pretty good. DJ Lagway is leaving Florida. Kenny Minchie is leaving Notre Dame. He was a backup this past season. Aiden Chili's at Michigan State. He's leaving because there's turnover there with Pat Fitzgerald taking over. Colton Joseph out of Old Dominion is a 3-star out of high school and finished up at Old Dominion. Jaden Craig is a name I'm going to bring up out of Harvard, only because our Damon Allred has been very fascinated with the idea of Craig being the guy that comes into ASU, but I don't know how to feel about it.
Here's the reason why I will not comment on this stuff. The reason why, Basinonians, is because I feel like I know Dylan Raiola a little. I feel like I know him because he played for Pinnacle. I feel like I know him.
Yeah.
Yet at the same time, can I just say all these other guys, I have no idea what they're like. None whatsoever. And because of that, are you kidding me? You're talking about the most important position in the game of football. I'm sorry. It's quarterback and then fullback right there. It's quarterback first and then fullback.
Don't lie to yourself.
Okay, the two most important positions you can have on a football team, quarterback and then fullback. But a
lot of people don't know about Ron Wolfley. This guy is the best fullback in the National Football League.
You know that was said in jest. Knock it off.
Does the fullback
taken
also
out
play
of
left
context?
Tackle?
I'm just saying right now, yeah. All these other guys, I have no idea who they are. And yet, who a guy is as a quarterback is the most important thing about him, who he is.
And you know who I trust to make that decision above anybody else in the state of Arizona? Kenny. Because he's already done it once, right? How did we feel about Sam Levitt when he was initially brought in? We were just kind of like,
6'7".
This is my fault.
Did I use it right? Yes, of course.
We were feeling very 6'7".
I don't know what it means, so
it's like
there's that.
6'7".
Jamal, just get yourself ready for Generation Gap on Thursday, okay? Any possible reference to 6'7", you just got to be ready to go.
It's going to be my answer to everything. I don't care what the question is.
That's what everyone felt like. And then what did Sam Levitt do? He came in here and blew it up.
It's part of an offense that went all the way to the Big 12 championship, all the way to the Peach Bowl. Had a lot of high expectations going into year 2.
More like 7-5, bruh.
All right, coming up next. We're still waiting for something to happen on the Catel Marte front, whether that is nothing or something. But we do know where he will not be heading if he is traded. We'll tell you next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Verrell, in for Luke here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Breaks a tackle, heads for the end zone, touchdown!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Listen, it's cool out there, isn't it? Yeah, it was chilly this morning going out and working out. That's right, Basinonians, I work out. It was chilly, but you know what? All Pro Shade Concepts, they're going to heat things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. Did you hear that, brothers? A patio heater free when you purchase a motorized patio shade or awning. These shades, not just for summer, man. They'll stop that winter wind as well and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag a free patio heater while this offer lasts. Go to allproshade.com, brothers. You gotta have shade.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona is finally cooling off, but before you kick on the heat, make sure your system is ready. Parker & Sons has been keeping Valley Homes comfortable for over 50 years, and their fall HVAC tune-up is fast, affordable, and can save you from a chilly surprise. Call Parker & Sons because Comfort Specialist isn't just a slogan, it's a promise. Call Parker at 602-2-REPAIR, that's 602-2, then our EP AIR for Parker & Sons.
This is the story of the one.
As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Hey, the end of the year, it's here, and it's time to go there. Our Desert Ford dealers for the final days of the Ford year-end sales event. Yep, Paul Calvisi here a few years ago. We bought during the Ford year-end sales event because we're talking the best time to celebrate. When we can lease, you can lease right now a Ford Bronco Big Bend for just $299 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. That's right, lease a Ford Bronco Big Bend for just $299 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. Or lease a Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for $249 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back. That's right, lease a Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $249 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get that $1,000 cash back. It's the final days of the Ford year-end sales event, so get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com. That's buyfordnow.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. What is the next move for the Diamondbacks in this pivotal offseason? It's the Bernsey and Gambo Show. We start at 2 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Mitch Varel, in for Luke. Wolf and Luke show here on this Tuesday. Thanks for hanging out. If those of you watching on the YouTube live stream on Arizona Sports on YouTube, what's up? I see Alex. I see Aaron. I see Gray, of course. I see Vutano 6104. I'm trying to figure out these names on the fly.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm doing my best. Also, I don't know if I'm disrespecting Alice in Chains.
No, you're doing fine. Yeah, absolutely. You want to get ready to play in a football game, you can play this. I'm just saying. Little tip from your Uncle Ron.
How about getting ready for a baseball game? Does that work for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
It does.
Let's get ready for a baseball conversation then.
Okay.
Perhaps?
Sure.
We learned some things yesterday. We talked about how Merrill Kelly is reportedly re-signing with the Diamondbacks. It's not official yet. By the way, while I'm on the topic, Michael Soroka going to have his first media availability today. That'll happen sometime in the next hour, I believe it is.
11:45.
11:45. So Soroka's going to speak to the media coming up here in the next hour.
So we're going to have that sound before we get off the air.
We do. I will keep going back to this. We do have a section on today's show sheet that just says sports. So that could be the Michael Soroka segment if we really want to.
I like that. Sports.
So to peel back the curtain here, it is going to be where we react to whatever we determine is the best sound that comes down during our show today, because there is a lot of sound that is supposed to come down during our show today.
We've got a heaping batch of sound. We've got all the coordinators of the Cardinals are scheduled to speak today. Kenny Dillingham scheduled to speak today. We have members of the Phoenix Suns that are scheduled to speak today because they're practicing today, and I believe Dylan Brooks is one of them that is set to speak today, who was not in the locker room after the game on Sunday. Worth noting. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked because the focus of this conversation is we learned yesterday that Merrill Kelly re-signing with the Diamondbacks, and in part of Ken Rosenthal's reporting, this part that we did not touch on yesterday was that this apparently has zero impact on the future of Catel Marte being traded, and I'll let Rosenthal explain.
Merrill Kelly back in the fold. It will not affect the Diamondbacks' desire or interest in trading Marte. They're interested in doing it if they can get the right return. Now, it does alleviate somewhat the starting pitching shortage, but they still would take more, of course. in a deal. And what they're looking for is major league ready talent, because obviously they want to put the best team possible on the field with all those guys coming back from Tommy John that I mentioned, Burns, Martinez, Puck, sometime in the second half. So they'd be in good shape there if they can get those players back and, of course, supplement. But when you lose a Catel Marte, if they indeed do that, that creates all kinds of other issues. You lose offense, you lose your second baseman. They also have an issue at third base. They're not quite sure what they want to do there.
What do you think of when you hear that from Ken?
Man, it really is fascinating. Why would it stop you from trading Catel Marte, the Merrill Kelly signing? Why? I don't understand that logic for the most part.
My theory would be is if they feel comfortable enough with the starting rotation with what they've done in the offseason so far. Granted, it's just 2 veteran signings.
Yes.
Not to disparage
and we do know as well that Mike Hazen has talked about the fact that he wants to go out and get pitching.
Freaky Mike Hazen.
Wheeling and dealing, and he wants wheeling and dealing to mean pitching brought in here.
Oh, yeah.
We do understand that and know that he's gone on the record in terms of saying that. But to me, once again, this is just my thoughts, Basinonians. Nobody has told me this. It's just my opinion, and that's what I get paid to do, is give you my opinion on this stuff. I think this is not about Catel Marte. I think this is about everybody else that is in the clubhouse. I believe there was some type of line that was crossed in regard to Catel Marte. And the reason why I say that is, once again, he seems like he's a very likable dude. I think he is well-liked inside that clubhouse as a human being, well-liked as a man. I think he's very, very affable, amicable. People like Catel Marte. Yet at the same time, I think there is a strain of player that might be in there that doesn't respect him.
And did they just re-sign that type of player?
And, okay, maybe that's the case, maybe. But to me, it's always been about everyone else in the clubhouse. Catel Marte is an incredible talent. He's an incredible guy. He's
the best player on their team.
He's the best player on their team. He's an incredible guy. He's an incredible talent. Unbelievable. And yet, yeah, okay, you're going to sign Merrill Kelly. Oh, no, now we're going to keep Catel Marte. I think it's every other guy that is in that clubhouse is the reason why Catel Marte is being traded.
If he does get traded, we learned 5 places that he will not go to, or at least he has in his contract as places he will not be traded to. The Yankees, the Athletics, the Cardinals, the Pirates, and the Giants.
Wow, it's so fascinating, isn't it? Where do you start on that?
It's a really weird list.
Where do you say? Okay, so he's got 5 teams.
Yeah.
In his contract right now, no trade.
None.
No trade clause. None. New York Yankees, St. Louis Cardinals, San Francisco Giants, Pittsburgh Pirates, and the Athletics.
And the Athletics don't get a city because they're not cool enough for one.
That's right.
Kellen pointed this out yesterday. Some really weird geographical choices, like why the Yankees but not the Mets, right? Why the Pirates but then also not the Phillies? And then why just the Cardinals as the one team in the Midwestern part of the country? Is there something against St. Louis that you have? And then obviously he chose Northern California, but then he didn't choose anywhere in Washington.
Yeah.
Didn't obviously choose anywhere in the southern part of California.
Yeah.
And my theory,
I'm with you on that.
I don't have any knowledge of this fact. This is just a theory that I have.
This is why it's so weird.
Is it easier to get to the Dominican Republic from some of these other cities as opposed to those 5?
Oh my goodness. That is a great question I never even considered.
Like I do a lot of flying throughout the year because my family lives in Colorado. So
I see.
I like to prioritize nonstop flights.
Very good.
I'm a big sucker for nonstop flights. I want to be on as few planes as possible for as short as possible, of course. Does he look at, just a map of the United States? Does he study the airports, the major airports across the U.S. and where these 30 baseball teams play? And does he look to whether or not they just have direct flights to the Dominican Republic? This is just some stupid me talking out loud type of theory.
I never
but it's
even
just
considered.
A weird group of teams to have on a list of teams you don't want to play for.
Yes. Yet it seems like, the New York Yankees, New York City, come on, man. You're going to have, there's a lot of flights that are there coming out of New York.
Yeah, JFK,
I'm just saying,
LaGuardia.
yes, you would think there's a lot of opportunities there. The New York Yankees, as you said, why not the New York Mets as well? Why wouldn't they be on there? You don't want to go to the Yankees, apparently.
Can I say something else about this, too?
Yes.
That doesn't mean that he would refuse to be traded there. Because we've seen this in the past before. Some player will have, I have the Dodgers on my no-trade list or whatever. But then it eventually is used as a leverage point for that team to get a little bit more from the incumbent team.
Okay.
And that player waives said no-trade clause in order to go there. Think about the Suns with Bradley Beal.
I don't think Catel Marte would do that.
That's fair.
I think these cities, these teams, these organizations are on this list for a reason, and he only knows the reason. Boy, wouldn't that be a great conversation with Catel? Would that not be awesome?
It's like, hey, we've got a really good offer from the Yankees.
Why specifically did you choose these 5 teams? Like the St. Louis Cardinals. I mean, right in the middle. If there was a classic Midwest city, it's the St. Louis Cardinals, as far as I'm concerned. It's St. Louis, and then the Cardinals, of course, obviously, are the organization that we're talking about. But that is a classic baseball. And why in the world?
It's a great sports city.
Oh,
in
it's
general.
unbelievable. It is.
They used
baseball.
to have a football team.
It's heavy. That's right. It's heavy baseball. But this is a great baseball town. Why would you not want to go to the Cardinals and that organization and the way they're supported in that part of the country? Why them? That's just odd.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's just
Mitch,
where we're at with this.
That is a baseball town, if ever there was a baseball town.
Maybe he doesn't want the baseball town. Maybe he just wants something where he can feel close to home. I don't know. We'll never know, because he's obviously not going to speak public about this. And the way that the reporting is going right now is just we're all in a very wait-and-see mode when it comes to this, if anything is going to happen at all whatsoever. All right, hour number 2 of the Wolf and Luke Show coming up next. What would a return with Jalen Green do for the Phoenix Suns? That's next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Vareld is in for Luke here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morana mornings.
Now the questions are: Is this the rotation? Is it Merrill Kelly, Michael Soroka, Eduardo Rodriguez, Brandon Pfaadt, Ryan Nelson? Do they bring in somebody else? What does that mean now for the Catel Marte situation? The thought was, if the Diamondbacks do go down that road and trade Catel Marte, they're going to do it to bolster their starting rotation. Well, they're not going to do that now, unless they are hell-bent starting Ryan Nelson in the bullpen again in 2026.
It's a tradition unlike any other.
Bickley and Morana, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf leader from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Listen, there are a lot of perks to using Presidential Pools, and the number one perk, as far as I'm concerned, they're just the best pool builder in the state of Arizona. That's right. That's what they are. They built our pool some 8 years ago, Basinonians, and I can tell you right now, one of the best things that we have ever done. They have a 5-year warranty, which is the industry leader. They are also Arizona's most trusted pool builder in the market, and they build more pools than anyone else. And they have the awards to also back it up, brothers. They also have amazing financing for any pool options that you may want. And the options, man, that's what makes the difference. They told us all the features that we needed, and we're so glad we went with Presidential Pools. You want a swimming pool by spring? Now is a great time to start the process. Go to presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the steaks, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Lowe's December deal drops are here, just in time to give your home some love before holiday hosting. This week, get up to 40% off select major appliances. And members, save an additional $60 on the Maytag top-load laundry pair, now just $9.96. Plus, save up to $20 on select Moen kitchen and bathroom faucets. Shop December deal drops all month long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 12/17. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. See Lowe's.com/terms for details.
You know, people talk a lot about saving for retirement, but they don't talk enough about what happens when they start spending that money. Paul Calvisi here, and that's why we're talking with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management.
And that's the part, Paul, that no one prepares for, taxes. If you've got a 401k, IRA, or a pension, Uncle Sam is lining up on the other side of the field, ready to blitz your retirement income.
All right, so in football terms, how do you avoid getting sacked?
You've got to have a plan with intention, and we help clients build strategies to reduce unnecessary taxes and keep more money in their pocket.
And you're offering folks listening right now a chance to come in and talk through it?
Absolutely. Call Bright Wealth Management today at 844-726-9116, and we'll show you how to prepare for the tax hits before they happen.
No gimmicks, just smart local planning right here in Phoenix.
Exactly. Let's help you retire with a game plan.
Call Bright Wealth Management today, 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The NBA has released its last 2-minute report from Sunday's Suns-Lakers game, and the league determined the officials were correct with every call and non-call in the final minute of the game. For more on why the NBA came to this conclusion, head on over to arizonasports.com. Sticking with the association, the San Antonio Spurs will take on the New York Knicks tonight in the NBA Cup Final. Tip-off is at 6:30. And number 1, Arizona men's basketball hosts Abilene Christian tonight at McHale Center. Tip-off for that one is at 7. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? It's Arizona's largest roofer, A+ with the BBB, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. What more have we learned about the Suns as they prepare to play the Warriors? We'll discuss on today's Bernsey and Gambo Show 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
You know, he's continues to make progress for sure. Everything's been going in the right direction. But again, we're going to play it pretty safe here. You know, we got to be in a mindset that this is a young athlete that is super valuable to his career. So we're going to take it day by day, week by week. But he has made really, really good progress.
Let's just hope that Jalen Green doesn't end up disappearing. See what I did there?
Yeah, I think so. What did you mean by that?
I disappear.
Oh, you disappear. Okay.
Well, not
the name of the song.
You.
I understand. I
Can
understand
I lay
that
it out
part
any
of it
more
right
clearly
there, yeah.
for you?
Well, I was hoping that maybe the listener would also understand in the process.
That's fair.
Okay? Can you roll with it? Can you go with the punches on this stuff right now? Let's go. Let's try to be entertaining, shall we?
Was that not entertaining for you?
I'm just saying, play along, please. Thank you.
Mitch Vareldes in for Luke alongside Wolf here in the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. The soundbite that you heard was from head coach of the Phoenix Suns, Jordan Ott. That was pregame Sunday regarding the latest on Jalen Green.
Yes.
Who has... I haven't been to a practice in a minute, so I don't want to say anything as a matter of fact. But based on the videos, based on what we've been hearing, it seems like he's at least participating with the team in some capacity. I don't know what the level of capacity or what the highest level is, but it seems like we're getting pretty close to that reevaluation period, which is next week. And are we getting close to seeing Jalen Green return for this basketball team as well?
What's amazing about this is unbelievable. It truly is, because Jalen Green, would you say he's got a clean history in terms of injury for the most part? Yeah, absolutely. This guy, are you kidding me? He's missed 3 games in the last 3 years. Is that correct, Rick? Do I have that right?
So he played all 82 last year, all 82 the year prior.
Thank you.
76 in the 22-23 season. And then it was a shortened COVID season in 21-22.
Yeah, we're not talking about the COVID season. Yeah, we're not talking about that. I think he has missed like 3 games in his career that he could have played.
Not as many as he's missed this year.
It's something Luke Lipinski was all over, ladies and gentlemen, and hammering it over and over and over again, as only Luke can actually do. Yet at the same time, to think that this guy has missed as much time as he had, what kind of hamstring was this?
Well, mind you, he re-aggravated the injury twice. Because if you go back to the preseason when we first learned of this injury, they tried ramping him up when the team was in Macau, in China.
Yes.
And he had re-aggravated the injury, so they held him back a little bit more. And the assumption was, okay, maybe we'll see him at the start of the season. He wasn't progressing that fast. So then we see him in, the beginning of November?
November 6th?
November 6th was the first and really only game in full that he played.
How about that, Rick? I remember November 6th. Is that not incredible right now? Are you kidding me? It just hung in my head.
Proud of you.
It's the day after the 5th of November, which is the one you're supposed to remember.
Exactly. Well, what?
Remember the 5th of November.
I have no idea what you're talking about
V for
right now,
Vendetta?
but I do like
Man.
that. Yeah, I do like that. November 6th, and now all of a sudden he's had the hamstring of all hamstrings. I mean, this has been, typically you pull your hamstring, you got 3 weeks. And now I know he's re-injured the hamstring. I understand that.
Yep.
Tweak that thing. But typically, for the most part, do you have a mild pull? Do you have a middle of the road pull? Or do you have a bad pull? Typically, you know the degree in which you messed your hamstring up, and they're going to give you plenty of time based on that. This has been the mother of all hamstrings that he has pulled right now. And I know, again, he's tweaked it twice, but man, this is bad.
So it led to a follow-up from our Kellen Olson in that pregame presser. And I don't think I could do justice to the way that Kellen asked the question, but essentially what Kellen was asking Coach Ott is if there's been more research done about this rise in soft tissue injuries and how it is relative to the way that the NBA game is played this day and age. Listen to what Ott had to say.
I think anytime any player's not playing for whatever reason, that's a concern for all of us. You want everyone out there fully healthy to play the game that they want to play. We want them to play. We want all the players healthy. We see the injuries around the league. There's probably a little hangover from last year in the playoffs from some of that. But yeah, we're fully aware of what's going on. These guys know their bodies as well as anyone, so it's a constant back and forth between performance team and player. They know exactly what's hurting, how's it feeling, how's it responding. It's great. It's obviously great. But yeah, you can see it. Every team's going through it. Lakers are going through it. We're going through it. So it's here.
It was also on that night that Austin Reeves was out due to a calf injury, which another soft tissue muscle injury. It just feels like Part of it, I think the way a lot of us are analyzing it or a lot of us are positing it is that the increase in pace of the NBA game and the increase in the amount of possessions in the NBA game is leading to a lot of extra wear and tear on these muscles, and it's leading to a lot more injuries without proper recovery, or better said, recovery that accounts for the amount of essentially running back and forth up the floor that is happening in today's game.
Yeah. You know what's so amazing about this, Basinonians? Once again, I think back to the Michael Jordan era. Think back to being in the 80s, basketball in the 80s, and how physical the game was in the 80s. You want to talk about running, how much running they did back then as well. I think, once again, it was more difficult. This is just me. And talking to some of the guys, some of my buddies, I will not name them here, but talking to some of them that played back then, they say the same thing. Like, it is a situation where, again, there's training techniques that are different today. There's substances that these guys are taking. Now, once again, I'm not talking about illegal substances, okay? I'm talking about stuff that they are taking that, today is supposed to energize you and make you feel better and make your muscles more liftsome, if you will, and make your body a lot less likely to pull. And yet, when you take these substances, let's put it that way, you know what? Are they impacting you in a negative way? And research has got to be done on this because a lot of this stuff is cutting edge. It's new stuff that they're introducing, or so we think. Yes.
And I'm not going to go into a whole conversation about, like, are the things that these players are taking actually hurting them more than they're helping them? I'm not a scientist. I'm not a doctor.
Exactly.
I'm not a health physician. Like, I trust the people that are working on these individuals. But I am noticing the alarming rate in which some of these injuries are happening. I mean, think we had 3 significant Achilles tears in one NBA postseason.
Yes.
3.
Something
in one.
And once again, it's what are you taking? And a lot of this stuff, like I said, based on it's all legal stuff that they're taking. But again, to what degree are you taking it? What kind of amounts? How are you training your body? How has it changed? It's changed since 1980, I'll guarantee you that much. It's changed a ton. And is it for the better or for the worse?
Coming up next, what are the biggest changes that the Cardinals need to make this offseason? We'll chat with Cardinals legend Patrick Peterson. That's coming up next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Vareldis in for Luke here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Dylan Brooks' inability to kind of manage himself last night was the first time where you can really say, oh, yeah, it was a big detriment last night. It was the first time he'd been ejected as a Phoenix Sun. Because it's the first time, it's just a reminder of, oh, yeah, this is going to happen every now and then. And hopefully it's not in the big moments, and hopefully it's not in the crucial moments, and hopefully it doesn't cost them anything more than a game every now and then. But you're right. This is like asking a bird not to fly.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. They say that moving can be the most stressful thing you're ever going to do in your life. Listen, I don't know about all that, but I do know that Moving Team 6, they want to remove the stress from the equation for you. That's right, and when I say they, I'm talking about Tim Lee. He's the owner-operator of Moving Team 6, started the company all the way back in 2012 with his sons Garrett and JT. What I love about this, it's a family-run business. I love that. I love fronting family-run businesses like Moving Team 6. This is a company that is built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. I know that because I know the Lee family. And what I also like, they use a military-like approach to every move. Professional, efficient, on time, reliable. One of the reasons why they proudly support and hire veterans. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep,
No drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange, but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. The fun starts at 6 and will include our weekly visit to talk NFL with Mark Schlereth here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I've got good news and bad news, Wolf.
Okay.
What do you want first?
Bad news always first.
Patrick Peterson has to reschedule to tomorrow.
Oh, Pat Pig.
So
is everything okay?
Everything's fine.
Okay.
He just has a prior commitment that he has to attend to currently.
Okay, I see.
So he will be available tomorrow. And
what up, Pat Pig?
That's perfect because then I won't have to ask any silly questions to Pat and get
But
railed.
I think he likes your silly questions.
Yeah, totally. So it'll be you and Luke asking him questions tomorrow.
Okay.
The good news is if you're in Guadalupe this afternoon or this morning, you're a pretty cool person.
Yes, Guadalupe.
Such a fun name to say, too.
It is.
Guadalupe.
You kind of feel like you could travel anywhere and somehow survive if you could just say Guadalupe.
Have you seen the movie Elf?
No.
With Will Ferrell?
Oh, yeah. Wait, I have. Yeah.
With
my initial reaction is just
like,
no.
what the heck is
It's
Elf?
just no.
The scene where he learns of Francisco, who works at his dad's office, and he keeps saying Francisco.
Okay.
That's how I feel with Guadalupe.
Okay.
Anyway, so no Patrick Peterson today, but he will be on with you guys tomorrow. So in the meantime, let's react to what Jonathan Gannon told Burns and Gamble yesterday about the Cardinals' first-round pick this past draft, Walter Nolan III.
Knock on wood, hopefully he can finish out the year and play these last three and get, however many that would be under his belt. I think, what would that be, 6 or 7 games there. There's no doubt, like, this guy, he practices the right way, he prepares the right way. You know, he's a disruptive player. I think that, you know, he'll continue to get better the more he plays. You know, I think he's doing a really good job. I just want to see him out there, but there's no doubt that he can impact the game in a positive way.
I'm being honest here. I was very much in the camp of like, oh, you've got to be kidding me. He's injured again. He's from Ole Miss. This is all lining up to be just another Robert Kimdichie disaster, right? And then he played against Dallas, and I'm like, oh, damn.
Yeah.
He looks good.
Okay.
Then he gets hurt against Seattle. I'm like, oh, darn. Are you kidding me? And then...
Way to clean it up.
Come on!
It's about time.
This most recent game against Houston, he once again got back in the sack column. So he's got 2 sacks in 5 total games played on his game logs per ESPN.
I see.
He's also, there's a stat that I learned about the other day called stuff. Like when a defensive lineman stuffs somebody.
Yes.
He's got 3.5 stuffs this year. Good for 11 yards.
Listen.
Look, it's only been 5 games, 6 or 7 games. I like what I've seen. That's what I'm getting.
Just knock it off.
I will never.
I mean, honestly, right now, I do not need this from you guys when I'm inside the 72-hour window. 6, 7. I don't need this going on right now, okay? It's so distracting. I'm already distracted with the 72-hour window. And now we got the 6, 7 going on. Walter Nolan III. 6, 7. Also known in the Wolfley compound as Walter Nolan the third technique, of course, because he is a 3 technique. This guy is definitely going to be a wrecking ball. I really do believe that. There is not a more destructive force in the football universe than a 3 technique, ladies and gentlemen. That is awesome. And that's exactly what I think the Arizona Cardinals have. Is he there yet? No, he isn't. No, he isn't. And you know what? I'm going to continue to tell him, I don't care if he goes out and gets 3 sacks in the next game. You're not here yet. I don't care if you get 9 in the last 3 games. You're not ready. You're not here yet. That's what I'm going to continue to tell Walter Nolan. But you watch him on tape. You watch him hold the point. He can hold the point as well. You want him to penetrate? He can penetrate. You want him to get interior push? He can get interior push. You want sacks from your 3 tech? He can get sacks from a 3 technique. This guy is everything that you were hoping he was going to be. And really, honestly, everything you were hoping Darius Robinson was going to be. Now, Darius Robinson has flashed. He has flashed in the second half of the season here and actually made some plays. I just don't know if he's ever going to have the impact that Walter Nolan III has had, because he is explosive when you watch him on tape.
Yeah, the difference between Darius and Walter of what we've seen in the first 2 seasons is when Darius made his debut last year against the Vikings, it was, oh, cool, he's out there, and we at least get to see some of what he's doing. There wasn't really that one Darius Robinson moment, and he's got plenty of time. He could still have it here in his first few years. But there wasn't that signature Darius Robinson play or moment that really stuck out to us from what games he was able to play his rookie season.
Yes.
Whereas Walter Nolan bust onto the scene on a Monday night in Dallas and was getting the love of everybody in the national media. Aaron Donald, I believe it was shouting out what Walter Nolan III did against Dallas. Like, that's pretty high praise.
Walter Nolan picked a ball out of the air with one hand and scored a touchdown. Right?
That was just absurd.
Right? Was I right on that, Rick?
It's listed as a fumble recovery, but yes, I'm calling it an interception too.
Okay.
I thought it was an interception.
It's listed as a fumble recovery.
Yes.
Yeah, it was definitely an interception.
It was. It was an interception.
Big man ballin', as Swagoo likes to say.
Yes, but you know what? Honestly, once again, Walter Nolan and what we have seen from him, oh my goodness. This is maybe the best thing that has happened this year. When you consider all the negativity surrounding the Arizona Cardinals, when you consider the year that they've had, when you consider all of it, the quarterback situation, all of the unbelievable amount of injuries, when you consider the 3-11 record right now with 3 games to go. When you consider all of the negativity, so, man, the one bleeping, shining light is Walter Nolan III.
Is it too early to call him a guaranteed hit?
Yes, it is. There's no way I'm going to look him dead in the eye and say, "You're not here. What are you talking about? You haven't arrived. Stop it."
Can he
Played,
become
6 games?
Can he become a guaranteed hit in these final 3 games, or do we have to wait to the entirety of next season before we say yes or no?
Well, for me, I have to wait. Based on I have to wait till next season. Yeah, there's no way I'm walking up to rookie and saying, "Oh, you've arrived."
Well, not that he's arrived, but do we feel about him the way that we feel about Paris Johnson Jr.?
Paris had to win me over in year 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So does Walter Nolan, the third technique.
That's fair. The other guys that were supposed to win us over this year in year 2, I don't think either one have done so. In Marvin Harrison Jr. and Darius Robinson. So any sort of silver lining I can get from this Walter Nolan pick is going to make me feel better at least about the guys that Monty and JG are bringing in via the draft.
Can I just say, we have a beautiful part of the program we're going to be talking about, my brothers. If there were 3 young guys you could pick to finish well for the Arizona Cardinals, who would they be? That's going to be a beautiful part of the program at some point in time. This is a very, very difficult exercise. If you wanted to pick 3 guys that you would hope would finish well going into next season, who would they be?
Tell you what,
it's difficult to pick that.
You want to do that at 11:45?
Okay,
Since we had to move some things around, so let's do that at 11:45 because I don't see it anywhere else on the show sheet, so I'm making it here. All right. Coming up next, we're going to talk some NFL news, and apparently, a former Cardinals head coach was fired after 1 season again. We'll react next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Varell. This In for Luke here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Getting more as a MyLowe's Pro Rewards member is easier than ever with the Lowe's app. Download it today and earn 500 points the first time you log in. Plus, your digital wallet helps you scan, save, earn, and access what you need to manage it all in one place. Download the Lowe's app and take advantage of your Pro benefits today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid 12/125 through 1/7/26. Offer valid for first login per organization only. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Additional restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 plumbing inspection that includes a full home plumbing check for leaks, corrosion, and pressure issues, a water heater flush and safety inspection, a drain and fixture evaluation to prevent clogs or damage, and a peace of mind report. Go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Hey folks, Vince Marotta with some exciting news. The holidays just got even better. Unwrap exciting holiday deals all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And if you know Earnhardt, you know they always treat you right. They're locally owned and they will treat you like family. Now's your chance to save big on their huge lineup of award-winning Kia models across the lot. Looking for sedans or SUVs? They've got them. 2025 K4, 2026 Sportage, and even the family moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Need gas, hybrid, or all-electric options? They've got those too. Plus a sharp selection of Kia certified pre-owned vehicles ready to roll. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are incredible. Come check them out and discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue north of Bell Road or online at earnhardtpeoriakia.com.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. We'll help you find last-minute gifts that don't look last-minute, even if you're still planning to propose. At Shane Company, we'll show you perfect gifts at perfect prices, in stock and ready to give. Like hand-matched diamond studs, 14-karat gold chains, or the ultimate gift, a beautiful engagement ring. We have longer store hours, so you can skip the crowds and shop when you want, or visit us at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to be a holiday hero. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The NBA has released its last 2-minute report for Sunday's Suns-Lakers game, and the league determined the officials were correct with every call and non-call in the final minute of the game. For more on why the NBA came to this conclusion, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. Sticking with the association, the San Antonio Spurs will take on the New York Knicks tonight in the NBA Cup Final. Tip-off is at 6:30. And number 1 Arizona men's basketball hosts Abilene Christian tonight at McHale Center. Tip-off for that one is at 7. That is what is trending now.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. What more have we learned about the Suns as they prepare to play the Warriors? We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo Show 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
You hear the music, NFL Films. Gives us a little bit of pace here on this Tuesday.
Gotta love it.
Mitch Varell, this in for Luke alongside Wolf. NFL stories. There's a few that we didn't get to yesterday that also happened yesterday. One of them was the New York Jets and head coach Aaron Glenn, deciding to part ways with defensive coordinator Steve Wilks after they got beat down by the Jacksonville Jaguars. I believe it was 48-20 was the final score, but a final score not very indicative of just how poor that performance was.
You know, wow. To me, this is a big wow. Aaron Glenn, of course, the head coach, and Steve Wilks, a guy that has been given the opportunity to be a defensive coordinator over and over in the National Football League, and for whatever reason has been fired 4 times now in 1 year. And in the case of the New York Jets, it's less than 1 year.
Yeah.
Okay, 14 games, of course, being fired now. When you get fired in December, there's a statement that is behind that. What it is, I do not know. I do not know what has happened behind the scenes, but Steve Wilks has been fired 4 times as either a head coach or a defensive coordinator in the NFL, where he's only had a year to go out and work for an organization and then been fired. That is stunning to me.
Here's Aaron Glenn behind the microphone yesterday.
I relieved Steve Wilks from his duties this morning as our defensive coordinator. Chris Harris will actually be some of those duties right now, and I will be helping him as he progresses through the week as our coordinator, and everybody else will stay the same. This decision that I made late last night, and I talked to him this morning, and I felt like it was the best decision for the organization at this time. And I've said this all along, that I'm evaluating players, I'm evaluating coaches, I'm evaluating myself, and I just felt like this was the best decision for right now for the team and for this organization.
Wow.
You and I got into a bit of a back and forth as we were prepping about the nature of deciding to relieve someone with 3 games to go versus why haven't you as an organization, not going to name a specific organization, but you know which one I'm referring to. Why wouldn't you make changes at this point just to see what you have at a certain area? I'm on the side of the Jets in terms of if you're not going to have Steve Wilkes going into next year, why keep him for 3 more games? That's at least where I stand with this.
Yeah, for me, this is a statement. Again, this is personal. Something happened. Steve Wilkes, it's stunning to me.
It's really weird.
He must honestly, I've worked with the man. I have. Steve Wilkes. The year he was the head coach for the Arizona Cardinals, I worked with this guy. And he's very, very bright. He is. And he must interview extremely well, exceptionally well, to get the opportunity. And yet, 4 times in a year or less, he's been fired as a defensive coordinator or a head coach. What is going on with that? It's got to be something personal.
Cardinals, Panthers, 49ers, and now the Jets. Mind you, I doubt this has any relation to it, but he is still suing the NFL based on hiring practices.
Yeah.
So there's a lot that is happening right now when it comes to Steve Wilkes, the league, and this weird trend of him getting fired after just 1 season. We also learned yesterday that Patrick Mahomes underwent surgery to repair his torn ACL. I believe we also learned he tore his LCL as well, but he had the surgery yesterday to the point where I know you're amped up about this, but Darren Urban, who's the lead Cardinals writer for azcardinals.com, was also very curious to the idea of him getting surgery the day after the injury. And Darren was just making an observation, and he got hit with the most vitriolic things I think Darren has seen in a hot minute.
Okay, so we're talking about Pat Mahomes.
Yeah.
Who suffered this ACL and in a matter of days has gotten surgery.
A day.
A day.
Yeah,
okay, I thought
Singular.
It was 2.
I mean, it's Tuesday. He had the surgery yesterday.
Okay, yes. What is going on with that? Honestly, I've never heard of that either, Derb. So I'm with you on that one. I thought maybe it was a partial tear. Maybe that's all it was. It was a partial tear. Maybe they discovered it wasn't a full rupture.
Maybe
they discovered it was a partial tear and they were going to go. No, from what I understand, that is not the case. At least with the information we have right now. I'm going to be following this over the next 72 hours as I prepare for my vacation, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to be following this closely for you so you don't have to find out what is really going on with Pat Mahomes.
Ron Wolfley investigating?
I just know that the 72-hour window is open and there's a lot of air coming in.
We're going to give him some practice time today, and we'll see where he goes from here. But whether
do you have
whether
for
or
me,
not
Minch?
he's healthy enough to clear the window, we'll find out at the end of this week. Here's what else I've got for you. Monday Night Football. I almost said Thursday Night Football for some reason. The Pittsburgh Steelers looked pretty darn good against the Miami Dolphins in the Steel City. 28-15 the final score. Dolphins tried to make a comeback and really were making me strain just watching how slowly they operated in the fourth quarter, down by 3 scores. Like, hello, move.
What is going on there? I have no idea what is going on there based on ratings. I don't.
Plenty is going on there. And
why did the Steelers win this game, Aaron Rodgers?
They scored 4 touchdowns.
Man, Aaron Rodgers played really, really well.
23 of 27.
23 of 27 for 224 yards, a couple of touchdowns, did not throw a pick, had a quarterback rating of 125.9. And then there was this kid by the name of Kenneth Gainwell. I really haven't seen Kenneth Gainwell much. And yet, here's a guy who had 13 carries for 80 yards and 7 receptions for 46. This kid came out of nowhere to me. Kenneth Gainwell, I didn't even check his stats, Basinonians, but I will tell you right now, he looked really, really good.
He gained well.
Pardon?
He gained well.
He gained well.
Yeah, Kenneth gained well. He gained well.
Yeah, I like that. That was really, really good. Did somebody pick him up on their fantasy team?
He's on mine in the Burns and Gambo League. I know that much. He's on my bench. It didn't really matter, though. I beat the snot out of my opponent in the playoffs. Put up 160 points even with him on the bench.
Interesting.
So I'm in good shape. I had Trey McBride, so I fared rather well. What else could we get into? Phillip Rivers. It is not just a one-night stand for him in the Indianapolis Colts. He will be starting again Monday night in Indianapolis against the San Francisco 49ers, which adds its own level of intrigue because the Niners, of course, being an NFC West team, but man.
They also almost signed him. Do you remember that? That story
true.
That they were going to sign him for the Super Bowl if they had made it the year that Brock Purdy
enough.
Yeah. The year that Brock Purdy got hurt.
Should be fun. He didn't look that great, don't get me wrong, but what are you going to do if you're Indianapolis? Are you going to trust Riley Leonard?
Well, you honestly didn't think
Brett
Phillip
Rippon?
looked okay? I mean,
He threw 2 passes that went beyond 20 yards. One of them was intercepted, and the other...
yes. 18 of 27 for 120 yards. That's interesting. He did throw a touchdown pass, though, did he not? Yes. They were in the game. And, oh, by the way, it was a pretty good team they were playing.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree to that?
Yeah, but he looked like a middle-aged man playing quarterback.
He looked like somebody who hadn't thrown a pigskin in a minute.
Yeah,
Well,
and
he hasn't thrown it in a game in, 5 years?
yeah.
So,
My thing is, though, doesn't he throw to his receivers in high school? Like his high school receivers to help them?
Apparently not.
He probably doesn't have to throw that far to them either.
I guess.
Probably mess them up as well with his funky giddy-up. Funky release.
Did you hear him post-game, by the way?
I'm kind of teasing there, basically.
This was Phillip Rivers' big picture takeaway from his ability to come back and play in this game on Sunday.
You know, maybe it will, I don't know, inspire or teach, you know, to not to run or be scared of what may or may not happen, you know. Hopefully, you know, certainly I think of my sons and those ball players, you know, that I'm in charge of at the school, that they'll say, like, crap, coach wasn't scared. You know what I mean? It's like, shoot, sometimes there is doubt, and it's real. And again, you can the guaranteed safe bet is to go home or to not go for it. And the other one is, shoot, let's see what happens. You know, and so, I hope that in that sense that it can be a positive to some young boys, you know, or young people. It doesn't have to be boys, but again, that's not the motivation.
Well, he got choked up there, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Did he get choked up? Did you? Yes. I saw that cut, and he actually took his hat off and put it back on and pulled it down over his eyes when he was saying that. He got choked up on that, man.
Look, I'd be pretty emotional, too, if I made a 5-year hiatus and then came back at a pivotal time in the year and held my own, to your point, against one of the best teams in the NFL.
Yes. Wasn't awful. Wasn't good.
It wasn't awful, but it wasn't
great.
good. That's the key.
Still, they lost by what? 2 points?
2.
I mean, they had a shot. That, to me, against that team?
Yeah. On the road.
On the road? Brutal.
All right. Starting tomorrow, we're giving you, yes, you, listening right now or watching, hello, we're giving you the chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl on January 8th. Listen for the code word during Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, and Burns and Gambo. When you hear that code word, text it to 620-620. Don't miss your chance to see a college football playoff semifinal game right here in our backyard. All right, when we come back, Wolf's producer question of the day. What are the 3 young players, or who are the 3 young players on the Arizona Cardinals that you want to see finish the season strong? Did I set that up well? We'll find out next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Varela, in for Luke, here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata mornings.
Dylan Brooks hit the three. LeBron James, he hits Dylan Brooks in the chest. But they said James contests to the side of Brooks and would avoid making contact if not for Brooks extending his left leg. That doesn't even address the hand of LeBron James that makes contact with the chest. How do you go back the day after? You have a whole team of officials looking over this footage, and that's the determination you come up with? You might as well crumple up the last 2-minute report and wipe your butt with it, because then it would at least have use.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. You know, choosing the right financial advisor is one of the best investments you can make for your financial future. Let Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors help you craft an income plan to meet your goals so you can focus on what matters most. Call Trajan Wealth today and learn a little bit more. 480-360-7900. Trajan Wealth tailors wealth management plans to you and what it is that you like. They take the time to determine your risk tolerance level, along with learning about your goals and timeline, working with you. They develop a wealth management plan that reflects your values. Trajan Wealth, plan smarter, dream bigger. 480-360-7900 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the ghost pepper challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602 Blue Sky today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns here, and I'm with V's founder, Jimmy V. Tell me, what is it about V's that makes it feel like almost a sanctuary for people who want to go and just get away from it all?
I think it's a place where you can go and conjures up memories, Dave, of a time gone by. A place to take your kid, to give him a piece of what you had culturally as a kid growing up. As a place where you feel like I can go in and feel my best when I walk out of here. As a place that's happy, as a place that talks about sports, as a place that asks you about your dad, asks you about your family, your kids. That's what V's is. It's just not 4 walls and barber chairs. It's a culture. And that's what we try to do, and try to make it timeless without any type of pretense, without any type of judgment or prejudices, but to make it a barbershop that you look forward to going in, because every single time it's V's.
So book your next great cut and get away from it all by going to V's. Visit vbarbershop.com. That's vbarbershop.com for your next great haircut at V's.
Choose hope for children in foster care through Child Crisis Arizona. Together, we can assure all children are safe. The qualifying foster care tax credit is one way you can help. Contribute up to $618 individually or $1,234 jointly to Child Crisis Arizona and receive a $1 tax credit. Your gift provides hope and a brighter future to children in foster care. Visit childcrisisaz.org. That's childcrisisaz.org.
Hey, it's Vince Murata. Join us Wednesday morning. The fun starts at 6, and we'll include our weekly visit to talk NFL with Mark Schlereth here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Man, you got me all fired up.
It was
Really?
unintentional for what it's worth.
My goodness.
Are you sure it wasn't Nelly?
No, it wasn't Nelly.
Okay.
Unfortunately, didn't do this song when I saw him in August.
I mean, I wonder why. Because I'm sure John Tesh was knocking on the door saying, hey, you haven't sent me my royalty check yet.
We don't know that.
Oh, stop. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked.
Oh, man.
Mitch Verelvis. Sidetracked, amped up, whatever you want to call it here on this Tuesday. This is a Wolf question. This is literally in Wolf's prep email from Tuesday. And it is written as the following.
Yeah.
And you know this because you wrote it.
Appreciate it.
If there were 3 young guys that you could pick to finish well, who would they be and why? This is an Arizona Cardinals question, by the way.
Oh, boy, where do you begin on this? Where do you begin?
Let's talk about someone we've already talked about today.
Who?
Does that work for you?
Okay.
Walter Nolan III.
Okay, Walter Nolan III. Yes, there's no doubt about it. You know what? I'm sorry, Minch. I'm just going to start with this, Space and Earnings. There's a lot of young guys.
There is.
That you could look at and say, man, you know what? Wouldn't it be great if Isaiah Adams finished strong at right guard? Kind of like he did last year at left guard. Mm-hmm. Wouldn't it be great if Isaiah Adams finished strong? Then you could look at some other guys. Max Melton, still a year 2 guy that is developing as well. Wouldn't it be great if Max Melton would be given the opportunity to go out, hopefully, over these last 3, and maybe go out there and get better? Wouldn't it be great if some of these young guys were able to come around? And yet there are 3 names. There are 3 names for me that I just think of. And number 1 is Walter Nolan III.
Okay, good. We're on the same page.
That is the first one. Who's your second, Minch?
Can I say Will Johnson?
Oh.
And the only reason I say this is because I think he got picked on quite a bit in the Houston game. Now, granted, Nico Collins didn't have a massive impact in terms of catches and targets, but he had a crossing route touchdown. That wasn't all Will Johnson's fault, right? But they did throw it his direction a lot, which is interesting because it's not like the opposite side corner is that much older or that much more experienced. It's talking about Denzel Burke.
Yes.
Garrett Williams is the experienced one of the bunch, but he's not playing a ton of outside, or they at least wouldn't want him to play a ton of outside. But we've seen a lot of great things out of Will Johnson throughout the year, aside from him dealing with the injuries that he's dealt with. I'm more so approaching this from the perspective of I want him to finish the year on the field and strong, because injuries was one of the biggest reasons why he even fell to the Cardinals in the first place. And I don't want it to be a tag on his career.
Yes.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, can I just say Will Johnson would be one of my 3.
Okay.
Walter Nolan III, Base and Orleans, as in third technique. He would be number 1. He would be that guy that I'd really love to see develop. And the other guy is Darius Robinson as well. Darius Robinson and then Will Johnson. Those are my 3 guys. He is so much of the time when we have topics that we talk about and you have multiple answers you can use, I like to have a theme for those multiple answers. Mm-hmm. I do. I enjoy having a theme. And for me, just looking at the defensive side of the ball, I want to see the defensive side of the ball improve the most. Because Base and Orleans, if you have a dominant defense, you're going to be in every game. You will be in every game. You have the opportunity for Crazy Carl to show up, and you'll be in every game if you have a defense. And that's where I'd love to see the Arizona Cardinals improve the most defensively. Crazy Carl! That's right. And Walter Nolan III is a great place to start. You take the most disruptive force in the football universe. That is a 3 technique. And then you have another 3 technique in Darius Robinson. If Darius Robinson would finish strong over the last 3 games, he's flashed a little bit. Not like Walter Nolan has flashed, yet he has flashed. Now, all of a sudden, over the last 3 games, get out there and make some plays, make some tackles, record some pressures, get a sack, whatever it might be. Defend a pass, knock it down. I want to see him start making plays. Darius Robinson, Walter Nolan III, and then Will Johnson out on the edge. Why would you want that? What is the theme that you guys are seeing What's the theme that you're seeing on that, Rick?
Defensive players?
Defensive players. That's really good. Anything more specific than that? How about
past 2 draft classes?
How about, okay, well, that's not bad either. You know what? I didn't even think about that, Rick. Well done on your part.
Good job, Wolf. Accidental
but for me,
brilliance.
you know what? I want pressure. I want pressure on an opposing quarterback. Give me 2-3 techniques who can actually get pressure on an opposing quarterback. Give me that. And all of a sudden, you've got Will Johnson, a guy who gets his hands on a lot of footballs, Basinonians, passes defensed. Will Johnson, year after year, this is my prediction for Will Johnson going forward, year after year, he's going to be right there, top 5 in passes defensed, PBUs, some people call it, passes defensed in the game of football. You take a corner and you give me interior push, and that is going to be a nightmare for a lot of offenses trying to throw the ball. I love that combination.
There's only one more name I want to throw, 2. So I guess I'd be cheating the 3 model. But there's 2 more names that I want to throw out there.
Okay.
They don't play defense. One of them I'm stealing from Alex on the YouTube chat. Isaiah Adams. He's going to be the starting right guard the rest of the way, barring any sort of injury of any sort. I did the karma cap, I promise. But he was given the opportunity to be the starting guard at the beginning of this year, lost the job. I think that's fair to say.
Yes.
Got the job back because Will Hernandez is now on IR and is done for the year.
Correct.
And this offensive line needs to show that it is making some sort of progress, because it feels like there was a lot of faith in this offensive line at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
That faith is long gone.
Yeah.
And it's not just Isaiah. It's a lot of the pieces that are on this offensive line as a whole. And I think Isaiah needs to show that he has some ability to at least be entrenched on this line. And the other person is Marvin Harrison Jr. But part of that is he going to even play any of these final 3 games of the year? But if he does, can he play up to the level that we're seeing of Michael Wilson and Trey McBride when they are the top 2 options for Jacoby Brissett? So those are the last 2 I would throw out
that is
there.
the question right there. Once again, some young guys that are still developing. There's a lot of names you could look at, because 3 guys, if you only had to pick 3, what a producer question that is. It's not easy, is it?
Well, good job, because you had a good producer question, didn't you, Wolf?
Yeah, produce.
Coming up next, we're going to take you through the top sports stories of the day. It's Wolfing Down Your Lunch. That's next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Vareldis in for Luke here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader,
including Cardinals play-by-play. Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Our country is held together by small businesses. That's a fact. It's also a fact that 9 out of 10 of those small businesses will fail. Why? Because it's hard. Really hard to build a profitable business from the ground up today. Pure Talk knows that. They started as a small American wireless company determined to keep their customer service in this country. It worked. And today, Pure Talk is determined to help other small businesses prosper by offering them the same white glove service the big guys get. Same service, same 5G network at a truly affordable price. Pure Talk is focused on businesses that employ welders and roofers, electricians, plumbers, HVAC techs, the people who keep the lights on. If that sounds like your business, give Pure Talk Business a try and see just how much you could save. Dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who understands the power of small business. Pure Talk.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing, and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, let's talk fees. I hear people all the time saying, I don't want to pay too much for advice, but sometimes they're looking at it the wrong way.
Exactly, Gambo. Too many folks, especially the middle market, people with $750,000 to $1 million saved, get fixated on finding a discount advisor. But being penny wise and pound foolish can cost them way more in the long run.
Yeah, meanwhile, the ultra-rich don't blink at fees. They pay 2% plus 20% of the upside because they know the value is there.
That's the key. At Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax, we are fiduciaries. That means we're legally obligated to put your best interests first. And our pricing is fair, transparent, and reasonable without all the Wall Street games.
So, folks, don't settle for cheap when your retirement is on the line. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
December 26th is the day to tear into something big. The Rate Bowl is back. And this year, the holidays end with a hit. New Mexico and Minnesota meet for the first time in a matchup built for bowl season. Every snap feels like a gift you've been waiting for all season to open. So bring the noise, bring the energy, and get ready to unwrap the action. The Rate Bowl, December 26th at Chase Field. Get your tickets now at ratebowl.com.
Picture it, your holiday table, the family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps. This season at Fry's, make the moments that matter possible with quality that's affordable in every aisle. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
You can save big on 12 to 15 packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Dr. Pepper. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The NBA has released its last 2-minute report for Sunday's Suns-Lakers game, and the league determined the officials were correct with every call and non-call in the final minute of the game. For more on why the NBA came to this conclusion, head on over to arizonasports.com. Sticking with the association, the San Antonio Spurs will take on the New York Knicks tonight in the NBA Cup Final. Tip-off is at 6:30. And number 1 Arizona men's basketball hosts Abilene Christian tonight at McHale Center. Tip-off for that one is at 7. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. At The Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today: windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to go. Visit thewindowdepot.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
We are halfway through this Tuesday Wolf and Luke show. It's time now to catch up on the top sports stories of the day with Wolfing Down Your Lunch, Minter Vareldis, Wolf, and Rick. What's up, Rick?
The NBA released its final 2-minute report for Sunday's Suns-Lakers game and determined the officials made the correct calls and non-calls in the final minute of the game. Do you guys agree?
No. That's it. That's all I have to say on that.
Yeah. No. I would agree with Minch.
Anything more that I say, I'm afraid I might get fun. Oh, wait, that's not my job. No, I'm sorry. It's just there's not a lot of clarity in their reasoning for these decisions either. It almost sounds very, like, snooty. Like, oh, actually, according to the rules, it's this. Like, give me a break. Just tell me straight.
I honestly don't know how you could look at LeBron James impacting Dylan Brooks and telling me that that was not a foul, that Dylan Brooks extended his leg to get the... I just don't see that.
I don't buy it.
And don't believe that either, that you could look at that and say, yeah, they got that right. What? That blows my mind.
Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon spoke to the media yesterday and addressed the report that defensive line coach Winston DeLattiboudere
but I'll take it.
Is headed to Michigan State.
The word came out today you might be losing your D-line coach to Michigan State. Does that change anything moving forward?
Yeah, nothing to add on that, no.
Does Coach Debo leaving signal that the rest of the coaching staff will not be back next season?
This is hard. Only because you would think that if a change was going to be made, it would have been made by now. And the first change that happens is somebody, as far as we know, by choice, choosing to leave. Right? So that would imply that everybody else is safe, or they're going to use these 3 games as an evaluation period. So quite frankly, I don't really know. And my gut tells me that everybody, if not for like one other positional coach, is going to be around for another year.
Yeah. You know, the first thing I think of, Basinonians, when I listen to JG comment on this is, okay, he's not very happy. And once again, this is just me reading into it. We speculate. This is what we do. It's part of my job. It's the hardest thing I've really had to come to terms and grips with over the years. Is speculation is what we talk about so much of the time here. So I'm speculating when I listen to JG. It just sounds like it wasn't an amicable parting of the ways. Does that make sense? I think it just the way he answered the question tells me, okay, I'm not going to talk about this. Stuff happens, and I'm not going to talk about this. And he's gone. And that's all we know. Yeah, and you know what? That's what happens. Does he know, Coach Debo? Does he have an idea as to what he thinks might happen? Yeah, I'm sure he does. Yet at the same time, I don't think he knows for sure. He's just taking what is a sure thing for him at this point.
Over to college football, there are now a lot of quarterbacks who will reportedly enter the transfer portal when it opens on January 2nd. Some of the biggest names are Cincinnati quarterback Brendan Sorsby, Nebraska quarterback Dylan Raiola, and Florida quarterback DJ Lagway. Also wanted to point out that TJ Finley, he's in the portal again. He's going to be going to his 6th school.
Wow.
Wolf, 6th school. How do you feel about that?
Man, just incredible.
This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at ArizonaSports.com. And it asks if, I have the website pulled up. That'd be probably a good idea.
That would be a good place, yeah.
Who will be ASU's quarterback to start the 2026 season? Cameron Dyer, who is the current backup, Jake Fetty, the 4-star from Texas, or somebody else?
I'm going to roll with a quote that I'm seeing courtesy of Kenny Dillingham via Chris Cartman of Sun Devil Source's Twitter account. Kenny Dillingham said, quote, 100%, quote, when asked whether ASU would take a QB in the transfer portal. So I'm going with other.
Oh, man. I'm thinking of Kenny and all the cuts that we have played from Kenny. And Kenny said, I can tell you this, and I'm trying to get this right. I can tell you this. We are going to have a really good quarterback here. Do you remember that, Rick? Do you remember the cut where he said that? I can tell you
with that.
I'm very, very confident that we're going to have a really, really good quarterback at Arizona State. I can say that I'm very, very confident we're going to have a good quarterback at Arizona State.
I say other.
Yeah, I agree that it's going to be other. Personally, I want it to be Jake Fetty because I just love to see ASU have a quarterback that they develop from his freshman year. And, he's loyal to the program, which he probably won't be.
We all want that, but we're probably not going to get it.
Yeah, and I would just love to see it. And I haven't really watched much Jake Fetty tape, but I think that's who I would go with. But I'll go with other because that's who you guys both went with. And other leads at 52%, Jake Fetty 28%, Cameron Dyer at 20%. All right, last one for you guys. So tonight is the final of the NBA Cup between the San Antonio Spurs and the New York Knicks. Tip-off is at 6:30. How interested are you guys in tonight's Cup final?
This is a setup, isn't it, Rick?
No, I'm literally asking.
This is a setup, I think. Okay.
I'm seriously asking.
Okay, he's asking.
It is a basketball game on a Tuesday between two pretty darn good basketball teams.
I see.
I don't know if I necessarily need the allure of the Cup to be able to watch it, but I certainly need somebody's Prime Video login to be able to watch it. So make of that what you will.
In the very mortal words of Jim Carrey, I don't care.
I think that the NBA Cup, I've completely changed my opinion on it. I think it's fun. I think the games have been slightly more competitive than the regular season. I think that it's very intriguing to have Victor Wembanyama, one of the best players in the league, one of the best players we've seen in a while, playing against Karl Anthony Towns and Jalen Brunson, two excellent players. So, yeah, I'm excited for it.
See,
and I'm allowed to be. You know what? I'm allowed to be excited for it.
If you were in charge of the marketing for it, it might be more successful than it is.
Yeah.
Just saying.
I think the fact that you said I'm allowed to be tells you everything you need to know.
You're allowed,
everybody makes
to be
fun
whatever
of
you want.
Everybody makes fun of you for caring about the NBA Cup.
I'm saying.
But I can make fun of the NBA, or not. I can like the NBA Cup, not make fun of it.
Yeah, but you're not confident about saying those words, which is why you said I'm allowed to be. You bet.
Yeah, because other people are always
I'm just saying.
Clowning it.
Oh, well, you know, Rick.
Give us reason not to clown it, and we won't clown it.
Have you watched the games? They've been great.
Of course I watched the games, because the Suns were in them.
Yeah.
Come on. I'm a professional athlete. You don't need to do this to get me to play. I'm a professional athlete. Oh, I got 82 games? Okay, you're going to pay me what? For 82 games? Let me play. I'll just ball out. You don't need to give me contour. I don't need that stuff. One game is all I need. And then the next game. And then the next. And then the next.
Do you need a load management day, though?
Sorry, I just got lost there.
You're okay. Your window is furiously closing.
The 72-hour window.
All right, history is about to be made in the desert for the first time ever. New Mexico and Minnesota. I know my mom's happy about this one. A Lobos alum. She's
I'm a
excited.
pro.
New Mexico and Minnesota are going to collide in the 2025 Rate Bowl Friday, December 26th down at Chase Field. You can be a part of the action. Just text BOWL, B-O-W-L. I saw some very poorly spelled bowls on the text line the other day. Bowl to 620 right now. That's bowl, B-O-W-L, to 620. It's your chance to win tickets and field passes. The last 2-minute report for Suns Lakers is out. Why do we not agree with the results? That's next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If you were just going to re-sign Merrill Kelly all along, then what are you trading Catel for? Because aren't you trading Catel for a starter?
I don't think they are.
And if you're not...
I think they just want to get rid of it. Catel stands, and I'm a Catel stand with you. My line for months has been, wheel him out in a chariot if that's what he wants to second base. As long as his OPS is above 850, don't care what he's asking for days off and how he is to deal with. The reporting of all that I know is what rubs people the wrong way. I really don't think that it is as much about filling specific needs on the team as we think. And with this in particular. I think they're just trading him to trade him.
If that is the case, that is going to really, really, really bother me.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. All right, what if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first? Sounds perfect, right? It's actually exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. You buy your new home now, you sell the old one later. Stop overthinking it. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. I've tried to buy and sell at the same time before. I can tell you the double moves are brutal, but Orchard cuts that hassle right out of the process for you. Then their experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. That way you can attract the right kinds of buyers. Orchard agents are local experts. They're some of the most experienced around town, and they're equipped with smart tools and products to make sure you sell your home for more. This is what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their home without the stress. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Do it on your timeline. If you're ready to find how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Across the painted desert to where the mountains touch the sky.
The year-end sales event is on at Sanderson Ford. Now, get invoice-only pricing, plus 0% financing for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days on new 2025 Escapes, Explorers, Transits, F-150s, and select Super Duties. Choose from 40 new Escapes, 70 new Explorers, 54 Transits, 150 F-150 trucks, and 370 Super Duty trucks on the lot and readily available. Get invoice-only pricing, 0% financing, and no payments for 90 days with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. From your Operation Santa Claus dealership, Sanderson Ford. 0% for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days OEC from Ford Credit. Offers plus tax, title, license, and $4.99 dock fee. Offers apply to select regular and Super Cab Super Duties. Offers expire December 31st.
We're Arizona's pride, Sanderson Ford.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta with some big news for you. If you missed the holiday kickoff, don't worry. Earnhardt Buick GMC is keeping their savings going. We're talking favorites like the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 for up to $13,000 off MSRP, and the all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickups. Get yours for up to $18,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing. And folks, that's just the start. Even the sleek 2025 Buick Enclave SUV is yours with a savings of up to $9,000 off MSRP. You want it? Earnhardt has it all, priced to move right now. Check them out in Mesa right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard, or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 dock fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 1/2/26.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. What more have we learned about the Suns as they prepare to play the Warriors? We'll discuss on today's Bernsey and Gambo show 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube. You think the people in Tempe are big fans of T.I.?
T.I.
And Tempe.
Oh.
Does it go well together?
Yes. It goes very well together.
I remember my T.I. phase. I was a big fan of him when I was in middle school. Yeah.
Man.
That
you're commenting
that
on a lot of the
rap.
rejoins. Is he not?
He knows his music.
I know. Minch is all over it.
An audio library.
I'm still a big T.I. fan. The phase has never left
Look,
for me.
Jesse, we just learned it's okay for you to be you. You can like the NBA Cup and
I'm allowed.
T.I. It's okay.
Give yourself permission.
Be who you want to be. Also, a quick shout out to Steven, who's watching the YouTube live stream all the way in California this afternoon.
What's up?
So, shaka, bro.
Yeah.
He's actually in the area where, if I'm not mistaken, they have the U.S. Open of surfing every year. Huntington Beach.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a good place to be. I'm jealous of you. I'm also jealous of another team in California that seems to just be getting away with every single foul call left and right. And I want to preface this by saying we're going to be very upset about what the last 2-minute report had to say about this Suns-Lakers game on Sunday. I watched Nuggets-Rockets last night, and there was a very controversial call towards the end of the game where on the inbounds play, the Nuggets were down by 1 to the Rockets. On the inbounds play, Tim Hardaway Jr. seemingly is tripped, key word here, by Amen Thompson. They go back. Ime Udoka challenges the call because it otherwise would have been a loose ball or before the play foul. Nuggets would have had a free throw to be able to tie it up, etc. What happened was, at least by my view, it looked like Tim Hardaway Jr. tripped over his own foot. They did not overturn the call as they deemed that Thompson's leg made illegal contact with Hardaway.
Wow.
As a result, the Nuggets get a game-tying free throw. They inbound. They miss the shot. They go to overtime. The Nuggets eventually win in overtime by 3. And Ime Udoka, after the game, was incensed. Basically said that 2 of the officials didn't belong there, and the other one was very starstruck. So let's just...
I'm sure he was fine.
I just wanted to preface this conversation by saying this is not purely a Suns-Lakers problem. There is an officiating perception with the officiating, I should say.
There is a problem with a perception. Is that what you're saying?
I don't think there's a problem with the perception. I think there's a perception.
Okay, because you could have a problem with the perception.
I think there's a justifiable problem with the officiating as well.
I see. Okay.
And I'm sure there's people in Houston.
Minch.
There's going to be people that have our jobs in Houston today that are going to be begging for this 2-minute report to say something about that call.
Yeah, you know what? I would imagine, Minch, people have had problems with officiating since the very beginning. You know what I mean? So the perception is accurate. There is a perceived problem with officiating or refereeing in this case.
Mm-hmm.
And it's never going to go away.
I just wonder if it can get better. Because when we watched the game that we watched unfold last
This should do it.
On Sunday, you would think.
This should do it.
The problem is that the Lakers currently employ LeBron James, who never is at fault for anything, it seems. Can grab officials by under their arm and just kind of yell and scream at them without it being considered reprimanded.
And then loser James had 26. Good for him, I guess.
Boy, that was Minch. That was you, wasn't it?
That was me.
Right after the game?
That was me talking over me. That was a very uncomfortable position to have put myself
That was you
You know who I think should be the most embarrassed after this is Bronny. Watching his dad flop around like that. That's not who I want to look up to if that's my dad. I know that much.
Minch. Minch, you were butthurt.
Jesse is
You were butthurt to say
Jesse
that.
is very mad at my opinions on LeBron after that game.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, I had a problem on the decision not to call foul on LeBron James when Dillon Brooks was shooting a 3. Are you kidding me?
I do too.
You ran right through him as he was coming down.
He sprawled his legs because he was hit in the chest.
Even shrugged the shoulder going through it.
Yeah.
Go back and look at it. I was like, what? You did not call that a foul on LeBron James, who ran right through him, made contact with him. They said no, he didn't, because Brooks was extending his left knee towards LeBron James. That's what they said. What a joke.
As a result, Dillon goes up to the chest of LeBron. It is deemed a technical foul. That was his second technical foul of the game. And it resulted in an ejection. Jordan,
and it was a technical foul, was it not?
That on its own was a technical foul. Jordan Ott after the game.
I'm not sure it cost us. He missed a free throw, right? So we love his emotion. We're with him. He's brought so much to this city and this franchise. His energy, his passion, his hard work, his attitude every single day. We love him.
Dillon Brooks was not in the Suns locker room available to the media after the game. It sounds like he is supposed to be speaking today at practice, so maybe we'll get his side of the story. But there was a back and forth argument, or not an argument, a conversation that was had on Burns and Gambo yesterday about Dillon being a little too much of a villain and it essentially costing the Suns that game. And you hear it at the beginning there from Jordan Ott where he says,
I'm not sure it cost us. He missed
a free throw.
Yeah.
Did LeBron. So like the Suns still had every opportunity to try and either tie up or win that game.
Sure.
Dillon getting ejected is still bothersome to me for different reasons, but there's eventually going to be a time where they're going to need Dillon Brooks to be in the game and not be ejected from the game at the clutch time of the game.
Correct. And see, that to me is what my gripe would be. You can never do anything based on earnings. When you play for a team, I don't care if it's basketball, hockey, baseball, you can never think of yourself first and do something that hurts your team. Hurts you late, especially in games. You can't do it. You can never. It's kind of like fighting. Okay, everyone in the game of football, it's all JG and his no fight policy. It's the only area I disagree with JG is his no fight policy. What are you doing? We want to teach our guys to go out there and be brawlers on every play. Fight to the ground on every play. That's the mentality you want to have. Sometimes in practice, that actually happens because you're trying so hard in practice.
We're talking about practice.
That's right.
Man.
In practice, where suddenly there's a fight that happens in practice, and it's nothing personal. It's just part of the game. It is in practice. But every NFL player knows you can never do it in a game. You can never do it in a game, ever. And if you do, you're the most selfish dude on the face of the planet. I don't care if it's a 15-yard penalty that gets called where the other team punts 3 plays later. I don't care. You get a personal foul penalty, you are the most selfish dude in that locker room to get that penalty. I've been called once for it, basically. Once, okay?
So you're speaking
just
from
so you know,
experience.
exactly. Once I lost it on the football field. You just can't do it. And I know they play 82 games. I know it's a little bit different. But Dillon Brooks, at some point in time, if I had a Jay Crowder, by way of example, do you think you're going to run Jay Crowder at Dillon Brooks to get him out of a playoff series? If, in fact, you definitely get into the poll, you think you're going to do that? Rough him up, run him at him, try to get out? Yeah, you got to expect that. And Dillon knows that. He just can't do it. You can't do it. And he knows that.
Coming up next, does this Cardinals season feel a little too similar to 2022? And if it does, will the end result of 2022 be the same as this year? That's next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Vareldas in for Luke here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morana mornings.
Now the questions are: Is this the rotation? Is it Merrill Kelly, Michael Soroka, Eduardo Rodriguez, Brandon Pfaadt, Ryan Nelson? Do they bring in somebody else? What does that mean now for the Catel Marte situation? The thought was, if the Diamondbacks do go down that road and trade Catel Marte, they're going to do it to bolster their starting rotation. Well, they're not going to do that now, unless they are hell-bent starting Ryan Nelson in the bullpen again in 2026.
It's a tradition unlike any other.
Bickley and Morana mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Call 1-877-CARS-for-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877-CARS-for-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 AC inspection that includes a complete system performance test, a safety and efficiency review of your compressor, your coils, and your wiring, plus tune-up recommendations to extend the system life and lower your bills. Go to cbrothers.com to book it or call 602-222-3535.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. If you're planning to propose this holiday, we're ready to make creating your engagement ring a warm, welcoming experience. At Shane Company, we're all about your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. Explore the widest selection of diamonds and ring settings ready for you to see in person, or visit us at shaneco.com. You'll have your ring in days, not weeks. Our friendly jewelry consultants don't work on commission. There's never any pressure, just perfect proposals. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, just like the holiday season, you know what's going to end soon? The Ford year-end sales event at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvi's here. We're talking time to get on down to our Desert Ford dealers for the final days of the Ford year-end sales event, where we can celebrate with a 2025 Ford F-150 when we can get 0% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 in bonus cash with zero down and no payments for 90 days. Let's say that again. Get 0% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 in bonus cash with zero down and no payments for 90 days when you buy a new 2025 Ford F-150 or get into an adventure-ready Ford Explorer. We bought a brand new Explorer last year with 0% financing right now for 60 months plus $8,000 in bonus cash with zero down and no payments for 90 days on a new 2025 Ford Explorer. But hurry, the Ford year-end sales event ends soon at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The NBA has released its last 2-minute report for Sunday's Suns-Lakers game, and the league determined the officials were correct with every call and non-call in the final minute of the game. For more on why the NBA came to this conclusion, head on over to arizonasports.com. Sticking with the association, the San Antonio Spurs will take on the New York Knicks tonight in the NBA Cup final. Tip-off is at 6:30. And number 1 Arizona men's basketball hosts Abilene Christian tonight at McHale Center. Tip-off for that one is at 7. That is what is trending now.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. The fun starts at 6, and we'll include our weekly visit to talk NFL with Mark Schlereth here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
You said a few weeks ago that you've been kind of able to avoid the external talk about hot seat and all that stuff. You blocked that out. Have you still been able to block that out?
Absolutely, Teo.
How do you do that?
Concentrate on your job.
Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon yesterday with the assembled media.
It's so true.
How can he continue to avoid that hot seat noise?
Yeah.
Or does he continue to avoid that hot seat noise? Yes, of course he does.
You just focus on your job. It really is something you have to do. It's something you do as a football player as well. You focus on the next game. You focus on the process. You hyper-focus on the process, as a matter of fact, especially when you're 3-11.
Are injuries going to impact his evaluation? Is he concerned about that?
Are you concerned at all, though, that the injuries will have an impact on your evaluation, or do you think they'll be taken into consideration?
No, I don't really, honestly, I don't think at all about that. I control the controllables. I'm focused on Atlanta now.
So I'm looking at how this season is going, and I'm thinking of a couple of things. Number one, when you think about 2022, because that's where my mind goes when I think of this season, they ended up winning 4 games in total. By the end of the season, both Steve Keim and Cliff Kingsbury were gone. The starting quarterback was injured and out for the season a few weeks prior, and ruled out for the season a few weeks prior, I should say. They're basically holding things together with a bunch of guys that were filling in for a bunch of injured players. And then eventually what happened that offseason was Monty Ossenfort was hired. Jonathan Gannon was then hired. And there was a lot of cleaning house on that roster and a lot of starting over with that roster, the draft picks, etc. Now think about this year. They're either going to win 3 games. They can win as many as 6 games, if we're being fair.
Sure.
That is a possibility.
Yes.
Is it a reality? No, I don't think so. Do they win at least one more game and get that 4th win? It is possible. It is. I think that is the most possible outcome of these final 3 games.
But is that important to the future of JG?
Well, that's what I'm wondering.
Correct.
Because after the 4-win season that Cliff and Keim had, both of them were gone, in spite of the fact that they had just signed contract extensions for the next 5 seasons, I believe it was.
Yes.
They're still going to be paying that off for another year, I believe it is, the 27-28 season or whenever that is. There's a lot of parallels to what happened in 2022 and to what is happening now. And I mentioned the quarterback being ruled out before the season was done with an injury, basically holding the roster together with duct tape and string with guys that are getting opportunities and plenty of them, but a lot of injuries across the roster. Does this result in the same in terms of the head coach and the man who put together the roster?
Yeah.
Or do you think that they last at least one more year?
Man, to me, I think it's going to be one more year.
Okay.
I think it's going to be one more year, make or break year, one more. And if they do not win, I'm just talking about getting into the postseason, I think that beyond a shadow of a doubt, there will be a change. Having said that, when I look at the disaster of this season, I do. What is the first thing you think of in regard to what happened this year and how mind-numbing it was? Well, you could be talking about Kyler Murray and the quarterback situation. You could be talking about that. You could be talking about the fact that you lost 7 games by 4 points or less. You could be talking about the 1-possession losses that you had as well and the damage that would do. Or you could be talking about all the injuries, or you could be talking about all of that put together. And it's the reason why I thought the last 5 games was going to be important for JG in his future and in regard to going out and being competitive and still fielding a team that is going to fight to the ground, even if they're losing games. And yet their schedule is very difficult. And you look at the Rams, 45-17. And you look at the Texans, 40-20. You've got Atlanta coming up. You're at the Cincinnati Bengals, who seem to be adrift as well.
They're their own mess.
Yes, their own mess. And then, of course, the Rams in L.A. And who knows what the Rams will be playing for at that point in time. Having said all of this, I think it's important that the Arizona Cardinals continue to go out and try to compete in these last 3 games. How many do you have to win to possibly save his job? I think JG is here, unless they go out and it's 45-17 again in the last 3 games. It's really hard to look at that and say, okay, we finished 3-14 getting blown out the last 5 weeks, and we're going to bring everybody back. I don't see that either.
That's what's been concerning to me, is that the blowouts, when they've been happening, it came after the last time they won. Blown out by Seattle, blown out by San Francisco, blown out by the Rams, now recently blown out by the Texans. What's stopping them from getting blown out against this Atlanta offense, which
has a very good offensive line,
and any given day could just run you over? They might get Drake London back, Kyle Pitts, Bijan Robinson, Kirk Cousins. Apparently he can still sling the pig, as the kids say. Joe Burrow. Would you say he's got a pretty good offensive skill position group?
No doubt about it.
And any given day, they could put up 30, maybe even 40.
Yeah, I wonder about the stability of that team right
Naturally.
now.
And then the Rams. Goes without saying.
Yes.
We've already experienced that.
Could be ugly.
JG was asked yesterday as well, with the questions included in this because it was a short response. What would your pitch be to ownership to return for next season?
What would be kind of your pitch to ownership to return next
There's no pitch. There's no pitch. I'm concentrating on Atlanta.
Okay, so there's no pitch.
That is a good answer by JG.
It is, but then he kind of exposited a little bit. Greg Moore followed up and asked him if he thinks about any changing with their process at this point in the season. It's a longer cut, but it's good.
Daily. Seriously, Greg. That's your pitch, Teo, is I believe in myself and I believe in our team. And we are at a dip right now, and we're going through some adversity. But I do believe in us, and we'll get out of the dip. With what you just asked, Greg, it's my job to evaluate everything and see what's working and see what's not. We're very process-oriented. And, just to change because we've had a bunch of injuries, change how we do things. There's a lot of layers to everything involved, but there's no doubt. I think we've done things throughout the year that we haven't done in the first 2 years. You know what I mean? And then you got to take into account other variables and factors that go into that. So we always laugh. Like if you talk to different coaches or different buddies, like how do you set up the week of practice? How do you set up training camp? All these things, they're all different. Everybody's different. So there's no one way to do it. A lot of different ways to do it, but it is, again, I'm concentrating on Atlanta, but I do have to have a little bit of foresight with, as I'm taking notes how this year's gone. What do we have to take a look at with a critical eye and change? Because if we keep doing the same thing, you keep getting the same result. That's not good by anybody in my seat. So we'll look at that when the time comes.
And I think that's the self-awareness we've been asking to hear from him. And we got it with 3 games to go in a season where they've won 3 games so far. Hopefully it turns around this weekend. All right, coming up next, is Kenny Dillingham officially off Michigan's radar? Maybe not. We'll react next. Wolf and Luke Mitch for all this. In for Luke here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If we're talking truly about, 8 digits, right, per year? I think it's going to have to be the last 8-digit annual value contract they give up. I don't think I don't think there's a willingness to spend beyond that. And what bothers me about that a little bit is who's your closer? Who's it going to be? Because it feels like this just shoved them right out of the Pete Fairbanks conversation. I certainly don't think they're getting one in a Jake McCarthy or Alec Thomas trade, because I don't think those guys are going to warrant bringing a closer back. If I'm right, and they're done dipping into the 8-figure contract range on an annual value, beyond a Catel trade, who is their closer next year?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC. If you're having neck or back pain, then go see the best of the best, brothers, and that is Desert Institute for Spine Care. The reason you should choose them varies in need, of course, but they have award-winning doctors and provide a broad range of treatments. DISC provides a pain mapping system and a careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for your issue, and then they back that with proven success and trust. The DISC doctors often train doctors from all over the world on best practices and techniques as a world leader. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, Text SPINE to 620 620. That's SPINE to 620 620. I can tell you the doctors at Disc, they have helped me in the past, and they will help you. Text SPINE to 620 620.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you know I'm a big fan of Sonic and their all-star selection of burgers, and now they have added an MVP to their lineup, and this one is so good you should head to Sonic right now. Introducing the all-new Pretzel Bacon Sonic Smasher, 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, crispy bacon, pub sauce, plus a buttery soft pretzel bun. It is the ideal burger for armchair quarterbacks everywhere, and only at Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
There's nothing quite like the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. For locals, it's been a point of pride for 50-plus years. For players, it's where legends emerge. For fans, it's the trip of a lifetime. But this year is even bigger. It's the College Football Playoff semifinal on January the 8th. Viva Fiesta. Tickets on sale now at fiestabowl.org. That's fiestabowl.org.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, this is Jared, and what does Kenny Dillingham have in common with Hugh Jackman? It may be hard for them both to resist taking a lot of money to become a Wolverine. We'll talk ASU tomorrow at 6 a.m. on Bickley Murata Mornings.
Coheed and Cambria? I'm on fire today.
Well, that's good.
I think this was in a Guitar Hero or something. That's probably why I recognize it. Mitch Vareldes in for Luke today. Wolf's here. Hopefully we're not going to be referring to you as Wolf Emeritus, because that's the proper word, sorry. And instead calling you Wolferine?
No.
In honor of apparently all these Michigan rumors that are happening here and about?
No. No Wolferine, please.
Well, let's talk with the man who's been center of those rumors, Kenny Dillingham. Do you know the man?
I do, as a matter of fact.
Okay, well, he spoke today, believe it or not.
He did.
I'm going to read these the way these are slugged, and we're going to react together. Are you ready?
Oh, my goodness. Okay.
Hey,
everybody, hold on.
This is from today. Shout out to Jesse and Jamal behind the glass, working hard, turning this.
Oh, my goodness.
So that we can react to it right now.
Okay.
Is he happy to have the Michigan stuff behind him?
Are you glad to have the Michigan stuff kind of behind you now and move forward?
Well, I mean, it's a great, like I said, this profession is absolutely wild. It's just a wild profession. It's a wild industry right now. It's just nuts.
Okay.
Wait, hold on.
Kenny, can I talk to you for a minute?
What?
Can I see you over here for a minute? The answer is yes, right? Yes, I'm glad to have it behind me. Isn't that the answer?
Let's hear it again. Craig Fooey asking the question.
Are you glad to have the Michigan stuff kind of behind you now and move forward?
Well, I mean, it's a crazy, like I said, this profession is absolutely wild. It's just a wild profession. It's a wild industry right now. It's just nuts.
Again, Kenny, can I talk to you?
Why is he doing this?
Because I'm just saying, the answer is yes. I am glad. You know what? We're working on a new contract here. I'm glad that. Is there a follow-up? Tell me there was a follow-up. Somebody said, well, Kenny.
So, okay, I'm trying to see that I got the full slugs here. So here's one. If he makes an effort to make sure his program is what is right with college football?
No, I just think you treat people right. I think it's nobody's doing it right. Nobody's doing it wrong, right? Everybody's just doing it different, right? Because there's so much chaos right now. And, it's kind of like the tech boom, right? Is so much money is being poured into it from different places, right? It's a battle to grow the fastest, right? And some people, you could be here today and you could be at the bottom tomorrow overnight. And you've got to be able to protect yourself from that, not just for yourself, but for your staff, for your players. You've got to be able to protect that. Otherwise, just like the tech boom, something that a website you go to every day, right? You look at it the next day and it's like, what's that, like 401 code or whatever? You're like, that's not even a website anymore, right? It got bought out and closed by the bigger company, right? Because they don't want the competition. And that's kind of the world we're in a little bit right now, is the tech boom of college football. And you've just got to be ready to change and just hope you treat people right along the way.
Hey, do you know what the name of that penalty is when you're lining up to kick a field goal and there's a position on the offensive side that's not allowed to be touched, right? The snapper, if I'm not mistaken. And then what happens when a defensive player uses the snapper to try and get past the line?
Leverage. Yes. He's using leverage.
So is Kenny.
We used to... Okay, well, first of all, you know what? When I played base Orleans, we used to kill the deep snapper, right? Just kill him. And that's the reason why.
So they invented the rule because of you.
Well, I'm just saying. Right there, I thought it was really a great, masterful job of Kenny, once again, really not wanting to answer the question and doing a masterful job speaking median. As a matter of fact, obfuscation came to mind right there, just listening to with the whole tech boom and using that analogy.
He's very good at his analogies.
He's
like a regular Dave Burns when it comes to analogies.
Yes. So I think I'm just going to put this conversation in the, we're not going to get any clarity on this. Correct? Do you expect to play any of these cuts and get any kind of clarity as to what's going on going forward?
No, and I don't think a weekly visit from AD Graham Rossini with Burns and Gambo on Thursday is going to clear things up any further.
Okay.
Unless they've come to a resolution before then.
Yes.
But I don't know. I'm listening to this, and it just doesn't sound like there's a resolution yet. And I think part of it is because I'm theorizing this based on what I'm seeing on the internet, on the people that I trust that cover this team.
Okay.
He's not just looking out for himself. I think he's also looking out for the rest of the staff, too. And remember, they got Brian Ward and Marcus Arroyo contract extensions last year?
Yes.
I think he's also potentially looking for bumps for all of them as well.
So there's what this sounds like Kenny Dillingham, does it not?
It does.
I mean, this is a situation.
That doesn't mean he's not going to leave.
This is a situation, though, once again, where you're going to say, okay, we're going to maximize the leverage that we have. It makes an awful lot of sense. And that means I want to look out for my coordinators. I want to look out for my coaches as well. They all deserve a slice of this pie going forward. That sounds like Kenny and what he's doing. And he needs leverage to do that. The leverage of Michigan is there. That rumor is out there. But here's the thing that's fascinating to me. The powers that be at ASU, they also have information gatherers, so to speak. They have people out there that are gathering information as to what is going on with Kenny Dillingham and any other entities that might actually be out there that are trying to secure his services. So it's a situation where they have to be negotiating directly with Kenny and saying, listen, are we done? Are you on board here or not? At some point in time, you're going to have to ask that question. And I'm sure they've asked him that question. But that is a hard answer, is it not?
Very.
For Kenny at this point, if there's any possibility that he could be Michigan's next head coach and get one of the most lucrative contracts that a college coach has seen in any year, and that's what I expect it would take. I kid you not. At Michigan, this powerhouse, this symbol of power in college football, that's what it's going to take, I think, to get Kenny out of here.
It's interesting how everybody's perception of the Big 12 changes when it's time to poach away the head coaches. Matt Campbell went to Penn State this offseason. Penn State really wanted Kalani Sitake.
Penn State.
Too. I know, but premier Big 10 schools, and I'm sure looking down on the Big 12, but when it's time to replace their head coach, just go to the Big 12 because apparently they have the best ones available.
Do you have anything else over there that is...
From Kenny, not quite.
I do.
But okay, go ahead, Jesse.
So he was asked if he wants to put the fan base panic that, is out on social media to bed, and this is what he said.
I think my job is to try to do whatever I can for the people that are with me, right? The people that are in the foxhole, the coaches that are in the foxhole with me, is I got to do whatever I can to fight for those people, for my family, for everything from that perspective. And kind of, and I love it here. I've said that since day one. That's absolutely never changing. Absolutely never changing. So, yeah, that piece is never changing.
That's the second time he's referenced the coaches, by the way.
Yes. Oh man.
This can't possibly just be about him.
Yeah. Once again, as I'm listening to this, and this could be masterful. It could be masterful by Kenny to be out there trying to raise money, so to speak, for everyone else on the staff. And I love that idea, trying to take care of everyone else. But if Michigan were not still involved, there's no way he would have the leverage to do that. And yet he's still trying to use that leverage, and rightfully so. But the only reason why is it's still there. That leverage is still there. And he's referencing the fact that leverage is still there, which is one of the reasons why he's trying to get his coaches involved and get them a bit of a reward as well from all of this. That tells me, and again, Michael Crow and the powers that be at ASU, they would know if that entity is still there as well. They have phones. They have relationships. They can pick up the phone and make calls. Man, I got to tell you, I love Kenny. Anyone who's listened to this show, you know how I feel about him. I love this guy, as we all do. But this is real. There's no doubt about it, man. The Michigan thing has not gone away. This is real.
Coming up next, who would Tyler Drake want to see succeed in the final 3 games of the season for the Arizona Cardinals? Of the young guys, or is he already thinking about the NFL draft? We'll talk with our Cardinals insider next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Vareldis in for Luke here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader,
including Cardinals play-by-play.
Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Sniffles and sneezes got you down? GoodRx is here to help with big savings on commonly prescribed cold and flu meds. GoodRx is free and easy to use. GoodRx is accepted at all major pharmacies like CVS, Walmart, and Walgreens. Just search your prescription, find a coupon, then show your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx is not insurance, but it works whether you have insurance or not. If you do, GoodRx may beat your copay price. Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com to save today.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here for Mint Mobile. You know, one of the perks about having 4 kids that you know about is actually getting a direct line to the big man up north. And this year, he wants you to know the best gift that you can give someone is the gift of Mint Mobile's unlimited wireless for $15 a month. Now, you don't even need to wrap it.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. It's your last chance to get exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 35% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Across a painted desert to where the mountains touch the sky.
The year-end sales event is on at Sanderson Ford. Now, get invoice-only pricing, plus 0% financing for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days on new 2025 Escapes, Explorers, Transits, F-150s, and select Super Duties. Choose from 40 new Escapes, 70 new Explorers, 54 Transits, 150 F-150 trucks, and 370 Super Duty trucks on the lot and readily available. Get invoice-only pricing, 0% financing, and no payments for 90 days with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. From your Operation Santa Claus dealership, Sanderson Ford. 0% for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days OAC from Ford Credit. Offers plus tax, title, license, and $4.99 dock fee. Offers apply to select regular and Super Cab Super Duties. Offers expire December 31st.
Where Arizona's pride, Sanderson Ford.
This holiday season, Talking Stick Resort is giving you the chance to drive off in a 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Earn entries to the grand prize drawing all December long. Then on January 2nd, 2026, you have a chance to win up to $10,000 or the grand prize 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Don't miss your chance to drive away in style. Details at TalkingStickResort.com. Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The NBA has released its last 2-minute report for Sunday's Suns-Lakers game, and the league determined the officials were correct with every call and non-call in the final minute of the game. For more on why the NBA came to this conclusion, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. TheAthletic.com. Sticking with the association, the San Antonio Spurs will take on the New York Knicks tonight in the NBA Cup Final. Tip-off is at 6:30. And number 1 Arizona men's basketball hosts Abilene Christian tonight at McHale Center. Tip-off for that one is at 7.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. The fun starts at 6 and will include our weekly visit to talk NFL with Mark Schlereth here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I don't know if the Wolf and Luke show has a nickname for Tyler Drake.
TD.
I know on the morning show he's Boom Boom.
Oh.
I don't know where Jarrett comes up with some of these.
I don't know him as Boom Boom.
I know him as Ty.
Oh.
Some people might also know him as Steven. Hopefully I didn't dox him too much. But Tyler Drake, our lead Cardinals insider and one half of the Cardinals Corner podcast, joining us now on the Arizona Sports Line. What's up, Ty? How we doing?
What's up, guys? I've also heard that, Mitch, you're also known as Birthday Boy, so happy birthday there, buddy.
Oh, yes.
The big 3-0. Happy birthday, Mitch.
Well,
Thank you.
We will be singing to Mitch at some point in time. Hold on to your
Why
butts.
don't you just do it
Space
now?
audience.
Because we could talk about Cardinals
no.
with Tyler, or we
Not
could
going to
get
do it now. We've got TD on the line right now. Tyler, what is your number one thought in regard to the Arizona Cardinals and their 3-11 record and where all of this might be headed?
Oh, number one thought. That's going to be – I've got many thoughts, Wolf, but I think overall we're headed towards change, and I think that is clearly the path to maybe turning this thing around next year. We'll have to see, but right now it's clearly not working. I mean, you look at the offensive line play, you look at the injuries, you look at the play calling, you look at defensively giving up 40 points, and, you know, it's not all the defense's fault, but when you see 40 points by the other team and 4 of the last 6, with 3 of those coming against divisional foes, I think my big thought is they are very far behind in the arms race and really need to figure things out in a hurry before they're even farther behind. And that's just kind of the overarching thought here, especially with this 6-game losing streak. I mean, it's the second losing streak of at least 5 games this year. And I think, change needs to happen. Change must happen, but it's got to be at the right place, or this thing is just going to be another rerun 3 more years down the line with whoever else is in charge.
Well, was a change at the defensive line coach one of the correct places? Because we learned yesterday that it sounds like Coach Debo is not going to be here, at least at the start of next year. I don't know when he's actually taking off, but was that one of the changes that would have needed to have been made in your eyes?
Honestly, I don't know if that would be one of the needed changes, but it is definitely something that makes my ears perk up of changes definitely coming a little bit more, because I just don't see somebody jumping ship after your first year in the NFL. Yes, he's really young, but, you know, you want to get to the NFL. You want to get to the highest pinnacle of the sport, and going back to college just seems like a step backwards. So very interesting to say the least after just 1 year here. I mean, one of the most enthusiastic, one of the most animated coaches at practice alone, gets the guys juiced up, is in the drills. Just very, very interesting to see him kind of just head elsewhere reportedly.
So, Ty, 3 games left. What can be accomplished in your opinion?
You just gotta put something on tape that makes you look competitive, or makes you think that this team can still be competitive. Yes, injuries cannot be the excuse. I think they have to be part of the equation, though. I asked last week, how do you reevaluate this health and training development moving forward? And you know, it's something that has to be. I mean, even yesterday, JG spoke even more about those are 2 areas that have to be addressed this offseason. And one, just stay healthy the rest of the way. I mean, a guy like Walter Nolan, let me see you finish the season and really put on tape what I think a lot of us are seeing already, but do it on a consistent basis and be available. And it's just from there, be competitive. Like I said, if you want to have any kind of hope to stick around throughout the offseason, if you're head coach Jonathan Gannon, if you're the coordinators, you've got to put something competitive on tape. And what we've seen these last couple of weeks has not been that. And that's really where I start. It's do I really expect them to win any more games? I don't know. I don't think they will. It's just, you look at the Falcons, they're, you know, toiling away as well, but they actually are putting a little bit more competitiveness on the tape. I mean, they won last week against the Bucs. You look at the other teams. I mean, you can keep things close with the Rams. I think that's going to say a lot about what this team's going through adversity-wise, that the team is still locked in. Obviously, Trey McBride's going to still do his thing, but we've got to see the defense at least start getting the clamps back down. I mean, Josh Sweat's going to have a career high in sacks at any day now, and that can't be the only bright spot. I know Calais is doing his thing, but when you really look at the defense, it starts with Josh Sweat, and it kind of ends with Josh Sweat, and that can't be the factor heading into the offseason. You've got to see some of these guys on the back end. I'd love to see Will Johnson bounce back after his couple of rough games. Denzel Burke is doing some things that I really like seeing the rookie getting involved there, but you really need to see a concerted effort from everybody. The guys lower on the depth chart that are probably going to be around next year, you've got to see them step up and really take this opportunity and run with it to have some kind of backing heading into next season, which is going to be, it's murky at best right now of who's going to be back.
Tyler Drake, our lead Cardinals writer, joining us here on the Arizona Sports Line. It's funny, I was going to parlay into a draft-related question, and the more I think about it, it actually behooves the Cardinals to lose to the Falcons, just so the Rams don't pick any higher in the draft than they already are with that first-round pick they have from Atlanta. But have you been looking at some of these top college prospects, thinking about who the Cardinals could go after, or are you in the camp of, I don't want to focus on it right now because we've got Atlanta on Sunday? Where are you at right now when it comes to the draft?
No, you've got to have, I think at any point now, I think fans and whoever is covering this team, you've got to have a pulse on the future. Obviously right now there's 3 games left. There's not much to play for on that side of things. You start looking at the draft. For me, obviously it comes down to 2 paths. You're either going out there and getting the anchor across from Paris at that other tackle spot and maybe Spencer Fanu out of Utah, or you're making a play and trying to get one of these rookie quarterbacks and really trying to turn things around and letting this regime handpick somebody, try to get them developed. You have Jacoby Brissett if you need to roll him out there first, but I really do think it's got to start offensively, and you've got to get – and if it's not an offensive lineman, you have got to really address this in free agency. I don't care who's back there. If you don't have an offensive line that can step up to the plate on a game-to-game basis, you're not going to go far. So that's where I'm really looking at trenches. They did it last year on the defensive side. Now you've got to flip the switch, go offensively. But then, I look at quarterback. If you're really going to move away from Kyler, which I think all indications are kind of showing that, it starts with who is next, because Jacoby Brissett, as much as we're seeing good out of him, he's not the long-term answer. You've got to find a guy to come in there and at least learn from the guy, so that Jacoby can be more of a bridge guy and let this guy take over the reins eventually. But does that happen now? Does it happen next season? Does the current regime, do they have enough trust to develop this current quarterback, or potentially current quarterback that'll come in the offseason and beyond? That it's just so many question marks right now. But in my eyes, there's really only 2 paths you should go, and that's offensive line or try to make a deal, or maybe it falls in your lap where you can get a quarterback and you can really kickstart something there.
Ty, I know that he's a little banged up right now, but do you think we're going to see Marvin Harrison Jr. in the last 3 games?
I think we will. Obviously, the heel issue has been tricky, and Jonathan Gannon's talked a lot about how, not every injury is linear and all this other stuff, but I do believe that we'll see him at some point. I think Wednesday will be a really good idea. If he's out there practicing, I would expect him to play this week. But I know a lot of people are kind of iffy, and I know a lot of people, for their fantasy football purposes, would like to see him not play if they have Michael Wilson on their team right now. But outside of that, I do think he gets out there, and that's another guy. Can you show us something these last 3 games? Fight through that adversity, fight through that, or show some resilience, and really show a lot of people that you are the number 4 overall pick not that long ago, and really get it done. Because I think if he can do that, got Michael Wilson again, that is a duo that you can really run into next season and be confident with much more than this entering this season. So you go there, you add a couple pieces around them, I think you're looking good, but you've got to see Marvin take a step these last 3 games and really put his best foot forward.
Ty, we appreciate you carving out a few minutes for us, and thanks for the birthday wishes. Genuinely, I
happy birthday, buddy. We got to get some golf in soon.
Oh, please.
See you, TD.
Anytime sooner rather than later. You know the drill. That's Tyler Drake, or TD, as we call him on the Wolf and Luke Show. Joining us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, when will we start to see the Suns play their rookies more? That's next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Vareldas in for Luke here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
ASU right now, they have a hot commodity at the coaching position. It was a out-of-the-box hire when it happened. The opportunity arose to be the head coach at his alma mater. in a situation where they were coming out of just a terrible stretch of football performance, and they needed a feel-good story. And this has been all feel-good. And obviously, Kenny Dillingham, high on the list of a lot of other schools that have already filled their positions. I'm not going to feel great about this until Michigan names its next head coach, and the name that they announce is not Kenny Dillingham.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers that are out there. Basinonians, I have had the All-On-4, and I can tell you right now, it really is a game changer. I mean, this is your health that we're talking about. Go experience the Aria difference. You're going to be glad that you did. Unlike some other dentistry that is out there, you're never going to get a bait and switch price. You're always going to get what you owe, Basinonians, and never a limited time offer or add-on fees. It's not going to be a surprise situation for you at Aria Dental. You'll know exactly what you're going to be paying for. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you're ever going to make. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA, dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hi, Jan from Toyota here to let you know that Toyotathon is on. And what better way to get in the spirit of the season than with a new Toyota, like RAV4, Grand Highlander, and Corolla Cross. But to really get in the spirit, let's sing about it. So without further ado, driving through the snow in a new RAV4, hooray! To the slopes we go in a Highlander for a ski day. A Camry to get hot cocoa, tubing with a Tundra makes the kids go loco. Oh, what fun it is to make holiday wishes come true. Toyotathon, Toyotathon, Toyotathon is on. Oh, what fun it is to drive a new Toyota today. Hey! Presto! A new holiday classic! Let's sing it again! Toyotathon, Toyotathon, Toyotathon is on.
Dealer inventory may vary. Toyotathon ends January 5th. See your participating dealer for details.
Have you guys tried these holiday cookies? They're so good.
Toyota. Let's go places.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Choose hope for children in foster care through Child Crisis Arizona. Together, we can assure all children are safe. The qualifying foster care tax credit is one way you can help. Contribute up to $618 individually or $1,234 jointly to Child Crisis Arizona and receive a $1 tax credit. Your gift provides hope and a brighter future to children in foster care. Visit childcrisisaz.org. That's childcrisisaz.org.
This year, give them a gift that helps them make the shelf, not a gift that ends up collecting dust on one. During Lowe's December deal drops, get 2 free Select DeWalt tools when you buy a Select DeWalt 5 amp hour battery kit. Plus, all rewards members get free standard shipping. Shop December deal drops today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 12/17. While supplies last. Free shipping excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Subject to change. Visit Lowe's.com/shipping terms for details.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. What more have we learned about the Suns as they prepare to play the Warriors? We'll discuss on today's Burns and Gambo show 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube. One of my favorite types of water formations, this is a random thing to bring up, I know. But are you familiar with a new river?
New river.
New river.
Yes, I am. Yes, New River.
I think there's one here in Arizona, actually. A new river.
Have you ever been to a new river?
Not yet. But that's maybe why I'm so fascinated by them, is that I have not gotten to look at one up close.
They have some
new river.
Excellent cuisine, ladies and gentlemen. Yes.
What's your favorite place in New River?
I'm not going to say it because it'd be payola.
Well, I'm starving. You're enticing me with the idea that there's going to be some food place that I can check out in the near future.
Yes, exactly. Next.
All right. How about this?
Yeah, it's a process. It's great to see those guys go play. They play well. Last game obviously really helped the Valley team. So it's a long runway that we're not going to judge on 1 or 2 games. We trusted the process of development and the plan we had for those guys, as well as every other player on our team. So it was good to see them get out there and play a little bit in the NBA. So we'll continue to evaluate.
That is Suns head coach Jordan Ott from the 5th of December, so a while back, asked about, are Fleming and Malawach going to get more minutes soon?
Yes, and you know what? Honestly, Basin Marines, I hope they don't get any more minutes at the NBA level unless the Suns are blowing out some people.
Hold on, pause. You mean like none at all?
Well, no. I guess what I'm saying is, I think right now that as competitive as the Phoenix Suns are, I really don't need to see any other rookies unless they think that those rookies are ready to play.
Okay.
Instead of saying we're going to develop them, I'd rather see just how good can we possibly be. Because right now, I guarantee you, if they thought Kaman Malawach was going to be able to go out and help them win games, right, they'd do it. He'd be out there right now.
Yes.
Rasheer Fleming would be out there right now. If they felt like they were developed enough to actually go out and help them win games, beyond a shadow of a doubt, they'd be out there. So to me, that tells me, you know what? They're not ready. The whole G League thing, too, what is going on, they're not ready.
They just played last night. Rasheer Fleming, 7 of 9, 21 points
in
good. 37 minutes. Kaman Malawach in 32 minutes, 15 points, 13 rebounds on 6 of 11 shooting. By the way, Malawach was 3 of 5 from 3.
Wow.
Big man firing away from deep.
Oh, my goodness. That'd be
3
awesome.
of 5.
Okay, one game, let's not overreact here yet. At the same time, I'm going to take that and put it into the positive category. Why wouldn't you?
We need to build up our positive category this
Yes,
month.
we do. But you get my
month.
point on this, right, Mitch?
Yes.
I mean, this is a
if they
situation.
were ready, they would play.
If they were ready, they would be playing. This is a competitive Suns team that has a chance to do something super cool. Go out and actually earn a playoff spot, even if it's the play-in. That, to me, is well beyond anything I thought they were capable of. Rick was talking about that, yes. Rick, what? The -1.
No, mine as well.
Oh, okay.
It exceeds my expectations as well.
I thought you said -1.
No, there's no subtracting
because
here.
Rick would have been the guy. Because Rick went out and said, I think they're worthy of the play-in.
Rick likes to go out on a limb.
So here I am talking about, you know what, I never thought that they would be talking about a possible postseason bid. Are you kidding me?
I mean, let's be realistic here. I think a lot of us projected that the Suns were not going to be playing well to start the year, and that around this time in the year, we would start to see a little bit more of these rookies.
Especially,
is that fair?
Especially, too, because the schedule is starting to open up for them as well.
Yes.
This has been, in the next couple of games, once they get past L.A., this has been quite the stretch for the Phoenix Suns right now. And, the next 20 games, next 15 games, not so bad as the last 15.
Yeah, it's some of those Eastern Conference teams that just don't strike the fear into the hearts of men, like the Washington Wizards. They just don't do. Don't throw up your hands. You have 4 wins. You have 4 wins, your basketball team.
You know how much I've watched them this year?
Oh, no.
0.
Probably like 4 minutes.
Okay, Rick has got a thing with a whole Washington, D.C. thing.
He's got a Washington, D.C. thing. Okay, so anyway, if they were playing up to the par that we expected them to be playing at this year, I think we would have seen Kaman Malawach and Rasheer Fleming right now. However, I'm starting to get antsy watching some of this backup big play. Oso Ighodaro was not great against the Lakers the other night. Nick Richards has really struggled to stay in the rotation as of late the last couple of weeks. If Kaman Malawach can keep putting up performances like this in the G League, I get it. It is not the NBA. I wholeheartedly understand that. But sooner or later, you have to assume that he's going to be able to contribute at a high volume at this level. I understand he's only played basketball for 5 years. Like, basketball, period, for 5 years. He's 18, 19 years old.
He's 19 years old.
Like, he's a very young, very raw NBA talent.
Still drives me crazy. I mean, seriously. He was 18 years old when he was drafted.
Right.
Just knock it off.
I'm just wondering, when do we get past the point of development and we get to the point of necessity? I guess is my question. It sounds like I'm trying to rush it, and maybe I am, but maybe part of it is I'm getting teased with how well they're doing at the G League, and I want to see that applied to the big league team too.
First of all, too, I have not given up on Oso Ighodaro. I have not given up on him.
Me neither.
I think Oso is going to continue to develop, and I think he's going to have a 10 to 12-year NBA career. That's what I think. I like Oso in what he's doing. I think he does need to develop a lot more mentally, the understanding of the game and what is going on, and be able to anticipate a little bit more than he does right now. That's so much of that to me is going to be experience. But I have not given up on Oso Ighodaro. I think he's got a possibility of being a rotation player for a long time. Now, once again, we'll have to wait and see how he develops this year. But I love Oso. I haven't given up on him.
I mean, he had the, what was it, plus 53 in the plus 52?
Plus 52.
Okay, sorry. I was off by one.
Yeah,
sorry.
what are you doing, you madman?
I have my issues. But I'm watching how shrunk this rotation has become. And this happens with all the NBA teams, right? You get to the point in December where you figured out who your guys are. The difference is for the Suns is they haven't really had the chance to figure out who their guys are because a lot of their key guys haven't played this season.
Yeah.
We are still waiting patiently on the return of Jalen Green. We've missed some Dylan Brooks games here and there. Devin Booker was out for 3 games, right? We haven't seen this rotation at its full strength. Mark Williams, still, the way that they're managing his injury, or the way that they're managing him, he doesn't have an injury, I should clarify that. The way they're managing his health, we haven't been able to get a full complement of Mark Williams either. He's missed the 4 second nights of back-to-backs. That could change.
Yeah.
But I'm looking forward to seeing what this team can be at full strength. And part of me hopes that it involves some of these young guys as well.
Shrunk. That's great.
Shrink.
Sounds like something so derogatory, doesn't it?
Shrink.
Hey, shrunk.
Shrunk.
You're so shrunk.
That's me, all right. Coming up next, could the Chiefs trade for a certain member of the Arizona Cardinals this offseason? That's next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Verelda's in for Luke here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Dylan Brooks' inability to kind of manage himself last night was the first time where you can really say, oh, yeah, it was a big detriment last night. It was the first time he'd been ejected as a Phoenix Sun. Because it's the first time, it's just a reminder of, oh, yeah, this is going to happen every now and then. And hopefully it's not in the big moments, and hopefully it's not in the crucial moments, and hopefully it doesn't cost them anything more than a game every now and then. But you're right. This is like asking a bird not to fly.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. The end of the year, it is upon us. Oh, my goodness. Have you looked at the calendar, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, indeed. That means you need to finish strong, don't we all? Well, good news. The year-end sales event is on at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford right now, Basinonians. And that means the zeros are back for you. Yeah, check this out. 0% APR for 60 months. 0 payments for 90 days. And 0 down payments on select models. Finish the year strong, my brothers. Get off to an amazing start in 2026 with a brand new Ford. Maybe it's a Ford Expedition, the Ford F-150, the Mustang, the Escape, whatever it is. We are the Wu Fan Clan. We are a Ford family, and we go to Tim Hovik Santan Ford in Gilbert. Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Quiet down. Here she comes.
Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Bear here from Waltz TV and Appliance with Dan Bickley. So, Bick, how did your TV and installation really turn out from us?
Bear, I seriously cannot thank you guys enough. My viewing experience is so immersive and so incredible. It is everything you could ever want as a sports fan. I highly recommend to all of our listeners that you see the difference and you hear the difference when shopping at Waltz.
Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta back again with some amazing holiday deals from our friends at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. During Ford's year-end sales event, General Manager John Nissen and his team have just announced 000. What does that mean? For a limited time, you can take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months. Plus 0 down payment, plus 0 payments for 90 days. And just announced, get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. That's on nearly every 2025 model, including America's favorite F-150 trucks and 3-row Explorer SUVs. This is just a sample of the outstanding holiday deals at Earnhardt Ford, your locally owned Ford dealer. Check them out in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select models, exclusions apply. APR is $1667 per month per $1,000 financed. Interest accrues from date of signing. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 1/5/26.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. We'll help you find last-minute gifts that don't look last-minute, even if you're still planning to propose. At Shane Company, we'll show you perfect gifts at perfect prices, in stock and ready to give. Like hand-matched diamond studs, 14-karat gold chains, or the ultimate gift, a beautiful engagement ring. We have longer store hours, so you can skip the crowds and shop when you want, or visit us at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to be a holiday hero. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The NBA has released its last 2-minute report for Sunday's Suns-Lakers game, and the league determined the officials were correct with every call and non-call in the final minute of the game. For more on why the NBA came to this conclusion, head on over to arizonasports.com. Sticking with the NBA, the San Antonio Spurs will take on the New York Knicks tonight in the NBA Cup Final. Tip-off is at 6:30. And number 1 Arizona men's basketball hosts Abilene Christian tonight at McHale Center. Tip-off for that one is at 7. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? It's Arizona's largest roofer, A+ with the BBB, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at americaroofingco.com.
The world is a vampire sent to drain secret destroyers hold you up to the flames.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. What is the next move for the Diamondbacks in this pivotal offseason? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. We start at 2
here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Yeah. Every time I hear this song, I think of Shane Conlon. And you know this, Rick. I say it every time, but it's the truth. Google Shane Conlon. One of the best inside linebackers the NFL has ever known. Budget! Don't ask me why, but Shane Conlon loved this band. Are you kidding me? Love them. Okay, you know what, Rick? We've got some business we have to take care of as I'm thinking about it right now. What do you say? Minch, is it not your birthday? Oh, it is Minch's birthday, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. He is how old today, Rick?
Too old.
The big 3-0.
The big 3-0, Minch. You're right in your prime, buddy. 3-0, the big 3-0.
A little too old to be an NFL running back.
So what do you say right now, boys? We do what we should be doing, and that is sing to Minch. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Minch. Happy birthday to you.
Cha, cha, cha. Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, nice.
Thank you, guys.
Well done, Minch.
Also,
30 years old, bruh.
I laugh at Jesse not knowing the words to Happy Birthday. That's a new one for me.
Yeah. I get it confused, the first and the second line.
It's you sing it every year. How?
Okay, so
all right.
How you feel on your 30th birthday, Minch? Is there anything you want to say to the Basin Onions?
Hello.
Okay.
And thank you.
Thank you. Oh, okay. Yeah, I like that.
In all
nice.
reality,
Gratitude.
it's
beautiful.
It's a true privilege what I get to do here at the station, and these 30 years have been awesome so far. And I've got some great people in my life, and I'm very grateful for those people as well.
I love that. I love to listen to you speak that.
I hate making it about me.
Gratitude.
You know? Like, did you watch me cringe on the YouTube stream?
No, I know.
Or right
I know
next
you
to me,
did.
technically?
Yes, I know you don't like it. I totally understand that mentality. I don't like the spotlight. I don't.
That's why you went to 4 Pro Bowls, right?
I'm serious. I don't like it. I don't do well. I go out to a public place, ladies and gentlemen, and I hide behind the warrior queen skirt, metaphorically speaking.
Hopefully not literally speaking.
Just saying.
Is she tall as you?
No.
Okay. So it would be pretty hard to hide then, is my point.
I mean, still, it's a wide skirt. I'm just saying.
By the
I
way,
can hide.
You went to one more Pro Bowl than Shane Conlon.
I know.
He went to 3.
Do
you
know
ever
what's
bring
cool
that up
about
to him?
Like every time I see him, hey, you know what? If you ever need a place out in Hawaii, let me know. And then A-Dub, Adrian Wilson, of course, every time he sees me now, how many Pro Bowls? He can't wait to ask me how many Pro Bowls I went to because A-Dub went to 5. And I went to 4.
Everybody's just legging.
A lot of people don't know about Ron Wolfley. This guy is the best fullback in the National Football League. Totally taken out of context. Okay, now where are we going in this beautiful part of the program?
We're going to go with something that you brought up in your show prep email, believe it or not. But first, I'm going to play this cut from Jonathan Gannon yesterday. If it's important to have Kyler Murray around the team.
Yeah, he's in the team meetings. You know what I mean? He's here rehabbing, comes out to practice. He's doing a good job.
Okay.
So you brought up in your show prep email, which you sent at 9:01 p.m. last night, could the Chiefs be in on Kyler Murray?
Yeah.
It was a question that you asked.
Right. Now,
so I want you to answer the question.
Okay, good. Immediately, everyone goes, why in the world would the Kansas City Chiefs go ahead and acquire Kyler Murray and his contract and have 2 quarters? That's not what I'm talking about, Basin O'Neill's. There's a real possibility. There's a real possibility Kyler Murray gets cut as well. There's a trade option that is out there. And I do believe there will be some teams that might be interested in trading for Kyler Murray. Yet at the same time, I also believe it is an option for the Arizona Cardinals to just say, we've got to cut and just go ahead and eat it and get it done with. Very much like the Pittsburgh Steelers did with Russell Wilson. I think the same thing.
Or the Denver Broncos did with Russell Wilson.
Yes.
Or what the Giants probably might do this offseason with Russell Wilson.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Well, it's interesting because I remember there was a conversation that I was having with, I can't remember who it was with, but it's essentially around the idea. It was Kellen Olson. We were talking about how Bryce Young is going to be up for a contract extension this offseason, and it's like, are you, if you're the Panthers, are you sure? Do you want to do that?
Yes.
Like, for everything you've seen from Bryce Young? Okay, this was the same position the Cardinals were in with Kyler Murray not too long ago.
Yes.
Am I wrong? How has that worked out so far?
Yeah.
And so, like, my conversational point to this is, why do teams keep falling into this same trap? And I know the answer, don't get me wrong, but why do teams keep falling in this same trap of first-round quarterback, very high-selected quarterback, plays just good enough to warrant that second contract, maybe has one stellar season, maybe it leads to a playoff berth one time in those first 3 years, like it did with Kyler, like it did with Trevor Lawrence, like it could potentially with Bryce Young, like it did with CJ Stroud, Justin Herbert. It's happened with all of these guys. Do you feel better after the contract is signed, though? And what you've seen from the quarterback after that contract is signed? It doesn't feel like it, because there's a lot of conversation we're having right now, that the Cardinals could just axe this contract with Murray, that the Dolphins could just axe their contract with Tua, and now the Panthers are about to put themselves in the same position.
Yes. Well, once again, too, you have to realize that the general manager also is involved and many times wants to protect his job.
And the Miami general manager is gone now.
I understand that. And you could say the exact same thing about Monty Ossenfort being here and Kyler Murray, of course, because Monty Ossenfort did not draft Kyler Murray. Yet at the same time, do you see the Kansas City Chiefs being in the trouble they are right now for a quarterback? No offense to Gardner Minshew. Yet at the same time, do you see them actually saying, hey, Patrick Mahomes is done for the year. Now, I know everyone says, Wolf, he could come back in September. The end of September, he could come back. That's 9 months right there. Yeah, and it could also be a year. It could. Especially, too, because it's not just his ACL, it's his LCL as well. What were you going to say, Rick? What? Okay.
I didn't really.
You were leaning in like you were going to say something.
I mean, I could say that he's an Adidas athlete, so maybe he'll be all in for week one like RG3 was in 2013. That worked out.
Oh, no. The RG3. I knew he was going to bring it up, the RG3.
He always finds a way to weave in his DC sports teams.
But honestly, so the Kansas City Chiefs, they could need a quarterback for most of the entire, if not all, of the entire 2026
See, that's where
season.
I have to pause. I don't think they're going to need him for that long. I think that because of when the injury happened, here we are in the beginning of, or the middle of December, I guess, technically.
Yeah.
Mahomes, if you do a 9-month timeline, that's September. If you do a full year timeline, it's December. So you would have him potentially for the last 4 games of the season. But do you want Kyler Murray? If you're the Chiefs, do you want him for the other 13?
You're never going to do a trade for Kyler.
It makes no sense to have 2 very expensive quarterbacks on your roster.
Exactly. So you're never going to do that. But Andy Reid has always been a guy that has he's a guy that thinks outside the box, brothers. That's what Andy Reid is. And it's one of the reasons why you could convince me that the Kansas City Chiefs might think, hey, you know what? For 1 year, we could design this offense and build it around Kyler Murray. And then I start thinking about it, and I think there's no way in the world it's going to happen. But it's an interesting thing to think about because, once again, the Kansas City Chiefs Are they going to be in the market? Are they going to go through it with Gardner Minshew? For me, they're in the market for a quarterback.
The more teams on the market,
because you can't bank on the fact that Pat Mahomes is going to come back in September. You can't bank on that. Not when you have an ACL and an LCL. You can't do it.
The more teams on the market, the better. If you're the team trying to get rid of the quarterback, the more teams on the market, the better. All right, coming up next. This is the part in the show sheet where it just says sports, but what we've decided to do is get even more worried about what Kenny Dillingham said today in refusing to put down the Michigan rumors. That's next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
He's hit, he's sacked, it's Calais Campbell.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
'Twas the night before Christmas when all through the house, the whole family was shivering because the heater went out. Mom and Dad were so cold that they made the decision to pick up the phone and call Precision. Not a moment later, there rose such a clatter. Precision was on the roof with their tools and their ladder. They opened up the panels and put on their gauges, and next thing you know, it was heating like blazes. You may be in the market for a new unit today. Please keep in mind this year's rebates and savings will soon go away. So just in case the unexpected arises, don't worry about your unit. We work on all shapes and sizes. For the heating contractor with the most integrity, call 602-FIX-MY-AC. 24-hour emergency care, call us today and we'll soon be there. Now dash away all and go to our website or give us a call. May your holiday season be filled with much love from your friends and your family and the Lord up above. Precision Air and Plumbing is honored to say we wish you a very Merry Christmas.
Ho, ho, ho!
And a happy holiday.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends, near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to AmericaFirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply, subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Southwest Gas is committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Every thriving community starts with a strong foundation. From warming homes to fueling industries that drive our economy, natural gas provides the energy you can count on. Because energy does more than fuel your day, it provides comfort, reliability, and connection. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. For more information about how Southwest Gas is supporting a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
Across a painted desert to where the mountains touch the sky.
The year-end sales event is on at Sanderson Ford. Now, get invoice-only pricing, plus 0% financing for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days on new 2025 Escapes, Explorers, Transits, F-150s, and select Super Duties. Choose from 40 new Escapes, 70 new Explorers, 54 Transits, 150 F-150 trucks, and 370 Super Duty trucks on the lot and readily available. Get invoice-only pricing, 0% financing, and no payments for 90 days with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. From your Operation Santa Claus dealership, Sanderson Ford. 0% for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days OEC from Ford Credit. Offers plus tax, title, license, and $4.99 dock fee. Offers apply to select regular and Super Cab Super Duties. Offers expire December 31st.
Arizona's pride, Sanderson Ford.
Hey, this is Jared, and what does Kenny Dillingham have in common with Hugh Jackman? It may be hard for them both to resist taking a lot of money to become a Wolverine. We'll talk ASU tomorrow at 6 a.m. on Bickley Murata Mornings.
You know what else is overdue? Travis Scott. Clarity on whether or not Kenny Dillingham is going to be ASU's football head coach next season. Or not.
Well,
we're waiting.
Oh, that was good by you, Minch. You
I've
picked
seen
up on
Caddyshack.
that quickly.
Look, I've hit the Bickley and Murata requirement of having seen the movie Caddyshack, so I think I'm in good shape with the rest of the station.
Okay.
Right?
Speaking of which, if you're wondering why there's a gopher behind Mitch, you can't really see it.
Can't see it when you're on camera, Jesse, unfortunately.
Yeah, you can't see it. We should move that to the other side. The gopher is the gopher from Caddyshack,
Right,
one of the movies of all
Let's see
time.
what happens.
One of the great movies of all time.
If you click the mic off,
Indeed.
do we get it in? No, we still don't get it in frame. That's okay. All right, so nobody could see it, but maybe in the future. Anyway, why are
Would
we?
you like me to move it for you, Minch?
No, because I want you to react to this.
Are you glad to have the Michigan stuff kind of behind you now and move forward?
Well, I mean, it's a great, like I said, this profession is absolutely wild. It's just a wild profession. It's a wild industry right now. It's just nuts.
Just say no. Just say no.
No.
Or I'm yes
yes
happy.
is what you want him to say. Are you glad to have the Michigan stuff behind you? Boy, Foo, that was really, that was a great question by Craig Fooey right there, was it not, ladies and gentlemen? Yes. Yes is the answer, Kenny, that we're all waiting for. Yes. You know, it was great to be in consideration, of course. I'm humbled and honored by that, but man, I'm glad that's in the rear view mirror. So let's get back to building a program here. That would have been the answer that I was looking for, ladies and gentlemen. Not the answer Kenny gave.
Does he want to put the fan base panic to bed?
I think my job is to try to do whatever I can for the people that are with me, right? The people that are in the foxhole, the coaches that are in the foxhole with me, is I got to do whatever I can to fight for those people, for my family, for everything from that perspective. And kind of, you know, and I love it here. I've said that since day one. That's absolutely never changing. Absolutely never changing. So, yeah, that piece is never changing.
And then on the fan base caring so much that he might get up and out of town.
To be honest, I don't go on social media a lot this time of year. I usually go on in the off seasons, or if I go on, it's specific because somebody sends me something. You know, like, hey, this is a edit that somebody, you know, is going pro. And I click on it, I quote tweet it, I turn that thing off. And then I repeat, right? So usually I get sent things, and that creates my activity on social media. It's not me in like the scroll world. So I really don't know what's happening in the scroll world. I'm more in the get sent something, I'm like, oh, all right, I need to comment on that thing. Like, that's pretty cool, right? And sometimes I get fun things from my friends. I comment on that, right? But I'm not, it's like a layering of social media. It's like a filtration system of friends and family for social. So I couldn't tell you.
He knows the 5 rules of dodgeball at this point. Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge any of these questions that he's being asked about this right now.
Oh, and dig. You got to dig out the ball.
Well, dig's not one of the 5 rules.
Oh, okay. That's
Not by the rules that I was taught in the movie
I'm just
Dodgeball.
saying, you know, so much of the time you get a guy that throws it low, and you got to be able to go down and dig it out and catch it. You're out, by the way. Okay, great. Do you have that cut that you played the first time we actually talked about this, where he was...
Just describe it, and I think I know what you're referring to.
Yeah, no, where he was talking about...
Tech program?
The tech boom.
Yeah,
is what he was talking.
No, I just think you treat people right. I think it's, there's not... Nobody's doing it right. Nobody's doing it wrong, right? Everybody's just doing it different, right? Because there's so much chaos right now. And, you know, it's kind of like the tech boom, right? Is so much money is being poured into it from different places, right? It's a battle to grow the fastest, right? And some people, you could be here today and you could be at the bottom tomorrow overnight. And you've got to be able to protect yourself from that, not just for yourself, but for your staff, for your players. You've got to be able to protect that. Otherwise, just like the tech boom, something that a website you go to every day, right? You look at it the next day and it's like, what's that, like 401 code or whatever? You're like, that's not even a website anymore, right? It got bought out and closed by the bigger company, right? Because they don't want the competition. And that's kind of the world we're in a little bit right now, is the tech boom of college football. And you've just got to be ready to change and just hope you treat people right along the way.
Yeah.
So what is this, Silicon Valley?
That is just, honestly, it is so good. It just, for me, base earnings, I could be dead wrong on this. And you have to know the respect that I have for a human being that can answer a question the way that Kenny just did and give you an answer. It's called speaking median. I'm going to give you an answer, and yet at the same time, you're not going to get what it is that you basically wanted. It takes a brilliant mind to be able to do what Kenny just did. The tech boom. And by the way, I'm going to say tech boom a couple of times. From this point forward, the rest of my days before I actually go on vacation, I am going to reference the tech boom multiple times.
Alex in the YouTube chat says he's rambling on like you do when you're lying, trying to cover yourself.
Okay.
Just one comment, but we're all feeling this right now.
Yes, lying is so harsh, though, Basinonians. Maybe he doesn't know. I believe he doesn't know. It's the reason why right now it's still up in the air. It is real, and I believe Kenny doesn't know if he's going to make that decision or not, if you know what I mean. I don't think he knows. Otherwise, it'd be settled, correct?
I think he knows.
You think he knows?
And he's just waiting
where he's going?
I think he's just waiting on a little extra of this here to competitively match, per se.
Something is, no
this could have been
on.
easy. This could have just been a West Coast team was interested in Merrill Kelly, and Merrill's like, no, I want to go back to the Diamondbacks, but nope, that's not what we get. All right, Burns and Gambo get to figure this out next. Thanks so much for listening, and thanks for the birthday wishes. That's coming up next here on Arizona Sports.
Peace and strength.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If you were just going to re-sign Merrill Kelly all along, then what are you trading Catel for? Because aren't you trading Catel for a starter?
I don't think they are.
And if you're not...
I think they just want to get rid of it. Catel stands, and I'm a Catel stand with you. My line for months has been, wheel him out in a chariot if that's what he wants to second base. As long as his OPS is above 850, don't care what he's asking for days off and how he is to deal with. The reporting of all that I know is what rubs people the wrong way. I really don't think that it is as much about filling specific needs on the team as we think. And with this in particular, I think they're just trading him to trade him.
If that is the case, that is going to really, really, really bother me.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, it's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hey folks, Vince Marotta with some exciting news. The holidays just got even better. Unwrap exciting holiday deals all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And if you know Earnhardt, you know they always treat you right. They're locally owned and they will treat you like family. Now's your chance to save big on their huge lineup of award-winning Kia models across the lot. Looking for sedans or SUVs? They've got them. 2025 K4, 2026 Sportage, and even the family moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Need gas, hybrid, or all-electric options? They've got those too. Plus a sharp selection of Kia certified pre-owned vehicles ready to roll. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are incredible. Come check them out and discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue north of Bell Road or online at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona. And yes, they are making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 electrical inspection, which includes a full panel and circuit safety check, the GFCI and outlet testing to prevent hazards, an inspection for outdated or overloaded wiring, and a detailed report with safety upgrades and energy-saving suggestions. All you have to do is go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
December 26th is the day to tear into something big. The Rate Bowl is back. And this year, the holidays end with a hit. New Mexico and Minnesota meet for the first time in a matchup built for bowl season. Every snap feels like a gift you've been waiting for all season to open. So bring the noise, bring the energy, and get ready to unwrap the action. The Rate Bowl, December 26th at Chase Field. Get your tickets now at ratebowl.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The NBA has released its last 2-minute report for Sunday's Suns-Lakers game, and the league determined the officials were correct with every call and non-call in the final minute of the game. For more on why the NBA came to this conclusion, head on over to arizonasports.com. Sticking with the NBA, the San Antonio Spurs will take on the New York Knicks tonight in the NBA Cup Final. Tip-off is at 6:30. And number 1 Arizona men's basketball hosts Abilene Christian tonight at McHale Center. Tip-off for that one is at 7. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? It's Arizona's largest roofer, A+ with the BBB, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at americaroofingco.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Tuesday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only Kellen Olson, filling in for John Gambadoro. Hey, Kel, what's going on?
What's up, buddy?
So I meant to ask you yesterday, and we got, I don't want to say sidetracked, because we started talking about Rob Reiner and his passing and the movies and all that stuff.
I meant to ask you because I do not follow it at all, but I'm also not blind to what's going on in the pop culture world. What was your reaction to the John Cena tap out over the weekend?
Oh, he asked me a wrestling question. This is so nice and comforting. This is maybe the best driving you've done in a while. This is like you're kind of pulling the Gambo trick where it's like, let's ask Gambo about the thing that he really, really likes and really, really wants to talk about all the time. I love it. It was so, to your point, it kind of turned into a pop culture moment, not only because it was John Cena's last match as a wrestler, and he's a name that is superseded, gone beyond wrestling, and become like a celebrity of sorts. The decision, as it's called, because everyone knows that the matches are fake. They predetermine what happens, all that kind of stuff.
What?
I was out of the court. I was like side-eyeing Lauren to see who's going to make the joke, her or me. And then I saw her moving towards the mic, and I knew it was going to be her.
I was like, can I talk fast enough to get around the self-dunk that I put myself up before?
No.
They decided to have him lose, and more emphatically, to your point, they had him tap out, a.k.a. give up, for the guy whose motto has been never give up. I thought it was awesome. I thought it was poetic. A lot of people hated it, especially the people who paid a lot of money to be there. Instead of like the moment being like this touching tribute at the end where like he's walking off and they're all clapping him off, everyone was booing the booker who came out, the guy who just decided essentially to
who
run
basically
it.
decides.
A guy named Triple H, Paul Levesque. They chanted bleep Triple H. They chanted all this stuff at him. And they're trying to like laugh through it. It kind of got awkward, kind of got weird. I loved the decision. A lot of people didn't. Again, it's like you can either hate it because the guy that is supposed to never give up and is a hero to all these children actually gave up, or you can look at it as like, yeah, he was done.
Yeah.
And that's how I look at it. It was like, yeah, you know what? I'm done wrestling. This is it. This is my last match. I do give up because, sometimes.
I only ask. Well, I ask because I know you're interested in wrestling, and I ask because I think I saw a tweet from you about it over the weekend. I also ask because I saw Bill Simmons tweeted about it, and he compared it to the end of The Sopranos, and he said it's gonna be so unpopular in the moment, and 10 years from now we're still gonna be talking about it. It's still gonna be this cultural sort of event. And true enough, The Sopranos, I mean, that was 20 years ago, and people still talk about the end of The Sopranos and how they chose to do it and how unique it was and how unpopular it was. And everybody was like, wait, what the hell? We're just cutting to black. That's how we're doing this. We don't know how it ended, right? And so I was curious if it kind of resonated the same way.
Yeah, but a weird moment for wrestling fans because he retired, and then to your point, like what I tweeted about Hiroshi Tanahashi, who's like the biggest guy ever in Japan, is retiring as well in a couple of weeks. So it's a weird time.
So what does John Cena have in common with Kenny Dillingham? Happy endings are hard to find. It's time for our top story of the day on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Kenny Dillingham today at ASU's Sun Bowl practice was asked a very specific question about whether he wanted to put to bed panic in ASU's fan base regarding speculation about the Michigan gig. His exact word-for-word response was as followed.
I think my job is to try to do whatever I can for the people that are with me, right? The people that are in the foxhole, the coaches that are in the foxhole with me, is I got to do whatever I can to fight for those people, for my family, for everything from that perspective. And and I love it here. I've said that since day one. That's absolutely never changing. Absolutely never changing. That piece is never changing.
In the infamous words of the Joker, here we go.
It's very much giving sorry, not sorry, right?
Yes.
Like,
very much so.
Look, I'm sorry that you guys have to go through this as fans and be in this state of limbo, but I'm going to do what's best for me and what's best for my staff. I thought it was important that he mentioned the coaches, and how I'll choose to interpret the vague answer is, because again, that's what vague answers do. It forces us to try to interpret what they mean.
Indeed.
Especially in a time where we have so little information. We'll have stuff from Chris Cartman a little bit later in the show as well, where he tried to provide a little bit more context, but it was basically, to me, like, I'm trying to build out this program the way that I see it and the way that it needs to be, including, like, how much his coaches are making and how much money they have here, how much money that they have there. And he's also going to do what's best for his family, which is how much money he makes in general. Like, if he goes to Michigan and is successful at Michigan, he's looking at generational wealth. Like, that's what he's really looking at. And he's never going to be able to look at that here. He just never will be able to. And that's part of the decision that he has to make. And I have gone around and talked to a couple of ASU friends like Mitch around the office and being like, "How you nervous?" And I don't even have to say what he's nervous about here. He knows what I'm talking about, first of all. And then he's like, yeah, a lot more nervous than I was on Saturday. And you and I came in here on Monday and we're like, we don't think this is like time to celebrate or time to get comfortable just yet. But at the same time, this is an increase to the level of nerves that I think all of us are feeling.
No doubt. I mean, you said sorry, not sorry, and for me, the extension of that is, and I respect and admire not only Kenny, who's like this, and this is maybe getting a little deeper than it needs to be, but just people in general who are comfortable in the uncomfortable. You know, and Kenny, no, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that everything's okay. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that it's fine and that I'm going to be back and that we're good and you have nothing to worry about and it's all fine. Instead, he, without even saying yes or no, he just dove into an answer about his staff and the people around him and wanting to make sure everyone's taken care of, et cetera, et cetera. And that to me is being comfortable in the uncomfortable. I'm not gonna placate you. You know, I'm just not gonna do it. And I think that tells us everything we need to know. The analogy, metaphor that we used yesterday was, and I'm an old guy, so for me, like, we all have these generational horror movies that we all think of. For me, the first horror movie I ever saw as a kid was the movie Alien. Scared me to death. And when Sigourney Weaver gets on the escape pod and she flies away and you're in the theater and you're thinking to yourself, it's right behind you. It's right. It's you didn't kill it. It's not dead. It didn't blow up. It's in the little spaceship with you. And this, if the movie was done, the credits would be rolling and everybody would be happy. You haven't had your happy ending yet. It hasn't happened. That's the same thing with this Kenny Dillingham story. Until we get the release from ASU, until we get word that Michigan has hired somebody else, you need to be nervous. You need to be nervous about this because it's not done. Today proved it's not done.
And today made it a lot more real for the people who weren't necessarily not buying into this, but were skeptical with the lack of information that we were getting. Like, we never had a direct report that Michigan was interested in Kenny Dillingham, but then Chris Cartman tweeted what he did earlier today. And then you can just listen to the way Dillingham's talking. Like, it's very obvious that he is alluding to the fact that he is currently in negotiations with not only Arizona State, but Michigan as well.
Yeah, he one more from Kenny on if he was happy to have the Michigan stuff behind him.
Are you glad to have the Michigan stuff kind of behind you now and move forward?
Well, I mean, it's a crazy, like I said, this profession is absolutely wild. It's just a wild profession. It's a wild industry right now. It's just nuts.
That ain't a quote, yes, I'm happy to have it all behind me, and I'm so happy to be here,
It's
close
so
quote.
fascinating that someone, a legend like Fui, will ask that question and be like, can you please make us feel better? Like, please?
Right.
Can you just, say, yeah, I'm not going to Michigan so we can all relax?
And this ain't a knock on the Foo Fighter over Channel 15. He does a great job.
You need to ask those
that's the
questions.
question.
Yeah.
That's
the fan.
If you're a fan,
yeah, that's the fan question.
And you're at ASU's press conference today, this is exactly the question you're asking.
Are you glad to have the Michigan stuff kind of behind you now? And
yeah, that's it. That's the question. That is the fan question for Kenny Dillingham.
Can we throw up this lob to you and say, yeah, it's all done. It's all behind me, please. And then he started his answer with the, well, I mean, the double. Because sometimes you say, well, sometimes you start your answer with, I mean. And then he did the, well, I mean.
And it's not I'm not blaming Kenny for this either. Like we've been, Gambo and I were talking about this on Friday. You and I were talking about this yesterday. It's Michigan. You give it a beat or two and think about it, make sure, because you could have a lifetime in this career and never have a job this big.
Arizona sports. Breaking news.
Let me tamper this one with it might not be the
Good
very
job.
exciting news we're looking
Good
for.
job. There you go.
Thank you.
You're a professional.
Okay.
I tried.
All right, breathe.
Oof. Okay. This coming from the Arizona Cardinals. They have placed running back Bam Knight on the IR.
Okay.
Sorry to disappoint.
No, you're not. No. See, I feel like that I have put too much emphasis on the breaking news sounder as the key to my happiness or something. It's not. I love it when it goes off because I never know what it's going to be and how we're going to react to it.
We are not ripping up the show sheet right now to put in 7 Bam Knight segments. It's a tough break for a guy who was looking for an opportunity like this, Bernsey.
Yes.
That was looking for okay, can I get on a roster, first of all? And then for the season-ending injuries to happen for James Conner, for Trey Benson, it gave him a nice opportunity, like I said, to showcase himself, and now that will instead go to the Michael Carters, the Murray Ricardos. Like I don't know.
I will play the Chris Kurtman sound later. Kurtman does a fantastic job for SunDevilSource.com, but when he was on Bickley and Murata today, when asked about on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the most tense, quote, I think we're probably around a 6, trending towards a 7. This could ratchet up to an 8 or 9 over the next couple of days. Yeah, and he deliberately did the 6-7 thing, right? He made a joke about that after he said that. So, no, we're not out of the woods. And, no, I don't blame Kenny Dillingham for a second for not leading us out of the woods on this. I think when Michigan is sniffing around, you listen.
If you're going to be upset about this, be upset about the sport, not about the situation.
100%. When we come back, Devin Booker had his first game back after 3 missed due to injury. His shooting stroke, though, has been missing longer than that. What are we going to do about it? We're going to talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Murata mornings.
ASU, right now, they have a hot commodity at the coaching position. It was a out-of-the-box hire when it happened. The opportunity arose to be the head coach at his alma mater in a situation where they were coming out of just a terrible stretch of football performance, and they needed a feel-good story. And this has been all feel-good. And obviously, Kenny Dillingham, high on the list of a lot of other schools that have already filled their positions. I'm not going to feel great about this until Michigan names its next head coach, and the name that they announce is not Kenny Dillingham.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Toyotathon is on. Shop all your favorites like the class-leading Tacoma, amazing Tundra, or the all-new 4Runner or all-hybrid Camry. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity to invest in your #1 asset, improve the aesthetics of your home, and lower your energy bills all at the same time. And that is because my friends at Advanced Window Products, they are staging their end-of-the-year sale where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. I took advantage of this offer, and I cannot say enough good things about this company, my experience, and how beautiful my new windows look. Advanced Window Products is a window and door manufacturing company with 40 years of experience. They sell directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They've got their own factory in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. Also, that warranty is transferable, and there are great financing options available, which means now is a great time to invest in your home. Call 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
Freeway Chevrolet. The year is almost over, but you can still unwrap huge savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, get up to $11,000 off new 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cabs. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Up to $11,000 off select new 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab models from dealer inventory. Excludes Trailbox. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Restrictions apply. Take new retail delivery by January 2nd, 2026.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
This holiday season, when you get them Steel, batteries are included. Buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit steelusa.com for gift ideas and seasonal savings. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. The fun starts at 6, and we'll include our weekly visit to talk NFL with Mark Schlereth here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
2 things. Number 1, the people of Scottsdale would like to know if we've already gone to Christmas music, and this is how it's going to be the rest of the week. And number 2, the people of Scottsdale, I'm told, would like to wish Mitch Vareldis a happy birthday.
Hey, happy birthday, buddy.
What, are you doing shots on your birthday? What do you got there?
What's that?
Ginger shot.
Oh, ginger
He's
shot.
got a ginger shot back here.
Okay.
Oh, is this the remedial cures that are around there, over there? Lauren's got like a handful of these in her bag at all times, pretty much, right? Or did Mitch bring that in himself?
Accurate. No,
Okay.
Mitch brought this one in himself. I've gotten Mitch hooked.
On ginger shots?
Yeah.
What's the purpose?
Health.
No, but like what specifically? What does it do for you?
Oh, health.
It just keeps you
healthy.
Like
the
another
bugs
way of
away?
taking vitamins, pretty much?
Yeah, basically.
Okay. All right, I was just curious.
It's an immunity shot.
Oh, well,
Keeps you healthy
okay.
this time of year.
I'm always willing to try
Immunity sounds tempting. Or
This
does
one's
it?
spicy.
No,
It's got cayenne throughout
it. Doesn't.
So it's
I'm good.
It does.
Give me my 70 to 90.
I can
I'm
bring
good.
in some ginger shots, guys. We can just have a group ginger shot on
The
air.
only shots we're allowed to do on the air, right? Or ginger shots. Okay,
Yeah.
fine. Maybe on Friday we'll all toast in, cheers, Merry Christmas. Here's a ginger shot.
You guys should do it on Thursday, actually.
No.
When Jody's
Way to
in?
cheap out
When-
here.
Oh, am I
come
out
on,
Thursday?
Come on, Kenny. Come on, Kellen. You can come on now. Boy, this Devin Booker thing is fascinating. And if you're asking yourself, what's the Devin Booker thing, as you're tuning into the Burns and Gambo show with Kellen filling in, it's Devin Booker's woeful three-point shooting and how it feels like it's morphed beyond a trend. It's morphed beyond a blip. And it's now kind of a thing. And it's kind of a thing we need to talk about because Devin Booker, previously thought to be, one of the premier sharpshooters in the NBA, has gone cold from 3. And it's not over a span of a week or two. We're talking about big chunks here, Kellen. You've got the numbers. You always do. Tell us about the Devin Booker three-point shooting slump, and let's talk about what it means.
So over the last 5 weeks, pretty much since the start of November, looking at November 4th to the last game they played, which was on December 14th, we're working with 5 weeks here. We're working with 16 games.
16 games.
He is 18 for 83 from 3. That is 21.7%.
Egad.
If you compare that to any other 16-game span over the course of his career, it is the lowest easily. And I think the more concerning part for me is looking at the other lower chunks where it's 24.7% or whatever. All of them are from either this year, dating back to last season, but in 2025 or in 2024. His lowest when he was and this is where I get afraid saying this kind of thing, but when he started to arrive at his peak and when he was truly becoming a star, you look post-bubble, you go 2021 to 2023, his worst percentage over this amount of time was 29.8%, which is nearly 10% better than what he's at right now. So the lows of his three-point shooting when he was at his best back then, when he was first-team All-NBA, all that kind of stuff, the team's winning 64 games, it was 30%. It was bad, but it wasn't horrible, and this is god-awful.
Just going to let it hang there for a minute because, okay, so I didn't have the numbers. It's visible to the naked eye, though, right? I think I was just from an experience standpoint, the experience of watching the Phoenix Suns every time they're on, whether you're in the arena or whether it's on your TV or if you're listening on the radio. I think if you're just watching this jive, this fits. This is not a mystery here. The mystery is why. The mystery is, can it get fixed? The questions are centered around, I mean, what does it mean moving forward, especially given that he's still very firmly entrenched into the big supermax years of his contract, where for years and years and years, he's a very expensive basketball player. And this certainly isn't meant to say that Devin Booker isn't a good player, isn't a great player, but now we have to process, is Devin Booker becoming a different player? And if so, is that player good enough to be the centerpiece of all of this, right? I mean, those are the places that my brain I think it's that last one where my brain probably sticks on the most. Like, Devin Booker is supposed to be the centerpiece of this franchise for years to come. And not that it's all based on his three-point shooting, but it feels like that's always been a foundational part of his success in this league, or at least one of the most important parts of his success in this league.
It is, and you asked for the why. The why is pull-up threes. So you've got the catch and shoots, which are simple. You catch the ball, you shoot it, you don't take any dribbles. And then you've got pull-up threes, which for some guys can qualify as just taking a dribble or two. But for Devin, it's obviously most of the time either like pull-ups in transition when he's dribbling the ball down the floor, has a bit of space from the defender in front of him and just takes a three, or he's coming around a screen with the ball and has a little bit of room and lets it go. Over this 16-game stretch right now, over the last 15 games, he's 8 of 41 on those pull-up threes. And for the year, he's shooting 25% on them. If you go back even to when Devin was shooting really well from three over the course of his career, like in the mid to high 30s, this number was always very low. On catch and shoot threes this year, 38.8%. It's pretty darn good.
Yeah.
That's pretty darn acceptable. So it becomes one of these things now where I think for years, Suns fans who were really in the weeds about this stuff were begging for Devin to take more pull-up threes, because that is the path towards becoming a 30, 35 point level points per game guy. That's what Luka does a lot. He gets to the line a whole ton, and he takes a ton of threes off the dribble. And it's at this point now where he's become such a below average shooter at this point in his career. It's like, do you even want him taking those anymore? And it makes no sense to me, because I'm talking about pull-up threes. Like, pull-up threes for catch-and-shoot guys who are just standing in the corner is uncomfortable. It's Devin Booker. He shoots off the dribble all the time, but when it's from three, he just can't get it to go for whatever reason. But we're at the point now, Bernsey, where if you look at the last 4 seasons and you look at guys who are taking at least 5 threes a game, he ranks 81st out of those 98 players who are taking threes on that volume.
Oh, boy.
Like, that's really bad.
Yeah. That's like in the lower 20th percentile, right? I mean, if you're just doing the quick math, he's among the 20% worst shooters. When it comes to, okay, this is a real oversimplification of it. A real oversimplification of it. But part of my brain, and I'm going to pull the pin on the grenade here and lob it your direction and see what you do with it. Does some of this have to do with the point book responsibilities of the last couple of years and kind of the active dribble, I have now decided to shoot, as opposed to I'm standing here and somebody else is doing the dribble, and now the ball finds me sort of shooting decision?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I think that has a lot to do with it, and especially this year with the high-octane pace that they are playing at on both ends of the floor. I'll have a story coming out later this week with Grayson Allen where we talked about, like, how much work you have to put in every possession now as an NBA player compared to even 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, all the responsibilities you have. Book is handling those responsibilities on top of running the offense a lot of the time, on top of putting threats on the defense, and it's turned him into just what he is right now, which is just not a good shooter, which blows my mind, because when he came out of the draft, the one thing we talked about with him was he's a great shooter. And instead,
we were comparing him to Klay Thompson. I mean, that was. I mean, I know that was 10 years ago, but that was the comp. Like, hey, the Suns just found their Klay Thompson, and I think we felt like they. In fact, we didn't feel like it. We found they discovered more than that.
And the league has known this for a while, that he's not a great shooter off the dribble on threes. But like, how much does this intensify? Do teams just, like, when a ball screen comes, do they just play him like not a non-shooter, but do they just invite him to take these shots anymore? What happens when they keep not going in if they invite him to not take them?
Real quick, how much do you think this changes when Jalen Green comes back?
I think it should help. But at the same time, like, the numbers don't lie, and he's going to take pull-up threes no matter what. And at a certain point, he's just not good at them anymore, and it's really preventing him, ceiling-wise, however you want to call it. Like, we talk about him being like a top 15, top 20, top 25 player. The answer is right there. If he was an average pull-up three-point shooter, he would be averaging 30 a game every year, no problem.
Anecdotally, the fast break pull-up three has become the play from Devin Booker that is in my top 5. I just hate it when he does it. You know, like it just like almost just instinctually I see it happen. And it's like, no. Like what was it the other night? He did it, the transition pull-up three against the Lakers. He got his own miss.
Yeah.
And he gave it to Dylan Brooks, who hit the three. But every time I see it, I without even having the numbers, I think to myself, that's just not the play for you, Book. You just shouldn't be doing that anymore.
He's at 5.5 threes a game, which would basically tie the lowest mark going back to his second NBA season. So like he's not even taking as many as he normally would. He's right around like the figure 5.5. Like usually he's at 6, maybe 7.
Yeah.
But with how many threes a game the Suns are taking right now, he's not actually the guy contributing as much to that volume in the way that you would expect.
Starting tomorrow, we're giving you the chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl on January 8th. There's going to be a code word during Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, and right here on Burns and Gambo. When you hear that code word, text it to 620-620. And don't miss your chance to see a college football playoff semifinal game right in your backyard. When we come back, we had the breaking news sounder. It wasn't about Catel Marte. One of these days it could be, and when it is, do we trust Mike Hazen to get the best deal for Catel Marte? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house!
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
We're here with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, what is that great ride you pulled up in?
Man, it's my Honda from Arrowhead Honda. Just like on the field, I know the importance of reliability and performance and trust my ride to Arrowhead Honda. Whether you're looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan, Arrowhead Honda has you covered.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and pain has a way of stealing the moments that matter the most, especially during the holidays. And it's not just your knees, back, or shoulders, it's the time with family and friends. But that can change in 2026. QC Kinetics here in Phoenix believes relief doesn't have to come from surgery or pain pills. They use your body's own natural healing abilities to repair and restore what's been lost, helping you move, live, and feel like yourself again. It's your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. QC Kinetics delivers long-term relief, so make the new year your turning point where pain stops defining you. Schedule your free consultation today, and now is a great time to use your HSA and FSA funds for treatment. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
This holiday season, play where breathtaking scenery meets everyday value. Verado Golf Club. Both the Founders and Victory courses are in peak shape with pristine, overseeded fairways and the best greens of the season. And with great seasonal rates, now's the time to book your next round. Plus, holiday sales are happening all month long in both golf shops. Find the perfect gifts for the golfers in your life or treat yourself. Tee times fill up fast, so don't wait. Book your round today at VeradoGolfClub.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS
Cars, Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
And it's Testimonial Tuesday from Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Ready! My technician let me know everything he was doing and finally found the problem. He took his time and he made sure everything was working perfectly before he left. Thank you, Ready Services.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning appreciates all of our customers. Always ready since 1957. Saving you money and doing business the right way. Your home of the no-fee emergency. ReadyServices.com. Ready.
I'm Mitch Varel. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. As part of a series of roster moves by the Arizona Cardinals, running back Bam Knight was placed on injured reserve. Knight suffered what was reported as a bad ankle sprain in the team's loss to Houston. His season is now over. Kenny Dillingham's name has been rumored as a top candidate to be the next head coach at Michigan. And he didn't necessarily put any rumors to bed today.
Are you glad to have the Michigan stuff kind of behind you now and move forward?
Well, I mean, it's a crazy, like I said, this profession is absolutely wild. It's just a wild profession. It's a wild industry right now. It's just nuts.
Okay, you can read more on what Coach Dillingham said right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And then Arizona men's basketball, they're back in action in Tucson. Kellen's ready to watch them take on Abilene Christian. Tip-off is at 7 from McHale Center. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? They're Arizona's largest roofer, they're A+ with the Better Business Bureau, and they're the winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. Why have Tommy Lloyd and the #1 Wildcats been able to be so successful this season? We'll ask the Arizona head coach tomorrow at 10:15. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
You can tip jar this song for me, which I can safely say is one of my favorite songs to be released in the last 20 years or so. Love this song. Panic Switch by Silver Sun Pickups. I don't know if they've done anything since, but I love this song. I really do.
When did it come out?
2000, I just looked it up. 2009.
Okay.
2009.
That's in the wheelhouse.
Yeah, this is...
I'm liking what I'm hearing.
Really good song. It's a really good song. This is Bob Nightingale on Bickley and Murata, earlier today, on if the Diamondbacks are still likely to move on from Catel Marte, even after the Merrill Kelly re-signed from over the weekend.
I still think they like to move him. I mean, if there wasn't an issue in the clubhouse, he'd be here the next 5 years. The problem is, there's some people that, he's rubbed the wrong way in the clubhouse, including players, coaches, front office staffers. So that's the reason they're seem to be motivated moving him. Now, do they have to? No. Could it still work itself out? It could. But I think they see this as a perfect chance to really get that farm system going with pitching, because you need 8 or 9 starters. I think these guys, fill the gaps. Merrill Kelly made perfect sense to come back. Soroka's, a coin flip. Who knows, what he has left or what he can actually provide.
So the answer to that question just kind of makes me uncomfortable right out of the chute. I'm like,
expand your thoughts. Go on.
Because first of all, I'll harken back to a conversation that we had about this yesterday, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, Kel, but I believe you agree with Mr. Nightingale that it's Catel Marte has made some people uncomfortable in that clubhouse, and they've just kind of had enough, and they're ready to move on for him, whereas I still subscribe to the belief that trading Catel Marte is about filling needs on the major league roster and just kind of redistributing the wealth and figuring out a different way to go for it. That answer makes me uncomfortable because, number one, Bob, who I respect tremendously, came right out of the chutes with the whole clubhouse thing again. And number two, man, I don't want to talk about prospects when it comes to Catel Marte. That is not the conversation with which I want to discuss about trading Catel Marte. I want to talk about how are you making your major league roster better. And if this ends up being and they could be really good prospects. God, they better be really good prospects. But if that's what this is about, man, I'm that sound you hear is my heart breaking a little bit. You know, that sound you're going to hear when that breaking news sounder comes down and we find out it was just for prospects is going to be my heart breaking a little bit. That's what this was all about, Kellen.
I think the prospect line is interesting to me just because, again, you reiterated what my take is on Catel. Don't trade him.
I don't mean to.
I
apologize.
No, I want you to, and I'm glad that you did, because when I say, like, yeah, they could use a couple of great prospects in return, doesn't mean I want them to do that at all. Fangraphs.com released their top 50 Diamondbacks prospects going into the offseason. And there's this metric called future value, which I won't really explain, but it basically just tells you how good this player could be based on like a number.
Okay.
And they only have 2 guys scouted right now in their top 50 that hold a 50, which means that they would be an average everyday player. That's it. So no one who they see as like an all-star or a future like top 10 player, top 5 player. So they're pretty much going to only have like 2 guys that are in the top 100 prospects list or something like that going up. That's Ryan Walshman and Tommy Troy, who could be on this team by the end of the year. They might be September call-ups, in fact. But they lack that high-end prospect for one, and for two, like the depth as well, because even beyond those 2, like teams should have a few of those guys in their system. They only have 2, and then you quickly get down just 10 or 11 spots, and you're talking about the guys projected to be a bench player or a low-end platoon guy. So it is something that logically makes sense in terms of we need to deepen our prospect pool. We need to not necessarily get younger, but if there is an opportunity for us to get high-end prospects, that was the thing about the Goldschmidt trade, specifically in the Greinke trade, where it's like, okay, how good are these prospects we're Googling, and it's like, okay, are they like going to be a top 25 prospect at any point? Like in baseball, probably not. Are they top 50, top 75, top 100? Okay, maybe. This is the trade where you could really get that high-end prospect, I think, a guy who could be a top 25, top 50 prospect, and I'm with you. No thanks.
Yeah, it's just not for this, you know, not now. Like if I'm gonna sell Catel Marte or sell on Catel Marte, it's probably a better way to phrase it. It's just that's not the itch I want to scratch, you know. And I'm not saying that it's not an important itch to scratch. It is. I'm talking specifically as a fan here who wants to know that trading away the best second baseman in his prime on a great contract was that the juice was worth the squeeze a little bit. And knowing that we might not get the answer for that for another 3 years, 2 years is discouraging. And it's sort of like I have, and this is the kind of the whole point of the tease and what we were going to talk about in this segment. I have, and I'll just speak for myself here, a tremendous amount of trust and faith in Mike Hazen to manage these situations. I feel like I understand not every decision he's made the last couple of years have worked out, but I understood the logic behind the decisions the last 2 years. Every single one, I'm like, okay, that makes sense to me. Okay, I can understand that. Yeah, I can see it. Trading Catel for mostly high-end prospects, if that's what the deal ends up becoming, would really strain that trust for me, would really strain that idea of, okay, I can see why you're doing it, but I really wouldn't be able to see why you're doing that now when you've got such a and we'll talk about the 10-5 thing here in a second, but that would be the part where I'd go, is really now the time to be worrying about this when you're still trying to get back to a competitive level when you trade your best player? That's what bothers me about this.
I trust him to get a great return for Catel Marte. I just don't subscribe to the notion of trading Catel Marte at all. And that's just like where the roadblock is for me entirely. Like if Mike Hazen gets a great, fantastic, wonderful return, all the trade grades are in, A+ for the Diamondbacks across the board, it's still not going to score as highly for me because I just don't subscribe to the idea of trading Catel, and that's where I land on this. And again, to Nightingale's point, I really do think that this has more than anything to do with like they're just sick of dealing with him right now.
Yeah, and if that's the case, that's too bad because I don't think that should be the driving force in a trade with. I know others would disagree. I don't think that should be the driving force in a Catel Marte trade. I trust Mike. I really do. It's the timing of it where if it's a mostly prospect-based return, I'm just not going to be comfortable with that. It just goes against the way I had kind of justified this in my mind. For those who don't know, and this is Mark Feinstein, and actually this might be new news for some people, the Diamondbacks need to trade Catel Marte now. Well, I'll just let Mark explain it.
What you just brought up with the 10-5 is the reason. Everybody says, why would Arizona trade him? The 10-5 coming up is the reason that you have to explore it now. Yeah. Because once he becomes a 10-5 guy, that no-trade clause expands from 5 teams to 29 teams. And then all of a sudden, he's in control of where you go.
10 years of Major League service time, 5 years with the same team. Gives you full blanket no-trade protection in Major League Baseball. You can say no to anything if you have that. Catel gets that this spring.
NBA players are like, what?
Like NFL players. Wait a minute. No salary cap? Really? That's what you guys get over there? How nice. That must be kind of nice, right? Yeah. NBA players like 10-5? I can say no to a trade? Sweet.
That would be dangerous in the NBA.
Oh, God. Would it ever? We'll see if the breaking news sounder comes up at any point. But I do one last thing on this before we take a break. There was a tweet earlier today from an MLB reporter. I should have had this up if I was going to reference it, and obviously I have not done my job very well driving this thing here, from Francis Romero, who has tweeted out nothing imminent regarding a possible Catel Marte trade, according to sources. And Francis is usually pretty good when it comes to that, so it doesn't seem as if anything is knocking on our door anytime soon. When we come back, we had this conversation a week ago after Oklahoma City thumped the Phoenix Suns. Can anybody beat Oklahoma City? Did the San Antonio Spurs answer that question within 48 hours? That's coming up on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
When you think of Merrill Kelly, what do you think of, Mason Onions? So much of the time, the very first thing I think of is Merrill Kelly, a leader inside the clubhouse. A guy that has the attention of his peers. A guy that I think, for the most part, is understated and very, very strong. And I think that plays really well inside a locker room, inside a clubhouse. I love this. His talent is still there. Very, very consistent. Still there.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here for V's Barbershop, and once again, I would encourage you with the holidays coming up, and if you're getting down to crunch time and you're trying to figure out what to get the guy in your life, whether it's your dad or your son or your brother or your uncle or your grandpa or whatever, a V's gift card will go a long, long way towards making that guy very, very happy. Because every time I go to my V's Barbershop, the one right there in Gilbert, I'm there all the time, I am very, very happy. You walk in, I know I'm going to get a great haircut. I know I'm going to walk out feeling great, looking great, feeling great because it was a great haircut. But also just an escape from kind of everything. You walk into a V's Barbershop and you really can feel it the minute you walk in the door, like you've been transported to a different place and all of your worries can kind of wait outside for you for a half hour. If you've never had one, the hot lather shave is fantastic. I mean, it's just like a retreat from the world when you go get one of those at V's Barbershop. It's a wonderful experience, and you'll always walk out feeling great when you go to V's. The next time you need to make an appointment, you need a haircut, you need a gift card, go to vbarbershop.com for V's.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. It's your last chance to get exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 35% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Warrants reserved.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear from Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, what makes Waltz the best choice for all of our listeners?
Well, Beck, we're local, and we will beat any price. But I would say that it's really our knowledge and expertise that sets us apart. We offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a pro. Or come see us and get what you want when you want it.
Take your fandom to the next level by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner or online at waltz.com.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
It's where every slam dunk dream and memory of your favorite game is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. Yet as many athletes know, a brain or spine condition can change that. That's why Barrow pushes the boundaries of neuroscience medicine and what's possible. Consistently ranked among the best in the country, Barrow fights to help patients hold on to their dreams, memories, and themselves. Right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Murata with some big news for you. If you missed the holiday kickoff, don't worry. Earnhardt Buick GMC is keeping their savings going. We're talking favorites like the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 for up to $13,000 off MSRP, and the all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickups. Get yours for up to $18,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing. And folks, that's just the start. Even the sleek 2025 Buick Enclave SUV is yours with a savings of up to $9,000 off MSRP. You want it? Earnhardt has it all, priced to move right now. Check them out in Mesa, right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard, or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 1/2/26.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Lauren is here, playing Christmas music. She has unilaterally decided it is time. That's fine.
Unilaterally, Mitch and I made a rotator last week of some holiday music, and we decided now's the time to break it
You're
out.
the producer of the Burns and Gambo show. You have the power to unilaterally make decisions like that.
When did the Covels put up the tree?
Like 2 weeks ago.
Okay. That's a fair time. Start of December.
After Thanksgiving.
Do you guys get a new one every year, or do you have one in the garage?
We got a fake one, and then we get a small real one for the other room.
I like that.
We get two. We have a big one for the living room and a small one for the outdoor living room.
Yeah.
When we sit out there. Yeah. One of my favorite things to do actually is first thing in the morning when I get up, probably after both of you, like 3 hours after you've both gone to sleep, because you both, you know.
Demons.
6 a.m. Is that what we're talking?
You can call us demons and goblins if you want to.
This morning it was 5:30 in the morning, making a cup of coffee and sitting by the lit coffee tree, the lit Christmas tree, and just waking up by the tree.
Oh.
Just kind of sitting there with my coffee.
When you were a
kinda waking
kid,
up.
when you were a kid and would see that tree and would look to see what Santa brought.
I was very excited.
Yeah, it was great.
I was very excited.
Oh, it was awesome.
Like, could hardly sleep the night before excited. Couldn't wait to run downstairs or down the hall. Yeah. It's not the question. The question is
Having to do with the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Okay.
We're asking the big one today, and that is...
The big one.
The big one. What Burnsy is waiting for the breaking news sounder for, like a kid on Christmas. Which is, if the D-backs and Mike Hazen get a proper return in a Catel Marte trade, will you be satisfied with the decision to trade him? Yes, because it balances out the roster, or no, don't trade Catel.
I'm a firm yes on this. Firm.
No. Please don't do that. Please do not trade the best player that we've had for the post-Goldie era. Please, let's just keep him and have him retire a D-back.
Can I
would
guess?
like that, please.
Absolutely.
74% agree with Kellen.
No.
Whoa.
No. 63% agree with you.
Get out!
Whoa.
63% saying yes, trade Catel Marte.
I'm curious to see if this will get like a second life later, and why I'm saying that is because like Burnsy's mentions, my mentions, the YouTube chat, all the stuff we look at, it's been vehemently like, why are we even talking about trading Catel Marte? What are we doing?
Yeah.
but we threw the poll question out
You
there.
know,
And it seems like
it doesn't have the flex of the Gambo retweet, but I'm going to retweet that bad boy. I want to, you trust me, it doesn't. We'll get like 10 extra votes because of it, but
Don't undersell yourself.
all right, I'll combine forces with you. There we go.
There we go. We're getting
Kelly and I
closer.
are, since the team up that nobody ever wanted, to see if we can. I want to check that one back in a couple of hours because that surprises me. All right, thank you. That's the poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. Tonight's NBA Cup final between the San Antonio Spurs.
Is it okay that I'm excited for this? Is everyone okay with that?
You know
Is the Burns and Gambo show okay with that?
The smartest thing I heard today on this radio station, well, maybe not the smartest, but one of the smartest things I heard today was Jesse during wolfing down your lunch basically refusing to apologize for being excited about the NBA Cup final. And I'm like, you go, dude. Don't apologize for it.
Love it.
Don't apologize for it. If you're excited about it, be excited about it. You got a freak flag, fly it. I mean, it's okay. It's great. I'm glad you're excited about it. No, don't apologize for it. Be excited about it. I don't know if I share your enthusiasm, but I'm certainly going to be watching it tonight because I want to see, not that tonight gives us the definitive answer, but boy, have things changed in a week. A week ago tomorrow, Oklahoma City thumped the Phoenix Suns, and everybody came into work the next day and like, yeah, no one's beating that team. Nobody's beaten Oklahoma City in the playoffs. Just give them the title right now. Then San Antonio went out and beat them in the NBA Cup semifinals and are very much looking like a team who could say, oh, not so fast when it comes to OKC just running away with the title this year.
I haven't subscribed to this theory even this year, to be honest. Last year I did not as well when OKC was the prohibitive favorite. I think that I picked them, I believe, to win in the finals, but it's basketball, and a lot of these teams are excellent teams. Like Denver pushed them to the limit. We forget, like it was so horrible what happened to Tyrese Halliburton that we forget he was on his way to winning the finals. He was on his way to beating Oklahoma City. He was going nuts in the first quarter. He was yapping at the crowd. It was that big, because Tyrese had a few games where he had low scoring totals, and it's like, is he a star or whatever? And he was like, this is my superstar moment. I'm going to win a championship, finals MVP, and shut all this underrated, overrated stuff down. And then that horrible injury happened for him. They're in a position right now where they are going to get tested immensely. Not in the first round. Won't happen there. We'll see what the 7-8 develops with. By the way, if we're talking about the Suns and like playing stuff and it keeps going in March and April, the how do you avoid Oklahoma City conversations, you'll be having them quite a bit.
I remember last week somebody in their preview of the Suns Oklahoma City had said, I think it was Pelton, said, hey, look, our BPI model suggests this could very well be a first-round playoff preview of the Suns versus the Thunder. Anyway, I digress.
I watched Houston and Denver last night. Those look like two teams that could push OKC to the limit, and that's not bringing up San Antonio, who just beat them. The thing that was so fascinating about that Cup game, Burnsy, is that this is one of the first times this year where we've actually seen their real team. Because the De'Aaron Fox trade happens, and then Wemby has that unforeseen injury come up. And then at the start of the year, De'Aaron Fox was hurt. As he comes back, out comes Wemby. They've had Castle hurt. They've had Harper hurt. They've had portions of their team unhealthy throughout all this. So we haven't even gotten to see what this team looks like at its full powers yet. That might start tonight. It sounds like Wemby could still come off the bench. I remember we saw the opening tip when we were out at the bar watching the U of A game, and we were like, where's Wemby? Oh, come on. He's really not playing. We didn't realize he was coming off the bench, so we'll see. But, man, Wemby in that game was kind of a factor for 3 quarters, and then the fourth quarter, he's like, I'm the best guy in this building, and I'm going to take over this game. Yeah. And that's the talent that he is, and also Harper has been – He looks like he's 27 years old on the floor.
It's crazy when you're talking about Wemby, and the guy I'd rather talk about for a minute is Dylan Harper. But for just a second, I'd almost rather talk about Dylan Harper. Man, does that look like an inspired draft pick and an inspired selection. Not that it took a lot of thinking to do it, but boy, has he just fit right in with them seamlessly in terms of what he does and what they do.
If you haven't seen him, watch the game tonight because he is so much fun to watch because it's a slightly undersized guard who has pretty great athleticism and burst, but has such a knack for finishing around the rim where his numbers are comparable to some bigs around the rim. That's how good he is at all those finishes. Stephon Castle has been much better this year. And look, De'Aaron Fox is still one of the best point guards in the world. So they're a team to keep an eye on over the next 6 weeks. Mitch was very high on them on Arizona Sports, and I picked them to finish top 4. It looks like that's going to happen this year.
Remind me when the Suns beat the Spurs with Wemby. Who did they not have that night? Who
They
did the
did not
Spurs
have Fox, I'm pretty sure, and then they had that was the game I believe that Harper got hurt in, if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah, he played 11 minutes.
Okay.
So it was no De'Aaron Fox in that game. Castle played in that game. He was exceptional in that game, but they did not have Fox, and they had Harper for only a quarter.
When we come back on Burns and Gambo with Kellen Olson filling in, are the Arizona Diamondbacks entering a new era? And if so, do they enter it with confidence? That is next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, the end of the year, it's here, and it's time to go there. Our Desert Ford dealers for the final days of the Ford year-end sales event. Yep, Paul Calvisi here a few years ago. We bought during the Ford year-end sales event because we're talking the best time to celebrate. And when we can lease, you can lease right now a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $299 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. That's right, lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $299 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. Or lease a Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for $249 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back. That's right, lease a Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $249 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get that $1,000 cash back. It's the final days of the Ford year-end sales event, so get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com. That's buyfordnow.com.
All right, Basin earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Picture it, your holiday table, the family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps. This season at Fry's, make the moments that matter possible with quality that's affordable in every aisle. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Right now, you can save big on USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Roast, just $5.99 a pound with your card. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta with some big news for you. If you missed the holiday kickoff, don't worry. Earnhardt Buick GMC is keeping their savings going. We're talking favorites like the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 for up to $13,000 off MSRP, and the all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickups. Get yours for up to $18,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing. And folks, that's just the start. Even the sleek 2025 Buick Enclave SUV is yours with a savings of up to $9,000 off MSRP. You want it? Earnhardt has it all, priced to move right now. Check them out in Mesa, right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard, or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 1/2/26.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you know I'm a big fan of Sonic and their all-star selection of burgers, and now they have added an MVP to their lineup, and this one is so good you should head to Sonic right now. Introducing the all-new Pretzel Bacon Sonic Smasher. 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, crispy bacon, pub sauce, plus a buttery soft pretzel bun. It is the ideal burger for armchair quarterbacks everywhere, and only at Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. As part of a series of roster moves by the Arizona Cardinals, running back Bam Knight was placed on injured reserve. Knight suffered what was reported as a bad ankle sprain in the team's loss to Houston. His season is now over. Kenny Dillingham's name has been rumored as a top candidate to be the next head coach at the University of Michigan. And speaking with reporters today, he didn't necessarily put any rumors to bed.
Are you glad to have the Michigan stuff kind of behind you now and move forward?
Well, I mean, it's a great, like I said, this profession is absolutely wild. It's just a wild profession. It's a wild industry right now. It's just nuts.
You can read more on what Coach Dillingham said right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And Arizona men's basketball returns to action in Tucson. They'll host Abilene Christian, and tip-off is at 7. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Win big at Talking Stick Resort. Earn entries all December for a chance at $10,000 or a 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Details at TalkingStickResort.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. The fun starts at 6 and will include our weekly visit to talk NFL with Mark Schlereth here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
2 words. Unilateral decision. Unilateral decision.
Do you have an argument?
No. It's just a question of when you get to my favorite. Will you get to my favorite? And I'm unlike Gambo, and I don't mind throwing him under the bus on this one a little bit. Rather than demand my favorite and insist that I hear it, it's just more of a treasure hunt to see if you're going to start playing my favorite.
Lauren will feel no anxiety about this at all, that she made sure to pick your favorite song as the producer of the Birds.
Good, she shouldn't. I don't want to cause Lauren any anxiety at all. None. Which,
again, she's not going to have it.
It's a little different from me and Gambo. I'm not here to cause you any anxiety whatsoever. I just want to see if you come up with it or not. Burns and Gambo, 3 o'clock hour. Kellen Olson's filling in for Gambo. We'll be again tomorrow and Friday. We'll have Jody Jackson in here on Thursday. And then a couple more days next week where Kellen is filling in as well. We did have the breaking news sounder earlier in the show. It was about Bam Knight being put on IR and out for the season. So it didn't quite scratch the itch. But and again, not that I'm rooting for a Catel Marte trade, but I do wonder, like, is it coming down? Will it happen anytime soon? There's one thing that's very clear. The Arizona Diamondbacks are, and maybe it was delayed a little bit with the Merrill Kelly re-sign, but the Diamondbacks certainly are starting to transition now into a different era of baseball, right? Like, to a certain extent. Like, Zach Gallen's going to sign somewhere else. Catel Marte could be somewhere else. Many of the guys who were part of just the World Series 2 years ago, there aren't going to be a ton of those guys left on the next version of the Diamondbacks next season. And you brought up this point when we were talking about the show off the air. It does feel like we're in a little bit of a transition year.
I think so.
Backs. Explain.
So the Marte trade, when we were talking about prospects earlier, I was going to bring it up, but I knew we were going to talk about it here. It wouldn't surprise me that a large chunk of, like, the pie chart of the value, if some of that chunk was prospects, just because I do see this not so much as a transitional year, but the changing of the guard happening. Like, again, think back to the World Series teams, like, sure, like Evan Longoria, Tommy Pham, guys like that, long gone, Sewald gone, but like Walker, Peterson, Gino, you can include Josh Naylor here if you wanted to. Like, certainly I thought when they traded for him that, like, that's our first baseman for the next couple of years to replace Walker. They traded him instead. Gallen, you mentioned. Lourdes Gurriel Jr., a key part of those teams. we don't know when he's back, and then he has a club option for the year after. So we could be looking at the last time we saw him, depending on when he's back. I don't know how ACL recoveries go for baseball players as opposed to a basketball player. Catel, don't know. And then how about like in the outfield even, like Alec Thomas, Jake McCarthy? Like we've watched them develop and grow and stagnate over the last couple of years. And so this next era is obviously headlined by Corbin Carroll and Geraldo Perdomo. Those are your two cornerstones. The guys that are signed for more than 3 years, including arbitration, are Catel Marte, Corbin Carroll, Geraldo Perdomo, Corbin Burns, obviously, and then Brandon Pfaadt and Justin Martinez, who were the extensions last year. And where I wanted to pick your brain on this is who's missing from that group that you expect to be there? Like, who do you expect Hazen to sign to an extension soon? You were hoping for Gabriel Moreno last year, I think, and we didn't quite get that.
Yeah.
Is it Ryan Nelson? Is there anyone else that comes to mind for you that is in the system or anything? Because it just seems like my point is it's incomplete. Like, we need a couple more names added there. We just don't know who they are yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think the name that pops the most is Ryan Nelson. I mean, only because he has been such a freaking revelation in the rotation in ways that I just don't. It would have been hard to imagine that he was capable of. And I don't mean to demean him or diminish his abilities, but I just didn't think that we'd be having these. I didn't think we'd be looking at him as he's your surefire number 2 guy in this rotation. I didn't think we'd be having that conversation about him so quickly. He's been so good as a starter. I think Gabby has kind of gone from he needs to get signed to I kind of need a little more time on whether I want to see him get signed or not. Like I think when he's healthy and when he's operating even at like 70% of his ability, that to me feels like a long-term fixture that you're going to want to keep around. I just don't know how often those two things happen together at the same time. You know, like it feels like we haven't seen enough of that for long enough to know whether he should be a part of, the next, if we're calling this the next great Diamondbacks team. I honestly, even though he signed, I'll tell you the guy that I don't know if I'm blasphemous for even suggesting this. How's Corbin Burns going to come back from the Tommy John? How's because that is not a linear thing, right? In terms of guys coming back from that surgery, it's not a guarantee that you're going to come back and you're going to be great. There are success stories. There are stories of failure. There's stories of just, you come back and you're not quite the same guy. I have no doubt that he'll work hard to be the very best that he can be, but that surgery does not treat everybody the same way. And I'm really curious what his role is going to end up being on the next great Diamondbacks team. I really am.
I thought a really under-discussed part of his contract when he came out, too, was the fact that there was an early termination option for him after 2 years. So my thought on the 6-year deal was if Corbin Burns comes out and pitches like Corbin Burns, this is basically a 2-year deal, and then he'll terminate it, and then he'll look for either a new extension with the Diamondbacks or go shopping elsewhere. The risk there was quite significant because that's 4 extra years where he's making $32.9 million. And if he's not Corbin Burns when he comes back, to your point on the injury, that's a lot of money to be on the books because comparatively, like Corbin Carroll's number is at $13.8 million. Like it's a whole lot more different than what Geraldo Perdomo is on the books for, that Brandon Pfaadt is on the books for. Like that is a giant number, nowhere close to Catel's either. I will say that we paid so much attention to Geraldo Perdomo last year, and rightfully so, but Corbin very much needed a season like that. I thought it was his best season as a D-back so far, and I am immensely confident in the future of the D-backs in the next 3 to 5 years because they're led by those two guys. I think both those guys are superstars.
Well, and that's why, and I've said this before a few times, and I've been, not that I needed this, but I've been happy to hear other people in the organization basically say the same thing, that when you've got a Corbin Carroll, when you've got a Geraldo Perdomo, and honestly, I kind of put Catel Marte in the same category, you're compelled to go for it, right? Like, you don't really have a choice. You have 2 franchise cornerstone players on your team. I don't know if Perdomo's going to be able to back up what he did last year with similar type numbers. That was an incredible year he had, but I still think he's going to be pretty darn good. And anytime you've got your starting point is that with your lineup, I mean, you don't have a choice. I was glad to hear Ken Kendrick say the same thing when the season ended. Like, yeah, you have to. And so I think if we're talking about era to era, obviously there are carryovers, right? Corbin is going to be a common denominator. Peralta is going to be a common denominator. I'll be curious to see if Fott is a common denominator between one era to the next. Like, he very much resonates as a part of the World Series team for what he did specifically in that postseason. But will he be a part of this, or is he going to fizzle out? Because it feels like he's at this big-time crossroads moment of his career in terms of, is he going left or is he going right?
And you know what's crazy is I realize I made this mistake, but I think I made it rather naturally. When I mentioned this in my email, kind of listed out all the guys, I didn't even mention Jordan Lawler and didn't even think to mention Jordan Lawler at all.
Yeah, and that's, you know what? And I was thinking about that when we were having our conversation earlier about Catel and about some viewing it the need to get high-end prospects. Jordan Lawler was a high-end prospect for the better part of 3 years, and there's a danger to relying on high-end prospects to be your end-all, be-all, because sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And so far, Jordan Lawler has just not worked as a high-end prospect. He just hasn't, for a myriad of reasons, but he just hasn't worked. That's where you got to be a little careful with the high-end prospect thing.
Even as close to like 6 months ago, we were saying like he's a huge part of the next great Diamondbacks team, and now it's like he's an afterthought.
Trade Gino and Jordan Lawler's your everyday third baseman. Not doing that now. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, ASU has confirmed it. They need to go shopping for a quarterback in the portal. What part of the store are they shopping in? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show with Kellen filling in.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
He just gets open. I think that is the best asset about McBride, and that is where he's taken the biggest stride this year, is his ability to just get open.
You know, I think you look at a guy like Trey McBride, and yeah, I've got compassion for him because this guy offensively is lights out. He is, in my opinion, right now, can't believe I'm going to say this, the best tight end in the game. Right now.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
A new exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card is your opportunity to go from cardholder to ticket holder for the FIFA World Cup 2026. For a limited time, when you're approved for a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card, you're eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more today at BFA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America NA in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where a small box with a burgundy bow will help you win the holidays. As an in-house designer, I love creating meaningful, fine jewelry gifts. Choose a necklace with a gorgeous infinity charm to symbolize your everlasting love. Or go for a personalized piece with an engraving, their zodiac sign, favorite color gemstone, or their initial accented with pave diamonds. Because a friend wants you to be a holiday hero. Stop by or shop now at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hi, Jan from Toyota here to let you know that Toyotathon is on. And what better way to get in the spirit of the season than with a new Toyota, like RAV4, Grand Highlander, and Corolla Cross. But to really get in the spirit, let's sing about it. So without further ado, driving through the snow in a new RAV4, hooray! To the slopes we go in a Highlander for a ski day. A Camry to get hot cocoa, tubing with a Tundra makes the kids go loco. Oh, what fun it is to make holiday wishes come true. Toyotathon, Toyotathon, Toyotathon is on. Oh, what fun it is to drive a new Toyota today. Hey! Presto! A new holiday classic! Let's sing it again! Toyotathon, Toyotathon, Toyotathon is on.
Dealer inventory may vary. Toyotathon ends January 5th. See your participating dealer for details.
Have you guys tried these holiday cookies? They're so good.
Toyota. Let's go places.
Hi, guys. This is the Rocket Roger Clemens. You don't pitch in the majors for 24 years without feeling it later. Shoulders, elbows, knees. Trust me, pain doesn't retire when you do.
That's baseball legend Roger Clemens.
I tried the ice. I tried rest, PT, nothing really worked. When I heard about QC Kinetics, the concept sounded promising. Non-surgical regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself without surgery. Sign me up, just what I needed, real lasting relief.
Whether you're a former pro, a weekend golfer, or just want to walk around pain-free again, QC Kinetics uses cutting-edge technology and natural biologics to help restore and repair damaged tissue.
I trusted them with my joints. Now I'm back doing what I love.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Organization.
Hey, this is Jared, and what does Kenny Dillingham have in common with Hugh Jackman? It may be hard for them both to resist taking a lot of money to become a Wolverine. We'll talk ASU tomorrow at 6 a.m. on Bickley Murata Mornings.
Okay, you know what? I'll give him credit. He's 2 for his last 2 on the look-aheads. He is. He's 2 for his last 2. He's on a streak. I don't know if you had your...
Love a Jared Carlin look-ahead. The goofier, the better. See, that's where you get out, where he's just making noises to make noises. That's when you're clicking the eject. Yeah. He realizes he hasn't done something silly for 7 seconds, and he just makes a random bah humbug or something. Yeah.
Exactly. Gilbert would agree that Jared Carlin is 2 for his last 2 when it comes to his look-ahead. So all of Gilbert can agree that Jared Carlin is 2 for his last 2. Kenny Dillingham, today, Sun Bowl practice. We've already brought you the Kenny Dillingham non-answer when it comes to asking. He was asked directly to comfort ASU fans about him leaving to Michigan, and he gave the biggest non-answer you've ever heard in your life on that one. So that one is still very much on the table. But this is what else is on the table. The need for a quarterback. Kenny Dillingham was asked if he's still seeking a quarterback in the portal.
Will you be seeking a quarterback in the portal? 100%.
100%. And last week, when asked about the future at the quarterback position for ASU, he said,
with that, I'm very, very confident that we're going to have a really, really good quarterback at Arizona State. I can say that I'm very, very confident we're going to have a good quarterback at Arizona State.
So apparently he believes he's very, very confident he's going to have a good quarterback, which is good because it's a good time to go shopping right now for a quarterback. You've got Dylan Raiola from Nebraska. You got Colton Joseph from Old Dominion, DJ Lagway from Florida, Brennan Sorsby from Cincinnati, Trey Owens from Texas, Brady Allen from Louisville, Aiden Childs from Michigan State. It goes on and on and on. There are lots of quarterbacks out there.
And if you're one of those quarterbacks, you would want to play for Kenny Dillingham because he has a reputation for developing quarterbacks quite successfully. And a lot of the reason why these guys are transferring is to improve their draft stock. And how do you improve your draft stock? You become a better player. You get more exposure, I guess, to a certain extent. But if you look at what Arizona State is right now, that is where their big gaping hole is, and they've got talent around it right now that they're going to replenish even further during the portal right now. I think the interesting part of this story to me, Bernsey, is wondering what type of team Arizona State is going to choose to be in this era of college football at quarterback. And what I mean by that is there's this really fascinating trend happening where some teams just aren't even bringing in young quarterbacks out of high school anymore. They're like, we'll just get him in the portal. We don't want anyone who's young and like a true freshman or any possibility like that. No, we're always just going to rely on the portal every single year.
Yep.
And I'm curious to see which way that goes for ASU. They did recently have a 4-star, I believe, in 2027 commit that's a quarterback. So they're doing a little bit of both right now. But you look at the portal, there's a lot of different options. Sorsby in Cincinnati is a stud. Like, he immediately comes to mind just knowing him from playing in the conference as well. I'm not as interested in the cosplayer. He would drive me crazy. with all the 15 stuff that he's doing all up and down the field. I'm good on that. But I think there's a lot of talent out there, and Dillingham is in a great position to be able to capitalize on it. The big question, how much more money is the difference between what you would have paid Sam Levitt and what these guys are asking for?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of questions that need a little unpacking in there. Weston Nielsen, by the way, is the name of the 4-star that committed to ASU, and I believe he's that's for the 2027 class, and I believe it was I'm looking at the scholarship offers that he had to choose from. It was Arizona, Baylor, Cincinnati, Houston, Illinois, Miami, Nebraska, Oklahoma State, Oregon, SMU, TCU, Texas A&M, Texas Tech, and Vanderbilt were some of the other places that So I mean, we'll see. Does he get flipped? Does something happen? Does it change? That's a long way off. But you bring up a really good point. Like, there are some programs, like Sam Levitt, for example. Sam Levitt is looking for a new team. If you were to look at the teams that he's reportedly been contacted by, you could argue that they're all teams that you just described a second ago. Teams that, maybe aren't recruiting quarterbacks the way they used to. They just like doing the cherry pick transfer portal thing every year. Oregon comes to mind. LSU kind of comes to mind to a certain extent. I know they recruited Nussmeier, but there are just certain programs where Indiana to replace Mendoza. Hey, rather than go recruit a guy, let's just go get Sam Levitt and plug him in there, and let's just kind of keep this thing rolling. How committed the program is to Jake Fetty, the 4-star guy who's coming in next year, will be reflected by the quality of the quarterback that they get in the transfer portal now. And if they get a guy who's a very now guy, I think it kind of suggests not that they're cold on Jake Fetty, but just that they're not ready to hand the program over to him right away and say, okay, kid, go get him. You're the guy right away.
And in this new age of where, like, some of the top quarterback prospects in the country will move from school to school to school. Like Raiola is another one right now where he is, I believe, if you count all of the schools that he committed to, decommitted to before he ultimately chose where he was going to go, I think he's up to 7 schools now in the last 6 years.
Wow.
With where he's just bounced around. And we know that the Sun Devils have had a negative experience with one of those types of guys before in Jaden Rashada. Now, there were some moments there where it looked like it was trending in the right direction for him and ASU, but ultimately it ended the way that it did. And I wonder how much the feeling of being burned by that or their experience with that would take them away from grabbing someone like Lagway, who seems like the next Rashada to me, not just because he's leaving Florida, but is like the latest 5-star who's going to play for 4 teams in 4 years.
I can't answer that because I can't answer for them and how they feel about it. I got to imagine that in today's era, that's the cost of doing business. That's the price. It's You go out and you get the best quarterback you can. If he decides to leave again after a year, so be it. That's just how. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Kenny looks at it as a different way. Like, I want somebody who I know is going to be here for a couple of years. But I feel like in this ultra competitive conference where you might be legitimately worried that the teams with the money are going to run away from you a little bit, the Texas Tech might get out of reach or the BYU might get out of reach, that you can't really worry about the 2-year plan. You kind of have to worry about the now. And the now says go get the best quarterback you possibly can and worry about whether he's going to leave later. I think the other thing you said, too, that is absolutely true in this, if I'm one of these young quarterbacks, and there's one of the names that's just kind of popping more than the other, and I'll get to him in a second, I would think the opportunity to be coached by Kenny Dillingham, seeing Bo Nix's success at the next level, wondering what happens with Sam Levitt and watching how his stock dramatically improved with 2 years under Kenny Dillingham, man, I would think that'd be awfully tempting for a quarterback who's like, I need to take a jump. My stock right now is a here, and I need to take it a here. Who can get me there? Kenny Dillingham can get me there. I would think he'd be able to maybe not have his choice at the top of the list because there are certain teams that are going to be able to choose there. But like the next wave of guys, I would think Kenny would be able to get that guy for that exact reason.
And there are going to be a tier of quarterbacks where the top programs in the country, like we've been talking about with Kenny and the Michigan job, aren't calling them or aren't interested in them. And I do believe ASU is one of those teams that is like next up, not to say that they're like 10th or 12th on the list by any means, but there are those absolutely ginormous programs. And then there's the next ones you drop down to where it's like, okay, maybe not one of the best teams in the SEC, but it's one of the best teams in this conference instead, which is what ASU has been ever since this conference realignment happened.
The two names, Colton Joseph out of Old Dominion is interesting to me, although He's Mitch. You look like you're ready to jump. Oh, no, okay. 24/7 ranks him as the number 2 quarterback prospect in the portal. Trey Owens out of Texas, given that he's kind of behind Arch Manning, who's decided he's going to come back. He's another name who kind of stands out. By the way, since I teased it, I'll also mention that according to the reports, the schools that might be interested in Sam Levitt, Oregon, Indiana, Miami, which has really turned into the, hey, we're not even recruiting him anymore. Just come play for us for a year and then go. I'm sure they are recruiting him, but you know what I mean? Like, it's just turn and burn. Oregon, Indiana, Miami, and LSU. The Oregon one pops for the reason he's from Oregon. Oregon State didn't even want him, and now he has a chance to return back to Oregon with the far superior program with the national championship aspirations and the one for which money is zero expense when it comes to fielding a roster around him. Boy, Oregon makes a lot of sense for Sam Levitt.
You look at their track record the last decade as well. They had Herbert for 4 years, then they had Shuck and Brown, but then Bo Nix for 2 years, Dylan Gabriel last year, and then Dante Moore this year.
Turn and burn.
They're turn and burning on some first-round picks, or at least some guys who are getting draft consideration as well.
I wonder what our program director would think about Sam Levitt going to Oregon. I wonder.
Oh, double thumbs down. Not even a single thumbs down. That was a double thumbs down.
When we come back on Burns and Gambo, whether you know it or not, it's a significant day on the NBA calendar, and it's here. What does it mean for the Phoenix Suns? Next on Burns and Gambo with Kellen filling in.
Quickly and Marana mornings.
Now the questions are: Is this the rotation? Is it Merrill Kelly, Michael Soroka, Eduardo Rodriguez, Brandon Pfaadt, Ryan Nelson? Do they bring in somebody else? What does that mean now for the Catel Marte situation? The thought was, if the Diamondbacks do go down that road and trade Catel Marte, they're going to do it to bolster their starting rotation. Well, they're not going to do that now, unless they are hell-bent starting Ryan Nelson in the bullpen again in 2026.
It's a tradition unlike any other.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's truck time at Sanderson Ford. Now get 0% financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days on over 130 F-150 trucks in all trim levels. Get 0% financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days on 54 Transit vans in stock, and get 0% financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days on 370 Super Duty trucks on the lot. You need a work truck? They've got service trucks, dump trucks, flatbeds, and more that may qualify for Section 179 tax deductions. So if you want selection, low prices, and 0% financing, you want Sanderson Ford, America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. Sanderson Ford is located on 51st Avenue in Glendale, just south of Glendale. You can also go online for more information at sandersonford.com.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing, and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Mike Rowe here with a name everyone should know, Groundworks. The foundation and crawl space repair experts are coming soon to Phoenix. So if you've got a musty crawl space or cracks in your walls, these are the guys to call. And right now, Groundworks is hiring for all positions. If you're looking for a career, Groundworks is the place to do it. You can go from installer to foreman in under a year and become an owner of the company you work for. Apply now at groundworks.com/careers.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity to invest in your number one asset, improve the aesthetics of your home, and lower your energy bills all at the same time. And that is because my friends at Advanced Window Products, they are staging their end of the year sale where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. I took advantage of this offer and I cannot say enough good things about this company, my experience, and how beautiful my new windows look. Advanced Window Products is a window and door manufacturing company with 40 years of experience. They sell directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They've got their own factory in the valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. Also, that warranty is transferable, and there are great financing options available, which means now is a great time to invest in your home. Call 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Per USA Today's Bob Nightingale, the Arizona Diamondbacks have become a surprise entrant in the Alex Bregman sweepstakes and are, quote, kicking the tires, quote, on the possibility. Nightingale goes on to say that the Diamondbacks would certainly have the financial flexibility if they move second baseman Catel Marte and could, as a result, move third baseman Jordan Lawler to second base. You can read more on this report and what ramifications could have on the Diamondbacks offseason right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. As part of a series of roster moves by the Arizona Cardinals, running back Bam Knight was placed on injured reserve today. Knight suffered what was reported to be a bad ankle sprain in the team's loss to Houston. His season is now over. And Arizona men's basketball returns to action in Tucson. They host Abilene Christian. Tip-off will be at 7. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. The year's almost over, but you can still unwrap huge savings on every new vehicle at Freeway Chevrolet.
Hey, it's Wolf. What do Charles Barkley, John Gruden, and Mel Kiper Jr. think about the current state of Arizona sports? We'll find out tomorrow when Frank Caliendo joins the show at 11 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Lauren's still looking for my favorite Christmas song. Keep looking. Keep looking. All right, a change in the program, if you will. It's not breaking news sounder worthy. Oh, but it is juicy. It is juicy. So we'll talk about NBA trade deadline and Sun stuff in a second because this is much, much better. Bob Nightingale, the first to mention, John Heyman has doubled down on the deal. Not the deal. It's not a deal. I misspoke. Bob Nightingale tweeted out 13 minutes ago that the Arizona Diamondbacks have become a surprise entrant in the Alex Bregman sweepstakes and are, quote, kicking the tires, close quote, on the possibility. The Diamondbacks would certainly have the financial flexibility if they move second baseman Catel Marte in a trade and could move third baseman Jordan Lawler to second base. I would also suggest they could move Blaze Alexander to second base if they wanted to, maybe even Jordan Lawler if they wanted to. John Heyman then said, yes, the Diamondbacks have interest in Alex Bregman. It'll be interesting to see how this could affect the Catel Marte trade talks, especially with the Red Sox. Bob Nightingale first mentioned Bregman and the Arizona link. Let's go. Let's talk about it. Let's figure out what this means. Is this an agent trying to stir up the pot of chili to get Bregman the offer that he really wants somewhere else, and he's using Arizona as leverage? Is this we're trading Catel Marte? See, we had a plan all along. We were going to sign Alex Bregman to be our third baseman. We're going to be fine. Everything's all right. How do you interpret these tweets from these two respected MLB insiders?
Can I answer all of the above and then explain why?
Sure, you can do whatever you want.
So my first instinct.
No rules on this show. You do whatever you want.
And I did the classic joking, not really joking move to Lauren because her beloved Cubs are known for not spending elite levels of money. We'll put it that way, like Kyle Tucker, long gone. They're not going to pay for that type of money. They've been linked to Bregman a lot coming into the offseason, and not so much recently in the last week or two. But whenever these types of stories come out, that's always where my brain will go first. Is like, this is a leverage play. Look, the Diamondbacks have interest. We could get him. You better increase that offer by $6 million a year in the way that we've been talking about. With that being said, Alex Bregman is fantastic at baseball, and he is fantastic at baseball in the ways that Mike Hazen likes guys to be fantastic at baseball.
I like how you phrase that. Please, expound on that.
If you do the baseball savant fun of looking at his percentiles go up and down and look at where they are, they're pretty darn good defensively, and they are elite when it comes to the metrics that tell you if a guy works a good at-bat or not. So we're talking chase percentage, whiff percentage, strikeout percentage, walk percentage. All those numbers for him score off the charts recently, and over the course of his career have been pretty consistent. So whenever the Diamondbacks sign a hitter, it's one of the first things I do is look at those numbers and see how much they match up with the type of hitter that Hazen typically goes after. Bregman's numbers are there. My third part of my all of the above is, don't we not know ahead of time, though, when Kendrick does this? Doesn't it come out of nowhere?
Oh, yeah, whenever was the last time you filled in for Gambo? It was a week and a half ago, I think, or maybe it was the time before that. I don't exactly recall. We specifically talked about this, not Bregman, but this idea that, hey, Corbin Burns, out of nowhere, boom, he's a Diamondback. Hey, Jordan Montgomery, out of nowhere, he's a Diamondback, right? And so I think you even asked me something along the lines of, should we expect the unexpected from the Arizona Diamondbacks? And I believe my answer was, hell yes. We have gotten to the point where you should expect the unexpected from the Arizona Diamondbacks in a really cool, and it doesn't always work, but in a really cool way. That's kind of become their MO the last couple of off seasons. Like, whoa, wait, they did what? Huh? They signed that guy? They spent that money? They did this? They did that? So, yeah, this is... The player maybe is a little surprising, but shouldn't be. But just the concept? No, this is, and I don't know if it's going to happen or not. This is the hot stove league, rumors and leverage and all of that stuff. And the leverage play does make a lot of sense when you consider, Kellen, that on the Athletics free agent big board, which they came out with weeks ago, Alex Bregman is number 3 on their list, behind only Kyle Tucker and Bo Bichette, and ahead of Kyle Schwarber, who just signed for 5 years, $150 million. Their projection on his contract is 6 years, $171 million. That ain't Catel Marte money, folks. That's about $75 million more than Catel Marte money. That's different.
Putting your payroll at a highest mark it's been in years.
Yes.
Like, we thought that the 2023 number that it really went to after the 2023 season, so the payroll entering the 2024 season when it was near $200 million, that we were going to be closer to $140 million than $200 million with the payroll number this year. That's what I thought, at least. This would not be that, giving a guy $20 to $30 million a year. In fact, we went so far as to say yesterday, and we both agreed, that the Diamondbacks are probably done signing a guy to not even a lucrative contract, but like $10 million a year or more. Mm-hmm. Like, they're probably just going around the margins in free agency. This is not the margins at all. It doesn't pass the sniff test for me ultimately because, again, the Kendrick moves come out of nowhere. This would not be out of nowhere because we kind of know about the interest now. And the agent thing kind of makes sense to me as well with how many teams are interested in Bregman. Because, again, if you're not familiar with the guy, he's one of the best third basemen of his generation, like one of the best infielders of this generation. He's a fantastic ball player.
Here's just some of the other reasons to be a little bit skeptical of this. And, again, this is not to besmirch the reporting of two of the best in the business in John Heyman and Bob Nightingale. But Ken Kendrick has been on record as saying the payroll is probably going down. And if you guys could, we don't need it here, but the next time we talk about that, if you could find me the Ken Kendrick cut when he was on with us about payroll going down. Torey Lovello just 3 days ago was wondering whether they could afford Zach Gallen or Merrill Kelly. Like they might be getting to a price point beyond what we've got. I mean, everybody on the record has talked about how, payroll is probably not going to be what it was a year ago. It's probably going down. Was that all just a ruse? Was that all just a, ha-ha, gotcha. Whoa, here we come out of nowhere. Because if it wasn't, then they don't have the money for Alex Bregman. If we're to believe everything they've told us up. You got it for me? Please.
We will not be spending at the same level. The real number this year, you can go look it up on Cots contracts. We don't just pay the 26 guys that are on the active roster. We have a 40-man roster. And the amount of money we spent on our roster this year, and it's public data, is $220 million. Okay? That's a lot more than the number you used and the number that people think. Will we spend $220 next year? I don't think that we will. Will we have a very, very significant payroll to allow us to compete and be in the playoffs? I think we will.
Mm-hmm. Now, but follow me here. Mm-hmm. Trade Catel to the Boston Red Sox for a package of prospects to do exactly the thing that we said that I didn't want them to do. I won't speak for you. I'll speak for me. Fill out your prospect package a little bit. Fill out your system a little bit with more high-end pitching prospects that are closer to becoming major league prospects.
On the Gallen level when you traded for Gallen, basically.
On the Gallen level when you traded for trade Catel for that. Take the $15 million that you're not spending on Catel Marte anymore, and even though that's a drop in the bucket compared to what it's probably going to take to sign Alex Bregman with that, and so your rotation, while not perfect, okay, you've bolstered it with Merrill Kelly, and now you've got prospects who might be close-ish to making it better. You've replaced Catel Marte's bat in the lineup. You've kind of solved the second base problem by shuttling either Jordan Lawler or Blaze Alexander over to that spot, and you've maintained that overall kind of production you have in your lineup. It solves a lot of problems. It's just the money question is still out there and hanging out there.
And something that we talked about a lot when Corbin Burns signed here, and he brought up himself, would you guess where Alex Bregman resides in the offseason?
Might be listening to the show right now.
He's here. Shout out Cam Cox from 12 News pointing that out on Twitter.
What are you shaking? What's wrong with us bringing that up?
Nothing's wrong with it. It just wrongly makes me optimistic and or gives me hope.
That doesn't sound like you at all.
No,
what?
It really doesn't sound like
his family's based in Albuquerque, for what it's worth.
Bregman?
Not too far.
No,
just a 6-hour drive.
A little jaunt down the 40, with a little detour through Flagstaff.
Are you Vince Gilligan fans?
I wonder if they are. Look, I love the hot stove. I love speculating on stuff like this. Who knows whether any of it comes to pass.
There you go, buddy. You got your little itch, not the full itch, but the little itch.
Yeah, didn't get the full itch, but
it was fun. I had fun.
When we come back, as we mentioned, it is a significant day on the NBA calendar, and it's here. The question is, what are the Phoenix Suns going to do about it? That's next. Burns and Gambo, Kellen filling in.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Breaks a tackle, heads for the end zone, touchdown!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business, and they've got something special for you. You can right now get a $50 plumbing inspection, a $50 AC inspection, and a $50 electrical inspection. Yes, Christian Brothers is making $50 go a lot further these days. You can get a $50 plumbing inspection, which includes a water heater flush. That's right, they'll flush out your water heater to help preserve the tank, get rid of all the hard water sediments. They'll do a full home plumbing check for leaks, corrosion, and pressure issues. They'll do a drain and fixture evaluation to prevent clogs, and you'll get a peace of mind report with expert repair or upgrade recommendations. Their AC inspection's incredible, too. Get a complete system performance test, safety and efficiency review for compressor, coils, and wiring, and tune-up recommendations to extend the system life and lower your bills. So just call 602-222-3535 to schedule. That's 602-222-3535. $5,595.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Why Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Why Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at whyrefi.com/careers. That's whyrefi.com/careers.
Whether picking up a prescription, getting help navigating the healthcare system, or checking in at home, CVS Health is there to make care easier and more connected. Our future is brighter together. Learn more at cvshealth.com/investor day.
Hey, it's Wolf. Why have Tommy Lloyd and the #1 Wildcats been able to be so successful this season? We'll ask the Arizona head coach tomorrow at 10:15. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Don't tell Gambo the midday show got Tommy Lloyd. He might be a little upset. Just saying. You look perplexed.
The midday show?
Yeah, they just promoted that Tommy Lloyd's going to be on Wolf and Luke tomorrow.
Oh my gosh! Like Jared couldn't get him. Like we just know you, Jared and Sammy couldn't get him. I'm the partial U of A representation here. The morning show couldn't get him.
On this show, given Gambo's unabashed, I mean, just kind of like,
I don't know. He's making volleyball Sun Devils appearances too. It's giving playing both sides, Burnsy.
I've never seen. I've never seen a crush from afar like this since I went through my Jennifer Connelly phase for about 15 years. Which isn't entirely done yet, by the way. Just FYI.
Oh, yeah. When you saw her in Top Gun Maverick with the sun in the background, you might have fainted in the building.
I still love you, Jennifer. I still love you.
My feelings have not changed.
Nothing has changed.
I haven't seen you in 15 years.
You're still my favorite. Nothing has changed. Ever. Sorry, was that inappropriate? I probably shouldn't. Was that okay? All right. So it's not a trade deadline necessarily. In fact, it's not a trade deadline at all, but it is a significant date for people who follow the NBA, and that is on December 15th. Every player who, not every player, but just about every single player, if you were a free agent, you signed a contract in the offseason, you can now be traded. You're now eligible to be moved. In fact, I think I even saw where today is like the deadline for if you are such a player, you have to get traded by today to be eligible to be traded again by the deadline.
Yeah, Mark's had that today, yep.
Right, didn't Bobby Marks say that? So I didn't even know that thing existed. So, like, I'm a free agent. I signed with a new team. I could get traded to a new team, and as long as it happens today, I could then get traded to another team by February 5th. That's nuts to me. But it does for many, and you know this better than anybody because you are the Suns guru of ArizonaSports.com, in addition to the co-host of Arizona Sports at Night. You know that this kind of marks the beginning of trade season. You know, this is, okay, here we go. Starter's pistol is out. Off we go. Let's go with the rumors. And when it comes to the Suns' perspective, the one name, and I read a couple of trade preview stories today, and the one name that was like the common denominator that kept getting mentioned was Nick Richards, just because it's like, do they need him? Come on, Malo watch. Mark Williams is playing the way he is. Oso getting the minutes. Nick, he played a little bit the other night against the Lakers, but he's not playing very much. He's the one guy who gets mentioned. And I haven't seen a lot of traction for other than the Jonathan Kuminga flirtation, there hasn't been a lot of talk about the Phoenix Suns in the trade deadline.
I expected there to be a lot more, and I'm not surprised by this, but it's something that we've talked about all year, and we're going to continue to talk about. This season has been great. It's been fantastic to experience. It has been a breath of fresh air. I have absolutely enjoyed every part of it, what they're doing.
There's such a butt coming here.
Is wonderful. But
there it is. just waiting for it.
If they win 38 games and we look at what happens this year and we say, okay, what did this year do for our idea of the next great Suns team in 2, 3, 4, 5 years?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of that is going to do with two guys, which is Mark Williams and Jalen Green. Knocking it out of the park with Mark Williams right now. Even after the off game the other night, he's been fantastic, and he's staying healthy, most importantly. Jalen, we've seen for 5 quarters. We have no idea. And then the next guys down the list are supposed to be the young guys, but we're not seeing them, and I don't think we're going to see them anytime soon either. What I expected coming into the year was for this team to be bad, and I'm wrong already. I'm already wrong. Even if this season submarines for whatever reason, I'm already wrong. I'm okay with that. I expected around this time of year is when we would start hearing about Dylan Brooks and Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal, and how teams are monitoring the Suns to see if they're willing to sell, basically, because they've got these wings that contenders are going to want, especially Bernsey, with how many injuries are going on across the league right now. I don't think they're trading Dylan. I saw Ishbia pretty much said that on Russillo's podcast the other day, like he's not going anywhere.
Okay.
I don't think Grayson Allen's going anywhere. He's been integral to what they're doing. And Royce O'Neal's having a great year and is important to what they're doing as well. It's like, okay, like Dylan just turned 30, Grayson's 30, Royce is 32. You guys aren't going to be contenders next year. You guys aren't going to be contenders the year after that. And again, for the Suns optimists out there, you can shove it in my face because I was already wrong about this year. Maybe I'll be wrong about next year as well. But like the growth that you need to see from this team to turn into very fun, enjoyable, plucky, like we're happy to be here team to legitimate contender is going to have to include some improvement from the youngsters, seeing something from the youngsters at all, and also picking up assets for the future and younger players for the future too. And this is the point in the season where I thought that movement was going to start to begin, whether it was rotation tweaks or trades. And I don't think we're going to see either anytime soon.
I'm in complete lockstep with what you're saying. And I mean, the only question that I would, in my head, that I heard when you were saying what you said was, you know, contender for what? And I'm asking that not of you, but just kind of the fan base or for anybody who has expectations of the Phoenix Suns. What do we expect them to contend for anytime soon? And if the answer is anything short of a championship, which it's gonna be short of a championship in the next few years, it's just not. They're just not gonna be there, not all the way there, not in a same conference with Oklahoma City and San Antonio, for goodness sakes. Then I think every move you have to make has to be built on that idea and less on the idea of. But that being said, that doesn't mean I think they should go trading Grayson Allen or Royce O'Neal or Mark Williams or anybody else. I think you're right. I think you have to ride this out a little bit longer. Now, I reserve the right when Jalen Green comes back. when this team plays another month's worth of basketball to reassess the situation around, was it February 5th? Is that the trade deadline, I think? To reassess the situation and go, okay, let's see where they stand then. And let's see if this little mini slide they're in right now is a function of the schedule, or if there's actual regression, or if it's a little bit of both. And let's see where this team is a month from now. But right now, no, I'm not touching a thing right now. I think it would be unfair to your organization and your fan base to go touching this thing right now with how much fun. But I reserve the right to change my mind on that a month from now if we get to January, what is today, the 19th? January 16th. Okay, a little later than that. If we get to January 25th and it's not that much fun anymore and they've kind of regressed and they've kind of gone backwards.
Grizzlies are winning a few games. The Jazz are winning a few games.
And I reserve the right to look at this completely differently because I think they'll have a responsibility to themselves to look at this. But for now, I'm not messing with the thing. For now, You're not even playing Come On Malawatch or Rasheer Fleming right now. I mean, and they had a great night last night in the G League. It's just not the time to even think about that right now with this team.
Could you imagine what you could get for Dylan Brooks right now, though, with how well he's playing?
Yeah. We
were talking about, maybe a first-round pick. Like, you're getting a first-round pick for him if you trade him.
Yeah. So let's revisit this a month from now.
Deal.
Let's revisit this 5
If only I had a
weeks from
weekly
right now.
segment on this show where we could bring it up.
You do.
I do. It's tomorrow. That's going to be weird.
Yeah. Joining us right now on the Burns and Gambo show.
Okay, your producer has already pre-planned
Of
for
course
this.
she has.
Kevin Zimmerman will be joining us as a fill-in voice.
That's nice.
Your two magic words of the day on Burns and Gambo: unilateral decision. There's been a lot of that going on in there.
I'm shaking your hand.
Have any of them been bad unilateral decisions?
Shake it back.
Other than the one
Shake it
Mitch
back.
punked you on a little bit, they've all been really good unilateral decisions.
He
That's the
made
only
that
one.
very clear.
That's a behind-the-scenes thing. When we come back,
She's not shaking my hand through that.
well,
there we go.
It's 4
I
o'clock
digress.
reset time. We'll get you caught up on what's going on in sports next on Burns and Gamble. Stay with us.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
It's one of those things that I'm confident that if you were doing the research on this, if you had been involved in an accident, you were trying to figure out which law firm to hire to get you through that, because having been through that, trust me, you want help with that. You'd find that Berg Simpson is different than the rest, because I know there's so many choices out there, and you say, okay, what makes Berg Simpson stand out? You do your research, you do your homework, you would have found this out on your own, but I'll tell you that Berg Simpson has 24 plus lawyers that are named in the Best Lawyers in America publication. Berg Simpson has over a dozen lawyers that are named in the Super Lawyers publication. Berg Simpson is frequently listed as one of America's most influential law firms by the National Trial Lawyers. There's this level, and then there's a level above. And that's where Berg Simpson is when it comes to their ability and their resources to help you navigate when you've been involved in an accident. Don't do it alone. Call Berg Simpson. Let the best team represent you by calling 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000. Or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona is finally cooling off, but before you kick on the heat, make sure your system is ready. Parker & Sons has been keeping Valley homes comfortable for over 50 years, and their fall HVAC tune-up is fast, affordable, and can save you from a chilly surprise. Call Parker & Sons, because comfort specialist isn't just a slogan, it's a promise. Call Parker at 602-2-REPAIR, that's 602-2, then our EP AIR for Parker & Sons.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Hey, folks, Vince Morata with some exciting news. The holidays just got even better. Unwrap exciting holiday deals all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And if you know Earnhardt, you know they always treat you right. They're locally owned, and they will treat you like family. Now's your chance to save big on their huge lineup of award-winning Kia models across the lot. Looking for sedans or SUVs? They've got them. 2025 K4, 2026 Sportage, and even the family moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Need gas, hybrid, or all-electric options? They've got those too. Plus a sharp selection of Kia certified pre-owned vehicles ready to roll. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are incredible. Come check them out and discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue north of Bell Road or online at earnhardtpeoriakia.com.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today. Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Upgrading your windows and doors isn't just about comfort. It's about lowering energy costs all year long. That's why Valley homeowners trust the Window and Door Store and our exclusive Seal and Shield installation. We don't just replace windows. We seal, secure, and protect your home from heat, dust, and water leaks for life. Precision craftsmanship, a lifetime labor warranty, and over 1,200 five-star reviews say it all. Call 480-562-3902 now for your free in-home consultation or book anytime at thewindowdoorstore.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vereldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. As part of a series of roster moves by the Arizona Cardinals, running back Bam Knight was placed on injured reserve. Knight suffered what was reported as a bad ankle sprain in the team's loss to Houston. His season is now over. Kenny Dillingham's name has been rumored as a top candidate to be the next head coach at the University of Michigan. And speaking with reporters today, he didn't necessarily put any rumors to bed.
Are you glad to have the Michigan stuff kind of behind you now and move forward?
Well, I mean, it's a crazy, like I said, this profession is absolutely wild. And it's just a wild profession. It's a wild industry right now. It's just nuts.
You can read more on what Coach Dillingham said right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And Arizona men's basketball returns to action in Tucson. They'll host Abilene Christian, and tip-off is at 7. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Win big at Talking Stick Resort. Earn entries all December for a chance at $10,000 or a 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Details at TalkingStickResort.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Reset time. We're late. That's my fault. No one else's. Lauren is here. Get us caught up in what's going on in sports. Lauren, take it away.
All right, guys, we're going to start with the breaking news that was not the breaking news that everybody had hoped for earlier today.
Or was wondering about earlier.
Yeah, I'm sorry to the YouTube chat who immediately was like, Lauren, this is so anticlimactic. I can't make breaking news. I apologize.
The YouTube chat was upset about playing the breaking news sounder for Bam Knight.
Yeah, they just wanted it to be more. And don't we all?
Don't we all?
Don't we all want it to be more?
Okay.
Yeah, so on that note, Bam Knight is headed to the IR, which is essentially ending his season.
3 running backs put on the injured reserve. I saw, we didn't get to it yesterday, and but I saw where Jonathan Gannon was asked the question yesterday at his press conference, like, when making your pitch, and this wasn't exactly how the question was phrased, but how much does injuries have to do with the idea of, hey, give me another chance, because holy bleep, this has been hard, you know? And to his credit, he wouldn't do that. And I do think there is a distinction between injuries being a reason and an excuse. There's no question they're a reason for what's happened this year. I don't think that means I'm making it an excuse, but there's no, I mean, look at that offense they fielded on Sunday against the Houston Texans. They've been decimated by injuries this year. 3 running backs have gone down.
The 2025 Arizona Cardinals. We just wanted more, don't we all?
There's a motto for you right there. And as the Cardinals prepare to take on the Falcons on Sunday, Falcons head coach Raheem Morris had this to say about Drake London, quote, day to day, but more hopeful. If he has a good week of practice, he'll be ready to go.
Is this, I don't even know if this is it, the last winnable game for the Arizona Cardinals? It's the last home game. I mean, like the Bengals. I mean, I know it's Joe Burrow, and I know it's going to be probably freezing cold, but they don't look like they're any good.
No,
you know?
but I'm always worried with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins.
Yeah. Maybe this is the last winnable game.
And Monday Night Football was a 28-15 Steelers win over the Dolphins. And Mike McDaniel was asked whether benching Tua is an option today.
The quarterback play last night was not good enough. And so for me, everything's on the table.
Unusually sharp words from a head coach when asked such a question.
If you're curious as a Cardinals fan, quarterback shopping, Dolphins are 6-8. That puts them 11th in the draft. Cardinals are 3-11. So Dolphins can't move ahead of them. If they're the type of team that wants to go search for a quarterback in the first round of the draft,
I don't know the
move up.
details. They are contractually really stuck with Tua.
It's like a Trevor Lawrence, Kyler Murray situation.
Yeah.
Like you're
but
stuck.
I think even more stuck than the Cardinals are stuck with Kyler stuck. Like I think they're really stuck. Okay.
It might be the scariest thing to do in the NFL right now is give a quarterback his first extension because it's not working out so well lately.
No.
Fair.
Like the CJ Stroud extension is going to be terrifying. How that number is going to be so high and it's going to be like, oh.
The Bo Nix extension, the Drake May extension. I mean, those are suddenly the two that are, you know.
Bryce Young.
They're not due anytime soon. Oh, my God, what do you do with Bryce Young? Yeah, totally. 100%.
Don't know. Also, if the Dolphins decide to bench Tua, their backup options, Zach Wilson and Quinn Ewers.
Fun,
isn't it?
Fun.
And the Rams say that they will give Devontae Adams every chance to play against the Seahawks on Thursday night after Adams sustained a hamstring injury against the Lions.
I made a bold declaration to Kellen. I was thinking about going to the Suns game on Thursday when they take on Golden State. I very much want to do the 2 TV thing with the Suns on one TV and the Seahawks Rams on the other. I would like to pay a certain amount of attention to that game, which I could do with the Suns, but it's not quite the same thing.
Glad it's in a primetime slot because earlier, just a few weeks ago, right, it was just buried in like the 2 o'clock slate with a couple of other great games as well. So I'm glad it's getting the attention now.
Yes, agreed.
And we'll head on over to the MLB because we learned a little bit more about Merrill Kelly's contract today. It's a 2-year, $40 million deal that includes a vesting option for 2028. If Merrill Kelly reaches 170 innings pitched in 2027, it will trigger a $12 million guarantee for 2028. If he hits 185 innings pitched, that guarantee grows to $14 million. For context, Merrill Kelly pitched 184 innings across 32 starts for the D-backs and Rangers last year.
He's hit that 170 innings pitched number 3 of the last 4 years, I believe. He's only gone over 185 once in his career when he got over 200 innings back in 2022. So it's reachable, you know. It's
hope he does.
It's doable for Merrill Kelly for it to be a 3-year deal and not a 2-year deal for him, which is an interesting wrinkle to all of this.
Yeah, and coming down just shortly ago, Bob Nightingale is reporting that the Arizona Diamondbacks have become a surprise entrance in the Alex Bregman sweepstakes. They are, quote, kicking the tires on that possibility.
Those are expensive tires to kick. Be careful you don't break them.
My joke to Alex is this is the in the newsroom just now was that this is Mike Hazen's 10-year plan in waiting to just turn the Diamondbacks into the Red Sox West. Like he just Trades Marte to Boston, gets a couple Red Sox in return, signs Bregman.
That's why Torrey's still here.
Yeah.
They got Eduardo Rodriguez. It's just slowly but surely.
Red Sox West.
They're going to build a big green wall in left field and just cover up those seats. Yeah, just slowly but surely turn us into the Red Sox. We're going to talk more about this throughout the course of the day because it's just, it could be agent smoke designed to be a leverage play to get more from somebody else. And then on the other hand, if you're trading Catel Marte on some level, you can kind of justify it in your mind and go, okay, trade Catel and you get this, and then you take the money you're not spending on Catel and you spend it on that. I don't know. It's an unexpectedly big name for the Diamondbacks to be going hunting, and yet that's exactly what the Diamondbacks have done the last 2 years. Surprise us with exactly things like this.
We'll keep an eye on this Bregman news. And in the NBA, history was made last night. Cooper Flagg scored the most points by an 18-year-old in NBA history. Flagg put up 42 points, topping the previous mark of 37, set by LeBron James on December 13th, 2003.
And yet they're going to trade Anthony Davis, right?
It seems like it's trending in that direction, at least with everything that's going forward. In that game, Lauren, Utah won that game. They're 10-15. They were being annoyingly good again, like annoyingly
they're
competent.
always annoyingly good.
They do
and then
that
Danny
every
Ainge
year.
has to sell off the rest of his team to make sure they suck. But like Keontae George has been a revelation this year. Guess what? Lowry Markkanen is still awesome at basketball. Like they're too good this year again.
They don't know how to be as bad as they want to be. They just don't know how to do it. It's I don't know if it's a Danny Ainge thing or what, but they just don't suck. You're trying to suck. You're trying to you're bad. You're so bad at it. Never seen anybody be so good at being so bad at their jobs.
They are.
Jazz are.
They are in the play-in right now. Guess who gets their pick if it's outside a certain rank? You know the answer.
Oklahoma City.
Yep, it's Oklahoma City. So not only do they have this Clippers pick, but if Utah is too good, they lose their first-round pick this year. And, of course, so Oklahoma City could wind up with 2 picks in the top 10.
That's drunk. That's just drunk.
Oh, right. And because the NBA Cup final is tonight, there's also some news about the NBA Cup, which is that it might be leaving Vegas. The league is openly considering the possibility of moving the championship game and its in-season tournament away from Las Vegas to a different city next year.
Or like hoping that cities will bid on it, like it becomes a
All-Star
mainstay?
game or
what they're hoping for is that it doesn't give me and NBA fans everywhere PTSD of the bubble because there's no atmosphere. It's so quiet in there. It's so bright on the floor. It just looks like a glorified pandemic bubble game. They got to find somewhere that brings the juice, and the only answer is the home court of one of the teams, which is, of course, not what they want to do. They want to copy European soccer and try and turn this into a thing where people travel for it. We just don't do that here. Like we do it for college football when we know weeks ahead of time for a bowl game. But these fans are finding out with less than 7 days, less than like 5 days notice if their team's going to play in the final. Like people can't travel like that to go see their team, at least not here. Like they can't hop in a train like they can in England. You've done that a time or two in your day, Lauren.
Yes, I have hopped on a train in England a time or two. And with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
All right, thank you, Lauren. We do appreciate that when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports. After I remind you that starting tomorrow, you have the chance to win tickets to the highly anticipated Verbo Fiesta Bowl on January 8th. It's going to be a code word during Bickley and Murata in the morning, Wolf and Luke middays, and, of course, Burns and Gambo here in the afternoon. When you hear that code word, text it to 620-620. Because understand that this year's Verbo Fiesta Bowl is a college football playoff semifinal game. One of the 2 Final Four games that are going on, and it's right in your backyard. When we come back, what is the biggest need for the Arizona Diamondbacks next season beyond a closer? And does this crazy Bregman rumor satisfy those needs? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
When LeBron James pushed the referee, not once, but twice, pushed him, physically put his hands on him and pushed him, jacked him. Now listen, he didn't get full extension with the jack. He didn't wind up and push the ref, but at the same time, he definitely moved him. Not once, but twice. You're not going to tee him up on that? You're not going to eject him from the game on that?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here for Global Credit Union with another word about the terrific opportunities you have quite frankly, to save your money by doing your banking at Global Credit Union, but you also have an opportunity to put a lot of points in your pocket. And here's what I'm talking about. It's called Million Points Mania from Global Credit Union, and it is back. If you have a Global Credit card, every week you'll have the chance to win 50,000 points. At the end, there's a grand prize of 1 million points on your credit card for one lucky winner. Sign up now. You'll get an introductory APR of just 1.9%. So you can get your Global Credit Card today and just imagine what you could do with 1 million points with that. It could be yours. Go to globalcu.org for more information. Global Credit Union, your world of financial possibilities. Introductory APR for 6 months from account opening on purchases only. Introductory rate offered for cards open before January 9th, 2026. After the introductory period, a variable APR will apply.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
And we're back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how is the service at Arrowhead Honda?
I trust my friends at Arrowhead Honda's service department to keep my Honda in tip-top shape. Their expert team always gets it right. From quick oil changes to major repairs, they will literally handle it all. Thanks, Arrowhead Honda.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 and Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Tell them Michael Wilson sent you. Go Red.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
There's nothing quite like the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. For locals, it's been a point of pride for 50-plus years. For players, it's where legends emerge. For fans, it's the trip of a lifetime. But this year is even bigger. It's the College Football Playoff semifinal on January the 8th. Viva Fiesta. Tickets on sale now at fiestabowl.org. That's fiestabowl.org.
Bear here from Waltz TV and Appliance with Dan Bickley. So, Bick, how did your TV and installation really turn out from us?
Bear, I seriously cannot thank you guys enough. My viewing experience is so immersive and so incredible. It is everything you could ever want as a sports fan. I highly recommend to all of our listeners that you see the difference and you hear the difference when shopping at Waltz.
Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hey, this is Jared, and what does Kenny Dillingham have in common with Hugh Jackman? It may be hard for them both to resist taking a lot of money to become a Wolverine. We'll talk ASU tomorrow at 6 a.m. on Bickley Murata Mornings.
2 for 2 is Jared Carlin. Folks in New River probably like that look ahead to the morning show.
Every time she plays a Christmas song, I'm like trying to read you. I'm like, is this it?
No, the folks in New River.
This is Mount Rushmore for me.
The folks in New. Oh, really? This is a Mount Rushmore Christmas song for you?
Love this song.
Wow. Okay.
My hot take on Christmas is that we love Christmas so much, not only because of the decorations, but mainly because of the music. Like, all the music is just tremendous.
It's not all tremendous, but it's mostly tremendous. I know Bickley and Murata the other day asked a question like, what's your favorite Christmas song and what's your least favorite Christmas song? And the only one I could come up with for my least favorite is Grandma Got Run Over by a Reindeer. I think that one's kind of dumb. But other than that, I couldn't think of one that I really, even the Mariah Carey one that they play all the.
Like if Easter had all of this music, we would love Easter more. That's kind of my take.
That's a good take. I like that.
Thank you.
I like that. That's a good take. Lauren is still searching for my favorite Christmas song. That is not it.
We're gonna keep an eye on you, see if we
I'm
can
not
break you.
actively searching.
No, I know you're not.
I am.
It's
I
just
am.
randomly.
Guilty.
You'll. I'll be curious to see if you come across it at some point. So we were going to in this segment, and we still can, we still will talk about what other needs do the Arizona Diamondbacks have? What needs to be filled now that Merrill Kelly is on the roster, and knowing that we're still waiting on a Catel Marte trade, and whether that happens or not. We were going to run through the positions, and we were going to obviously say, of course, closer is kind of first and foremost. There was even a cut from Torey Lovello from the winter meetings a week ago in which he was asked by the folks at the MLB Network, if Santa were putting something under your tree, what would it be? And he said a closer would be what I'd want because I like to know that and kind of work backwards. But, I mean, positionally, you could make a long list of things the Arizona Diamondbacks need. But then, Kellen, something crazy happened on the way to this segment. Bob Nightingale and John Heyman, two respected MLB insiders, have both reported the Arizona Diamondbacks are kicking the tires on adding Alex Bregman as a free agent. Very expensive signing, very productive player. Certainly it would come in concert with a Catel Marte trade that would satisfy some of the needs that we're about to talk about. But signing Bregman would, in theory, address one of those needs. Who is going to be your third baseman for the foreseeable future? Sign Bregman, you kind of answer that question, right?
And I wonder if some of the other needs are going to be filled with the Marte trade in this scenario, right?
Exactly. Like outfield, perhaps, if you trade him to the Boston Red Sox.
We've talked about pitching ad nauseum. We've talked about closer. We've talked about starting pitching. There's still work to do there on both fronts. But if you look across the rest of this lineup or look across this diamond, there's a lot of work to do. Center field has been the Alec Thomas, Jake McCarthy. Like, is this the year where we're over that and we look somewhere else for those reps? Like, is that someone else in the system, or is it like a rental free agent signing? Like, are we going to look elsewhere in center field, or is it going to continue to be one of those two guys if they're back? In left field, I would assume Lourdes Gurriel Jr. is out for most of the year. So again, is that going to be a platooning situation like center field, or are you actually going to grab someone significant? Speaking of platoon situations, that's what DH was all year last year for the most part. Like, Grichuk was here, but then when he wasn't in the lineup, it was like, okay, let's give Catel a day off from the infield. Like, it was used in that kind of way for Josh Naylor as well. Pavin Smith got a lot of reps there too. Speaking of Pavin Smith, first base, like, I'm not particularly excited about a Pavin Smith-Tim Tawa platoon. I was excited by Locklear last year, less excited now, but still want to see what it looks like for him. But again, 2 surgeries he had. He's going to be out for a while.
Mm-hmm.
If you trade Catel Marte, you need a second baseman too. So it's like this is over half of the lineup that I just named.
So
where
you just
could argue.
mentioned center field, left field, designated hitter, first base, and second base as things that you need. And
I don't list third base just because Gambo was very confident after the season, kind of reporting that like Blaze is looked at as the guy at third base right now.
Yeah, but even he doesn't, he's not perfect. Do yourself a disservice and go look at Blaze Alexander's September numbers. They weren't great.
His offensive numbers aren't great either.
Yeah, I mean, the bulk of those numbers that you're looking at, if he happened before September 1st. And on or around September 1st, Blaze Alexander didn't, offensively anyway, close the season very well. Now, there were other things that he did. The defense he provided at third, the defense he provided in the outfield was spectacular. But yeah, but this Bregman talk now is being reported by Nightingale and John Heyman. Now your imagination starts to run wild a little bit, because then you start thinking about, okay, you've signed Merrill Kelly, so in theory your rotation is done. Even though I don't know if it's great, at least the structure of it is done with your 5 guys and your 6 when Corbin Burns comes back. You trade Catel Marte, say, to the Boston Red Sox for a couple of high-end pitching prospects, of which they have quite a few, and one of their outfielders that they don't want anymore, Duran or Abreu or somebody like that, okay? So, and then you sign, if these reports are correct, you sign Alex Bregman. So what you've done, if you do all of those things, you've filled third base with Bregman, you've filled second base with either Lawler or Blaze Alexander, you've filled outfield with one of the guys that you get from the Red Sox, you've added to your starting pitching depth by adding a couple of, we would assume, fairly premium-ish prospects from the Boston Red Sox.
Who have been making a couple prospect trades in the last couple of weeks that have Alex and I very interested in why they're doing it.
Alex is Alex Weiner, our beat writer who covers the D-backs for the website, and he does a really, really good job covering the team, especially kind of in the weeds with stuff like this. And you were talking about this a little bit yesterday. Boston has been a little busy behind the scenes in terms of making some prospect deals kind of aimed on beefing up the pitching side of things, which could be an indicator of them restocking because they know they're about to lose a little bit in a Catel Marte trade. So you do all that stuff. You've addressed your outfield. You've addressed second base. You've addressed third base. You've kind of addressed the rotation. It leaves first base, designated hitter, and glaringly closer as the positions you have not dealt with. Now, I'm talking about this Bregman thing like it's going to happen. I don't have the first friggin' clue.
We're just exploring.
We're just exploring.
Little thought exercise.
Just a little thought exercise. Exactly. That's exactly what we're doing here.
God forbid we have some fun. Excuse us.
But no, I'm having a blast.
I am too.
But it does, in theory, check a lot of boxes for the Diamondbacks, if that's indeed what this is going to look like. A lot of boxes. Agreed? No.
Yeah, but I still just want to keep Catel Marte on my baseball team. I'm sorry. You're not going to convince me. I just want the guy whose number should be retired in a few years, handful of years or whatever, to remain a Diamondback.
Okay. You're going
The leader in postseason hits in franchise history, the guy who won NLCS MVP, the guy who set records on their way to the World Series, the guy who has been one of the best players in baseball the last 3 years. I would like to keep him, please, for a bargain contract.
By the way, for what it's worth, and I just bookmarked this on the old social media account, our friends over at Arizona Diamondback Stats and Info.
Love those guys.
I do too. They do such a good job. Alex Bregman's market value via Spot Track. 4 years, $112 million. Average annual value of about 28. Now, that's way less than a projection I saw for him on the Athletic website. Spot Track is a little more,
Athletic had like around the same annual average value, right around like a little less than $30 million, but they had a 6-year deal. That does not sound like something the Diamondbacks would want to do, but like 3 or 4 year deal, sure.
Yeah. And who knows, is there an opt-out in there? Is there like a Corbin Burns 2 years, hang around, and then you can get out sort of thing? I don't know, but we'll talk more about the Bregman thing in a little bit. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, Max Melton has underperformed this season. The question is, how much has he underperformed? And what does he think about that? You'll hear next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Dillon Brooks hit the 3. LeBron James, he hits Dillon Brooks in the chest. But they said James can test to the side of Brooks and would avoid making contact if not for Brooks extending his left leg. That doesn't even address the hand of LeBron James that makes contact with the chest. How do you go back the day after? You have a whole team of officials looking over this footage, and that's the determination you come up with? You might as well crumple up the last 2-minute report and wipe your butt with it, because then it would at least have use.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about Stuart Willis and Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, where they are fiduciaries. That means they are legally obligated to put your best interests first. Their pricing is fair, transparent, and reasonable without the Wall Street games. If you are looking for a financial advisor, I highly recommend the same guy I use, Stuart Willis. He can help you with 5 locations in the Valley. He can help you with your retirement plan, your financial plan, your tax plan, and your estate plan. Look, there's never a better time to start with a good financial advisor than right now. It doesn't matter if you're in your 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, even your 60s. It is the right time to make sure you've got the right financial advisor that can help you get to where you want to for retirement. I recommend Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, 5 locations in the Valley. All you have to do is call them at 602-877-PLAN, and you could get a free portfolio review. That's right, nothing to lose and everything to gain. Call 602-877-PLAN.
Arizona, pickleball is booming, and Just Pickle Courts is leading the charge in Arizona. Whether you're dreaming of a backyard court or upgrading your community center, Just Pickle Courts builds custom courts from concept to construction. We handle everything with precision and care. And right now, you can get a free court planning consultation, plus 2 free court upgrades when you visit justpicklecourts.com/radio. That's justpicklecourts.com/radio. Kick off game day with the mouth-watering taste of Redbird Farms chicken. Humanely raised and cage-free. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Whether you're tailgating or hosting a watch party, Redbird Farms will be the MVP of your game day menu. Tackle your hunger with Redbird Farms chicken. Available at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's'.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity to invest in your number one asset, improve the aesthetics of your home, and lower your energy bills all at the same time. And that is because my friends at Advanced Window Products, they are staging their end-of-the-year sale where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. I took advantage of this offer, and I cannot say enough good things about this company, my experience, and how beautiful my new windows look. Advanced Window Products is a window and door manufacturing company with 40 years of experience. They sell directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They've got their own factory in the valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. Also, that warranty is transferable, and there are great financing options available, which means now is a great time to invest in your home. Call 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Per USA Today's Bob Nightingale, the Arizona Diamondbacks have become a surprise entrant in the Alex Bregman sweepstakes and are, quote, kicking the tires, quote, on the possibility. Nightingale goes on to say that the Diamondbacks would certainly have the financial flexibility if they move second baseman Catel Marte and could, as a result, move third baseman Jordan Lawler to second base. You can read more on this report and what ramifications it could have on the Diamondbacks offseason right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. As part of a series of roster moves by the Arizona Cardinals, running back Bam Knight was placed on injured reserve today. Knight suffered what was reported to be a bad ankle sprain in the team's loss to Houston. His season is now over. And Arizona men's basketball returns to action in Tucson. They host Abilene Christian. Tip-off will be at 7. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. The year's almost over, but you can still unwrap huge savings on every new vehicle at Freeway Chevrolet.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. The fun starts at 6, and we'll include our weekly visit to talk NFL with Mark Schlereth here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Good morning, Max Melton said on Twitter. I haven't let up a single career touchdown in just about 1,000 snaps. Please don't let this current situation fool you. Was a tweet from the Cardinals cornerback, Max Melton, in response to a tweet from Kyle Odegaard about the defensive backs who were selected ahead of Max Melton back in 2024. Remember, there was a trade down there. I remember Gambo reporting very well that there were lots of corners that the Cardinals liked, and they felt like they could get one that they wanted if they made that trade down. If I remember right, they made that trade, and they picked up an extra third that they used either on Tip Ryman or Isaiah Adams. I don't remember the exact transaction or exactly how it went down, but I think they traded down a few spots in the third and picked up an extra. They traded down a few spots in the second, pardon me, picked up an extra third. There might have been even more than that they picked up. And Cooper DeJean, went off the board. Kool-Aid McKinstry went off the board. Kamari Lassiter went off the board. And then they took Max Melton. And in that being pointed out, Max kind of felt compelled to defend himself on social media. How do we react to that?
Fascinated by who he's subtweeting, because this is like an elite subtweet. First of all, great job, Max. Well done. Like what you were trying to do with this, you achieved, and then some. Like great form. It's like it's not quite KD levels. No one's KD with the level of tweeting that they do, but it's like an 8.7. I'll give it an 8.7. It's great.
You give it an 8.7
because it is so incredibly vague yet directed at the same time. Like that is a subtweet in all its glory. Who are we subtweeting? Are we subtweeting the team's overall performance, not giving him a chance to show his ability? Are we subtweeting the coaching staff for not giving him a chance to showcase his ability? Are we subtweeting the medical staff that has kept him off the field a little bit this year? Are we subtweeting the coaching staff that has also kept him off the field a little bit? Something about this is rubbing Max the wrong way, and I don't like it because it's not what you want to hear from your football team, that they're making players think in this kind of way, or they're blaming external circumstances out of their control that are within the organization as opposed to his own ability. It's not good. It's not good at all. And we know this kind of thing is there, and we know this kind of thing exists, but to say it out publicly like this to defend himself to a tweet where I don't even feel like he really had to defend himself that much.
No, I didn't either. And maybe is it also just a case of, hey, this year was a fluke year, watch next year. Or hey, this was, this would suggest I'm having a down year, just you wait. I'm not into the subtweeting, the subtext of all of this the way as say somebody in your generation might be. But could it just be as simple as saying, hey, it's been a bad year, I'll be better next year, or hey, it was a fluke year for all of us, I'll be better next year. I mean, does it have to be a subtweet? I mean, is that just the language and I'm missing out on that? Or could it just be a very simple, don't judge me off of this 1 year because I know I'm going to be better than this?
Might just be more of that for sure. I'm glad you said that. But again, like it's vague and it's hard to tell exactly what he means by it. But it's somewhere in that lens of he believes this year was a fluke for him personally, and that what has happened this year with their team performance, again, like whatever he's talking about specifically, has led to him playing in this way, to the point where he was the guy coming into this year at corner, where it was a big year for him. He was going to start he was going to get every snap. He's going to be the guy, especially after the injuries, that you're really going to be relying upon this year, and he has had a down year. Like the stat with the touchdowns is what it is, but he's undoubtedly has regressed this year compared to last year.
And I'm not trying to deny what you're saying as the truth. I'm basically just saying I don't know. There's a lot of different explanations for this, and it could just be that he's trying to defend himself and say that he'll be better next year. For me, it's funny. I didn't see this tweet until we were getting ready for the show, with about a half hour to go, and when I saw it, and I'm going to sound like a broken record here, it speaks less to me about this specific decision that was made in the 2024 draft, but something you said a moment ago really resonated with me. It speaks in general to how much was being expected of the 2024 draft class this year, and how that draft class overall has really let them down. And some of it's not even intentional. Some of it is injury-based. Tip Ryman has been hurt forever. Trey Benson has been hurt forever. Some of those things happened earlier. But one of the big foundational pieces that they were talking about, I remember talking to Jonathan Gannon about this twice, once during OTAs and once during training camp, about the leap that the 2024 draft class needed to make from year one to year two as being an essential part of the success in 2025. And Kellen, none of it's happened. None of it. Across the board, the player that you can come the closest to saying has made that leap is Rabbit, Taylor Demerson. I think he's been pretty good. Just about everybody else, because of injury or performance or whatever, the 2024 draft class has been a huge part of the failure of the 2025 Arizona Cardinals, in my opinion.
I don't feel comfortable penciling him in as a starter next year. I don't know. Garrett Williams will be in his usual spot. I would assume Star Thomas is back and in his slot. That other slot, is it Will Johnson? Is it Max Melton? I don't know. Is it someone else entirely? That's open for discussion.
You suggested yesterday, is this a veteran cornerback situation where they go out and they feel
I hate
like
the fact that that's even under consideration because, again, normal NFL franchises that are not the Arizona Cardinals do this all the time. They draft a guy in the third round, and then he's their starter for the next 10 years. Like he pops enough as a rookie to where he's a big part of your defense going forward. Again, competent NFL organizations do this all the time. The Cardinals have not been able to do this for so many years now under so many GMs. It drives me absolutely nuts. Because the Buccaneers are a perfect example of a team that had corner issues. They drafted 2 corners this year. Those 2 corners have performed for them, even through some injuries. Philly's done this in numerous level of times through a number of different circumstances with their draft picks. Good organizations do this all the time, and the Cardinals just cannot.
Yeah, and even this regime, I think, has done it to a certain extent. Going back at the 2023 draft, Garrett Williams was a third-round pick. I think he's a piece moving forward. Michael Wilson was a third-round pick. I know he's a piece going forward. John Gaines looked like a decent depth guy when he got a chance to play the other day. He's a piece going forward. Catrell Clark in the 6th round was a piece going forward before he got it's not. I'm not trying to shove everything Monty Ossenfort has ever done in the draft under the bus, because certainly there have been good picks early, there have been good picks mid, there have been good picks late. There's just something about the 2024 draft class when you had 2 first-rounders, when you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 players selected in the first 104 picks, that I think you were saying this one's important for us. This one's going to be, if all goes according to plan, a very foundational part of our future moving forward. Some of it hasn't been their fault. Some of it has been dudes injured. But there are no sure things coming out of this class going into next year. Elijah Jones was a third-round pick. I don't think he's played a single defensive snap for the Cardinals in his career.
He is not.
All special teams, right?
Yep.
Okay, I mean, one of 4 third-round picks that year for the Cardinals: Trey Benson, Isaiah Adams, Tip Ryman, Elijah Jones. What do you have in any of those guys? I don't know. And the third round's not exactly a wasteland of talent, like you say.
It's been a tough start for Ojulari as well, with him coming back and getting some snaps now.
Yeah, it has. It has. There was one play against the Texans where we were actually texting each other.
Mm-hmm.
It looked like he was dragging a chariot when he was trying to run a player down. It was tough.
You don't want to judge them coming off the injuries, but at a certain point we have to start judging these guys.
Yep. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the local sports leader, the Arizona Diamondbacks, a little wrinkle when it comes to Merrill Kelly and his deal. We'll tell you what that wrinkle is next. Kellen Olson's filling in for Gambo here on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Morata mornings.
ASU, right now, they have a hot commodity at the coaching position. It was a out-of-the-box hire when it happened. The opportunity arose to be the head coach at his alma mater in a situation where they were coming out of just a terrible stretch of football performance, and they needed a feel-good story. And this has been all feel-good. And obviously, Kenny Dillingham, high on the list of a lot of other schools that have already filled their positions. I'm not going to feel great about this until Michigan names its next head coach, and the name that they announce is not Kenny Dillingham.
Bickley and Morata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you're considering a dental procedure to fix your teeth and give you the confidence to smile again, I'm 100% certain you'll choose Pro Smile. Why? Because Pro Smile really is different. They're Arizona's Smile Center. Experts in all-on-X implants and custom cosmetic veneers. They're the only practice in Arizona with full-service oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists on site. Many implant centers use regular dentists for oral surgery, not ProSmile. ProSmile is the only implant center where the lab technicians, anesthesiologists, and board-certified oral surgeons are all in office. No outsourcing, no delays, no mistakes. Specializing in all-on-X implants and custom veneers, ProSmile can give you the gift of a smile this holiday. ProSmile is offering $1,000 off services through December 31st. Call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620, and I'll send you a link to schedule your free consultation. Locations in Paradise Valley and Scottsdale.
Message and data rates may apply.
Dan Bickley here, and if you've always wanted a beautiful green sparkling lawn, my friends at Turf Monsters are offering a smoking hot deal, 15% off all new turf jobs through the end of December. This includes dog runs, poolside turf, putting greens, and outdoor spaces perfect for grilling and game days. Take advantage of this great offer by visiting turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call at 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Upgrading your windows indoors isn't just about comfort. It's about lowering energy costs all year long. That's why Valley homeowners trust the Window and Door Store and our exclusive Seal and Shield installation. We don't just replace windows. We seal, secure, and protect your home from heat, dust, and water leaks for life. Precision craftsmanship, a lifetime labor warranty, and over 1,200 five-star reviews say it all. Call 480-562-3902 now for your free in-home consultation or book anytime at thewindowdoorstore.com.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Why Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Why Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at whyrefi.com/careers. That's whyrefi.com/careers.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta back again with some amazing holiday deals from our friends at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. During Ford's year-end sales event, General Manager John Nissen and his team have just announced 000. What does that mean? For a limited time, you can take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months, plus 0 down payment, plus 0 payments for 90 days. And just announced, get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. That's on nearly every 2025 model, including America's favorite F-150 trucks and 3-row Explorer SUVs. This is just a sample of the outstanding holiday deals at Earnhardt Ford, your locally owned Ford dealer. Check them out in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select models, exclusions apply. APR is $1,667 per month per $1,000 financed. Interest accrues from date of signing. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 1/5/26.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, it's not exactly the power of the Gambo retweet, but it did get the Kellen and Dave Burns retweet.
The number has more than doubled.
In terms of the people who voted on it?
Yes.
Okay. Hey.
So don't undersell yourselves, you guys.
Thanks for the pep talk.
You're welcome.
You didn't retweet it. You did retweet the latest episode of Cardinals Corner, and you guys are pulling cards again, right?
Yeah, we're pulling cards again because mainly Tyler needs redemption.
Why is he seeking redemption? Can you provide us the context?
Yes, Tyler and I pull NFL cards before every podcast, and we post it separately, and we have a little competition on who pulls either the most Cardinals, the most like ex-Cardinals, or just cool cards. And I blew him out of the water last season. I was so much better than him. So now he's looking for redemption this year.
And that's why the Cardinals Corner, yeah, okay. But it's just random, right? Like it's just an
it's completely random and completely
Cards
luck.
Corner AZ is the Twitter.
AZ Cards Corner.
AZ Cards Corner.
Yeah. Lauren and Tyler do the. How many days a week? How many times a week do you do the pod?
Twice.
Twice. Right, there you go.
Strong soldiers. You're almost
Thanks,
there
guys.
to the end of your tour.
And then things will get exciting.
Yeah.
I mean,
oh,
look,
yeah, they will.
I've said this before. The benefit of an awful, rotten season like this is what, in theory, should be an off-season filled with. You talk about breaking news sounders. I mean, the minute this season ends, sit tight for some breaking news sounders because they could be coming fast and furious with this organization in terms of the decisions they have to make. It does lead to a very interesting offseason, if nothing else. So we retweeted it. Here's the poll question, because it had surprising results the last time we checked on this. Does it still?
It still does, but the gap has narrowed.
Okay.
So we're asking, if the D-backs and Mike Hazen get a proper return in a Catel Marte trade, will you be satisfied with the decision to trade him? Yes or no?
I was a firm yes. You were a firm no.
I'm still like the Bregman thing between the breaks has me going to you like I can't believe they're trading Catel. Like I just can't wrap my head around it. I really can't.
We'll get into the Bregman thing in about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
With the rumors about the Diamondbacks pursuing Alex Bregman. What are the results of this poll?
54% are saying yes, they'd be okay with a Catel Marte trade. 46% saying no, do not trade Catel. And a special write-in here from Jack Summers saying, the definition of proper return is tricky, though. I know, Jack. We spent a long time phrasing this poll question.
You should have seen the amount of brain power that three reasonably intelligent people did pre-show, trying to come up with the exact way to word this in the way that was fair to everybody. Yeah, we know proper return is squirrely and a little tricky. We get it.
Yeah, Jack calling us out for the hard work we try to do.
Thanks, Jack. We appreciate it. When do we ever call out Jack for the hard work he puts in? You know? Never. We just put him on his...
We just miss you, Jack, and want to see you, but geez, criticize our work while you're at it.
Fine, whatever. That's our poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page at Burns and Gambo.
Thanks, Lauren.
One word is where it's at. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Lauren. We appreciate it. We'll stick with the Diamondbacks here. As I mentioned, we'll get into this Bregman stuff and what it might mean and how it changes things, if at all, or if it's just a agent-fueled rumor designed to get Bregman more money somewhere else, because you never know these days in the hot stove league. But there was one little wrinkle about the Merrill Kelly contract that we thought deserved a couple of minutes to talk about. And the wrinkle is simply this, and Nick Picoro, to his credit, was the one who reported it this morning on AC Central. Kelly's contract includes a vesting option. We had reported yesterday, it wasn't reported, it was Ken Rosenthal who had reported, that some West Coast team offered Merrill Kelly 3 years and $50 million, right? He didn't say who. He said it probably wasn't the Seattle Mariners, so it was probably a California team, either the Giants, A's, Padres, Dodgers, or Angels. Somebody offered him 3 years and $50. Kelly's 2-year, $40 million deal includes a vesting option for a third year in 2028. If Merrill Kelly reaches 170 innings pitched in 2027, the final year of the 2-year deal, it will trigger a $12 million guarantee for 2028. If he hits 185 innings, that guarantee grows to $14 million. So potentially, this is instead a 3-year, $52 million deal or a 3-year, $54 million deal, depending on how many innings Merrill Kelly pitches in 2027. For what it's worth, he has surpassed 170 innings pitched in 3 of his last 4 years. Kellen, this is a very reachable number for Merrill Kelly.
It is, and you start to look at the contracts that the Diamondbacks have allocated towards starting pitching right now. We assume, like, Ryan Nelson doesn't need a contract extension to stay here. He's still got a couple of ARB years before he's a free agent in 2029. We assume an extension is coming with him at any second or any minute now or any day now for him with the performance that he had last season and making him a long-term part of the top of your rotation. You've got 5 starters under contract beyond 2027, through 2027, excuse me. You got Burns, you got Rodriguez, you got Kelly, you got Nelson, you got Fott.
Through 2027.
Through 2027.
How many do I have in 2028?
You have Corbin Burns, and then you have an option for Eduardo Rodriguez that's got some vesting stuff in it, just like Merrill Kelly's as well. And you've still got Brandon Fott, and that is when, or that's the last ARB year for Ryan Nelson, excuse me.
So conceivably in 2028, my rotation could still be Merrill Kelly, Brandon Fott, Ryan Nelson, and Corbin Burns,
and
right?
Eduardo Rodriguez if he hits his vesting option. I don't expect him to, but he could.
Okay, I don't know what his benchmarks are that he has to hit in order for him to vest.
I believe it is 17 million with 150 innings pitched in 2027, or 300 across 2026 and 2027, and then like the number increases slightly, but it's 150 innings pitched in 2027.
Wow, I forgot there was a vesting option for him too. So that's now, you know, this is where young pitching prospects eventually kind of squeezing these guys out and et cetera, and it doesn't mean that this is what that the rotation the Diamondbacks have now is going to be what the rotation is going to be 3 years from now. But the Kelly one, I mean, they're all interesting, but the Kelly one is interesting to me because there's his lack of velocity that he throws with suggests that there is, as crazy as it sounds for a 37-year-old, that there's potentially some staying power here, that he remain effective enough to garner 170 innings a year from now, 2 years from now, to vest and to be back when he's in his 40s. That would be quite the accomplishment for Merrill Kelly, for him to be able to pitch that late into his athletic life.
It's a game Eduardo Rodriguez plays right now, too, where fastball velocity isn't absolutely everything. But as we talked about all the time with Madison Bumgarner, when it gets to a certain point, you're in the danger zone pretty much no matter what. His fastball velocity percentiles by year for Merrill, this is going back from 2022. It was in the 28th percentile, which is pretty darn low. Then it dropped to 23, and then it dropped to 20, and then it dropped all the way to 16. Last year as well. So the velocity, not so much his velocity per se, because in 2022, 92.6 miles an hour. In 2025, 92.0. Like, that's hardly a difference. It's more that more guys are throwing harder, and Merrill's still throwing at the same level he does. And what you're alluding to, eventually that number is going to tick down to a really dangerous point if it's not there already. And I think his market shows that it is at a dangerous point already, where teams are nervous about giving him. So it's 2 years, 40, and then that other offer was 3 years, 50, which is a huge drop-off in annual average value that kind of shows the market that he has. Erod, if you're curious, 2023, the year before he got here, 22nd percentile. First year with the Diamondbacks, 18. Last year, 15. He's down to 91.9, his average velocity. So they've got two different guys here where they got to keep that above a certain level.
And that's the other thing. And we're going to talk about the Bregman-Catel latest here in 5 minutes. That's the other thing. If you do trade Catel Marte, whatever pitching you get back, they need to throw hard. They need to have some velocity, because that is something that I think is, I don't know if alarming is the right word, but it certainly is something that you got to keep an eye on if you're the Diamondbacks. When we come back on Burns and Gambo, it was a rumor that kind of just jolted the show into another level. Are the Diamondbacks kicking the tires on one of the top 5 free agents in Major League Baseball? We'll talk about that coming up on Burns and Gambo with Kellen filling in.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
When you think of Merrill Kelly, what do you think of based on it? So much of the time, the very first thing I think of is Merrill Kelly, a leader inside the clubhouse, a guy that has the attention of his peers, a guy that I think for the most part is understated and very, very strong. And I think that plays really well inside a locker room, inside a clubhouse. I love this. His talent is still there. Very, very consistent. Still there.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
At
can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
Hey, just like the holiday season, you know what's going to end soon? The Ford year-end sales event at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvese here. We're talking time to get on down to our Desert Ford dealers for the final days of the Ford year-end sales event, where we can celebrate with a 2025 Ford F-150 when we can get 0% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 in bonus cash with 0 down and no payments for 90 days. Let's say that again. Get 0% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 in bonus cash with 0 down and no payments for 90 days when you buy a new 2025 Ford F-150 or get into an adventure-ready Ford Explorer. We bought a brand new Explorer last year with 0% financing right now for 60 months plus $1,000 in bonus cash with 0 down and no payments for 90 days on a new 2025 Ford Explorer. But hurry, the Ford year-end sales event ends soon at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Veraldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. As part of a series of roster moves by the Arizona Cardinals, running back Bam Knight was placed on injured reserve. Knight suffered what was reported as a bad ankle sprain in the team's loss to Houston. His season is now over. Kenny Dillingham's name has been rumored as a top candidate to be the next head coach at the University of Michigan. And speaking with reporters today, he didn't necessarily put any rumors to bed.
Are you glad to have the Michigan stuff kind of behind you now and move forward?
Well, I mean, it's a great, like I said, this profession is absolutely wild. It's just a wild profession. It's a wild industry right now. It's just nuts.
You can read more on what Coach Dillingham said right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And Arizona men's basketball returns to action in Tucson. They'll host Abilene Christian, and tip-off is at 7. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Win big at Talking Stick Resort. Earn entries all December for a chance at $10,000 or a 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Details at TalkingStickResort.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. Why have Tommy Lloyd and the #1 Wildcats been able to be so successful this season? We'll ask the Arizona head coach tomorrow at 10:15. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, let's get into it. 5 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Thanks for hanging out with us as always. And certainly, we don't play breaking news sounders for rumors. But if wherever we were, this would be one that we would have played it for. And that was the rumor that came down. It started with Bob Nightingale, who reported via his Twitter account, the Arizona Diamondbacks have become a surprise entrant in the Alex Bregman sweepstakes and are, quote, kicking the tires, close quote, on the possibility. Reading word for word from his Twitter account. The Diamondbacks would certainly have the financial flexibility if they move second baseman Catel Marte and could move third baseman Jordan Lawler to second base. It was doubled down upon by John Heyman, who reported via his Twitter account the Diamondbacks have interest in Alex Bregman. It'll be interesting to see how this could affect the Catel Marte trade talks, especially with the Red Sox. Bob Nightingale first mentioned the Bregman-AZ link. Then, Kellen, I take you to what? Oh, there it is. Okay, thank you. This is Jared Carabas from MLB Network, who had reported earlier today, Kellen, that there was a mystery team in on Alex Bregman.
There's a mystery team. As far as, like, do I know who the team is? Yes. But it's a team that, to me, has not been linked to Bregman in his free agency this year or last year when he left Houston. So it's an interesting fit. The more you think about it, the more it makes sense. But, yeah, I think if you're the Red Sox, you have your number, because this is not the first time that you've negotiated with this player. You have a dollar amount. You have a number of years that you're willing to go. And this quote-unquote mystery team, I do think that they're willing to commit more years to Bregman than the Red Sox are. And that causes some trouble for the Red Sox offseason plans here.
Following Nightingale and Heyman's reporting, Kellen, Carabas said that the mystery team he was referring to was, in fact, the Arizona Diamondbacks. Came out and said, okay, I'll cop to it. It was the Diamondbacks.
Refresh my memory here, either of you. It was the Corbin Burns thing with Baltimore. Was Baltimore offered less years too, right? Like they were only willing to go to 3 to 4 years. Lauren is nodding along. Yeah, I think it was like a 4-year deal Baltimore was willing to go to, and Burns himself said that was the case, and then they went to this 6-year deal with him. That's another similarity, and now you and I are doing like our is this real, is this not real kind of dance. I will say, like, I've been looking up more stuff here through the breaks and seeing some stuff. There's just a really funny tweet here that says, the Diamondbacks signing Bregman to force the Red Sox's hand into making a bad Catel Marte trade would be next level 4D chess. Mike Hazen shoving Craig Breslow into a locker. That's from a Red Sox perspective.
So a Red Sox perspective is looking at this as Mike Hazen basically forcing a Catel Marte trade on the Red Sox, forcing them to walk away from Alex Bregman, and Mike Hazen basically playing 4-dimensional chess with Breslow and the Boston Red Sox.
Because they would view Marte as like a replacement for Bregman in a way. They don't play the same position per se, but in terms of the impact they bring.
In the lineup, yeah.
Alex and I were talking about this in some of the breaks. Alex Weiner, our terrific Arizona Diamondbacks reporter.
He really does a fantastic job.
He's tremendous, and as always, like when I have a college basketball question, I'm going to go to Lauren. If I have a college football question, I'm going to Mitch. If I have a baseball question, I'm going to go to Alex. I think I know a fair bit about those sports, but I want to make sure I consult the experts here. And with Alex, it was like, okay, Catel is a definitively better bat. But Bregman, up until last year, there wasn't much of a gap in the fielding, but Catel's defense dropped off a lot this year, and Bregman has been consistently pretty great as a defender. And, like, that's not to tout down on, like, Bregman, who for his career is averaging, like, 25 homers, 90 RBIs, and an OPS around 850. He's a pretty good bat as well. So this really could just be these two guys getting swapped, if that really is. I think that's the thought to this. If it's real, that is essentially the thought to it. It is interesting, though, that the Diamondbacks could be looking at it from that perspective, too, where they will make the Marte deal with a potential Marte deal with Boston even more necessary from Boston's perspective by signing Bregman.
Right. By forcing him into the locker, as you just referenced a second. Because you think about this, and now we're dreaming here, okay? But you think about this from the Diamondbacks' perspective. And what was your goal for trading Catel Marte? Your goal for trading Catel Marte was to make your Major League roster as good as it can possibly be right now. So follow me. You trade Catel Marte. You have interest in Alex Bregman, and you force the Boston Red Sox to realize they might lose Alex Bregman because the Diamondbacks are willing to go more years, more money, or whatever. So the Red Sox are now forced into a position where they need to replace Bregman because they want to compete. Catel Marte is a nice low-cost option to do that. Diamondbacks trade Catel Marte to the Boston Red Sox, get one or two of their better pitching prospects, guys who can quickly ascend in the Diamondback system, get one of their outfielders that they're looking to move, whether it's Wilyer Abreu or Duran or whomever. The Diamondbacks then sign Alex Bregman, and by doing so, the Diamondbacks have acquired an outfielder, starting pitching depth in a system that doesn't really have any. They sign Alex Bregman, and now they've got a third baseman. They move either Lawler or Blaze Alexander over to second base, where they get better defensively there. They get better defensively at third base. They don't perfectly replace Catel Marte's bat. They replace it well enough, and they certainly get better in the outfield with one of the two guys they get from Boston. And suddenly Mike Hazen has done exactly what he wanted to do in a Catel Marte trade. Address a lot of needs with one move. Now, granted, it's two moves. It's kind of a cheat. It's two moves because you're also signing Bregman at the same time, but you're still improving the major league roster, you're improving the minor league depth, and you're doing it with one kind of flick of the wrist and making this trade. It's kind of a little scary, tantalizing, interesting sort of thing. It's just a lot of it would depend on the price of Alex Bregman and what we're talking about.
Red Sox prospect pool, if you're interested, they have 3 players who MLB Pipeline rates as top 100 overall. One of them is Peyton Toll, who is a left-handed pitcher who just made his major league debut this year, pitched in 7 games, started 3. He's ranked as the 28th best prospect in the majors right now, or in the minors right now, but is going to be in the major leagues next year. That is the kind of like Zach Gallen guy we're talking about, where you are basically have already pitched in the majors, and we know you're going to be here for a long time. That type of name to keep an eye on. There's no chance that they get both, right? They don't trade Catel and they keep Bregman. They sign Bregman. These are directly related, right?
They've got to be. I mean, I know.
This again, I'm coping. I just don't want them to trade Catel Marte. It's just coping.
I know there'd be a very tantalizing idea to signing Alex Bregman and keeping Catel Marte. I got to think if we're talking about reallocating funds and reallocating money, you're basically banking on the money you're saving from not paying Catel as part of the money that you're paying. So basically you're saying we were going to commit $95 million to Catel anyway. We're going to give that money plus another 50 to Alex Bregman to get him here on a 5 or a 6 year deal, or another 60, and I throw around this money. And again, it would be, and we talked about this earlier, this is suddenly, I'm not saying it's going to happen. I don't have the first clue whether it's going to happen or not, but this is suddenly, Kellen, become the very Ken Kendrick offseason thing to do for the Diamondbacks. Jordan Montgomery, sure, take him. Corbin Burns, yeah. We'll give him the extra year and get him out of Baltimore's hands. Not being a player for Alex Bregman, the 3rd best free agent on the market, according to theathletic.com, and then going in and getting him while trading Catel Marte. Suddenly that has become the very Diamondback offseason thing to do. The one thing that nobody saw coming ever becomes the new standard for the Arizona Diamondbacks, as crazy as it is to say it.
$164 million, just under that right now, is the current payroll for the Diamondbacks in 2026, according to Cott's contract. So if you subtract Catel's 12 and let's say Bregman's around 27 or 28, that would put you right around $180 million on your payroll. That is without whoever you could get back in a Catel trade who would apply to those numbers as well. That's without a closer. Could get expensive.
It could. Just real quick.
It will, actually.
I want to play this. Corbin Carroll from a November 21st Underdog Baseball podcast. Guys he modeled his game after.
Yeah, I mean, I think the easy ones that stick out for me that I kind of watched growing up, looking at their swings on YouTube and highlights, it was like Trout, obviously, Altuve, Christian Yelich. Those were kind of Mookie, and Bregman. I'd say those 5 guys for me.
Tommy Troy on the Ain't No Fang podcast with Alex.
I mean, growing up, like that was like my first, like it was like Jeter and A-Rod, like that's who I loved the most. And then like as I got to high school and stuff, I like Bregman, Alex.
Just for what it's worth. Just for what it's worth. When we come back,
it's giving Devin Booker your favorite player's favorite player, where you might not think of him as like a superstar or star, but like all of the really talented baseball players are saying they love Alex Bregman. You're like, oh.
Kenny Dillingham was offered the opportunity today to shut down rumors of him leaving for Michigan. Are we still worried he's going to leave? Wait until you hear his answer. Next on Burns and Gambo.
Quickly and Marana mornings.
Now the questions are, is this the rotation? Is it Merrill Kelly, Michael Soroka, Eduardo Rodriguez, Brandon Pfaadt, Ryan Nelson? Do they bring in somebody else? What does that mean now for the Catel Marte situation? The thought was, if the Diamondbacks do go down that road and trade Catel Marte, they're going to do it to bolster their starting rotation. Well, they're not going to do that now, unless they are hell-bent starting Ryan Nelson in the bullpen again in 2026.
It's a tradition unlike any other.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game. Presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620-620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, it's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y-Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y-Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
When you've thrown over 4,000 innings like I have, you know joint pain isn't a maybe, it's a guarantee. For you, was it climbing ladders or too much heavy lifting? Hey, we're all in the same boat. But surgery, that was never my answer.
Baseball legend Roger Clemens knows there's a better way. That's QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No scalpels, no fake fixes, just real relief.
What I love about QC Kinetics, these are the most respected medical pros in the country that specialize in non-surgical therapies to get you moving again.
Don't mask the pain, fix it. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
I trusted QC Kinetics. You should too.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Whether picking up a prescription, getting help navigating the healthcare system, or checking in at home, CVS Health is there to make care easier and more connected. Our future is brighter together. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Kenny Dillingham is concerned for people in his foxhole more than shutting down Michigan rumors. How nervous should ASU fans be as Dillingham remains a Michigan candidate? And Cardinals place running back Bam Knight on injured reserve. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
The folks in Litchfield Park can confirm that you're getting closer. You're getting closer. Litchfield Park knows you're getting closer to unearthing one of my favorite Christmas songs, or my favorite Christmas song, but you're not quite there yet. Lauren has decided unilaterally, Kellen, that it's time to start playing Christmas music as rejoiners. Not every song, not every time. I've noticed you haven't done every break, but that's fine.
The older the better for me on the Christmas music. Do you agree? I like Mariah Carey like remixes and all that's fine, and like other people doing like the Bieber versions. Like I'm good. I don't need that. But usually the older the better.
Typically the older the better. Yes, I don't mean that as like a hint, but typically the older the better. Yeah, this is a good one though.
He picked up on what I was trying to do.
Oh yeah, of course.
Again, this is the journalist in me just kind of prodding like, what is it? What's the song? What's the song? What is it?
Trying to get me to reveal.
It's not this one.
No, it's not, but I do like this one quite a bit. So today it was a Sun Bowl practice for ASU, and I'm literally going to say this word for word so as not to put put words in anybody's mouth or say what Kenny Dillingham said. This is Kenny Dillingham's literal exact answer to the question. Do you want to put to bed panic in ASU's fan base regarding speculation about Michigan's job opening? Here is what he said.
I think my job is to try to do whatever I can for the people that are with me, right? The people that are in the foxhole, the coaches that are in the foxhole with me, is I got to do whatever I can to fight for those people, for my family, for everything from that perspective. And kind of, and I love it here. I've said that since day one. That's absolutely never changing. Absolutely never changing. So, yeah, that piece is never changing.
Sorry, I'm not going to make you feel any better about it. Sorry, not sorry, I'm not going to make you feel any better about it. I got the hammer right now. I'm swinging it.
So I'm not usually too dramatic or delve into hyperbole too often. In our business, it happens all the time. You know this about me. I don't really like to go there too often, but can I go there right now?
Go.
I think this next week and what Kenny does and how it goes is going to determine how a lot of people locally feel about college football.
Not just about him, but about the sport?
Forever. Because how can you find yourself as an ASU fan, beyond your ties to the university, obviously, and like there are people listening who went to ASU, they bleed the maroon and gold, that they always will. But how can you invest only to a certain point, knowing that if things start to get too good,
your guy's just going to leave?
He's just going to leave eventually, because Kenny is the guy who would stay.
Yeah.
He is the guy who would say, so if we can't make it work with this guy, who is the perfect guy to say no, he is the exception, as we talked about yesterday. If even he leaves, I would find it difficult for at least me personally, and I experienced this already 2 years ago with Jetfish at U of A.
Yeah.
I was so ready to buy into the Noah Fafita, Tedero McMillan era, and it was such a fun season with him as the coach, and I was approaching U of A football in my life in the way that I never had. And then he was gone. And I was like, well, is this just what's going to happen every time? And that's what I'm fearful of, that this is going to be the absolute highest case scenario of how much Kenny loves it here, how emotional he gets anytime he talks about his family here and the university and what it means to him and all the emotion that he showed just a couple years ago. And he'll still leave for Michigan.
Yeah, there is very much a referendum on loyalty and being different and not being like all the rest that is certainly going to be, for lack of a better way of putting it, on trial for the next week or so here. I tend to look at it a little bit, I think, more realistically than maybe having maroon and gold colored glasses on. I've been saying this for a while. I don't know how you're supposed to say no to Michigan. I just don't. I don't know how everything you're saying I understand, and certainly I would feel for any ASU fan who felt like, oh man, it's just have a little success and everybody goes. If you're a college football coach and Michigan wants you, I don't know how you're supposed to say no to that. I really don't. This is not like he's not saying no to Ole Miss. He's not saying no to I want to say USC. He's not saying no to USC. He's not saying no to Florida State. He's saying no to Michigan. It's just like I don't know how you're supposed to say no to that. I don't. And so, yes, I do understand what you're saying. And I think some ASU fans would look at it like I would. And I think some ASU fans would feel the way that you felt when Jed Fish just up and surprised everybody and left your program high and dry and went to Washington the way he did. Yeah, I
Ole
think
Miss
it'll
fans
cut
with
both
Lane
ways.
Kiffin right now, too.
Sure.
Yeah, same thing.
And I'm not trying to bash Kenny for not answering the question today. Not one bit. I hope I'm not giving that vibe. I think that it's just that non-answer, and then this following non-answer as well when he was asked the question from Craig Fooey, the Foo Fighter over at Channel 15, as I call him. He asked a very fan-based question to Kenny, and this was the answer he got.
Are you glad to have the Michigan stuff kind of behind you now and move forward?
Well, I mean, it's a crazy, like I said, this profession is absolutely wild. And it's just a wild profession. It's a wild industry right now. It's just nuts.
Look up non-answer in the dictionary, and you're going to find that right there. I mean, it's just he's not. And so what Chris Cartman from Sun Devil Source said today on Bickley and Murata, and if you have a chance, I would really encourage you to go to the Arizona Sports app or arizonasports.com and listen to everything Chris had to say, because I really thought it was a very, very a great combination of information and opinion on this situation. He was asked a question on a scale of 1 to 10. How tense is the Dillingham situation right now among ASU fans and boosters and whatnot, with 10 being the most tense? Here's what he said.
I think we're probably around a 6, trending towards 7. Didn't mean to do that intentionally for the Gen Z people out there. This could ratchet up to an 8 or a 9 over the next couple of days. My understanding is that the conversations are ongoing between Kenny Dillingham's agent and ASU regarding the contract amendments that are being discussed. Michigan, my understanding is still interested in Kenny Dillingham. I can't say whether there's been any dialogue directly between Dillingham and Michigan at this point. But I wouldn't be surprised if that ultimately ended up happening if they can't come to an agreement on a new amended contract here within the next several days or something.
I think it's important here to note, by the way, that Kenny is not just taking this interest from Michigan and leaving. He is trying to make this work. He is coming to ASU and saying, here is what I need. And it's not just, it does not sound like it's just for him.
No.
Some of it is just for him, but it's like, for me to turn down Michigan, this is what I will need around the football program I'm trying to build, you guys, for the largest university in the country. Like, it shouldn't be that hard, Michael Crow. Like, let's kind of figure this out and reallocate funds a little bit. If Indiana's doing it with their football program that fast, how can you not do it this fast with your program as well? And we'll see. Again, so it's like indicative of like not only that in college football, but indicative of like how seriously can you take ASU as a football country, as a football school, if Dillingham is saying, this is just what I need to build the program you want me to build.
To your point, again, I'll go back to exactly the way Kenny Dillingham answered the question on if he wants to put the fan base panic to bed. His first reaction was basically to say, I'm using this to try to get more for everybody else around me.
I think my job is to try to do whatever I can for the people that are with me, right? The people that are in the foxhole, the coaches that are in the foxhole with me, is I got to do whatever I can to fight for those people, for my family, for everything from that perspective. And and I love it here. I've said that since day one.
So rather than take the opportunity to tell the fan base that everything is okay, and by extension telling the university that everything's okay, he instead took the opportunity to say, this is what I want. This is what I'm fighting for. And this is what's going on. Cartman said the most fascinating thing today. He suggested that there are some Michigan people who viewed Kenny's emotional presser on Saturday not so much as tears of joy that he's staying, but potential tears of sadness that he might be leaving. And that's how Michigan perceived that kind of emotional watershed moment that we all saw on Saturday morning. Like, some Michigan folks are like, that could be good news for them that he was as emotional as he was on Saturday. I don't know. This story is not done. Not even close.
It's going to be a legendary cut that you guys play for years, either for the best reason or the worst reason.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, Devin Booker's in a shooting slump. That much is obvious. Question is what they're going to do about it and how it get fixed. That is what we're going to talk about next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
He just gets open. I think that is the best asset about McBride, and that is where he's taken the biggest stride this year, is his ability to just get open.
You know, I think you look at a guy like Trey McBride, and yeah, I've got compassion for him because this guy offensively is lights out. He is, in my opinion, right now, can't believe I'm going to say this, the best tight end in the game right now.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC. They're in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Nowhere can you get a GMC for less, especially now. The year-end savings event going on at Liberty GMC. You can get an all-new 2026 Terrain, just $249 a month, or purchase with $47.50 in savings. They've got 2026 Yukons, Yukon XL models. They're arriving daily right now. You want a truck? You got the best truck on the market, the Sierra 1500 2026, all brand new. Get $13,000 in savings right now, $8,250 in savings on the 2026 Sierra Heavy Duty. They got the trucks. They got the SUVs, they got the deals, and now is the time to take advantage of the year-end savings at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Christmas is just around the corner, and if you still have gifts to buy, the best place to do that is Macy's Great Gift Sale. Get amazing deals on last-minute gifts like fine jewelry and fragrance sets, boxed and ready to give. And everything from designer bags to Nespresso coffee makers at 30 to 60% off. Plus, your Macy's is the most festive place this holiday, so come in and find everything left on your list all in one place. The Great Gift Sale is happening now at Macy's. Savings off select prices. Exclusions apply.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
All right, Basin Earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Why Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Why Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at whyrefi.com/careers. That's whyrefi.com/careers.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Per USA Today's Bob Nightingale, the Arizona Diamondbacks have become a surprise entrant in the Alex Bregman sweepstakes and are, quote, kicking the tires, quote, on the possibility. Nightingale goes on to say that the Diamondbacks would certainly have the financial flexibility if they move second baseman Catel Marte and could, as a result, move third baseman Jordan Lawler to second base. You can read more on this report and what ramifications could have on the Diamondbacks offseason right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. As part of a series of roster moves by the Arizona Cardinals, running back Bam Knight was placed on injured reserve today. Knight suffered what was reported to be a bad ankle sprain in the team's loss to Houston. His season is now over. And Arizona men's basketball returns to action in Tucson. They host Abilene Christian. Tip-off will be at 7. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. The year's almost over, but you can still unwrap huge savings on every new vehicle at Freeway Chevrolet.
Hey, this is Jared, and what does Kenny Dillingham have in common with Hugh Jackman? It may be hard for them both to resist taking a lot of money to become a Wolverine. We'll talk ASU tomorrow at 6 a.m. on Bickley Murata Mornings.
Are the rumors true that the new Avengers Doomsday trailer? I know that's not Lauren's thing.
Not really mine either.
Okay, I thought it was kind of your thing, but
I know that isn't there like an Odyssey thing happening? You're the Nolan head, Lauren. Isn't there something where they're like an IMAX showing if you go like you're going to get like a prologue of the Odyssey or something?
I'm assuming with the Avatar release this weekend that they'll attach something big to that. Like either an Odyssey trailer or an Avengers Doomsday trailer will get attached to Avatar because it's going to be a big Christmas time tent pole, and they'll want to attach one of those big summertime tent poles to it.
Do you guys go to the movies on Christmas for the Christmas movies?
No.
Okay.
No.
I might if Marty Supreme is showing late. I really want to see Marty Supreme.
My wife is like, we are not going to the movies on Christmas Day. We do not do that around here. And she is the decision maker, and I defer. So we do not go to the movies on Christmas Day. Day after Christmas, sure. Yeah, but Christmas Day, no. I'm hoping...
Never done it before either, but I might this year.
I want to see One Battle After Another on the IMAX.
Ooh, yeah, you're a big like return to the IMAX.
I'm a repeat viewing at the IMAX. You did it with Sinners, right? I did it with Sinners, and it was phenomenal, and I would love to do it again with One Battle After Another because I'm pretty sure... Not pretty sure. I am sure those are my two favorite movies of 2025, and I'm down for repeat viewings of those. Okay, so we talked about this earlier, and this very obvious to the naked eye, and then Kellen had the numbers revealing story about Devin Booker and this horrendous three-point shooting slump he's in. I mean, arguably worst of his career, right? And to the point,
inarguably, actually.
Actually, you're right. Inarguably, it is, in fact, the worst of his career over what was it, a 16-game space? The worst
21.7% from three.
Okay, that's crazy.
Which is just insanely low.
I mean, that's 1 out of every 5.
It's over 5 weeks. It's not just a little blip.
How is it? I know he's missed the last 3 games. He came back against the Lakers. How is this affecting the team? Is the solution as simple as getting Jalen Green back so maybe you're not as reliant upon as many pull-up Devin Booker threes as maybe you have been, and he can get more into the catch-and-shoot variety? Or because surely they're looking at the same numbers. Surely they're looking at numbers beyond these numbers, and they're trying to figure out the fix. What's the fix here, and how is it affecting the whole team?
Well, it's been surprising that they've still been one of the best three-point shooting teams in the league despite this, and Dylan Brooks having a career-low year from 3 as well. Dylan's at 32.2% this year, and then Devin Booker's at 30.2% for this year. Dylan's second in volume, over 7 threes a game. Book is at 6th, which is surprising, but then again, when you look at the numbers, maybe not so surprising at almost over 5.5 threes a game. It's something now where the numbers have been like this for so long that I'm going to be paying a lot more attention than I was previously at how defenses are choosing to defend him. Like, does this get to the point where, not to say that these numbers make him a non-shooter, but that he gets the treatment of, like, we're okay with you taking a pull-up 3 right now? Like, do you trap him less now? Do you play him a little bit? Do you welcome him the runway of like that mid-range area? Well, that's the problem, is you want to cut off the mid-range, but you want to have him take the 3 in this kind of situation. So it's a delicate dance. Teams have been doing it for a while. It's been a weakness in his game for a while, but does it intensify with this level of struggle? I am so much of a regression to the mean guy with basketball, where I do believe Dillon Brooks' mid-range numbers are going to fall off at some point. We've got so much history that tells us he's right around 40%. This year going north of 50. I'm not really buying them for a whole season.
Okay.
Book, same thing. He is not going to shoot this poorly from 3 the rest of the year. I'm expecting him to, from this point on, be a 38, 39% three-point shooter. But even then, if he is, he's still going to land around like 35, 36%, and we've been saying this about him for a half decade. He should just be a better shooter than that.
Can we expect then Dillon Brooks to regress to the, or not regress to the mean, but to elevate to the mean when it comes to his three-point shooting?
Sure.
Like if his mid-range suffers because he regresses, I have to assume that eventually his three-point percentage it's crazy to say this, but now you got me thinking about this a different way. Like I am a big believer in regressing to the mean, and eventually your numbers become what your numbers typically are. If that's the case, then we should very much expect Devin Booker's three-point production to go up, and we should very much expect Dillon Brooks' three-point production should come up. The guys that we should be expecting to come down are Royce, Grayson.
Probably not Grayson. He's at 39 right now, and he's been the best three-point shooter in the league statistically since he became a Sun.
Okay, so not him. Colin, for sure, right?
42.5% for him. I think Jordan Goodwin's a big one because he's at 37%, and teams that have had him previously, including this, have been begging him to get that number around there because you want him out there for the defense and everything else.
There's just so much of a, and I don't on the regular, I don't look at usage rate or anything like that to see where Devin Booker, I would imagine his usage rate is pretty high, especially on a team like this. I know Dillon Brooks' usage rate when Devin was out was ridiculously high. It was like Michael Jordan levels. But I would imagine, too, getting with the ball in his hands so much, and with Devin Booker being tasked with making the decision so often on this basketball team, Like I gotta think when Jalen Green comes back, and I'm not trying to have a point book or even a point guard conversation. I'm just talking about deciding who gets to finish a play. You know, like I gotta think when Jalen Green comes back, there will be less of a need for Devin Booker to choose to take those pull-up threes that he's been so poor at, right? Like there'll just be a little bit more of a decision by committee rather than Devin Booker kind of deciding, okay, this is the best shot, I'm going to take it right here. I don't know. It's been so obvious to the naked eye that his shooting is just not what it once was, that it's really been the one downfall of this fun season so far. It really hasn't been a great Devin Booker season, and I kind of want him to get in on the fun of it too.
We had all the panic after the first couple games of the year, and we were telling everyone to relax, and then he showed everyone to relax and played really well, and then he kind of started stagnating again, and then the injury came, and now he's coming off of the injury. It's one of those conversations where like everything that I've been saying about the Suns is like, wait a couple of weeks, and this is another one too, where like if we're in mid-January and we're still talking about how this hasn't been the same year from him, he's really regressed as a shooter, all this kind of stuff, that's like the big enough sample size to really start to be concerned. But I don't even want to use the word concern because this is just, it's an extreme version of what we've been seeing, but like he's not a good three-point shooter. It doesn't make sense to me, but he's just not.
Yeah. The next 2 to 3 weeks of this organization is going to be, it really, and you could probably say this about any 2 to 3 week period of the Phoenix Suns, but really over the next 2 to 3 weeks, they're going to get Jalen Green back. They're going to get out of schedule hell. And so how much do those two things make a difference in terms of a team that kind of looks like they're hitting a little bit of a wall here, that they're sort of, that the treadmill is starting to go the wrong direction a little bit in terms of how they've played? Is that all schedule? Is that something that's going to rectify itself the minute the schedule of hell ends on Tuesday next week when they play the Lakers, and then things really lighten up for them? Do things get better with that? Do things get better for Devin Booker? How does Jalen Green's return, which has got to be imminent, here in the next 2 weeks, maybe 3 tops? There's a lot that can change for the Phoenix Suns over the next 3 weeks. It's going to be one of the most important cycles, I think, to watch for this team this
year. As the schedule lightens up as well.
Yeah, it has so much to do with it. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, we turn our attention to the NFL and the NFL playoffs, which, if you kind of squint at it, is it already sort of decided who's going to be in? That's next on Burns and Gambo with Kellen filling in.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Dillon Brooks hit the 3. LeBron James, he hits Dillon Brooks in the chest. But they said James contests to the side of Brooks and would avoid making contact if not for Brooks extending his left leg. That doesn't even address the hand of LeBron James that makes contact with the chest. How do you go back the day after? You have a whole team of officials looking over this footage, and that's the determination you come up with? You might as well crumple up the last 2-minute report and wipe your butt with it, because then it would at least have use.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped considerably since that time, so you might want to consider refinancing that mortgage and save some money. My friends at Lund Mortgage track the interest rates daily so they can help you act fast and save big. And it couldn't be easier. Just send an email to ratewatch@lundmortgage.com, and they'll monitor the market for you and send you an alert when it's the right time to refinance. That's ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. And don't fall for those mailers or robocalls with rates that sound too good to be true. Lund Mortgage will show you the whole picture, rates, and total costs so you can make an informed financial decision. And if you're buying or refinancing now, you won't have to make a mortgage payment until 2026. Generations of Arizonans have trusted the Lund Mortgage team just like me, and so should you. Just email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com and start saving.
With Progressive's collision coverage, my family gets up to $1,000 for vet bills if I'm injured in a car accident. And that makes this Chihuahua really feel like part of the family. What's that? I don't sound like a Chihuahua? Oh, I'm sorry. What exactly am I supposed to sound like? I guess all Chihuahuas are high-strung, riding around in expensive designer purses. Actually, I prefer riding in cars. So I appreciate that my family protects me with Progressive's pet collision coverage. Okay, maybe I am a little high-strung. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and is subject to policy terms.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear from Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, what makes Waltz the best choice for all of our listeners?
Well, Beck, we're local, and we will beat any price. But I would say that it's really our knowledge and expertise that sets us apart. We offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a pro. Or come see us and get what you want when you want it.
Take your fandom to the next level by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner or online at waltz.com.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hey, the end of the year, it's here, and it's time to go there. Our Desert Ford dealers for the final days of the Ford year-end sales event. Yep, Paul Calvisi here a few years ago. We bought during the Ford year-end sales event because we're talking the best time to celebrate. And when we can lease, you can lease right now a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $299 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. That's right, lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $299 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. Or lease a Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for $249 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back. That's right, lease a Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $249 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get that $1,000 cash back. It's the final days of the Ford year-end sales event, so get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com. That's buyfordnow.com.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, it's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Kellen, guilt-free. Yes, I am excited about watching the NBA Cup game, championship game later tonight between the San Antonio Spurs and New York Knicks. I'm proud of you. You shouldn't be guilty about that.
Great matchup. There's extra incentive. Each player will get an extra $250,000 if they win. So they're going to be interested in that for sure. Wemby coming off the bench again, by the way. He was at 20 minutes in the semifinal game, and he's going to be right around 20 minutes in this game as well. They're taking it very slow, rightfully so, with all these injuries lately.
It is the only NBA game on the slate tonight. They obviously cleared the decks for that one game. There are NHL games on tonight, but there are no other. Abilene Christian taking on Arizona tonight.
There you go.
Okay, forgot about that one.
That's one where we're favored by 30. It should be pretty uneventful. Tommy Lloyd teams just crushing those games normally. We do have one ranked college basketball game on right now between Louisville and Tennessee. Tennessee up 5 right now on ESPN, but much to Lauren's chagrin and mine a little bit too, the last ranked matchup between teams until Saturday on the slate.
Ooh.
Yeah.
It's kind of a blah week.
Yeah, just kind of a blah week. But usually that means it'll be made up for, and I think on Saturday there's a couple of great games, and we'll get back on schedule here once conference play kicks off.
Very interesting matchup tomorrow. ASU taking on UCLA in men's basketball. That's a okay.
Litmus test.
We were going to talk about this today, then the Bregman news came down. And we'll probably talk about it a little bit tomorrow, because tomorrow's a good day to mention it too. But on Joe Lunardi's bracketology today, he had ASU men's basketball as the last team in. I don't know if that's going to last, but he had the Sun Devils as the last team in, based off of their resume so far.
We were kind of laughing at the Hurley situation a little bit, not mocking it necessarily, but just kind of going this is his last year. Everyone knows it. They're not going to be good at all. And but what if he takes him to the tournament?
What if he takes, and it was a play-in game. It was 2 11 seeds. I think it was ASU versus Baylor was what he was projecting. There's a long way to go.
What, ASU in the play-in game?
Yeah, seriously. They might as well name it after ASU for how many times they've been in it. Of course, there's a long way to go. They haven't even started conference play yet. It's a brutal conference, and it's a brutal schedule. And whether ASU emerges in the same position they enter, we'll find out eventually. But it's a nice start for Bobby Hurley, and maybe a little bit of a conversation changer for him, depending on how far they get. This next thing was more of an observation about something you had actually said yesterday about how the last 3 weeks of the season in the NFL, teams jockeying for position in the playoffs, who's in, who's out. I saw the story on the Athletic. I went and looked for this because I didn't know what to expect, what I was going to find. And what I was very surprised to see was the playoff picture in both the AFC and the NFC is shockingly almost set. There's not a whole lot of variance here. The Rams have made the playoffs. The Bears have 82% chance of making the playoffs. The Eagles are at 99%. The Bucs are 76. Seahawks 99. 49ers 99. Packers 91. In the AFC, the Broncos have clinched. The Patriots are 99. The Jags are 99. The Chargers are 96. The Bills are 99. The Texans are 97. The only spots that are kind of open is the crummy NFC North with the Steelers and the Ravens, and the crummy NFC South with the Buccaneers and the Carolina Panthers. Just about everything else, for the most part, is kind of set with the playoffs. We kind of have a pretty good idea. There's still some tragic things that could happen. Teams could choke, teams could rise. But if you look at the percentages, it kind of looks like the field in terms of who is set. It's just terms of the what and who's going to play who and who gets seated where that is on the line the last 3 weeks of the season.
The schedule in Week 18 actually says otherwise. I was really surprised looking through this list and the amount of matchups that could have implications based on who gets a bye, who gets seating, or who even gets in.
Yeah.
So the Bears host the Lions, and they've got the Packers and the Niners before this game. And again, 82%, they're more than likely going to be in, but there's a non-zero chance that game is extremely meaningful for them, whether it's getting in the playoffs, whether it's winning the division, whether it's getting the number 1 seed. And then the Lions are that team on the out that is trying to get in. Right now, there's the Chargers who are going to Denver to take on the Broncos. Again, that's a similar kind of discussion there.
Yep.
The Packers in a division rival game are going to Minnesota to take on the Vikings. They could need a win to get in as well. And we're not that interested in if the Ravens or the Steelers make it, but they play each other in Week 18. The Panthers and Bucks play each other in Week 18. The Seahawks and Niners have a matchup as well, and then Colts Texans is there too. So there's a ton of division matchups in Week 18 that could decide a lot.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't meant to imply that there's going to be nothing on the line, and you're very well right. I think the Lions are still sort of the one wild card in all of this. There isn't I think there's a generally held belief that Steelers, Ravens, whoever wins the division is in, whoever loses is out. Buccaneers and the Carolina Panthers, whoever wins the division is in, whoever loses is out. I think the Lions are really the only team that are like, okay, can they steal a bid from someone? Can they take it from Lawrence Chicago Bears or maybe even the Green Bay Packers if things get, but the seeding within the playoffs, that's why, the Thursday night game between the Seahawks and the Rams, this was huge.
Sure.
Huge game when it comes to who wins the West, who gets the number 1 overall seed. AFC, same situation, a lot of battles to see who's gonna be jockeying for those positions, but it really is. It's such an interesting field potentially, especially in the AFC. I know we have a lot of this team or the field,